was 3 days into the trail when I realized just how truly alone I was, and I hope you guys enjoyed this awful memory of mine. It started out with steady foot traffic, hikers passing with polite nods and the occasional bit of small talk. A couple of them had asked where I was headed to, and when I said I was aiming to complete the whole trail, their expression ranged from impressed to skeptical. I get it though, a solo woman, first time on a thru hike, pushing through in the middle of nowhere, it wasn't exactly the safest idea, but I personally had prepped for this for months and months. I had my gear, my maps, and I'd studied the trail reports obsessively. I even planned my campsites down to the mile, picking spots near water sources, places with some history of foot traffic as well. Safety in numbers, even if it was just the lingering presence of a few other campers. But today, as I hiked down into the gorge, I realized I hadn't seen another person since noon yesterday. It was beautiful though. I mean, even more than that, it was untouched and almost sacred land. The trees leaned in close together, their branches knitted together overhead, dappling the trail with shifting patterns of gold and green. Pools of crystal clear water dotted the area, some no bigger than bathtubs. Others would stretch out like miniature lakes, reflecting the sky in a perfect blue. A thin wandering creek curled through the gorge, about 3/4 of a mile ahead. Its bubbling sound faint but consistent, like distant voices whispering. The air smelled of moss and damp earth, a deep grounding scent that made me feel more like I stepped back in time. I chose a campsite tucked near one of the larger pools, a plateau of flat ground nestled between rocks. It's perfect, out of direct sight from the trail, but close enough that I could still find my way back if I wandered off a bit. I set up my tent and stretched out my sleeping bag, boiled some water for my usual bland dehydrated dinner. It wasn't much, but it would do. I was finishing up my meal when I saw this guy. He was maybe 50 yards away, a figure at first moving slow, but head down. My stomach clenched, not with fear exactly, but with that deep, instinctive awareness that I was no longer alone. I watched as he came closer, stepping over roots and stones like he'd done this 1,000 times before. He looked up, spotted me, and lifted a hand in this casual wave. I hesitated, but then waved back at him. That should have been it, right? A moment shared of acknowledgement, and he'd move on, disappearing down the trail like all the others had done, but instead, he started to veer toward me. By the time he was close enough to see clearly, I had already checked my options. My gear was packed up enough that I could leave in a hurry if I needed to. I had my small folding knife in my pocket. More of a comfort than an actual weapon, though. "Hey there," he said, stopping a few feet away. "I didn't expect to see anybody out here. Thought I'd have the whole place to myself." His voice was friendly, easy. He seemed to be in his late 20s, maybe early 30s, shaggy brown hair, and a few days worth of stubble. His clothes were well worn but not filthy. His pack was bulky but looked pretty organized. "Yeah, same here," I responded. "Been pretty quiet today." He nodded and then shifted his weight, looking past me toward my campsite. "Hey, you mind if I set up near you just for the night? Safety in numbers, right?" I won't lie, every instinct I had screamed no, no, no. But he was already dropping his pack. Internally, I convinced myself it's not a big deal. People camp near each other on the trail all the time. This is normal. But it was just something in the way that he just immediately claimed the space. Like my answer had never even mattered. He was going to do it anyway. And that thought made my skin prickle. I shifted back towards my tent and put a little more distance between us. "Yeah, I guess so. Just for the night though, right?" Darius introduced himself and got to work setting up his tent. He talked as he did it, casual like we were old friends. He said he'd been on the trail for 5 days already, started from the opposite end and was making his way out. He asked about my route then, how I was finding the hike so far and what I did when I wasn't out in the woods. I answered him, but with each word I found myself giving him less and less information. I definitely didn't tell him where I lived, didn't mention that I was hiking alone with nobody expecting me for days. I kept it pretty vague, as safe as possible. The sun then dipped lower, and he started collecting firewood, stacking up this small mountain of sticks and branches between our tents. "No point in freezing out here," he said. "Might as well have a good fire tonight." I hadn't planned on one. The fire meant visibility. It meant advertising exactly where we were, drawing in anybody, anything, watching from the dark. But his lighter was already out. He was already coaxing the first flames to life, and I guess I wasn't going to argue. The fire cast these flickering lights against the trees, and the shadows then came out to play as the sun continued to disappear. Darius then grinned at me through the glow. "Have you eaten yet?" "Yeah, I did," I lied. He unzipped his pack, pulled out this small pot, a pack of instant rice, a can of beans, and of all things, a vacuum-sealed steak. My stomach clenched. I hadn't eaten a real meal in almost 3 days now. "Come on," he said, laughing. "I can hear your stomach growling from all the way over here." I hesitated, but the smell of that meat sizzling in the pot completely broke me. I sat by the fire as he cooked, my muscles aching from that day's hike, exhaustion seeping into my bones. He handed me a plate, and I didn't even think before I took the first bite. It was incredible, warm, filling, real. And just like that, I'd let my guard down. We talked as we ate, and he was charming in this way that I really didn't expect. He had stories about past hikes, weird encounters on the trail, even a few close calls with wildlife. He made me laugh, and for a while I forgot about the weariness that I felt before, the way he just moved in without asking. The night deepened, the fire burned lower, and a part of me knew I should just go to bed, should rest a while, but the warmth of the fire and the weight of my full stomach made it hard to move. At some point, I think I dozed off, and it wasn't for long, maybe just a few seconds. I woke to silence. The fire was just embers now, barely glowing, casting these weak pulsing lights. The air was cold, the kind of deep aching chill that settled into your bones. And when I looked over, Darius was just staring at me. I stiffened, forcing out a breath. What? He blinked, like I just interrupted something. "Nothing, you were sleeping." I swallowed hard. "Yeah, I guess I should turn in." I stood up, rubbing my arms against the cold, and turned toward my tent. Footsteps then right behind me. I twisted and my heart started hammering. Darius was now standing and far too close. Close enough that I could smell the wood smoke clinging to his clothes, the lingering scent of dinner on his breath. "Where are you going?" I asked. To bed, long day tomorrow." I laughed, but he didn't smile at all. There was a pause, the silence pressing in around us. Then softly, like he was stating this undeniable fact, "I thought we were going to bed." My pulse pounded in my head. "We?" His expression didn't change. "Yeah, I thought that's what this was." A sick, crawling feeling twisted in my gut. "No, Darius, that's not what this was." A moment broke and he reached for me. I stumbled back, boots slipping against the dirt. "Whoa, what the hell are you doing?" He didn't answer me. His hand closed around my wrist, tight, fingers pressing into my skin. Panic flared. I thought he was going to kill me. I yanked back, but he didn't let me go. "Darius," I said, trying to sound in control. "Let me go." He smiled, and it didn't even reach his eyes. "Come on," he murmured. "No need to play hard to get." I twisted, but he was much stronger than me. His grip almost was like iron. I felt like if I fought anymore, my arm would snap off. Then I moved without thinking, and I drove my knee up hard. He made this noise, something between a grunt and a wheeze, and his hand slackened just enough. I ripped my arm free and shoved him back and bolted. The woods then swallowed me whole. Branches clawed at my arms, my legs. The cold air burned my throat. I was running blindly, boots slipping against the uneven ground, my breath coming in these ragged gasps. I didn't stop until I was deep in the trees, far enough that I could no longer see the glow of the fire. Only then did I crouch down and force myself to listen. Silence. I caught my breath quietly as I could and did my best to disappear into the earth. Then I heard the crunch of footsteps, slow, coming from the way I came. I clamped a hand over my mouth, stifling the ragged sound of my breathing. A voice was then floating through the trees. "Okay," Darius called out. "You've had your fun." I squeezed my eyes shut. "Come on! It's cold out here. Don't be dumb." I stayed still. Footsteps moved closer and then stopped. This long, stretching silence. And then, "Fine," he said. "I'll see you in the morning." A long pause, and I barely recognized his voice now. He sounded fucking crazy. Then I heard the retreating footsteps, and I still didn't move. Not for a long, long time. I awoke cold and aching, back pressed against the damp forest floor. My body curled so tight that my muscles screamed in protest. The sky had turned into a dull gray, the first tints of morning slipping through the trees. I hadn't slept, really, just drifted in and out. Every snap of a twig jerked me back to full awareness. I listened. The woods were quiet. No footsteps, no voice calling my name. No Darius. I lay there for a little longer, just wanting to be sure, but every second I wasted out here, every moment I spent lying in the dirt like an animal, felt like another invitation for him to come back. I slowly crept forward, my limbs stiff from the cold and cramped from the way I'd been laying, moving quietly as I could. When I reached the edge of the trees, I stopped and scanned the campsite. He was gone. His tent was gone, his pack, and no sign that he'd ever even been there at all. My tent was still standing. My bag was propped up against the tree, my trekking poles leaning right where I left them. I slowly and cautiously stepped into the clearing, waiting for something to be wrong, for a note, a message, a sign that he wasn't done with me, but there was nothing. Just the remnants of the fire, burned down to blackened wood and cold ash. I moved quickly, tearing down my tent in record time, shoving everything into my pack with trembling hands. I continuously fought off the urge to cry, fought that lump rising up in my throat. With blurry eyes, I got all my stuff together, secured it on my back, and disappeared off the trail. I was certain that he was still around somewhere. I had been so close. If I let my guard down just a little more, if I laughed at the wrong moment, if I hadn't moved fast enough when he grabbed me. I blinked, refusing to let the tears come. My hands fumbled, useless with adrenaline and exhaustion. I had to stop, pressing the heels of my palms into my eyes, forcing slow, deep breaths. I wasn't dead, and that had to mean something. By the time I took my first steps, my legs were unsteady beneath me, but I forced myself to start walking. I didn't run, I didn't even walk fast, I just moved. Methodical, careful, in the same direction as yesterday. I'm gonna finish this hike, regardless of that fucking prick. I didn't know how long he'd been gone for, and I didn't know if he was off waiting for me somewhere, watching just out of sight. I did not stop looking over my shoulder. The trail stretched off before me, empty and endless. But I felt him behind me that whole way, even when I knew he wasn't there. Even when I passed other hikers, groups of them, laughing and completely unaware, oblivious to what had happened to me miles behind them. I kept my distance from every single person that I encountered, not wanting to put myself at risk again. If I saw somebody from a distance, I cleared the trail, hiked parallel to it until we were clear of each other. I kept walking, kept moving, and kept breathing. By the time I reached the trailhead 3 days later, my body was completely wrecked. Blisters layered over blisters. My legs ached deep inside the bone. My shoulders felt like they'd been stretched on a rack, but I didn't care. I signed out of the logbook with a shaking hand and just stared at my name, at the date. Then I looked at entries before mine. Darius's name was there, scrawled in thick, uneven letters, the same day as mine. I felt my stomach drop. He had left the trail just before me by a few hours. He had apparently cut back the same way he came from, the same direction that I'd been going. I turned and scanned the lot, the road beyond. A dozen cars, maybe more, all of them unfamiliar, obviously. It's a national park. Still, it was extremely creepy. I felt exposed out there in the open, standing there with my pack, exhausted and just hollow. I walked over to my car, threw my gear in, locked the doors the second I got inside. I squeezed the steering wheel, knuckles torn to shreds. I then made myself take one last deep breath. Then I started the engine and I left that nightmare. And I haven't set foot on that trail since. I grew up inside a small town, so small that you'd miss it if you blinked. The kind of place where everybody knew each other's business, where weekends meant fishing, bonfires, or shooting cans off the back porch. My best friend Chris lived about 15 miles outside of town, on a real ranch, horses, cattle, barn dogs, the whole deal. His family had owned that land for 3 generations, and we'd been running around it since we were old enough to carry BB guns and pretend that we were hunting. One spring break, Chris asked if I wanted to go on this cattle run with him. Just the two of us, out on horseback, rounding up stray cattle that had wandered a little too far from the main ranch. His dad usually sent a couple of hired hands to do it, but they were really short-staffed and Chris figured we could handle it ourselves. 2-3 days tops. We'd camp out under the stars, eat canned beans and creek trout, play cowboy. I didn't really have anything better to do, so of course I said yes. We prepped in the morning, saddlebags packed with enough food to last us, a .22 rifle and Chris's dad's old .38 revolver, just in case we encountered any coyotes or wolves. The land itself was mostly rolling hills, scattered trees, and stretches of tall grass that rustled in the wind. Easy country to ride through, nothing too rough. I really wasn't worried, and Chris knew that land better than anybody, so I trusted him. By the time we rode out, the sun was warm on our backs, the scent of earth and horse sweat filling up the air. The ranch slowly disappeared behind us, and we followed this winding creek bed deeper into the land, hooves clopping steadily against the packed dirt. We had no cell service out there, never really did, but that was normal. You learn to live without it when you grew up in a place like ours. About 3 hours in, we started spotting cattle, lazy bigbacks, chewing grass and flicking their tails. Chris would give this low whistle, horse cutting wide to push them to the right direction, and I'd ride up behind to make sure that none would peel off. Slow work, but steady. By midday, we had about 30 head of cattle gathered up in this lower field, contently grazing. The plan was simple: keep pushing forward, gathering more as we went, then lead them all back to the main ranch when we had them all. By late afternoon, the land started changing. The hills were getting steeper and the trees were growing denser. Not real forest, but enough to cover and feel enclosed. Chris pointed to a ridge up ahead, said there was an old campsite where we could use it for the night. It had a fire pit and enough space for the horses to settle in. We reached it just as the sun was going down, and the place was exactly as Chris described it. Flat ground, a ring of blackened stone from old campfires, and a couple of thick logs dragged around for seating. It looked used, but not recently. The fire pit was full of charred wood and ashy bits of something that might have been paper. The wind had scattered it enough that I couldn't really tell. We unsaddled the horses, got a fire going, and settled in with cans of chili and a couple of hot dogs speared on sticks. The night was quiet, just the crackle of the fire, the occasional snort of the horses, the distant sound of crickets in the grass. We talked about nothing in particular, school, rumors, girls, dumb shit that we do as kids. Then both of us heard this metallic clang, a slow rhythmic sound like something hitting metal. Clang, pause, clang. Chris literally stopped mid-sentence and furrowed his brow. "Do you hear that?" I nodded. The wind carried the noise toward us, faint but steady. I didn't know what it was, but something about it felt familiar. Chris listened a second longer and then muttered, "It sounded like a shovel." "A shovel? Somebody was out here digging at this time of the night?" The sound continued, steady and deliberate, drifting through the open hills like it had been there the whole time. Clang, pause, clang. There was a rhythm to it, the kind that you pace when you're not in a hurry, but not taking your time either. I don't think it was close, but it also wasn't far enough away to ignore. Chris shifted, eyes locked on the darkness below camp. Who the hell would be digging out here? I shook my head. Nobody should have. The land was all his family's, miles and miles of private property, nothing but dirt roads and livestock. No neighbors, no campers, no reason for anybody to be out there with a shovel in the dead of night. But we sat there staring into the black, fire popping and crackling between us. The clang continued. It didn't sound rushed. It didn't sound like somebody struggling. It sounded like somebody had a job to do and planned on finishing it. Chris then stood up, cupped his hands around his mouth and hollered out, "Hey! Who's out there?" The clanging stopped. The only thing we got back was silence. Even the wind seemed to hush itself now. The fire crackled and a horse snorted, but that was it. We both waited, our breath slow and shallow, ears straining. The hills were empty. Chris then turned back to me. Maybe it was an animal or a prospector? I almost laughed aloud. There hadn't been miners in this area since before our grandfathers were born. "You think some guy's out here panning for gold?" "Hell if I know." He sat back down, but his shoulders were tense. "Could be a poacher maybe, somebody burying trash. I don't know, man, I'm just thinking out loud here." He grabbed a stick and poked at the fire. They stopped though. Hopefully they heard us and took off. "Yeah, or maybe they're burying a body." I nodded. The unease wouldn't shake though. There was something about the way it just stopped, like somebody had been waiting for us to notice it. We finished eating, cleaned up camp a little, and stretched out near the fire. Our boots were now off, our eyes half lidded, the warmth of the fire making us heavy with exhaustion. The horses were settling, standing loose near the trees, tails flicking. The night had returned to normal. And then without warning, something took that peace and just killed it. A loud shriek tore off through the night, high-pitched, raw, nothing human. The horses then exploded into a frenzy, rearing and kicking, hooves slamming against dirt and rock. Chris and I shot up, scrambling to get the reins, our firelight casting these wild shadows. "Easy, easy." I gritted my teeth, gripping my horse's bridle, but it was useless. The animal was beyond spooked, muscles coiled like it was ready to rip free and run. Chris was struggling with his own, barely even keeping hold. What the fuck was that? I didn't have an answer for him. I couldn't. My heart was hammering in my chest. That scream had been close, far too close, and it didn't sound anything like a coyote or a mountain lion if I ever heard one. It was long and drawn out, almost distorted. It sounded like something out of a movie. Chris's horse suddenly retched away, breaking free with this loud, hard snap of the reins. It bolted and disappeared off into the dark. Chris cursed and reached for his saddlebag. A second later, the revolver was in his hand. We heard another scream. This time it was closer. The fire burned hot, but the orange glow barely stretched beyond the clearing. Shadows were dancing at the edges, shifting in the grass. Something was moving out there, circling just beyond what we could see. I could hear footsteps, not fast, scrambling steps of an animal, but something else, slow and carefully. Chris's voice was steady. "Keep a hold of your horse." I gripped the leather tight, blood filling up in my ears. My horse was snorting, shifting its weight, ready to bolt just like the other one did. Then a twig snapped. I turned and my heart was in my throat, just as Chris fired. The gunshot split the night, deafening in the open air. That echo rolled across the hills, and my ears rang. For a second, nothing moved. The silence that followed was oppressive. Then something shifted in the grass, a retreating shuffle, quick, almost clumsy. Whatever was near us was now moving away. Not running, not crashing through the brush, just leaving. It kind of reminded me of a porcupine, the way they slowly retreat, almost daring you to mess with them. Chris then exhaled. "See it?" I just shook my head. "No." We didn't speak for a while after that. We wandered up the hillside and found Chris's horse a few hundred feet away, cornered off by some boulders. We got her back to camp and did our best to relax. The fire popped again, the only real sound inside that clearing. Chris then turned back to me, his grip still tight on that revolver. "We're staying up." I nodded. No way in hell I was going to sleep after that anyway. The hours just crawled by. We kept the fire stoked and our backs to the flames, scanning the dark around us. That metal clang never came back, and we didn't hear any more screams, no more movement, just this uneasy quiet that stretched for far too long. Chris dozed off somewhere around 4, gun still in hand. I sat there, my nerves worn raw, waiting for the sky to light up. And then, just before dawn, I heard a voice, low, deep, and close.
"Hey, boy."
I whipped around so fast I almost fell in the fire. I scanned the darkness. Nothing. Chris stirred, muttering in his sleep, and my horse shifted but didn't spook this time. I swallowed. I was tired. Maybe I did imagine it? My brain playing tricks on me after a long night like this? But then I saw a figure standing just at the edge of the firelight. Not a coyote, not some prowling mountain lion. A man, or something that looked like one. The light was barely touching him, but I could make out the shape. Tall and thin, standing still as a statue. I couldn't see his face, just the vague outlines of limbs, a head tilted slightly like he was watching me. My stomach had turned to ice. Chris, I whispered, not wanting to look away. He groaned as he rubbed against his face. What? I didn't blink, I didn't move. My fingers were clenched around the knife at my belt. Somebody's here. Chris jolted upright, his eyes darting towards where I was staring. The figure hadn't moved. Chris immediately raised the gun. Who the hell are you? Silence. Then slowly the figure stepped back. One step, then 2 steps, and then he was gone. Chris and I sat there frozen. The sun rose 30 minutes later. We packed up fast and nobody said a word. Chris kept looking over his shoulder, scanning the hills like he expected to see that man again. What do we do here? I said. When we were ready to go, he turned to me. His face was pale. We tell my dad. I just nodded. We rode hard and didn't look back. We rode fast, barely speaking, the cold morning air biting at our faces. The land stretched endlessly around us, but I could not shake the feeling that something was indeed out there, watching from the hills. My body ached from the tension, muscles stiff from gripping the reins. Chris's family's ranch finally came into view, a big sprawling house with a wraparound porch, barns and sheds scattered beyond it. We rode straight to the main house, barely even waiting for the horses to stop before jumping off. Chris's dad, Hank, was already outside sipping at coffee on the porch. He squinted at us, taking in our wild-eye looks and lack of cattle, the gun still in Chris's hand. "The hell happened to you two?" Chris didn't waste any time. "Dad, somebody was out there, digging in the middle of the night, and then we heard, He hesitated, glancing at me before finishing. "Screaming." Hank's face didn't even change. He exhaled slow and rubbed a hand down his weathered face. "Where?" Chris pointed back towards the hills. "Near the camp at the tree line, maybe a mile past the creek." Hank was quiet for a moment and then just nodded. "All right, boys, get inside and warm up. I'm gonna make some calls." I wanted to argue, to say that we should go back out there, but something in his expression just stopped me in my tracks. It didn't sound like this was the first time something had happened like this. We went inside and stripped off our jackets, the warmth of the house making the fear settle a little bit deeper into my bones. Chris's mom had made coffee and didn't ask any questions. It was almost like she already knew. Half an hour later, Hank and two of the ranch hands saddled up and rode off toward the hills. Chris and I sat in silence, the waiting almost worse than the night itself. When they finally returned, Hank's expression was pretty grim. "Well, we found it," he said, stepping off to the porch where we sat. Chris leaned forward. Found what?" Hank hesitated, glancing at the ranch hands. They both looked uneasy. "A hole, freshly dug, 6 feet deep, maybe even more." I swallowed. "Was there anything in it?" Hank's head shook. "Empty." Chris just stood up. "So, somebody was out there digging a grave?" "Seems that way." We let that sit and marinate for a second. The implications of it all, the sheer awful reality of what might have happened if we hadn't been out there to interrupt whoever was digging. Chris just ran a hand through his hair. "Jesus." Hank crossed his arms. "You said you saw somebody?" I nodded. "Yeah, right at the edge of the firelight. He just stood there, watching us." Hank was quiet again, staring off into the hills like they were the Sunday paper. "All right, well, just don't go out that way the rest of the season. We'll keep an eye out. That's really all we can do. Stuff happens out on the land. That's all." And with that, the scariest experience of my entire life was just explained away. Hank's energy told me something else though. Like maybe he knew who or what was out there. Shit, he owned that place. Nobody had spent more time out there than him. Either way, we listened to what Hank said. We didn't ride at that route again. And Chris and I still to this day talk about that night. But we still haven't got any closer to any kind of answer. The 8th grade overnight trip to Black Pine National Park was tradition. Every year, a bunch of middle schoolers piled up onto a bus and spent a weekend hiking and learning about nature, and, if the older kids were to be believed, trying to avoid being eaten alive by mosquitoes the size of a bird. It was the highlight of the year, something that almost all of us would look forward to ever since the 6th grade. That year, though, something went wrong. About halfway to the destination, something happened with the engine and the entire bus sputtered and then died right there along the side of the highway. I remember how loud we were, crammed onto that school bus, backpacks stuffed underneath the seats, kids shouting, tossing chips at one another, teachers yelling half-hearted warnings that nobody listened to. I sat next to my best friend, Ben, near the middle. He had this bag of beef jerky that stunk up our entire section, but nobody really cared. Then the bus lurched forward, a heavy cough from the engine and a loud grinding sound. The entire vehicle just shuddered, and then suddenly we weren't moving at all. At first, nobody thought of it as a big deal. The driver, Mr. Lenny, muttered something underneath his breath, shifted gears and turned the key. Nothing. He tried again. More grinding. Somebody in the back groaned, "Oh, come on." Then the lights flickered. A low buzz filled the air before everything went dark. No overhead lights, no engine hum, nothing but the dim glow of the setting sun seeping through the streaked windows. "What's going on?" somebody asked. One of the teachers, Miss Calloway, stood up and adjusted her glasses. "Everybody stay calm. It's probably just a mechanical issue. Mr. Lenny is handling it." The driver exhaled, unbuckled his seatbelt, then stepped out of the bus. I remember thinking it was a joke, but when I realized that we were legit stranded, I felt this deep fear that I was almost embarrassed to talk about. We were in the middle of nowhere, literally. No houses, no gas stations, no cars passing by. Just this long, empty stretch of two-lane road, cutting through an endless sprawl of badlands. Nothing but wilderness in every direction. It had been at least an hour since we passed a town. The teachers started whispering amongst themselves, and I caught bits and pieces of it. "Can you get a signal? Try calling the school. This isn't good." Ben then nudged me. "Dude, what if we have to spend the night out here?" I smirked. It's better than math class. But deep down, I didn't like it. The bus was suffocating. The trees beyond the windows seemed a lot taller than they had before now, like they were pressing down upon us, and they weren't even that close. The nearest tree line was a good 50 yards away. After what felt like forever, Mr. Lenny climbed back inside, wiping his hands on his pants. His face was sweaty and he looked irritated. He didn't need to say anything. We already knew. "It's completely locked up," he finally muttered. "It won't even turn over." A soft murmur swept through the bus. "How long until somebody can get out here?" one of the kids called out. Mr. Ryden pulled out his phone and frowned. "We got to get a hold of the school first, then they'll send another bus out to us." Another bus? From the school? That was hours away. I felt like I was going to puke. School was easily 200 miles away. Outside, the last traces of sunlight bled away behind the trees. The road was empty, the wind had died down, and the world had gone completely silent. We were alone. The teachers explained we'd be sheltering in the bus until somebody got to us, but being on this old country back road, there really wasn't a lot of traffic. In fact, I couldn't even remember the last time we passed a car. Regardless, we had a bunch of teachers with us, and they all reassured that everything would be fine. We were allowed to change seats, sit by our friends, talk quietly, and eat anything we wanted. After an hour of chilling and eating Doritos with the boys, I felt a little more relaxed. And then, inside that quiet bus, the first scream shattered the night. And it didn't come from inside the bus. That much was clear. It came from out there, somewhere beyond the glow of the emergency lights, out in that vast darkness of wilderness. And for a moment, nobody spoke and nobody moved. Conversations literally stopped mid-sentence. A bag of chips rustled, then stilled as a kid froze with his hands inside them. Somebody cleared their throat, and every head turned towards the windows, toward the place where the scream had emitted from. A single, breathless moment passed by. Then there was nothing, no follow-up, no movement, no explanation. Ms. Calloway was the first to speak, though her voice sounded uncertain. That was probably just a fox. Animals make strange sounds out here." I shook my head. That didn't sound like a fox, it sounded a lot more human. It sounded like somebody being torn apart. Ben, sitting beside me, had gone rigid. "Dude," he whispered. "What the hell was that?" I didn't have an answer for him. At the front of the bus, Mr. Ryden turned to Mr. Lenny. "Lock the doors. Everybody else, put up your windows." The bus driver, still gripping the dead steering wheel, hesitated for a moment before flipping with a switch. With a loud hiss, the folding doors sealed shut, He turned the key again as well, hoping against hope that this time the engine would come back to life. All he heard was click, nothing, click, click. Still dead. A sinking feeling then pressed into my gut. We were in fact stuck. Miss Calloway did her best to sound reassuring to everybody. All right, kids, let's not panic. It's just an animal. We're all safe inside this bus. But there's something about the way that she said it just made my skin crawl. She wasn't trying to reassure us. It sounded more like she was trying to reassure herself. I turned my head slowly, scanning the rows of wide-eyed kids around me. Most of them had huddled closer together now, whispering amongst themselves, casting nervous glances towards the windows. Outside, the emergency lights cast this dim, flickering glow on the cracked asphalt, illuminating only a few feet of the roadside before the darkness would swallow everything else up. And then we all heard another sound, a soft tap. It came from somewhere behind me against the glass. I heard a few kids gasp. Somebody let out this nervous chuckle, half expecting it to be some prankster, another kid messing around. But then came another one, and this time it was on the other side of the bus, then another and another. Fingertips rapping lightly against the windows, this slow testing rhythm, almost like they were feeling for a weak spot. All right, who's doing that? Miss Calloway snapped, standing up. She turned sharply towards the students, her expression somewhere between anger and fear. Nobody answered. A girl a few rows down from me spoke up. Miss Calloway, it's coming from outside. My blood turned to ice. The knocking was moving now, spreading along the length of the bus. Tap, tap, tap. It wasn't frantic and it wasn't aggressive. It was patient and it was everywhere. A rustling noise outside set my heart hammering. I turned to my window and pressed my forehead against the glass and peered out. That's when I caught a glimpse of a face, a pale, almost glowing face hovering just outside the glass, and it was staring back at me. The skin was eerily smooth, like polished wax. The eyes were deep, hollow pits, blacker than night itself. My breath caught in my throat. I tried to scream, to say something, anything, but my voice had been stolen from me. Just as soon as I saw it, as it appeared, the face was gone. It didn't vanish, but turned back to dark and seemed to run away. I jerked back, gasping for air. My chest heaved. Ben was staring at me. What? What? He hissed. What'd you see? Before I could answer, another face appeared on the opposite side of the bus. Then another and another. Each one was the same, pale, smooth, smiling. They peered in through the windows, unblinking, as if studying us and admiring us. And then, the bus rocked. A jolt, like something had pushed it. Kids screamed. Teachers barked orders, but their voices were lost beneath the rising panic. The flashlights came out. Miss Calloway flicked hers on and aimed it outside. And that's when we saw the worst of it. Footprints. Dozens of them circling the bus in the dirt. Bare feet, no shoes. Not walking and not wandering, running as fast as humanly possible, and we couldn't see anything that was making them. The flashlight beam jumped erratically as the figures sprinted past, darting in and out of the shadows, but no matter how fast they moved, every time the light passed over them, their lips were peeled back, stretching wide as if to say, cheese. The bus then shook again, harder this time. Someone started sobbing. The air was thick with panic, this electric charge of terror building up towards something unbearable. The teachers were quickly losing control. Mr. Ryden grabbed his phone, muttering frantically, "Come on, come on, come on, answer!" A loud bang then rattled the side of the bus, and a handprint appeared on the window beside me. It wasn't pressed against the glass, it slammed into it. I thought it would crack for sure. Ben and I started to trip out for real at this point, grabbing onto one another and slapping the seats, the whole freak out. My pulse was pounding in my ears. The fingers looked long, tipped with jagged, dirty nails. The skin, just like their faces, smooth, featureless. It was as if they'd been stripped of age, of imperfection, of any form of humanity. Then, just as suddenly as all of the tapping and rocking and noises started, it all stopped. It was gone. Silence swallowing it all up. Nobody spoke and nobody breathed. Then off in the distance, we saw headlights. A bus. The replacement bus. A sob of relief escaped from somebody in the back, and Ms. Calloway was already moving, ushering everybody towards the front. "All right, everybody, get up. Let's go. Quickly, quickly." Nobody hesitated. As I grabbed my backpack and shuffled into the aisle, I stole one last glance out the window. Those bare footprints. They didn't fade and they didn't scatter. They just stopped. Right there at the edge of the light. Like whoever made them just melted into the ground. I think a lot of us got a look at that and then just went dead silent. It made no sense. None of the last hour made any sense. We were all in complete shock as we exited. We didn't run to the other bus. We walked, stiff-legged and too afraid to break the silence. It felt like if we moved too fast, if we screamed or shoved or gave in to the bubbling hysteria in our chests, we'd shatter whatever thin barrier was just keeping those things away. The new bus idled on the side of the road, headlights carving out this blinding wedge of safety in the dark. The driver, a tired Mr. Donaldson, leaned out the window. "What the hell's going on?" he called. "Dispatch said your engine died. Just open the door." Miss Calloway's voice cracked as she waved us forward. The door hissed open, and that was really all the invitation that we needed. We flooded inside, pushing past another, too desperate to sit, too frantic to care about order. Some of the kids were still crying, faces buried in their hands. Others just stared blankly ahead, bodies wound so tight they barely even seemed to be breathing. Ben and I took a seat near the back. I gripped the armrest so hard that my knuckles went white, and I couldn't stop staring at the windows of that broken down bus that we were leaving behind. The emergency lights were still flickering, a dull dying glow. The road, the woods, the nothingness beyond, it all just sat in eerie stillness. Those creepy footprints were still there, somewhat trampled by ours, but still there nonetheless. And the overlap creeped me out, like we were about to join their little tribe of whatever the fuck they were. The driver pulled the door shut and put the bus into gear. Gravel crunched beneath the tires as we pulled back onto the road and then chugged along. I exhaled, shoulders slumped. We were safe. We were okay. But just as the other bus faded off into the darkness, I swear to God I saw something move. Not in the woods, not on the road, but inside the abandoned bus. A shape, low, crawling, slithering between the seats. I turned away, pressing my forehead against the window. I didn't say anything to Ben. I didn't tell anybody because I knew even if I tried, they probably wouldn't believe me. Nobody ever would. Whether you want to believe me or not, that's my story. The absolute worst experience of my life happened a few years ago at a music festival. I was in Vegas for a conference, some dull industry flop about software trends, and my flight home wasn't until the next morning. I was supposed to have a quiet night, maybe grab a steak, hit the casino for an hour or two, and then be in bed by midnight. But when you're in Vegas, plans are flimsy things. You meet people, you drink. One moment you're walking out of your hotel, and the next you're in a cab headed to a music festival you'd never heard of until 2 hours ago. I don't even remember whose idea it was. I spent my free time with the other randoms in town for the same conference. Someone at the bar mentioned the Route 91 Harvest Festival. It's a massive country lineup, dude. It's the last night. Jason Aldean is closing it all out. Another guy at our table jumped at the idea. Come on, man, it's gonna be epic. You don't want to sit at your hotel all night, do you? And to his credit, I didn't. So after a few more rounds, I found myself in the thick of it, moving with the current of bodies, a plastic cup of something strong sloshing around in my hand. The festival itself was sprawling, packed shoulder to shoulder with people. Cowboys, college kids, girls in Daisy Dukes, guys in their straw hats, all swaying together under the neon glow of the strip. The Mandalay Bay loomed across the street, its golden windows reflecting the stage lights. It was electric, loud, sweaty, and the air was thick with beer, sweat, and the distant scent of Korean barbecue. I was drunk, but not messy drunk, just loose enough to enjoy it all. I'll admit, the music was pretty great, even if country wasn't my thing. I found myself getting caught up in it, raising my cup, whooping with the crowd, letting the night just carry me on. I even texted my wife a blurry picture of the stage, captioning it, "Didn't plan this, but damn, it's fun." She sent me back a laughing emoji. "Be safe," she wrote. I had no idea what was going to happen next. By the time Jason Aldean took the stage, I was deep in the pit, surrounded by hundreds of people. It was a sea of cowboy hats, arms waving, voices belting out the lyrics. The bass rumbled through the ground. I could feel it in my chest. I had my phone out, recording snippets, laughing at some guy next to me who was so hammered that he was swaying like a tree in a storm. Then the fireworks started, or at least that's what I thought they were. Somewhere behind me, high above, I saw bursts of light, tiny flickering flashes from one of the Mandalay Bay windows. The pops were distant at first, lost in the noise of the music. Somebody near me cheered and pointed up. Damn, they're really going all out for this show. I was thinking the same thing. Vegas really did do everything big. Why not have fireworks from a high rise? But then the popping sounds grew sharper, faster, rolling in waves. Crack, crack, crack. I heard a girl scream, and not a concert scream, something pained and broken. I felt something zip past my ear, something fast and hot, followed by a thwack, like a hammer hitting meat. The guy next to me collapsed to the ground, just dropped, mid-song, mid-sway. At first I laughed, thinking he just passed out, but when I turned and saw his face, his mouth hung open, eyes wide, and there was a hole in his brow, and a black well leaking blood. Then a barrage of more pops, growing louder. People around me started jerking, twitching like they'd been electrocuted. I watched a girl clutch her stomach, a guy's hat fly off his head as if yanked by an invisible hand. Then a slow, terrible realization crept inside me. This wasn't fireworks. The music continued to play, the lights flashed, and then all at once, the screams took completely over. They hit like a shockwave. 1 second we were singing and swaying, lost inside that music. The next, we were all trapped inside a nightmare. People shoved, stumbled, clawed at each other, trying to run. My drink slipped from my hand. My phone vanished into the crush of bodies. The guy next to me was still on the ground. His leg was twitching, mouth moving like he was trying to speak, but nothing was coming out. And the gunfire didn't stop, it only got worse. A steady, mechanical chattering, relentless, cutting through the music and through the screams, through everything. The lights from the stage strobed over the crowd, catching the horror in these brief flashes. A woman gripping her bleeding throat, a man on his knees holding his stomach, his insides spilling out through his fingers. I ran. We all did. It was pure instinct, no thought, just movement. I pushed through the surge of people, desperate for an exit, but so was everybody else. The gates. Jesus Christ, the gates. They were right there, but it was a funnel, a clogged artery of bodies slamming into one another. Someone in front of me went down. Someone behind me tripped over them. The crowd buckled and swayed like a living thing. I felt pressure on my back, on my chest. Too many people, too tight, my ribs grinding against bodies. I wasn't gonna make it. And that realization hit really hard. If I kept moving forward, I was gonna be crushed before I ever even reached the gate. So I had to move, now. I turned and forced my way backwards, elbows digging, shoving, apologizing without really meaning it. I cleared the thickest part of the crush and stumbled out into open ground. Bullets were sparking against the asphalt, and I threw myself down, barely missing getting clipped by a guy sprinting past me. His jeans were soaked in blood, but he didn't even slow down. I looked up panting, trying to decide and understand where these shots were coming from. The Mandalay Bay loomed over us, its golden windows reflecting the chaos. And then that's when I saw it. One of the windows, blacked out with shattered glass spilling from the frame. Muzzle flashes flickered inside, like hell itself had taken root in that room. A woman to my left collapsed mid-step, her hat flipping off her head. A man grabbed at his shoulder, spinning, eyes wide with disbelief. Nowhere was safe. A group of us, maybe 10, maybe 15, bolted in the opposite direction, searching for any way out. The gunfire never stopped. It came in these bursts, and then silence, then more bursts. The shooter seemed like he was pacing himself, reloading. Each time with the bullets raining down, more people would fall. We finally reached the perimeter. A wall, a goddamn wall. Not a simple fence and not something you could squeeze through or duck under. It was a high, solid security barrier, the kind meant to keep people inside. We were trapped. Someone, this big guy in a denim jacket, grabbed the thing and tried to climb it. A woman followed him, her hands slipping in panic. The moment they got halfway up, more shots rang out. Denim jacket let go and hit the ground hard. I watched his body crumple. The woman screamed and dropped, her hands covering her head. Blood was everywhere. I ran for cover, my breath failing me. A few feet away, a man was dragging a girl, his girlfriend, his sister, I don't know, toward a flipped beer cart. She was bleeding from her legs, sobbing. He just kept saying over and over, you're okay, keep moving." But he didn't sound too convinced. I spotted a concrete barrier near the edge of the lot and lunged for it, diving right behind it as another burst of gunfire ripped across the open space. Bodies continued to hit the pavement. One woman was crawling and dragging herself forward with her arms, her legs motionless behind her. Somebody else was already behind this barrier, a guy maybe around my age or younger, gripping his arm. His sleeve was soaked through. He looked at me, eyes hollow, and opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. He was shaking. The gunfire continued, but I don't think I was even processing it anymore. My brain felt like it was trying to shut down, like if I just stayed still enough, I could wake up from all of this. But the sounds, the smells, copper tang of blood, the sweat, dust kicking up from bullets and bodies hitting the ground, it was all too real. Minutes passed me, 5, 10, I don't know, and the gunfire eventually slowed. And then the worst part, I think, was the silence that followed. Not real silence, not quiet, but just worse. A different kind of sound. The aftermath of it all. The moaning, the gurgling, the soft, awful whispers of people who weren't quite dead yet. Some of them would cry out for help, others just cried. A guy next to me finally slumped forward, his wounded arm limp and his forehead pressed into the ground. Somewhere out in the open, someone was screaming for their mother. I didn't move. I couldn't. My body was locked into place, shaking so badly that my teeth were chattering. I pressed my forehead against the concrete barrier, squeezing my eyes shut, but it didn't do any good. The sounds were still there. The low, wet gurgles, the scattered cries for help. A woman was sobbing somewhere close, a broken, gasping sound. The guy that was beside me, the one with his arms shot up, let out this soft wheezing breath and then slid down the barrier, coming to rest on his side. His mouth was half moving, but no words came out. His eyes rolled up, half lidded. I reached out without really thinking, touching his good shoulder. "Hey, man, stay with me. Just hang on a little longer." He blinked and his lips parted. He whispered, "Damn, it hurts." I pressed down on his good arm, trying to stop the bleeding, but my hands were slick, completely useless. He shuddered and his body went loose. I wanted to say something more, to tell him he'd be okay, that help was coming, but none of those words would escape my mouth. Minutes stretched on, feeling like an eternity, and somewhere off in the distance, I heard more shouting, deep commanding voices. It had to be police, SWAT, more sirens, and the radio chatter of first responders. And then finally, movement, a rush of boots against pavement. Police floated in, rifles up, scanning the carnage with wide eyes. One of them crouched near our barrier. His voice was sharp but steady. "Stay down! Stay down! We're gonna get you out of here." I just nodded, body trembling. The cop behind him signaled, and within seconds, the medics were moving in. The guy next to me, his breathing was shallow now, almost non-existent. A paramedic knelt beside him, pressing fingers to his throat. Her face was tight and unreadable. I didn't have to ask, I already knew. Somebody grabbed my arm. "Sir, are you injured?" I just shook my head. "No, not physically anyway." They pulled me up and guided me through the wreckage. That field was littered with bodies, some still moving, but most of them not. Blood pooled in the dirt, streaked across the asphalt. Shoes, hats, cell phones, all left behind in the chaos, scattered like debris after a storm. I stepped over a cowboy hat, trampled and soaked through. Somewhere, somebody's phone was ringing, over and over. This cheery little tune. Nobody answered. They led me to this cordoned off area where survivors were gathering, dazed and silent. Some people were clinging to each other, whispering. Others were just staring, that 1,000-yard stare. I gave them my name, and they checked me over. No wounds, just shock. Just that hollow, rattling feeling in my bones that one was never going to go away, not anytime soon. And then just like that, they let me go. I stumbled back to my hotel, past the flashing lights and the endless line of ambulances. My legs felt disconnected from the rest of my body, like I wasn't really walking, just floating forward. Inside my room, I locked the door, sat on my bed, and just stared at the floor. I pulled out my phone, 50 missed calls, my wife, my mom, my friends, and ended up calling my wife first. She answered on the first ring, her voice cracking. "Oh my God, where are you? Where are you?" Again, I found myself opening up my mouth, but no words would come out. She just kept talking and crying. "I saw the news. They said, Jesus, I thought..." "I'm okay," I whispered back. Silence, and then, "Are you hurt?" "No." More silence. Then, softer, "What happened?" I just shut my eyes and pressed my fingers against them until I saw stars. "Honestly, I don't know," I responded. "I don't know." She stayed on the line with me, her voice feeling distant, like she was afraid that I'd disappear if she let go. I don't really remember anything else I said, only that eventually she made me promise to come home immediately. And I did. But I never really left that place. Even years later, I still hear it, the gunfire, the screaming. I feel the press of those bodies, the weight of the dead around me. I see the guy with that shot up arm, the way his breathing slowed, the way his eyes lost their light. I don't really go to concerts anymore now. I don't really go anywhere with crowds. The first time I went to a rave, it was like stepping into another universe. Bass that shook your bones, neon lights that smeared across the night like electric paint, the press of bodies moving in perfect, chaotic rhythm. It wasn't just music, it was the current that carried me, a culture that wrapped me up and made me one of its own. This was years ago, and my heart still lives out there, but every festival that I rolled through, I was there dancing until dawn, sweating out every drop of reality in exchange for something different, something wilder. DigiForest was no different, a one-time pop-up festival deep in the woods, boasting an insane lineup for dirt cheap weekend passes. The moment that I saw the announcement, I quickly snagged a ticket, barely even hesitating before I fired off text to my usual crew. We have to go, this will be unreal. At first, everybody was on board. Hell yeah, I'm in. Let's rage. The responses came flying back one by one. But then they dropped. No money, I forgot to buy tickets, last minute work shifts, whatever it was. By the time the actual weekend rolled around, I was the last one standing. Just go, my best friend Leah had said when I called her, debating if I should still even bother. You live for this shit, just go. And I guess she was right, so Friday afternoon, I packed my tent, loaded up on some supplies, and drove out to the festival site. My excitement overpowering that little voice in my head whispering that maybe I'd have more fun with friends. This wasn't my first time soloing an event. The scene was full of good people. If nothing else, I'd find a group to vibe with. The drive wound deep into the woods, pavement turning into dirt, dust pluming behind endless streams of cars heading the same way. When I finally rolled up to the check-in gates, the air was already pulsing with a distant thrum of music. The smell of pine mixed with sweat, smoke, and all kinds of hippie nonsense. Inside, the festival sprawled out like an electric village. The main stage was a massive structure of twisting LED screens, beaming, pulsating colors over the swarming crowd. Tents cluttered the forested outskirts, some decked out with glowing tapestries, others draped in fairy lights. Food trucks lined the side of the grounds, and the air was thick with grilled meat and fried everything else. I set up my tent in the quieter zone, close enough to stumble back to, but far enough to not wake up to somebody's bass blaring after party. Then I dove into the chaos. People were flowing in every direction. Girls in fishnets and platform boots, guys shirtless and painted in neon streaks. Somebody wearing a full-blown alien costume with LED eyes. Strangers grinned at each other like old friends, conversations sprouting in the time it took to pass a drink or trade a glow stick. The first DJs kicked off their sets and the energy soared. I grabbed a drink and then another, letting myself get lost in it and let the beat take control. And that's when I met Tayden, tall, dark-haired, wearing a loose tank top that showed off his tattooed arms. He caught my eye across the beer tent, lifted his drink in this silent cheer, and then flashed a lopsided grin. A second later, he was next to me. "You're alone?" he asked, his voice smooth and curious. "I guess I am," I shot back. "Same," he said. We clicked pretty fast. He had that easy charisma, the kind that made conversations really effortless. We talked about past festivals, about our favorite DJs, the absolute joke that were the drink prices. He had this way of making it feel like we'd known each other for years and years, like we were old friends picking right where we left off. By the time the next set rolled around, we were dancing, bodies moving in sync, glow sticks looping between our fingers. The air was thick with heat and sounds, neon flashes bursting over the crowd. Tayden laughed, spinning me once, twice, and then leaned in. "You want another drink?" he asked, breath warm against my ear. I just nodded. "Stay here, I got you." He disappeared off into the crowd, swallowed up by the flashing lights and writhing bodies. But when he came back, everything changed. Tayden pressed the drink into my hand, a plastic cup filled with something deep red, the condensation slick against my fingers. "Cheers," he said, flashing that easy grin, his teeth glinting under the shifting neon strobes. I hesitated for a moment before clinking my cup against his. The scent of vodka and cranberry curled up from the surface. The kind of drink meant to go down smooth but hit fast. I took a sip, the liquid cool and tart against my tongue, the whisper of citrus at the edges. It was strong, a lot stronger than I expected it to be. The bass throbbed through my body, a second heartbeat pulsing beneath my skin. Tayden moved closer, his hands resting on my waist, fingers tracing patterns against the fabric of my tank top. He was a pretty good dancer, fluid and effortless, like the music lived inside him. I mirrored his movements, letting the rhythm just pull me in, the world around us dissolving into this kaleidoscope of shifting colors and sounds. The festival was alive, hundreds of bodies pressed together, moving as one underneath the electric glow of the LED screens, the laser beams that sliced through the night. Faces were blurring past me, some painted in neon swirls and others masked behind glitter and mirrored sunglasses. The scent of sweat, spilled beer, and something faintly floral, cheap festival incense or maybe somebody's perfume, hung heavy in the air. I should have been lost in the moment in all of this. I should have felt that untouchable euphoria that came with these moments, something that made the world outside the festival just cease to exist. But I have to admit, things had shifted. It started out small, a slow numbness spreading through my fingertips. My limbs felt thick, sluggish, as if the air around me had turned into syrup. The flashing lights stretched and smeared across my vision, neon trails bleeding together, pulsing in a way that made my stomach twist. I tried to shake it off, to keep moving, keep dancing, but my balance was slipping slowly, my body growing unsteady and just disconnected. Tayden's voice curled into my ear, warm and smooth beneath the pounding bass. "You good?" "Yeah," I said, but the word barely even came out. My tongue was now feeling thick and heavy. My own voice sounded foreign, distant, like it belonged to somebody else. The sweat on my skin is now turning cold, a prickle of unease crawling up my spine. I swallowed hard, but the nausea swelled and rose fast. My pulse was pounding against my skull, the music warping, vision blurring at the edges. The world was now moving far too fast and slow at the same time. It was really messed up. I turned in search for something solid to anchor myself to, but the crowd was a shifting, endless sea of faceless figures pressing in on all sides. The bodies felt impossibly close. The heat was suffocating. Tayden just stood there watching me, his expression unreadable. I needed to get out of here. "Tayden," I managed to say, forcing the words through numb lips. I need air." I stumbled back, the plastic cup slipping from my fingers and vanishing between the thrashing bodies all around us. Tayden reached for me, fingers grazing my arm, but I jerked away. Panic licked at the edges of my mind, dull but growing. I turned and shoved past dancers, my hands tangling in glow stick necklaces and sequin jackets as I tried to navigate through the crowd. My legs felt weak, my arms were heavy. I had vomit on my sweater already. It was Mom's spaghetti. My breath came fast and shallow, my heart was slamming against my ribs. Behind me, a shadow moved. Tayden. I didn't even have to look to know it was him. It was the way he moved, steady and focused. He wasn't dancing anymore. Now, he was following me. A sick realization curled up in my stomach. The drink. I literally walked right into it. I trusted this guy, and my faith had completely failed me. I shoved past a couple making out, nearly tripping over somebody crouched on the ground. The trees loomed ahead of me, the scattered glow of the campgrounds flickering through the gaps. I forced myself forward, cutting through the side paths, weaving between clusters of festival goers. The whole while, Tayden stayed behind me. Not pushing, not running, just trailing, waiting. I ducked behind a food truck, pressing myself against the warm metal, forcing deep and shaky breaths to try to get myself under control. My vision was beginning to tunnel, black creeping at the edges. My skin buzzed, a dirty electricity running through my flesh. I had a few seconds, maybe even less. When I peeked around the corner, there he was, still there, lurking, watching. He had this slow creeping grin stretched across his face too. And in that moment, something snapped inside of me. I bolted. I barely even felt my legs, didn't even feel the ground beneath my feet. I tore through scattered tents with my breath short, pushing forward on instinct alone. The festival lights blurred past me, swallowed up by the dark stretch of the woods. My tent. I just need to make it back to my tent. I ducked into this narrow gap between two clusters of gear, nearly collapsing as I fell into my own space. My hands fumbled with the zipper, numb fingers barely working, and somehow I got it closed. Darkness swallowed me whole. I curled up into my sleeping bag, forcing these deep breaths out. My body was trembling uncontrollably. The sounds of the festival felt miles away now. And then I heard footsteps, soft and super close. Someone was moving between the tents. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my fist against my mouth, forcing myself to remain silent. Outside, the footsteps then slowed and stopped completely, right next to my tent. I laid there remaining as quiet as I could be, and eventually, he just wandered off. As the night went on, more and more people began to drift away from the stage area and back to the campgrounds. I felt a lot more safe with people around. The drug took over and I blacked out in a way I'd never had before. I admit to having drank a bunch of booze, but whatever roofie he'd given me knocked me out for a solid 10 hours. I woke up with my tongue glued to the roof of my mouth, my head thick and fuzzy, but my mind was clear. The drug had worn off. My body still felt like a used rag, wrung out and weak, but I was coherent. I was here. Sunlight seeped in through the nylon of my tent, cutting the world into soft gold and muted shadows. Festival goers were already stirring out and about, the distant thrum of music kicking up again, laughter rolling through the morning air like a tide. It was a new day, and Tayden was gonna pay. I unzipped my tent and stepped out into the crisp morning air, gripping my water bottle like a lifeline. My legs were still a little shaky, but I moved with purpose, threading through the maze of campsites until I found a cluster of security guards near the main entrance. One look at me, pale, shaken, the remnants of last night still clinging to my skin, and they took me pretty seriously. I told them about everything, the drink, the wooziness, the way he followed me through the crowd, and the way I barely even made it back. One of the guards, a stocky guy and seemed to be older than the rest, nodded along with every word. "You're not the first girl to describe this guy to us," he said. That sent an ice pick straight through my gut. Not the first. Then they fanned out, weaving through the festival grounds, radios crackling. I stayed near the security booth, arms wrapped around myself, watching as they combed through tents and dance areas. My heart pounded every single time I caught a glimpse of a dark-haired guy out in that crowd. Then, after what felt like hours, one of the guards walked up, gripping his radio. "We got him." Relief hit me so hard that I almost dropped. They found him lurking near one of the vendor stands, probably already scouting his next victim. I didn't go near him. I didn't want to see his face again. The festival organizers took it really seriously. They pulled his wristband and escorted him straight off the grounds and handed him over to the police. I took a deep, steadying breath, feeling something inside me shift. I hadn't let him win, and I wouldn't let this ruin my weekend. So I ended up staying. That scumbag got what he deserved, and so why should I still continue to suffer? I danced, I laughed, I met new people, and I let the music shake the fear out of my bones and replace it with something much stronger. I was done letting creeps like Tayden steal the things that I loved. By the time the festival ended, I had stories, not of fear and not of regret, but of survival. As I packed up my tent on that final morning, I felt it. The quiet, steady power of knowing that I'd taken back my space. That trip was huge for me, and I wear it as a badge of honor. Tayden had come to take something from me, from any girl he could. And it was very satisfying to help put an end to all of that. Mariah was obsessed with Travis Scott. Not just the kind of fan who knew all the lyrics, she literally lived for his music, for the energy of his shows, for the way it made her feel. When Astroworld was announced, there wasn't even a question. "We have to go," she said, shoving her phone in my face with the ticket link pulled up. She didn't ask, she told me. And because I love her, and because I want to see that light in her eyes, I agreed. We got there really early. Too early. The kind of early where you feel dumb for standing around when nothing is really even happening yet. But it didn't matter. People were already lining up, crammed into the parking lot, waiting for the gates to open. It had been since 8 a.m., or at least so I was told. It wasn't orderly. It wasn't even remotely controlled, just a sea of bodies pressing forward, all with the same goal: get inside before the best spots were gone. 50,000 people. Even in the parking lot, it was wild. People were jumping barricades, rushing ahead and not giving a damn about security. The fences rattled and buckled underneath the weight of all those climbing over them, and it was like watching a wave hit a dam too weak to hold. The first breach happened maybe 20 minutes in. A section of fencing gave way, and suddenly dozens of people were sprinting forward, shrieking and laughing, disappearing into the venue before anybody could stop them. Security tried to plug the hole, but it didn't really matter. Another section buckled and then another. The crowd got louder, rowdier. Somewhere behind us, somebody threw a bottle, and a fight almost broke out. Mariah squeezed my hand. "This is insane," she said, but she was still smiling, jittery with excitement. I, on the other hand, was not. Eventually, the gates finally opened for real. A mass of people surged forward, crushing in on itself. We held our ground, moving with the current, fighting to keep from getting shoved underfoot. The pressure came in waves, pulses of movement where you either went with it or got trampled. Once we were inside, it was a whole different world. The festival grounds stretched wide and massive, pulsing with lights and sound. There were carnival rides spinning in dizzying loops, food stalls packed with people buying the overpriced beer and snacks, and stages set up over in the distance. Each one had a beacon drawing in its own crowd. Mariah immediately tugged me forward. "Come on," she said, already scanning for the best spot. She didn't want to be in the back. She wanted to feel the music, to be close enough to feel the heat from the lights that could give her a sunburn. We spent that first hour just wandering, letting the energy soak us in. Other artists were playing, smaller sets hyping up the crowd, but everybody knew why they were really here. The anticipation was a living thing, growing and stretching, wrapping around us all. Little did I know just how close we would actually get. Travis was supposed to go on at 9, and the closer it got, the more restless the crowd would become. You could just feel it in the way the people were moving, the impatient shuffle of bodies, and the tension coiling up tighter with every passing minute. Mariah continued to clutch my arm. "This is gonna be crazy," she whispered. I nodded, but something inside me had started to feel off. And then, finally, he appeared. Up on a towering structure, silhouetted against a massive screen, arms outstretched like a god looking down on his worshippers, and the crowd erupted. The scream of the crowd was deafening, a massive roar that swallowed up everything else. It wasn't excitement in waves, not that normal build-up before a show. No, this was something different, something raw, frenzied, hungry even. And I felt it before I even understood it. The moment Travis lifted the mic, the world collapsed. It was like a vacuum had sucked out all the air from the space around us. The sound, the lights, the sheer density of bodies. It all converged into one singular force. 1 second, Mariah and I had plenty of space, room to move, to breathe, and to just be. And the next second, it was all gone. The crowd surged up as one, a human tsunami rolling forward with brutal, unstoppable pressure. I staggered, my feet skidding, arms locking around Mariah's as the wave slammed right into us. We weren't moving by choice anymore. We were being moved, pulled, and shoved by something bigger than any one person. Mariah gasped out and clutched my wrists. "What the hell?" We had to get out of here. Now. But how though? We were completely surrounded. The music blasted through the speakers, the bass rattling our bones, and the crowd reacted like a single wild beast, crashing into itself, eating itself alive. Another surge hit, this time harder, a ripple of violent motion rolling from the front to the back. I lost my footing for half a second, long enough to feel the weight of somebody slam against my back and shove me forward, right into Mariah, into a mess of flailing arms and shoving bodies. And that's when I heard the first real scream. Not a cheer, not excitement, but something else entirely. Panic, injury, or death. Mariah's fingers dug into my shirt. "It's too tight," she panted, her voice thin and desperate. "I can't." The crush came again, bodies slamming together like tectonic plates. A girl in front of me just straight up disappeared. I didn't see her fall. 1 second she was there and the next she was gone. Her hands reached up, grabbing at the air, clawing for something solid to hold on to. And then she was stepped on, trampled like a sidewalk. I saw a boot come down on her ribs, her mouth opening up in this silent scream. She tried to curl inward to protect herself, but another shove came, forcing more people on top of her. I saw a shoe fill in her mouth and another on her throat. Mariah choked back a sob. We needed to move sideways, not forward or backward. We had to get out of here before it got any worse. I twisted and tried to push left, but the crowd was solid. It was like trying to swim through concrete. No matter how hard I shoved, nobody moved. We were stuck. And that's when the real horror began. Another wave, another scream, another collapse and crush. People weren't falling onto the ground anymore, they were falling on top of one another. I felt the shift, the way my footing became unsteady. Now the ground beneath me no longer felt solid, and I looked down. We weren't even standing on the ground anymore. We were standing on people, layers of them. A fresh wave then hit, knocking me sideways, and my feet slipped. I went down hard, knees landing on something that should not have been soft, but was. Hands clutched at my arms, my legs, my shirt, grabbing out desperately, yanking me down with them. Pain lanced through my wrist, a sharp, white-hot crack. It felt broken for sure, and I began screaming. I tried to pull myself up, using anything, shoulders, backs, bodies, but my hands sank into flesh, into slick sweat-drenched clothes, and into hair. Right in front of me, I'd been pushed face down, and I realized I was seconds from people now walking on top of me. Below me, there was a man lying on his back, staring right at me. We were damn near nose to nose. He was smiling, not moving, not blinking. The guy wasn't panicked at all. He looked euphoric, perfectly at home down there on the ground. Beyond him, though, I could see layers of other people underneath, at least 4 people thick. All of them were dead silent, patient, just lying there without a care in the world. It was the most unsettling thing I've ever seen. I pushed myself back so I could get back onto my knees. "Good show, huh?" he mouthed out to me, and I couldn't even find a response. And then a foot came down on his face, and his head snapped sideways. His eyes remained open, but I could tell that his neck was seriously messed up now. Mariah. Where was Mariah? I thrashed upward, shoving, clawing, trying to breathe through the nausea rising up in my throat. The pressure was unbearable, suffocating. The music still played, loud and thundering, completely unaware of the nightmare happening right below it. I finally broke the surface of bodies, and Mariah was there. She was still up, fighting. Her arms were locked around some guy's shoulder, trying to wedge herself sideways, her face streaked with tears and sweat. I forced my way toward her, using every shifting pocket of space, every moment of chaos to push forward. I slammed my elbow into somebody's ribs, stepped hard enough that somebody cursed, and I finally reached her. She grabbed my shirt, shaking. "We have to go." I nodded. No words, just movement. The air was now hot, literally smelling like blood. I didn't look down. I didn't want to look down again. The ground was nothing but bodies now, shifting layers of arms and legs and faces pressed against the asphalt. More people continued to go under, more screams following it. Somebody grabbed at my leg, a hand, fingers wrapping tight around my ankle. I still didn't look. I couldn't. I knew what was down there, and it made me sick to think about. Mariah and I pushed forward. It was like navigating a maze where the walls were moving, where every wrong turn meant getting buried alive. We shoved, we fought, we clawed our way through, breaking free in bursts of open space before the crush threatened to take us once more. And then finally, out of nowhere, a gap, just enough to run through. And that's exactly what we did. We ran. I don't remember how far or how long, only that the moment that we broke free, it felt like coming up for air after drowning. The crush of bodies behind us blurred into one single writhing mass, but we kept pushing forward, shoving past dazed festival goers who hadn't even realized what was happening yet. My wrist was throbbing, every jarring step sending fresh pain rocketing up my arm, but I did not stop. I could not stop. Mariah was clinging to my side, gasping out for air. Where do we go now? I scanned the grounds. There, a large white medical tent near the perimeter, glowing beneath the harsh floodlights. There, I gritted out, leading her forward. My legs barely even felt real, like they'd gone numb from all that adrenaline. As we got closer though, I realized something was wrong. The tent was already overwhelmed, bodies spilling out from the entrance, people slumped against side panels, some lying flat on the ground. A few of them were throwing up, their limbs twitching. Others were completely unconscious, their faces slack and gray. A medic was kneeling over a girl shouting for something. Narcan? Was she overdosing? A man staggered past us, blood dripping from his nose, his lips split wide open. His eyes were glassy and unfocused. He wasn't looking at anything, he just walked. Mariah stopped short and grabbed my good arm. No, she said, no, this isn't safe. And she was right. This was just as crazy as the nightmare we just escaped from. This wasn't a refuge. This was another disaster zone. Another push of the crowd and this place would collapse like everything else. The bass still pounded through the air. The festival was still going on. Up on stage, Travis kept performing. The crowd was screaming for him, oblivious or uncaring about the bodies piling up just beyond their reach. Another girl ran past me, sobbing. A security guard tried to grab her, but she twisted away, disappearing off into the night. Nobody was in control here, not anymore. A deep rattling pain pulsed in my wrist, my fingers barely able to curl into a fist. It was definitely broken. I knew it was broken, but nobody was coming to help. No EMTs were looking at me. They couldn't. They were already drowning in everything else and everyone else. Mariah still clung to me. Her whole body was trembling. We have to get out of here, she whispered over and over, and I didn't argue. We turned towards the exit, which felt impossible. There appeared to be at least 2,000 people between us and the way out. The crowd was still surging, the pressure pushing outward now, like water trying to breach a dam. People weren't trying to enjoy the festival anymore. They were now trying to escape it. Security had lost control completely. They weren't checking wristbands, they weren't directing traffic, they weren't even stopping people from climbing the fences. Hell, there were people climbing the stages just to get out of the crowd. A man near us clawed his way up to the barricade, scrambling up over the top before dropping into the parking lot on the other side. He hit the pavement hard, his ankle twisting into a sprain beneath him. He got up anyway and didn't even look back. Mariah and I continued to push forward, using every inch of space that we could find, fighting against the tide of people, still pressing toward the stage. Somebody grabbed at my shoulder, trying to use me for balance, and I yanked away. I wasn't going down again. The closer we got to the perimeter, the worse the air felt. It was sour now, like we weren't just breathing in dust and sweat anymore, but something rotten. Fear, desperation, death. Then finally, the gates. We pushed through, shoving past that last security checkpoint, our bodies half limping and still shaking. And then finally, we were outside, breathing real air, and I'll never forget how grateful I was. The night hit us like ice water, crisp and shockingly real. The sounds of the festival still pounded behind us, but out here, it was different. People were collapsed against their cars, some sobbing and some just staring. Police sirens wailed off in the distance, the real emergency response. Too little too late. Mariah leaned up against me, her breath harsh as hell. We made it. I just nodded, but my hands were still shaking. We sat there on the curb staring at the distant flashing lights, my wrists throbbing, and my whole body ached, but we were alive. But some weren't. I never even told Mariah about that man on the ground, the smiling one, the one who didn't even blink as they walked on top of him. I guess, why burden her with my nightmares? I never really minded the work. The whole thing was kind of a vibe from the start, and that's exactly what I was looking for in a job. No harsh management, no dire straight cubicle dwelling. Being a driver for a funeral home wasn't exactly a dream for me, but it was steady work. A family-owned business, decent pay, and after a year, I was a trusted employee. The job had its moments. Driving the hearse during processions was really the easiest part. Just slow and steady, making sure I didn't run a red light with a grieving family in tow. The harder part, the part that people didn't really like to talk about, was picking up the bodies themselves. Initially, I was a little shocked when I learned this was part of my job description, but quickly I got used to it. It just became one of those things that you just did. Someone dies at a hospital, a nursing home, sometimes in their own house. When they call, you go. Most of the time, it was routine. You show up, there's a nurse or a police officer, some paperwork, and then you wheel them out. The only real challenge came with the wait, the awkward positioning, or when rigor mortis would make things very difficult. Some facilities had equipment that made transport a breeze. Other times, you were just on your own. Usually, I always had somebody with me, and that was pretty much a rule. There were 2-man and 3-man teams for removals because things go wrong very quickly. Have you ever moved a mattress? That flimsy, awkward weight? Moving a corpse is 1,000 times worse than that. But the night in question, the story I'm about to tell you, I broke that rule. It was a slow shift. I was alone at the funeral home, except for the desk attendant. So I was in the back cleaning up some rooms, refilling chemical bottles, making sure the gurneys were wiped down. It was just past 11 when the call came in. The front desk clerk buzzed me over the intercom.
Hey, we got a pickup at Meadow Ridge Retirement Home. One of the residents passed an hour ago. Family wants an expedited turnaround. The home wants them gone tonight.
Expedited turnaround? Well, that meant they wanted the body prepped for viewing immediately. I sighed, wiped my hands off of my slacks before pressing the intercom button. Anyone else on the way in?
Jason just clocked out and Mike won't be here for another hour. You can just wait if you want.
I checked the time. I didn't really want to sit around for an hour twiddling my thumbs. And Meadow Ridge wasn't really that far, less than 10 minutes away, tops. I'd picked up plenty of people from this spot before. It wasn't anything foreign. You know what? I got it, I said. I remember feeling so overconfident that night for some reason, but I was good at my job. But this decision was a little reckless.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. The pause before she responded told me she didn't really think it was a good idea either, but I was trying to be the reliable guy, the one who could handle things. I figured I'd be back within 45 minutes, and worst case scenario, I'd just be calling for backup in a bit. I grabbed the van keys and the gurney from the back, rolling it through the garage before loading up. I remember pausing for just a second, this weird gut feeling telling me to wait, but I brushed it off. I'd done this dozens of times before. This was just another body. I started the engine and pulled out into the empty streets, heading towards Meadow Ridge. The same route, the same signs, the same buildings. It was all normal, which put me at ease. I really had no idea what I was walking into. The roads were empty on that time of night, just the occasional street lamp flickering against the wet pavement. The funeral van rumbled as I turned into Meadow Ridge Retirement Home, a 2-story brick building that looked more like a converted motel than a place where people spent their last days. I always got this sterile, kind of depressing vibe from the home itself, but that isn't my place to say or really criticize, you know? I pulled around back near the loading area, killed the engine, and grabbed my clipboard. Inside, the front desk clerk barely even looked up from her computer screen. She was fairly young, early 20s, chewing on the end of her pen. She slid a clipboard my way without making much more conversation. Room 217, she said, eyes still on her screen. The nurse already signed off, no family present. That last part was important. Some of the families would stick around, wanting to say their final goodbyes before the body was actually taken, and those were really the awkward ones. Pretty big guy, clerk added, finally glancing at me. You need any help? I almost said yes. I should have said yes. God damn it, why didn't I say yes? But I was already here, already moving, and the home staff never really offered to help me anyway. That wasn't in their job title or their description, but this girl had made the offer. But I knew once she actually made the call, none of the nurses or staff would show up. It's just kind of the way of the dead. I just nodded. I'll be all right. She shrugged. Elevators down the hall. Room 217 was at the end of this dimly lit corridor. I didn't really know what I was expecting or walking into, but when I stepped inside, I felt my stomach immediately knot up. The man on this bed was huge, easily 350 pounds, if not more. Even in death, his sheer mass took up most of that hospital bed. His sheet barely even covered his chest. His arms were resting at these odd angles, like a fucked up G.I. Joe doll. The air in the room was humid, as I always feel it is when somebody dies in it. Maybe it's just the way I get the sweating, I don't know. I sighed and stepped further inside. All right, big guy, let's get you out of here. I moved quickly, the way I had 100 times before this. Gloves on, body bag unfolded. I rolled him carefully, tucked the plastic beneath his side before rolling him back and sealing it up. Next came the difficult part. Getting a dead body onto a gurney was never really easy, but one this size, by myself, I found myself hesitating. Normally, I'd have another guy to grab the shoulders while I took the legs, but this time, I had to do it in shifts: lift, pivot, shuffle, lower, repeat. It took longer than I liked it to, and by the time I had him secured on the gurney, sweat was beading at the back of my neck. I muttered under my breath as I adjusted the straps, then took a quick breather. Time to go. The hallway was empty as I wheeled him down towards the elevator. The silence around me was heavy, making me think about weird things. I reached the elevator, pressed the button, and waited. Ding! The door slid open. I pushed the gurney inside and backed in with it, then hit the button for the ground floor. The doors started closing and then stopped. A hand shot out. I flinched, completely caught off guard, but it was just the front desk clerk. She barely even looked at me as she reached in and pressed a different floor button, chewing on that damn pen once again. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you, she muttered as she stepped inside. I didn't respond, but I was aware of how small this elevator really was now. The overhead light was flickering, casting these strange shadows over the bag body between us. I was really kind of surprised she didn't mind riding down with this dead guy like that. The door slid open on the first floor and she was gone before I could even say another word. I exhaled and pushed the gurney towards the back exit. The van sat under this yellow glow of a single security light. Everything else was dark, pitch black. I opened up the van's rear doors, rolling the gurney up to the edge. Now, this was the part I was really dreading. If anything was going to go wrong for me, it was going to happen right now. I positioned myself at the head of the gurney, getting ready to lift. Normally, I'd have somebody on the other side to pull while I pushed, but not this time. I bent my knees, grabbed the bag under the shoulders, and pulled. The weight shifted awkwardly, and my grip started to slip. Too heavy, too damn heavy. It was obvious from the get-go, but for some stupid reason, I was committed in my brain. I'm gonna do this, or I wasn't. I'm not gonna fail. I adjusted, tightened my hold, and tried lifting again. The body began to move, almost on the lip of the van, and then my foot slipped. I lost balance. My boots slid against wet pavement. The momentum tipped the weight forward, and before I could even react, the entire body collapsed onto me, bed and all. That impact drove me to the ground. My skull cracked against the pavement, and the smothering weight of 350 pounds of dead flesh crushed in my chest, knocking the wind right out of me. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I was pinned beneath this corpse. Panic surged in my veins. I struggled, twisted, trying to push up, but it was dead weight, literally. There was no leverage, no way to roll out. My fingers clawed against the asphalt, trying to get some form of traction, but every movement seemed to make it worse. The plastic bag crinkled against my face, sealing in that sour chemical scent of decay. My ribs were screaming under the pressure. I honestly don't even know how long I laid there for, trapped under a dead man's body. 5 minutes, 10, an hour. Time just stretched on. My breathing was growing shallow. My arms burned from effort. No one was coming. I had told the clerk that I could handle it, and now I felt like an idiot, like I literally just killed myself. I was alone, and I genuinely might die like this. The weight of the body continued to crush down on me, pressing my back into the cold asphalt. My breaths were coming in shallow, barely even giving me what I needed. My arms trembled with the effort of pushing against something that was really immovable. My heartbeat I could hear in my ears, a panic pulsing throb. I could feel my organs all being rearranged from the pressure. Even my bones seemed to be screaming. This was insane. I was literally pinned underneath a dead man. The logic part of my brain knew that I had to get out from underneath him before exhaustion completely set in. But logic had taken a back seat to fear, a slow creeping horror that whispered that you're gonna die here, under a cooling corpse, in a deserted parking lot at midnight. I twisted, shifted my hips, trying to angle myself out from underneath him. My hand scraped against rough asphalt, and the pain lanced up my arm. But I managed to get one leg free. I shifted again, wriggling, pushing, and after what felt like a lifetime, my chest was no longer compressed underneath all his weight. I gasped out loudly, rolling onto my stomach and crawling out from underneath the corpse. My entire body was trembling, every muscle burning from exertion. My uniform was damp with sweat and something else, a smell I didn't want to think about. I crawled on my knees and stared at the man's lying sprawl on the pavement. The plastic of the body bag had ripped slightly in the fall, exposing part of his slackened, lifeless face. His mouth hung open, eyes slightly visible through the half-zip bag, and for one stomach-twisting second, I imagined them blinking. I turned away, nausea rolling through my gut. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, hands shaking. The first call I made was to the funeral home, and the clerk answered on the second ring.
Hello?
I tried to steady my voice. I need help. There was a beat of silence.
What do you mean?
I couldn't lift him. He fell. I got pinned underneath him for Jesus. I don't even know how long. Send somebody to me now. More silence. Then,
Oh my God.
look, I don't need sympathy. I need another pair of hands. Send somebody. I snapped back.
I'm on him. Mike just clocked in. He'll be there in 10.
I ended the call and leaned up against the van. The smell of the body was still clinging to my skin and my uniform. A mix of hospital antiseptic and something far worse, like meat left out in the sun, like deceased body odors. I checked the time and realized I'd been fighting to get out from beneath him for over 30 minutes. Those 10 minutes felt like an eternity, and the funeral home's second driver, Mike, pulled up fast, his headlights cutting off through the dark. When he got out, he just stared at the scene. "Oh shit, man," he muttered. "You serious? Look, just help me, all right?" Between the two of us, we heaved the body back in the van. It was easier with another set of hands, but my arms still screamed in protest. The moment the doors were locked, I backed away, wiping my hands on my slacks. Mike just let out this low whistle. "How long were you under him for?" 35 minutes, maybe even more. His eyebrows just shot up. "Jesus, dude." I didn't respond. I didn't really have a response for him. I just turned, climbed back in the driver's seat, and started up the van. That ride back to the funeral home was pretty silent. I unloaded the body into the prep room without another word. Didn't even stay for the paperwork. I just grabbed my keys and went home, barely stepping out of my shoes before ripping off my clothes and getting in the shower. The water was scorching, but I scrubbed at my skin, raw, trying to wash off the feeling of that weight on my chest. Before this, I'd never really been claustrophobic, but after that night, I knew what true suffocation truly felt like. I couldn't sleep that night, and from that moment on, I never worked on a pickup alone ever again. I never planned on working with the dead. I thought it would be pretty uncommon in the field that I worked in, but I met a lot of drifters and a lot of randoms, people who fell ass backward into mortuary life. Some people get into the funeral home business because it runs in the family. Others have this deep-rooted fascination with mortality, like the goth kids that I knew in high school who read Sylvia Plath and wore combat boots in July. Me, I just needed a job, and many of us are like that. I graduated high school with no real plan, no scholarship, no trust fund. I also wasn't college material, and I sure as hell wasn't built for a trade like plumbing or HVAC. My uncle knew a guy who owned a funeral home downtown, a pretty big one, the kind that handled every local politician, business mogul, even random unfortunate souls who got their 15 minutes of fame inside a news cycle. It handled damn near everybody in the county. I started off as a grunt, the kid they told to mop up the fluids, roll bodies, hand tools to the real embalmers. I got used to the smell faster than I thought I would. Formaldehyde, decomposing flesh, that faint lingering metallic bite of dried blood. After a while, you really do stop noticing. It's gross, I guess, but it's just the reality of the job. Gross stuff becomes less and less of an issue as you go on. The longer I stayed, the more they let me do. First, it was dressing the bodies, combing the hair, applying just enough makeup to make them look, well, not dead. Then I assisted with the real work, suturing incisions, draining fluid, setting features. Eventually, they trusted me enough to work alone, handling with the simpler cases. Murders, suicides, horrific accidents, those were for the senior staff, so I just stuck to the routine ones. That was really until one night when that whole routine got shattered. It was a slow shift, close to midnight, just me and the hum of the cooling unit. The other embalmers had already gone home. I stayed late to finish prepping a guy for his casket. A work accident, I think. Some poor bastard crushed between two shipping containers. His skull had held mostly, but his chest wasn't so lucky. The reconstruction was brutal. Bone fragments repositioned, organs packed, torso stitched together like an old leather couch. I usually didn't really care much about the bodies. I mean, you can't really let yourself care, or the job gets kind of impossible. But something about this guy in particular was sticking with me. Maybe it was because it wasn't his fault. He wasn't some junkie who overdosed or a guy who played chicken with a revolver. He was just a regular worker. Probably had a family of his own. Probably kissed his wife goodbye that morning with no idea it would be the last time. I was finishing the final stitches in the cooler, where most of the bodies were stored before embalming. The biggest one in the building, packed floor to ceiling with rolling tables and wall units, each one holding another silent waiting occupant. We didn't usually work inside the cooler, but this guy was so close to being finished and nobody was around. I figured I could break the rules a little bit. Just me, my needle, and the dead, dozens of them around me. And then, just as I tied the knot, I heard something shift behind me. Something other than the hum of the refrigeration unit. So at first, I just kind of ignored it. When you work in a mortuary, you hear things all the time. Metal creaking from temperature shifts, the dull rattle of an air vent, the plastic of body bags settling as fluid shifts inside them. You learn quickly what's normal or what isn't, or else you just drive yourself insane. But this sound, this wasn't normal. It was enough to make me pause, the needle still poised in my gloved hand, hovering over the final stitch. The air in the cooler felt different now, thicker, heavier, the way it does outside before a storm. A strange, almost earthy scent cut through the usual chemical twang. And for the first time in my short career, I felt like I was being watched. There was something supercharged inside that fridge with me. The body in front of me, the poor guy who got crushed between those shipping containers, stared blankly at the ceiling, lips parted just enough to show the hint of his teeth. I immediately reassured myself. The dead always stared unless you set their features properly, and I hadn't gotten to that yet. But that sound came again, a faint shifting noise behind me, a soft thump, like something moving against metal. I turned my head slightly, continuing to listen. The hum of the refrigeration unit filled the space, deep and droning. The sound of electricity running through the building, the occasional drip of condensation from the cooling pipes. That was all I should be hearing. But there was something else there. Something else had moved. Slowly, I began to turn. The light in the cooler was really bright, sterile fluorescent tubes buzzing overhead, casting these long black shadows across the walls and the stainless steel trays. The room stretched out in front of me, bodies laying on rolling tables, others stored inside the wall units, their steel doors closed tightly, silent and still, except for one. A man sat upright, completely nude, his skin pale and waxy under the artificial light. His arm was stretched out, fingers curled slightly, as if he was reaching for something just out of his grasp. His head was tilted to the side, his lips were drawn back. A corpse was smiling at me. Every muscle in my body locked up. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't blink, couldn't even tell my legs to start moving. And for what felt like forever, neither of us did. And then, as slowly as he had risen, he laid back down. His head thudded against the steel tray, the impact soft and final. His arm was still raised, trembling slightly before it fell back against his side, fingers curling in a way that seemed almost intentional. The silence that followed was unbearable. The air pressed in around me, thick and suffocating. My mind was scrambling for some form of an explanation, grasping at the only thing that made sense. Rigor mortis. It had to be. That was the only rational answer, the scientific one. The muscles stiffen, contract. It happens. I'd seen it before. A little movement here and there, maybe a twitch, a slight jerking of a limb, but this was like the return of the living dead. I wasn't alone. I felt it before I saw it, that unmistakable sensation of movement at the edge of my vision, a shifting shadow, the sound of fabric sliding across skin. I turned my head and saw another body move. This one wasn't sitting up, but staring at me with that awful, dead grin. It shifted, the blanket covering rising in slow, careful increments. The shape of arms, a torso, became visible beneath the fabric as it curled forward, like somebody stretching after a long sleep. I felt my stomach drop. The body bent at the waist, arms extending toward its feet, spine arching in this perfectly natural slow motion stretch. My mind refused to process what I was looking at. That's not how rigor mortis worked. There wasn't a twitch or a spasm. This was controlled movement. I took a step back and my knee hit the steel table behind me, the one holding the man I just stitched up. The sound of metal scrape against the floor made me jump. The corpse in front of me froze then too, and then just as slowly as it had moved, the body straightened back underneath that sheet. I just stood there paralyzed, heartbeat hammering against my ribs. No. I turned and bolted. The second I was through the door, I slammed it shut with both hands, twisting the heavy lock into place. I couldn't catch my breath. My back was pressed against that cold steel. What the hell was that? What the hell just happened? And was any of that real? My entire body was shaking. I knew it wasn't supernatural. There's no ghosts here, no demons, no restless spirits crawling from their tombs. It's just simple biology. But knowing didn't change what I just saw. Rigor mortis could do a lot of things, but it wasn't supposed to do that. Not two bodies, and not at the same time. I squeezed my eyes shut, inhaled sharply. I could still see their movements playing out behind my eyelids. That smiling man reaching out like he wanted to grab me. That thought made my stomach lurch. I slowly forced myself to breathe in and out, in and out. It's just the rigor. It's just the rigor. It's just the rigor. Get a hold of yourself. This was just a trick of the body, nothing more. Just a series of coincidences amplified by my exhaustion and by the oppressive silence inside that cooler. Nothing was coming for me. Nothing had changed. But still, I'm not going back in there. At least, not tonight. I stood outside that cooler for a long time with my back against that cold metal door, breathing like I just sprinted a mile. My hands were trembling. My knees felt like they were gonna buckle. I couldn't shake the feeling that if I opened up that door again, I'd see something else or something worse. But I had to go back in, and not because I wanted to, not because I was brave, but because I knew if I didn't do it right now, I never would. I'd be that guy who quits out of nowhere and never explains to anybody why he did so. And once you walk away from a job like this, you don't come back. I forced myself to turn around. My fingers were just hovering over the lock. My skin felt icy, like the cold from inside had seeped through the metal and now into my bones. I took one last steadying breath and twisted the latch. The door hissed as the seal broke. The cold rolled out, carrying that familiar mixture of antiseptic, steel, and souring flesh. I stepped inside. Everything was still as it should be. The bodies were lying still. The rolling tables were lined up neatly. The wall units shut tightly. No movement, no twitching hands, no staring eyes or stretched out arms. I swallowed, my throat dry as dust. I slowly began to walk forward. The man who had smiled at me lay exactly where he should have been, his limbs stiff and motionless. His face was slack now, his mouth slightly open, lips pale, dry as cracked leather. I clenched my jaw. The second body, the one who had bent at the waist, was also still. The blanket covered it completely, hiding the features that I didn't want to see again. I didn't breathe until I backed out of the room and locked that door behind me and then double-checked it. Then I walked straight to the front office, dropped my gloves in the biohazard bin, and clocked the hell out. I didn't even go to my locker, didn't give a shit about any of my stuff. I just walked out into the city night, the streetlights buzzing in the direction that I pleased. I strolled a mile or two before finally getting in my car. By the time I got home, my uniform still smelled like the cooler, like steel and embalming fluid. I stripped down and tossed everything in the washer, and then stepped into the hottest shower that I could stand. I remained there for almost an hour, until my skin turned red, and my head felt like it was light from the steam. I kept telling myself it was all normal. It really was just the rigor mortis, or post-mortem shifts, just the body settling. But I didn't work in the cooler again. That was enough rule breaking for me, and enough to make me kind of crazy. I ended up sticking to the staging areas, dressing the bodies and applying makeup, handling the quiet paperwork. Anytime I saw anybody do work in the cooler, I just let them do their thing and didn't even bother to warn them. Because if you can't handle what I saw that night, you probably shouldn't be in this industry. And if you can, then you don't really need me to tell you anything at all. Most people stumble into the funeral home business by accident, but not me. I went to school for it, studied everything from mortuary law to embalming techniques, and then got my degree, and landed an assistant funeral director position at Holloway & Sons before I was even 25 years old. It was a steady, respectable job in a field that really wasn't going anywhere. Death is the one industry that's never going to dry up. That first year was baptism by fire. No matter how many textbooks you read, no matter how many tests you can study, nothing really prepares you for the reality of handling the dead until you're in it. I dressed bodies, stitched faces back together, applied makeup to corpses that had no business looking alive again. I learned to smile through the grief, how to soothe clients who stared at me with red-rimmed eyes, barely comprehending that their loved ones was now my responsibility. There were very long nights spent alone inside the prep room, humming to myself just to fill the silence, pretending the bodies weren't really there, even when they were. And then there were the weird ones. The guy whose head had to be reconstructed after a car wreck, a woman whose family insisted she be buried with her 2 pet birds, embalmed and then placed in her arms. Or how about the funeral where a grieving husband kissed his wife on the lips during the viewing and left a smudge of lipstick on her teeth? There was also one case where a family refused to pay for any services of any kind, and we weren't legally allowed to store the corpse. You get used to it though. It becomes your normal. Death is such a crazy thing. Most of these stories are normal and crazy all at the same time, but the one in particular, the one I want to share with you, is that night with Hank. Hank Holloway was my boss, the 3rd generation owner of the funeral home, a man who had been in this business since he could walk. He was that old school to the bone type, believed in the handshakes and never trusted cremation, carried that same pocket watch his grandfather had owned. He was steady, reliable, the kind of man you wanted running a funeral home. Also, a side note, the guy totally believed in ghosts and all of that kooky shit. But everybody has their eccentricities, right? I didn't really think too much about Hank's until I walked in on him that night. It was a Friday and I wasn't even supposed to be there. I had the next 2 days off, but I'd left my phone charger, one of my books, and some other personal things in the office. Rather than go a whole weekend without him, I swung by after hours, figuring I'd just be in and out in a few minutes tops. When I pulled into the parking lot, the place was already dark. Well, just as it should be. Funeral homes don't really run 24/7. And the last service had wrapped up hours ago. The only car there was Hank's. Nothing unusual there, really. He practically lived at the place. I parked and stepped out, locking my car behind me. The night air was still and quiet, like the world had momentarily paused. As I approached the front door, I noticed a glow coming from the back of the building. Not the office and not the chapel, the prep room. A place that was supposed to be empty. Honestly, I probably should have just left there. Should have just turned around and went home. Let whatever was happening inside stay inside. But I didn't. I unlocked the door and walked inside. The second I stepped in, something was wrong. I felt it. The funeral home had its own smell. This mix of floor polish, fresh flowers, and that faint chemical sharpness of embalming fluid that would continue to linger no matter how much we scrubbed. But tonight, there was something else in the air, a heavy cloying scent that settled right on my tongue, like powdered sugar gone sour. It was perfume. Again, the building was supposed to be silent, but there was this low murmur coming from the back. Not music, not talking, just some sort of noise. I couldn't place it, so I followed it into the studio. I moved quietly, stepping past the empty viewing rooms, past the rows of wooden caskets that lined against the walls, past the chapel where just that morning, a family had gathered to bury a man whose name I don't even remember. My shoes made no sound on the carpet, but my own heartbeat was loud enough to make up for it. As I got closer to the prep room, the glow began to sharpen, a flickering light, like candle flames dancing against the walls. Then I finally reached the door, and that's when I froze. Bodies everywhere. The cooling unit was wide open. The long metal trays were pulled out at these odd angles, corpses laid across the floor, the tables, even propped up against the walls, their hands folded neatly in their laps, their heads tilted as if they were listening to their final sermon. And Hank stood in the middle of them, wearing this dark red blazer over his usual slacks, a polka dot ascot tied around his throat. His face was painted in this elaborate swirls of blue and orange, and the colors dusted across his cheekbones were in these sharp, aggressive strokes. The corpses were painted too. Their faces were streaked with vibrant reds, unnatural blues, yellows as bright as fresh daisies. Their eyelids shimmered with metallics, their lips coated in colors that clashed against their slack, bloodless faces. Some were in sequins, some in lace, some in cheap Halloween wigs that slid down on their foreheads. It almost looked like a tea party. A macabre, grotesque tea party, frozen in time and frozen in death. I must have made a noise unintentionally because then Hank turned to look at me. His face didn't even change. No embarrassment, no anger, no surprise. Just mild curiosity, like I walked on him sorting through paperwork. "Oh," he said. "Well, you're here late." I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Hank just smirked at me. He reached up and adjusted his ascot, running his fingers along the fabric like he was about to offer me a drink, like we were standing inside a cocktail lounge, instead of a room full of painted corpses. "They send us samples, you know," he said, gesturing towards the mess of bodies. "The makeup companies, they're always testing out new formulas, you know, the moisture-locking foundations, transfer-proof lipstick, things that hold up to embalming." I still didn't say anything. "I don't get much time during the day to experiment," he continued. "And you know, this line of work requires, well, creativity. You wouldn't believe the number of grieving daughters who request a perfect shade of pink for their mother's lips. Sometimes we gotta get really creative here, make the colors that don't even exist, so we can cover up those different injuries. Open wound is never the same color, you know?" His fingers tapped against the nearest corpse's forehead, a young woman, no older than 30. Her face was painted in smears of shimmering bronze and green. Her hair was curled, perfect ringlets, her head tilted as if to speak. "Doesn't it look nice though?" he said. "They always tell you to go subtle, but I disagree. I think the dead deserve a little brighter color." My stomach then turned. This was wrong. This was weird. So far beyond wrong that my brain couldn't even process it. I don't even know if it was legal. Hank had always been eccentric, the kind of funeral director who believed the dead deserved as much dignity as the living did. He was very particular about the way the bodies were presented, obsessed with details that most people would never even notice. But this wasn't presentation. This was definitely something else, something private and something I was probably never supposed to see. "Why are you here?" Hank asked suddenly, as if he just remembered that I wasn't part of his little gathering. I swallowed, forcing my voice into something calm and normal and safe. I tried to be the assistant, the friendly coworker. I left my phone charger in the office. I wanted to grab it before the weekend. I didn't know if I would have time to come back." Hank just nodded as if that was completely reasonable. "Well," he said, stepping away from the corpse, "don't let me keep you." I just nodded and finally forced my legs to move. Each step felt catastrophic, like walking through atom bombs. I turned and made my way back toward the hallway. My back was aching with tension because I knew, somehow, that if I turned around, I'd see him watching me. So I didn't turn around. I made it to the office and shut the door behind me and just let out this big breath. What the hell did I just walk into? For a brief moment, I stood there motionless, trying to erase what I just saw. But then I saw clothes laid out on Hank's desk. Dresses, lingerie, women's clothing, carefully arranged, waiting for him. My mind then recoiled. This was far stranger than I could imagine. It had to be some kind of weird sex fetish of Hank's. I reached for my charger with numb fingers, stuffing it in my bag as fast as I could. My heart was pounding in my ears. My skin was crawling like it didn't even belong to me anymore. I needed to leave, now. I turned and stepped back into the hallway and forced myself to act normal. Hank was still in the prep room, moving things around, now humming a soft, unfamiliar tune to himself. He didn't even look up as I passed him. I was almost out. Almost. Then his voice stopped me cold. Next time before you show up unannounced, I advise you to call first. I stood there. The air was heavy and pressing against my shoulders. I literally felt like I was underwater. It could be bad for business, you know? He added, his voice light and casual, almost high-pitched. Slowly, I just turned my head. Hank was still arranging them, fixing their makeup, like this was just an ordinary night for him. I forced myself to smile back. Of course, I said. And then I walked out the door, not looking back. I walked to my car at a measured pace, keeping my breath slow and steady. I was still on the property, so I couldn't freak out here, not yet. My fingers dug into my bag, gripping my keys so tightly they left indentations in my palm. The air outside was still, like the corpses sitting inside with Hank. All the locally deceased having tea and crumpets while Hank slips on a thong? What would the newspapers say? I unlocked the door and climbed inside, shut and locked it, finally secure. Only when I was finally sealed away did I allow myself to breathe. My hands were shaking, not a lot, but enough that I had to steady them before shoving my key into the ignition. My brain, my mind kept playing it over and over again. The bodies, the unnatural makeup, the way Hank just looked at me like I was intruding on something sacred. I guess it was just something weird, right? Not illegal, not dangerous, just weird. But deep down, I knew better. I backed out of the lot, and that funeral home shrunk in my rearview mirror, and I emerged onto the empty road. I felt dirty, unclean. Even after I got home, even after I stripped down and scrubbed my skin raw in the hottest water I could stand, I still felt like something was sticking to me. I barely slept that night. I lay in bed staring up at the ceiling, listening to every tiny creak and rustle in my apartment. My brain was still in that prep room, stuck on that horrific kaleidoscope of colors, the smell of powder and embalming fluid, and the way Hank's voice had stayed so perfectly calm the whole time, like nothing he was doing was wrong. Like I was the weird one for showing up unannounced. The smell of perfume still lingered in my nostrils. Who was that for? The next morning, I had slowly convinced myself that maybe, just maybe, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. That I let my imagination get the best of me. That this job already played enough tricks on me and on my mind. When I got to work on Monday, Hank was acting completely normal. Greeted me like he always did. Crisp shirt, polished shoes, and a warm smile. As if he hadn't spent that last weekend having this private soiree with the dead. Nothing was out of place, no weird smells, no makeup kits lying around, no lingerie folded up neatly on his desk. Everything was exactly as it usually was. And somehow, at least to me, that was the most unsettling part, because it meant that he cleaned it all up, because he knew he had things to hide, because, well, he probably had done it before. And that thought sat like a stone in my gut. I think I lasted 6 more months at Holloway & Sons, long enough to build up my resume and long enough to pretend like everything was fine. Long enough to push whatever I'd seen into the dark, locked room inside my mind. But for obvious reasons, I never stayed late again. I never entered the prep room after hours. And I never ever showed up unannounced. When I finally gave my notice, Hank didn't even seem surprised. He shook my hand, smiled warmly, and said, "I had a feeling you wouldn't be here forever." I just nodded, feeling sick to my stomach. He leaned in slightly, his grip on my hand becoming uncomfortable. "You know," he murmured, "some things are better left unquestioned, unmentioned, if you know what I mean." A pause, and then he let my hand go. That was the last time I ever saw him. Hank's habits were too weird and creepy for me, and I couldn't look the other way on whatever he was doing and whatever he was into. It's been years since I worked there, so I don't feel as guilty sending something in like this to you, Booze and Booze. And I hope you and your listeners enjoyed it. Urban exploring is one thing when you're sneaking into old motels and abandoned train yards, places that have been sitting empty for decades, but when you know somebody else has been inside, I'm talking recently, when you know something chased your friends out the last time they went, it stops feeling like an adventure and starts feeling more like a mistake. But of course, I found myself going anyway. It was a strip mall, abandoned for at least the last 10 years. Long enough for the city to just really forget about it, for nature to start reclaiming the parking lot with creeping weeds and cracked asphalt. My friends had been inside before, stalking through its dead storefronts and looted back rooms. But the last time they went, something wasn't right. They heard a bunch of noises, heavy footsteps echoing from deep inside, and not animals, and not the wind, but something moving in the dark, something human. They knew because they could hear laughing and smell cigarettes. And for some reason, they wanted to go back. They hadn't made it all the way through the last time, so they want to push deeper to find out what was really inside. And I was dumb enough to let them drag me along with them. We showed up just before sunset, sky bleeding orange and red behind the skeletal remains of the old shopping center. The whole place had that feel of something that had been left behind, forgotten. Boards over windows, faded signs hanging loose, doorways clogged up with cinder blocks. The parking lot was mostly bare, just a few rusted out cars sitting like corpses, stripped for parts over the years. "Told you it's still open," Wes said, motioning towards the usual entry point. A collapsed entry near what used to be a grocery store. "Nobody sealed it up yet." "Well, that's probably because nobody cares about this place," Cody muttered, kicking a loose rock across the pavement. I didn't respond, just looked up at that gaping entrance, at the dark beyond, and wondered how much I actually really wanted to do this. I'm not gonna lie, I was nervous in the moment, scared. None of us knew what could happen once we get inside. But they were already moving, stepping over debris and slipping in, so I followed behind. The first thing that hit me, which is pretty usual in places like this, is the smell. Stale air, water damage, decay, the kind of smell that sticks to a place when it's been left for dead. We moved slow at first, flashlights slicing off through the dark, illuminating shattered tile floors, overturned shelves, and walls, of course, covered in graffiti. A decade long of vandalism had left its mark. Holes punched inside drywall, clear evidence of squatters, and the occasional melted puddle of candle wax where somebody had spent the night. But the deeper we went, the quieter it seemed to get, and the more weird it really felt. I tried to ignore that feeling creeping up my spine, but I couldn't shake the thought. If something scared them out there before, when they were here last time, was it still here? Still waiting? We moved deeper, stepping carefully over debris. The first section of the strip mall looked like every other abandoned place that we've been to before. Ruined, trashed, forgotten. Taggers had done their work, covering the walls in layers and layers of spray-painted nonsense. Old merchandise racks were overturned, their contents long picked clean by looters. "Still looks the same to me," Cody said. And that thought wasn't really reassuring. We passed through what must have been a clothing store, its floor covered in shredded fabric and bits of insulation. Beyond that, an electronics shop, the walls stripped of shelves and counters flipped onto their sides. Telling you, the deeper we went, the worse it would get. The smell of mildew grew stronger and stronger, and the air thickened with something stale, like the place had a bad cavity. Then we heard a shuffling noise, and the three of us froze. The sound was faint, coming from somewhere ahead, past the empty storefronts and deeper inside the mall. Cody flicked off his flashlight, and Wes and I did the same. We just stood there in the darkness, listening. We heard the noise again. It was getting closer. I felt the pulse in my throat. We're not alone. Wes moved first, crouching low behind a toppled display case, and Cody and I followed, staying low with our breath held tight in our chest. The sounds continued, these slow, muffled footsteps moving throughout the wreckage. Not an animal and not the wind. People. From the faint glow of the streetlights, filtering through the overhead windows, I caught movement, a shadow shifting against the darkness. There were at least two of them, maybe more. Cody leaned in close. "We gotta go, now." Wes hesitated though. What if they're just squatters? I swallowed, keeping my eyes locked on those dark figures ahead of us. Squatters wouldn't be a surprise, but why were they moving like that, so slow and careful? Another sound, but it wasn't a footstep, a soft, wet cough from somewhere deeper in the mall. And Wes didn't argue anymore. We waited until the figures moved a little deeper into the shadows and took our chance. What I hadn't realized was that Cody meant deeper when he said go now, and I thought he meant go back. How naive I was. One by one, we slipped out of our hiding spot, creeping toward a hallway that branched off from the main concourse. We moved quickly, keeping our footsteps light and pushing deeper into the building. It was stupid, I know, and we should have just turned back. We ran until we couldn't hear footsteps anymore, until all we could hear was our own breathing and our own pounding hearts. The hallway that we found ourselves in was now narrower and colder. The walls were bare, the graffiti was gone. A stairwell yawned open in front of us, leading down to the basement level. I did not like the idea of going further, especially into a basement, but what choice did we have? The only other option was going back the way we came, and we knew what was waiting for us there. Without speaking, we started our descent down the stairs. It was pitch black below. Our flashlights barely even cut through the dark, but it revealed this long hallway lined up with closed doors. Unlike the disaster upstairs, this part of the strip mall looked fairly intact. No trash, no broken glass, just a hallway of featureless office doors stretching off into the dark. "This is weird," Cody whispered. He was right. We inched forward, stopping at the first door, light leaking from the crack at the bottom. Someone was inside. I pressed my ear to the wood listening. Voices, low murmurs. I couldn't quite make out the words, but the cadence was wrong, rhythmic and structured like a scripture being read out loud. Wes grabbed the handle and turned it slightly. It was locked. We moved to the next door, same thing. Then another, same thing. But the fourth door was open. Again, I don't know why we did it, but we did. Curiosity, stupidity, probably both. We pushed the door open just enough to peek inside. It was an office. Not an abandoned one, and not a decayed one. Just a forgotten room, like the rest of the mall. This was functional. There were desks everywhere, chairs, filing cabinets, papers stacked neatly on surfaces, monitors glowing with data that we couldn't understand. This place was in use. "Dude, what the fuck is this?" Cody said. We stepped inside, drawn to one of the monitors. The screen was filled with the command prompt, walls of text scrolling too fast to read. The keyboard was locked and unresponsive. "This isn't," Wes started to say, but the computer screen flashed. The text disappeared, replaced with a single word: logged. We then heard movement from the hallway, a door opening, then another. Footsteps. Wes backed away from the desk, eyes wide. "We need to go now. Nobody waited. We turned and ran. Back through the dark hallway and back to the stairwell. Footsteps were pounding behind us, fast and heavy. They weren't running, they were chasing. Cody was the first up the stairs, scrambling towards the door at the top. It was a fire exit, rusted and warped, but when he slammed into it, it gave way, bursting open to the night air. We spilled off into the parking lot, gasping for air, the cold wind slapping against our sweat-soaked skin. I turned around to look, but nobody was following. We turned back towards the door that we'd come through, half expecting somebody to step out after us, but there was nothing, no movement, no other sounds, just the gaping black doorway leading back into something that we probably never should have found. As we stood there, hands on our knees catching our breath, we then saw something that made my stomach lurch. The offices, the underground level, the desks, the glowing screen, the locked files, they were still there. But a week later, when we came back, it was empty. And not just abandoned, I mean scrubbed. Every desk was gone, every chair had been removed, every document shredded or burned. The monitors had been pulled from the walls, leaving only dark outlines on the cheap office paneling. Whatever the hell operation had been running down there, it was active. Somebody had been working there, running something they needed to stay secret. When they realized somebody had found it, they didn't just leave. They erased everything, like it never existed in the first place. After the second time we went back, we didn't really talk much about it. Not on the ride home, and not in the days that followed. None of us really wanted to be the one to say it out loud, to admit that we'd stumbled into something that wasn't meant to be found. But the thoughts lingered, nagging at the edges of my mind. What was that? And who worked there? And more importantly, why the hell was it buried under an abandoned strip mall? A week later, curiosity got the best of us, and Wes suggested we go back, just to look, not go explore, not push our luck, just see if the place was still there. Cody wasn't thrilled about the idea, but he agreed, and I didn't find myself arguing. Curiosity had gotten the best of me. I needed to know, even if I didn't want to admit it. We returned just after dark, parking down the street and cutting off through the overgrown lot. The strip mall stood there, looking the same, ruined, desolate, forgotten. The stairwell was still there, still leading down. But the moment we stepped inside, I felt it, and I know they did too. The air was empty, no buzzing. This place was dead now, and not like before, when the basement felt eerily untouched and preserved. This time it smelled like dust, like the stale breath of something that had been dead for years and years. We made our way back down the hall. We found the doors again, but this time they were all open, every single one. And inside, the offices were empty. No desk, no computer, no stacks of paper, no monitors humming with unreadable codes. Just blank spaces where everything had been. The walls still bore faint outlines where the furniture had been pressed against them, but outside of that, nothing else really remained. It wasn't just abandoned, it had been scrubbed. Wes and Cody used that word over and over and over. Cody swore under his breath, and Wes ran a hand over one of the desks, shaking his head. They cleared out, he muttered, really fast. I looked at the floor. There was no dust, no debris, no sign that anything had been moved violently. It was, or at least had to be, a controlled exit. Somebody had known that we were there and they made sure no trace remained. And maybe that meant that they were monitoring. We left without another word, climbing back into the parking lot, our footsteps deafening in the empty space. And when we reached the street, I glanced back one last time. The strip mall stood silent, nothing but a relic of the past. But we knew the truth. It wasn't just a ruin. I really enjoyed going to places that I wasn't supposed to. Not in some kind of criminal way, at least not really. I just liked seeing parts of the world that had been forgotten and locked away, or left to rot. Some people listening to this, you might like hiking in the mountains, but I hike through places where people aren't supposed to go. The real thrill wasn't just the exploring, it was documenting it. I'd take pictures, recording everything. It wasn't enough to just see it. I needed to capture it and study it later. To me, that was part of the fun, watching the footage back later, catching little details that I'd missed in the moment. Shadows moving in the distance, strange shapes in the dark. Sometimes, or at least most of the time, it was just tricks of the light, but there were times it wasn't. A lot of the time, I just end up reading all the graffiti that I recorded. I've got archives of it. Most of my trips would take me underground. Abandoned tunnels, storm drains, dry water treatment plants. Anything that smelled of rust and old concrete. I'd crawl through pipe systems so tight that I've had to move on my stomach. Stood inside caverns so deep my flashlight barely even touched the ceiling. I'd seen graffiti from people who'd been there for decades, perhaps even a century before me. Messages from ghosts telling me I wasn't the first and wouldn't be the last. But the best places, the real gold mines in my opinion, were the sites that still had things inside them, objects left behind, machinery, offices with papers still scattered across desks, places that felt like workers had just stood up and walked out one day, never to come back. So when I heard about this abandoned excavation site just outside of town, I knew I was going to check it out. The rumor had come from this erfect forum. Somebody mentioned an old equipment lot with a warehouse, a row of service sheds, and a bunch of machinery just sitting there untouched. It had been left behind for years, they said, after the company that owned it shut down. Sounded like my kind of place. I found the location on Google Maps, an old industrial road at the edge of a business park. Looked pretty promising, and from the satellite view, I could see a row of parked backhoes, a storage lot, and a large rectangular warehouse. The buildings were pretty weathered, the pavement cracked. Definitely abandoned. I packed fairly light, camera, flashlight, water bottle, and of course a crowbar just in case I needed to pry open a stubborn door. I dressed in dark clothes, nothing flashy. The less attention I drew, the better. Catching a charge is the quickest way to end this kind of hobby. I parked a few blocks away and walked the rest of the distance. The place was a lot bigger in person, stretching across a couple of acres of fenced-in land. The main warehouse loomed over the lot. Its windows were dark and corrugated metal walls rusting at the edges. The front gate was locked, but somebody had already cut through a section of the fence near the back. Perfect. I checked my gear and ducked through the gap and then slipped inside. The moment I stepped onto that property, I felt it, that strange electric hum in the air. Something wasn't right. I moved carefully, keeping my footsteps light as I crossed the cracked pavement. The air had the scent of old oil and rust, the distinct industrial stink that never really fades. It was a ghost town though, not a soul around, and even better than that, no cameras. These were all good signs for an evening ahead of me. The warehouse was going to be my first stop. If there was anything good to find, it had to be in there. I switched on my camera and started recording, sweeping the lens over the building's exterior, getting some establishing shots. I checked my watch and then started in. The main door was locked, but the side entrance had been forced open at some point. The handle was twisted off, the frame bent inward. Somebody had been here before me, no surprise. Places like this always attracted people just like me. Shoot, I found this place on an internet forum, so hundreds of people had likely already been through here. Inside, that space was massive, a cavern of steel and shadows. Moonlight trickled in through the broken skylights, painting the concrete floor inside these streaks. Rows and rows of rusted shelves lined the walls, stacked with old tools, coiled up cables, plastic crates full of God knows what. The air was thick with dust, undisturbed for years. I moved deeper, flashlight beams slicing through the dark. The warehouse was a mess of abandoned workstations, toppled over filing cabinets, desks with their drawers yanked out. Papers were strewn all across the floor, curling at the edges with all the age. I picked up one and squinted at the faded text, an invoice dated from 2 years ago. The place hadn't been empty as long as people thought. I continued filming, narrating quietly as I walked. Looks like an old workshop, maybe storage for heavy equipment maintenance. A lot of the paperwork is fairly recent. Maybe the company went under, or maybe they just relocated. Either way, the place is in rough shape, but evidence says otherwise. As I was narrating to my camera, a clatter echoed off somewhere in the dark, and I immediately froze. It wasn't like a super loud noise, but enough, like something small had been knocked over. Not a fun thing to hear inside these places, and I'm usually not the one to get easily spooked, but the quickest way to get me sweating is to hear a sound from somewhere off in the dark. I've quickly panned my flashlight toward the sound, heart beating a little faster. Nothing, just more overturned chairs and scattered debris. I guess it could have easily been a rat. Could have been the building settling, something like that. Or I guess it could have been something else. I didn't like that thought, so I pressed on. The further I went in, the worse the air would get. It was so damp and stale. The whole building was just feeling wrong, like it was ready to flip the lights on and call security on me. I kept my eyes peeled, constantly looking over my shoulder, but I continued moving deeper and deeper inside the building. And then I heard another sound, almost like a tap, tap, tap. Rhythmic, structured. Super weird to hear in here. It came from somewhere past the rows of shelving, deeper inside the warehouse's belly. It was metered out to a point that I was sure it was made by something living. I didn't call out, I'm not an idiot. If somebody was indeed inside here, I wasn't about to let them know that I was too. Instead, I just moved slowly, creeping forward and listening. Nothing. I filmed everything. Even if I didn't see anything now, maybe I'd catch something later in the footage. After a few more minutes, I decided, alright, I've seen enough. This place is pretty eerie, sure, but nothing outright dangerous. It's time to go check out the equipment yard. I slipped back outside, my breath fogging in the cool night air. Only 45 minutes had gone by, so there was plenty of time left and battery for poking around. Rows and rows of parked machinery stretched out in front of me. Bulldozers, backhoes, old dump trucks. They stood eerie in this formation, cabins dark, metal shells streaked with rust. The first thing that I noticed was all the tires were aired up. That told me that these vehicles were still in use, right? I was starting to wonder just how abandoned exactly this place was. I then climbed up onto one of the bulldozers, swinging myself up into the driver's seat. The windshield was smeared with grime, interior coated in dust. I panned my camera over the dashboard, the levers, the faded company logo on the door. And then a faint shuffling noise reached my ears. I tensed up and scanned the yard, but I didn't see anything. Why were there constantly noises everywhere I went? Was something following me? I used my camera to zoom in around the property, really taking my time looking around, but nothing popped up still. I climbed down and moved on to the next vehicle, filmed the tires, the undercarriage, the empty fuel tank. Again, I quietly narrated all this for later. And again, I heard more shuffling, but this time it was closer. I stopped talking and listened, and this time I actually heard it once more. I swung my camera immediately toward the sound, but there was nothing to be seen. And that's when a cold unease crept up my spine. I'm not alone, and I know that now. And yet, nobody was confronting me. No footsteps rushing toward me, no voices shouting at me to get out, to leave. Just that faint, intermittent shuffling, moving when I moved. I swallowed up my panic, gripping my camera tighter. If somebody was here, they were watching me, and they weren't in a hurry to let me know that either. I kept moving, forcing myself to remain calm and record everything. I checked out a few service sheds, a storage unit full of old tires. I kept my ears sharp, listening, tracking those subtle sounds around me. Then I saw a trailer office, set apart from the other buildings. The windows were covered, but a dim glow was seeping through the gaps in the blinds. There was a light on inside. I turned my flashlight off, crouching low and just watching. If this place was truly abandoned, then why the hell was there power running that trailer? Why was everything so well kept? Sure, a little dust here and there, but that was pretty common inside quarries and rock yards. I then took a step closer, careful to keep to the shadows. My camera was still recording, red light blinking softly inside the dark. Through the dirty glass, I could see movement inside, a figure shifting just out of sight. My mouth went dry. This wasn't some dead site left to decay. Somebody was working here, or at very least, somebody still maintaining it. That realization hit me like a sucker punch. I wasn't exploring an abandoned lot. I was trespassing. This was a nightmare scenario for me. Whoever was inside that trailer might not take kindly to uninvited guests. Panic then surged in my gut. I need to go. Now. I powered down my camera and shoved it into my bag, then turned back toward the fence. Then I heard the low creak, an unmistakable sound of a door opening. I didn't look back and I didn't stop. I walked fast, every instinct screaming at me to now run, but I forced myself to keep my pace, keep it even. Running made a lot of noise, and running would get you caught. I reached the fence and slipped back through the gap, made my way back to the main road without breaking any stride. I didn't stop until I was at my car, didn't take my camera out, didn't look back at the property, just got in, turned the key, and drove. The whole time, my hands were ice on the wheel. I was not alone in there. Somebody had been walking around the area, seemingly aware of my presence. But were they following me, watching every move, and whoever they were, they let me leave. But I don't think they would have let me leave twice. For the next few days, I did what I always did after these excursions. I went through the footage, frame by frame, looking for details that I missed when I was in there. I expected to see the usual oddities. Strange shadows, flickers of movement that could easily be chalked up to dust or shifting light. What I wasn't expecting was a person. At first, I thought I was imagining things. Inside the warehouse footage, as I panned my camera over the rows of shelving, there was a shape in the far background, barely visible inside the low light. A figure, tall and thin, standing still. When I rewound and played it over, I saw it more clearly. The head was slightly tilted as if it was watching me. The moment my camera moved, the figure then stepped back and just melted off into the darkness. A slow creeping dread then settled over me. I scrubbed through the video, checking every second of every frame. I found him again near the equipment yard. As I climbed onto that bulldozer, the camera caught a brief flash of movement between two parked backhoes. Someone moving, crouching and staying low. I rewound it again and again. He followed me the whole time. That final confirmation came when I analyzed the footage outside that office trailer. As I crept toward the building, the camera caught something that I hadn't seen in person. A shadow just at the edge of the light, standing near the trailer's corner. The figure was much closer this time, the closest he had ever been. And then as I turned and walked away, the shadow moved, following in sync with my retreat. I shut my laptop and sat back, skin going cold. Someone had been out there that whole time, not just watching me, but tracking me, staying hidden and just waiting. The only reason I hadn't ended up in a hospital or worse was because I left when I did. And then maybe a week later, after all of this had happened, after I left, a story broke. 2 local teens had gone to that same site after hearing the same rumor that I had. They weren't as lucky. A security guard caught them trespassing, beat them so badly they needed medical attention. No charges were filed, no arrests were made, but as far as I know, and as the law was concerned, they'd broken in, and the guard had every right to use the force he did. I thought about my footage, about the man lurking in the dark, and realized just how close I'd been to meeting him face to face that night. I never went back. He put a beat down on those kids that was jail yard status. I'm talking dental work, lifelong issues, and it could have easily been me. I never really considered myself the urban explorer type. It was really more Manny's thing. He had this itch for slipping into forgotten places and peeling back the layers of a city most people didn't care to even see. This kid, I'm telling you, could conquer anything: spiders, rats, human excrement, old factories, train yards, houses that were condemned and left to rot. Manny wanted to see them all. But me, I just liked hanging out. And I guess if that meant crawling through a hole in a fence now and again, then so be it. Oklahoma City had its share of places to sneak up into. Tornadoes had done a number on plenty of buildings over the years, and there were entire streets where the houses stood blackened from old fires or flood damaged. Now stood abandoned to squatters and stray dogs. We'd heard about everything from sunken train cars to empty hospitals, and Manny was always talking about the next big spot. He was hooked, and it was actually easy to admire. He would also put a lot of thought into each and every trip. One night, he called me up, hyped about some place downtown.
Dude, did you hear about that call center? The abandoned one?
I hadn't heard about it.
Bro, it's downtown, totally empty. Some company bailed on it last year and just up and left. But get this.
His voice dropped down to this conspiratorial whisper.
The power's still on. Luke was telling me about it last night.
I leaned back in my chair and pressed the phone to my ear. What do you mean the power's still on?
I mean exactly what I said. People have been inside, said the lights are still on. Everything's been stripped, but the place still has juice, and nobody knows why.
I exhaled, shaking my head. That doesn't mean we should be the ones to find out, though, does it?
Come on, dude. It's just an office building. There's no ghosts, no bullshit, just a weird oversight. I say we check it out.
Manny was really good at being convincing. He just had this way of making everything sound like an adventure, even if it was literally just climbing up into a half-collapsed school to look at some graffiti. Besides, I guess it's not really like I had anything better to do. So, we went. I'd say it took us about an hour to actually find the place. It was this old brick building sandwiched between taller structures, and its sign had long been gone. The windows were shuttered, but just like Manny had said, light leaked through the closed blinds, strips of sickly yellow casting thin bars onto the sidewalks below. "You seen this?" Manny murmured. I just nodded. The place should have been dark, dead, but instead, it was glowing. We circled the building, avoiding the front entrance. The city wasn't exactly known for its strict security, but that didn't mean we wanted to push our luck. Most abandoned buildings had a way in somewhere, some loose boards, a broken window, busted locks, somewhere. You could find your way inside. Sure enough, the back had a service door that was slightly ajar. Manny pressed a hand against it and grinned when it gave way. "After you, sweetheart," he whispered. I hesitated, then stepped inside. It smelled like mildew and something else, something rotten, like food left to spoil inside a sealed room. almost like dirty sex and alcohol. The walls were torn up, the carpet shredded and stained. Empty cans, crusted food bags littered every corner. The place was honestly pretty gross, but I guess nothing we really hadn't seen before. Plus, we weren't the first ones who got here. And something told me we wouldn't be the last. It's just the way of the gun when it comes to urban exploring. Manny stepped in beside me, letting the door close with a soft click. That space felt wrong immediately, like it went completely dead silent. And I've been to plenty of places that had similar effects, but this one was just different. The air hung thick with mildew and what smelled like old electrical fires. I think we were standing in what once must have been the reception area. The drywall had been punched through in places, exposing the wooden beams and stripped wiring. A filthy couch was slumped over in one corner, its stuffing spilling out onto the floor. I counted 3 busted light fixtures overhead, their covers shattered and bulbs long gone. But beyond the wreckage, a faint yellow glow pulsed from deeper inside the building. Manny then clicked on his flashlight. "Dude, this place is wrecked," he muttered, stepping over a pile of old clothes. "It looks like there were some people definitely crashing here for a while." I just followed him, keeping my breath shallow. I've been inside abandoned buildings before, but this one just really had this different energy to it. Not that usual stale emptiness. This place actually felt occupied. And we weren't even really into the real meat of the building yet. It looked like an eternal flop house. Why hadn't these people spread out? If it was this huge of a building, it was as if they just wanted to crowd into the first 100 square feet of it, which was strange to me. The main hall stretched out in front of us, wide and open, and very much unlived in. Rows of cubicles must have filled the space out, but all that remained were scattered chairs and a few broken desks. The walls were lined with these square whiteboards, some leaning, others still bolted in place, covered in dry erase scribbles so faint I could barely even read them. And I mean, there were piles of things everywhere, hundreds of them. Manny stepped ahead of me, clicking his flashlight off. "Guess whoever looted this place didn't really care about the chairs," he joked. I didn't laugh though. But I will admit, it was nice to be in a well-lit room for a change. Usually, our trips were in total darkness. Honestly, it was the silence that would get to me. The city had a sound, even at night. Distant traffic, occasional sirens, hum of the streetlights. But inside this building, there was just nothing. Just the low buzz of the still active fluorescent lights flickering above, casting these eerie, flickering lights over the office ruins. We moved deeper. The main room was a dead end, just a husk of whatever it used to be, so we veered off into one of the side corridors. The air was heavier the further we walked, warmer and more stagnant. I felt sweat beat up on my neck. We passed empty offices, mostly stripped to the bones, carpets peeled back, their doors hanging on loose hinges. Some of the rooms held signs of life. Dirty blankets, makeshift beds, stacks of old food wrappers. Homeless camps, probably. It started to make sense why nobody lived in the main room. It was far too bright. It'd be hard to sleep underneath that non-stop bulbage. And that's when we stumbled upon something different. A door at the end of the hall. Unlike any of the others, it was still intact, undamaged, as if nobody had even tried to get through. But more importantly, we heard a sound. This rhythmic muffled noise from the opposite side. Manny and I immediately froze. "You hear that?" I whispered to him. He just nodded, stepping closer and pressing his ear against the door. A low looping melody was humming from the inside. I just frowned. "What the hell is that?" Manny just shrugged. "Maybe it's some kind of motion-activated speaker or a radio?" I didn't like it. Everything about this place was just wrong, but now this was the wrongest of all of it. The silence creeped me out so badly, but now there was just this noise, and for some reason I wanted to throw up. Whatever it was, I wanted no part of it. Manny tried the handle. It turned, and the door slowly creaked open. The room beyond was dimly lit by this single flickering bulb. And at first I thought the movement in the shadows was the light playing tricks on me, but then I realized, no, they were dancing. Two figures, thin and ragged, swaying in slow motion. Their limbs were moving at these unnatural angles, like the people you'd see nodding off on fentanyl videos. Their heads were lolling back. Both of their mouths were half open. Their eyes, oh my God, their eyes were rolled white and just empty in their sockets. Faces slick with sweat and grime. The music was not coming from a speaker, it was one of them, humming, low and monotonous, over and over. The air in here stank even worse than the rest of the building. Unwashed body scent, something sour and chemical underneath it. I could even taste it in my tongue. Meth, crack, something else I'm sure. Manny and I just stood frozen in the doorway, watching these two drugged out figures perform their eerie swaying ritual beneath that weak buzzing light. They didn't even see us, they didn't react, and they didn't stop. I reached out and grabbed Manny's sleeve and tugged on it. We need to go. Slowly, very slowly, we eased the door shut. I held my breath. Nothing changed. The humming, the swaying, it all continued uninterrupted. Manny grabbed my arm and we backed away, moving faster now, retracing our steps through those darkened halls. Every room, every open doorway, felt like a mouth waiting to swallow us up whole. By the time we finally make it back to the main room, my heart was hammering against my ribs. And that's when we heard movement. Manny grabbed my shoulder and yanked me behind one of the few remaining desks. Two men entered from the opposite hallway, and they weren't the dancers. They were rummaging through the debris, digging through piles of abandoned belongings, muttering to one another in these low voices. These guys were sharp, coherent, probably dangerous. I held my breath, willing myself not to move, not to make any sound. Manny leaned in. "To get out," he whispered to me, and I just nodded. The only way out that I knew was back the way we came, which meant we had to get past them. I could feel the weight of every sound, the soft scuff of shoes, the rustling of fabric. The room really wasn't that big, and if either of those guys turned around, they'd see us immediately. Manny made the first move, slipping between the shadows. I followed, pulse thundering in my ears. Every step felt like an eternity. The place was brighter than hell, so we had to hug the far wall and cling to what few shadows were even there. We were halfway there when one of the men stopped rummaging. He turned his head and his eyes narrowed, halfway looking over his shoulder. I froze and Manny did too. Then, as if losing interest, he shrugged and went back to digging through the trash. This time we moved a little faster, slipping past the ruined cubicles and darting towards that hallway. Once we hit the service door, neither of us looked back. We pushed out through the alley, the night air hitting us like a slap in the face. I sucked in a breath and turned to Manny, and then, behind him, people, pouring out of nowhere, filing into the abandoned building. It was like somebody hit a dinner bell that only they could hear. Silent shapes moving through the dark, dozens of them, slipping from the building like rats out of a nest. They walked with a purpose. Most of their faces were covered in shadow, their eyes locked straight ahead, all heading in the same direction. Back inside they went. Manny just grabbed my wrists and motioned. "Let's go." I didn't argue. We hurried back to the street, and when I looked back one more time, the alley was empty. The building sat quiet and the blinds were still drawn, that yellow glow spilling out through the cracks. I just couldn't shake the thought. Who the hell was paying this electric bill? We didn't stop walking until we hit that main road, and only then did we let ourselves take a breath, hands on our knees, sucking in that crisp night air. My skin was clammy, and my shirt was sticking to my back. Manny was the first one to speak up. "Dude, what the hell was that?" I just shook my head. I don't know, and I don't really think I want to know. We both turned and stared back toward the alley. From here, the building looked fairly normal. Just another forgotten husk in the city's decaying core. Nothing about it suggested that dozens of people had slipped inside just a few minutes ago. But we saw them. Manny ran a hand through his hair and paced in this tight circle. All right, I guess if you think about it, the lights are still on, and the place should be condemned, but it's not. And that, he motioned back towards the alley, exhaling sharply. That wasn't normal. I just remained quiet because he was right. I'd seen homeless encampments before, but that couldn't have been that. These people weren't just squatting, they were moving with intent, like they belonged there, like they paid the bill themselves. Could that even be possible, or was it a setup of some kind? It literally felt like something was drawing them in there. I shivered and suddenly felt too exposed out there on that empty street. Look, man, I don't know what's going on in there, but I don't think it's some junkies just looking for shelter. There's something else. Manny nodded. Maybe the city knows. Maybe they want them in there. That thought for some reason made my stomach flip round. Like moths to a flame, literally. They sacrifice one building and it keeps what, like 100 homeless off the street? I guess that was kind of an interesting conspiracy. We stood there for a while longer, watching the building in silence. No movement, no figures in the window, just that same dim light bleeding off through the cracks. Eventually, not long after, we left. And neither of us spoke about calling the cops or doing anything like that, because what the hell would we even say? We broke into a building full of people who weren't supposed to be there? That there were some cracked out dancers in a back room and more vagrants that could be slipping in like they were part of some silent pilgrimage? No, because nobody would believe us, and nobody had mentioned anything like this in our lead up to the exploration, so frankly, I knew nobody was talking about it. It's best to just shut up and take the L, and explore a lot less trafficked areas in the future. We were so close to getting caught, and if that happened, I really don't know what would have happened to us. We might still be in there, tied up to some rusted out water heater. Who knows? I started off pretty young, sneaking into abandoned houses, shuttered gas stations, forgotten factories, just to see what was left behind. It was a rush, a thrill, walking through places that were frozen in time, untouched by the world for years and years, sometimes even decades. There's just something eerie about it, something that would make your skin prickle. I told myself, it's just my imagination, and that was at least until one night, and when I brought my girlfriend along with me. Supposed to be a fairly simple trip, just another old property on the outskirts of town. A ranch that had been abandoned for as long as anybody could remember. Nobody knew why. Rumors spread round, some saying the owners packed up and left without a word. Others swore there'd been some kind of accident. Whatever the case, the land was sitting empty, overgrown and forgotten. A sprawling ranch house with a dozen outbuildings left to rot. It was perfect. She was nervous, but I convinced her. Babe, it's just a house, I said. A barn, a stable. Nobody's lived there for years. But I was wrong. That night, I learned something about the world, about how fast things can go sideways, about how fragile life truly is. Because that night, we weren't alone. I still don't know how close we came to dying out there, but it was closer than I ever want to be again. We got to the ranch just after sunset. The sky was painted deep orange and violet. The place was a lot bigger than I expected it to be, and the house sat at the center of the property, a 2-story structure with a wraparound porch, flanked by this massive barn, a stable, and a scattering of sheds. The garage shop, which was easily the size of a small warehouse, loomed off to one side. The whole area was overgrown, weeds sprouting from the cracks in the driveway, fence leaning, brittle with age. No signs of life, no tire tracks, no footprints, just empty land and buildings that should have been falling apart by now. No animals, no agriculture, just dust and shadows. I gripped my girlfriend's hand as we walked up those front steps. The wood groaned underneath our weight, and she hesitated. "Are you sure nobody lives here?" I nodded. "I mean, look at it. It's been abandoned forever. Come on." The front door was unlocked, and I pushed it open. The scent of dust and aged wood rushed out to greet us. Inside, it was like literally stepping into the past. The furniture was still in place. The bed upstairs was still made. Books sat neatly on the shelves, their pages yellowed but undisturbed. The china in the kitchen cabinets was arranged like somebody had just finished setting the table for dinner, and it never happened. "This is really weird," she said. I couldn't help but agree. Places like this usually get ransacked, stripped for valuables, but this house, it was pristine. Like the owners stepped out for groceries and literally never came back. We moved from room to room, careful, almost reverent. There were old family portraits up on the walls, faces staring down at us with that glassy black and white stillness. A lifetime captured and abandoned. We didn't stay long. The air felt awkward, like we were intruding on something that wasn't meant to be disturbed. I snapped a few photos, but even looking through the lens, I felt like something was watching us. I was fairly used to exploring truly abandoned places that had never been lived in, but this one was definitely different. It felt like a personal violation. We stepped back outside and the night deepened, crickets growing louder. I led us towards the other buildings, starting up with the garage shop. It was filled with tools, tractors, half disassembled engines. Again, this place was untouched, no sign of looting. A full set of wrenches lay on a workbench, arranged by size. I ran a hand over the layer of dust covering them. Someone used to take care of this place, and then one day they just stopped. Next, we headed over to the stable. Empty stalls and rotted hay. The air was thick with the smell of decay, but it wasn't recent. Whatever had died in here had died a long time ago. Finally, we approached the barn. It was massive. The sliding doors were slightly ajar. The darkness within it was so thick, it looked like a solid object, a jelly or a paste of some kind. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight and then stepped inside. The interior stretched out before us, towering wooden beams arching over this cavernous space. Old farm equipment rusted in the corners. Stacks of rotting hay sat in uneven piles. We wandered through, my phone's light sweeping across walls lined with rusted tools, coils of rope, hanging from the rafters like vines. My girlfriend remained close, her fingers gripping the back of my shirt. And that's when we both heard this faint scraping sound coming from the far end of the barn. We froze. I swept the light toward the sound, but didn't see anything, just more tools, more hay, and more shadows. "Calm down, it's probably just a rat," I whispered, though I didn't even believe it. We kept moving, stepping carefully over loose boards. Then that sound came round again, closer. My girlfriend sucked in a sharp breath, and I could feel her heartbeat against my back. And then, another sound, a whisper of movement above us. I lifted my light, aiming at the rafters. Long, thick ropes dangled from the beams, swaying slightly in the draft. I reached up, fingers brushing against one, and tugged. A snap, a creak of the wood. And then a pallet full of bricks came crashing down between us. The impact sent dust and splinters exploding into the air. My girlfriend screamed, and I stumbled back. My flashlight then tumbled from my grip, spinning across the floor. More things began to fall, wooden planks, rusted tools, debris that had no reason to be up there in the first place. It felt as though somebody had rigged it. I grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the exit. My heart exploded as more and more objects rained down, barely missing us. A jagged metal tool clattered inches from my foot. A bunch of 9-inch nails fell from such a high point they stuck in the ground on impact. We burst out of the barn, gasping for breath. I turned back, and just for a split second, a shadow shifted in the rafters. I didn't wait to see any more. I grabbed my girlfriend's hand and we took off. We sprinted the property towards the far edge where the old dirt road cut through the trees. My mind raced, piecing everything together. The untouched house, the stocked garage, the booby-trap barn. Somebody was still here, or at least they didn't want anybody else coming around. We slowed as we neared the tree line, panting, bent over, trying to catch our breath. And that's when we heard the sound of a deep throaty rumble of an engine. I turned towards the sound, heart pounding. The noise was distant, but getting closer and closer. A truck moving slowly, creeping along one of the many dirt roads leading toward the ranch. Its engine idled and then roared off into the night. No headlights, just the distant glow of its taillights reflecting off the trees as it moved through the darkness. "They're coming this way," my girlfriend whispered. "Who is it?" I just shook my head. We needed to go. We dove into the trees and pushed through the undergrowth, crouching low behind this fallen log. The truck's engine grew louder and louder, its low growl cutting through the night like a blade. I peered through the branches and held my breath as I looked on. The truck rolled past us, slow, its massive tires crunching over the gravel and dead leaves. It was an old blacked-out 4x4, the kind built for some kind of rough terrain. The headlights remained off, its driver only visible as this hunched shadow behind the wheel. I could see movement in the truck bed, someone else shifting and adjusting, and not just one person, but two. They weren't here by accident, and there was 20 or 30-foot long chains hanging from the rear bumper, this ominous threat of violence. I pressed my hand against my girlfriend's back, silently telling her to not move, don't breathe, don't even think about running. The truck rumbled on up to the ranch, pulling through the sagging metal gate. It idled for a brief moment, then the driver killed the engine and a door creaked open. Silence, and then a voice, low and drawling, amused. "You hear that?" Felt my blood turn to ice. They had heard us, but how? We hadn't made a sound compared to that truck. A second voice, deeper and rougher. "Nah, something spooked the dog though. Could be anything." They stood there for what felt like an eternity, and then the first voice chuckled. "Ain't nothing. Come on, let's check the lab." We didn't wait for any more. As soon as their footsteps faded, we moved, low and silent, slipping through the trees until we reached the road. And then we ran. And we never went back. By the time we got back to the car, we had pieced out our own theories together. They were squatters, drug makers of some kind, and they were using the property to produce something. We ended up calling the cops and told them our story, but because we were technically trespassing, they took the whole thing with a grain of salt. I never heard any more about a bust or anything, and well, neither of us are brave enough to go back and look for ourselves. So unless they make a big announcement, I guess we'll never know. I've spent most of my adult life wandering places where people don't normally go. It started off in graduate school, a geoscience program that sent me deep into the Nevada wilderness, sometimes for even weeks at a time. I'd be out there all alone, just me and my gear, in the expanse of empty land stretching on forever and ever. It was my job to assess mineral deposits, conduct soil analysis, and occasionally I'd have to mark sites for geological interest for private firms and state organizations. That work took me into places so untouched, I could count on one hand how many human footprints had crossed them in a century. And when you're out in that kind of isolation, you start to find things. Old rusted cans from prospectors 100 years dead, wreckage from planes that had gone down in the 40s, still half buried in the dirt. Sometimes bones even, mostly animals, but not always. I'd come across abandoned mining camps, eerie rock formations that looked too intentional to be natural, and once, a single boot, so sun-bleached it was almost white, still standing upright as if the owner had just stepped right out of it. The strangest discoveries, though, were the signs of people. Not travelers, not hikers, people actually living out there. I encountered my first mountain people while on a research trip near the Jarbidge Wilderness. I'd been hiking along this dry wash when I spotted smoke threading into the sky, I'd say around a mile ahead of me. I thought maybe it was some kind of illegal dump site, but as I got closer, I saw them. 3 figures standing near this sagging cabin, dressed in mismatched layers of clothing, their faces shadowed under these wide-brim hats. They all stood motionless as I approached, watching. I lifted a hand and gave a nod. I didn't get anything back. I turned and walked the other way. You just kind of learn to look the other way when you encounter these things out here. And that was my first encounter, but not my last. Most of the time, these off-grid people just wanted to be left alone. Other times, they weren't so friendly. And the story I'm about to share with you is one of those times. I was crossing this ravine, making my way up the ridge when I saw a cabin. At first, I really thought it might have been an illusion, a trick of the light, but no, it was indeed real. Perched on the far side of the ridge, it looked ancient, a relic of time when people had the kind of guts it took to live all the way out here. I could see the dilapidated roof, the walls sagging with age. The wood was even grayed by the sun, cracked by the harsh winds. It hadn't been touched in years, decades even. I stopped to take it all in, a bit stunned and taken aback. In all my years working in remote places, I'd never found anything like this. No trails, no signs of recent life, and I'd walked this way before. I figured it was indeed that, a relic, something abandoned long ago by whoever tried to make a life out here. I'll admit I was half tempted to explore, to see what kind of remnants I could find inside, but I was here for another reason: mineral deposits, veins of granite and quartz. I had a job to do. I pulled out my handheld metal detector and started scanning the ground, my mind now focused back to my work. The air was dry and thin, the sky stretching like a canvas, empty except for the occasional hawk soaring above me. It was one of those moments when time seemed to slow down and the world seemed to vanish around you, just me in the dirt underneath my boots. And that's when I noticed something moving. At first, I barely even noticed it, a flash of motion at the cabin. I blinked and looked again. A figure. Too far to make out clearly, but a man maybe? His movements were slow and mechanical, almost like he was working. I squinted, trying to get a better look, and that's when he looked up. It felt like almost a punch to the gut. He was now staring directly at me. He didn't wave, didn't acknowledge me. He just stood there, watching for a long moment before turning back to whatever he was doing. I found myself waving anyway, because what else do you do when somebody's staring at you from a distance? I thought maybe he was just curious, like I was, but he didn't wave back. He just carried on. So I turned back to my work, but the unease lingered. I hadn't expected to see another soul all the way out here. I figured that cabin was empty, a ghost from the past, but that man's gaze, it stuck with me. Something about it was just very strange. I shook it off though, moved forward, working my way down the ridge towards the bottom of the slope. I planned on taking a few samples near the base, see what the hill pushed out, but now with the cabin so close, it felt almost inevitable that I had to investigate it. I mean, I've come this far after all. As I got closer though, the feeling that something wasn't quite right now settled over me. The man still hadn't moved and hadn't seemed to care about my presence at all, but that didn't make sense to me either. Out here, anybody who saw another person would immediately make contact. even if it was just to make sure they weren't a threat. Yet, this man hadn't even flinched when I waved at him. I didn't realize just how much that bothered me until I felt the first crack, sharp and sudden, slicing through the air like a knife. I froze. The ground at my feet exploded. Dirt and rocks flew around me, pelting from all sides. My heart leapt in my throat. I instinctively ducked behind a boulder, my breath freezing in my lungs. My hand scrambled for cover as I pressed myself low to the ground. Overhead, bullets continued to whiz by, exploding in the rocks. That man had a gun. I didn't see it at first. I couldn't see it from that distance, but now it was evidently clear. He'd taken a knee beside the cabin, steadying himself with the rifle aimed directly at me. Crack, 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 crack. He had a feather finger on that trigger, and clearly he wanted to kill me. The shots would come in fast, each one zipping through the air like thunder, the impact of dirt and rocks sending vibrations up through the soles of my boots. I couldn't move, I couldn't risk it. That boulder was my only protection, so I waited. The gunfire then stopped, but the silence that followed it was almost worse. I stayed pressed to the ground, mind racing, trying to figure out what should I do next. My phone was dead, I couldn't get a call back on the radio, and there was no way to make any kind of contact and get help all the way out here. I listened for any sound, the faintest movement, anything that could tell me where this man was now, but all I could hear was the wind, the distant call of a hawk, and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Minutes passed by, maybe even longer, I'm not sure. Eventually, I realized that I had to make some kind of choice here. I could sit here and wait for whatever might happen next, or I could take a chance, head back up the ridge toward my truck. I peered over the boulder. Nothing. I tightened up the straps on my pack and scanned the area. My eyes kept darting back towards that cabin, expecting to see the man's figure reappearing, rifle aimed at me. But that cabin remained still, and the air was now thick with tension. I made my decision. It was time to get the hell out of here. I dug my boots into the dirt and lunged forward on the slope. My legs burned and my pack pulled at my shoulders, but adrenaline pushed me forward. I knew I had to get back to the truck. If I could just make it over the ridge, I'd have a clean shot at the 3-mile valley. Then another mile or so back to my vehicle. I just need to get up there before he spots me again. Halfway up, I stopped to catch my breath, crouching low and scanning the landscape. My ears strained for any movement, any sign that he was still coming after me. The wind howled through the ravine below, and the rocks scraped on their descent down the slope, but I didn't see anybody. You would think that would have calmed me, but it didn't. I was alone, but not really. This guy could literally be anywhere. I swallowed as my mouth was dry as sandpaper and took another step. That's when he appeared out of thin air. One second I'm alone, the next he's right there, stepping out from behind a rock just ahead of me, the rifle aimed at my chest. How'd he do it? He must have traversed like 300 yards in just a matter of minutes, all without me ever even seeing him. I skidded to a stop, heart slamming. This is it. This is how I die. Up close, he was wiry, sun-leathered, eyes milky around the edges. His hair was long and gray, tangled up in knots that hung past his shoulders. He had on these old denim coveralls, no shirt underneath, and the fabric threadbare at the seams. His boots looked really ancient, cracked leather flaking away at the toes. I raised my hand slowly. "I'm just a geologist," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't mean you any harm." His lips cracked into something that wasn't quite a smile. His hands veined and strong, didn't even waver on the rifle. "Geologist, huh?" His voice was rough, like gravel scraping metal. "The hell you doing out here?" I gestured toward my pack. "Survey work, just looking at mineral deposits. That's all I'm doing." He stared at me for a long moment, those cloudy eyes narrowing. Then, to my complete shock, he exhaled sharply and lowered the gun. "Thought you were a pronghorn." I blinked. "What?" stretched his jaw. My eyes ain't what they used to be. Didn't have my glasses. Thought you was something else. A beat of silence. The absurdity of it all hit me at once. This guy had just tried to kill me, and his excuse was his bad eyesight? I forced myself to breathe and forced myself not to react. All right, I said cautiously. Well, I'm just gonna head back up the ridge. The old man just shook his head. You said minerals, right? I hesitated. Yes. His expression softened just slightly. Ain't much left out here worth finding, he muttered, then nodded toward the valley below. But if you're looking for something shiny, there's an old deposit about a mile that way. My daddy used to dig around there when I was a boy. Might be what you're after. I hesitated, unsure if this was some kind of trick, but there was no menace in his face now, just a strange, distant sadness, like he wasn't quite in the present anymore. Thank you, I said, inching backward. He gave me a small nod, then turned without another word and trudged back toward the cabin. I watched him go, every instinct telling me to run now, to bolt up that ridge as fast as my legs could carry me, but I forced myself to move slowly, carefully, only picking up the pace once I was sure that he was out of my sight. I didn't stop until I reached my truck. That should have been the end of it. I should have just left it alone and chalked it up as a brush with some isolated old-timer and gone on with my life. But something about that whole encounter just continued to gnaw at me. When I got back, I did some digging of my own. I checked survey maps and old census records, anything I could find about that stretch of land. And what do you know, I found something. There was indeed a homestead out there once, built in the late 1800s by a man named Elias Warner. He had a wife and 3 kids. Tried to work the land, but the soil was far too poor. He struggled for years before vanishing without a trace. The last recorded mention of the family was in 1912, when a passing prospector claimed to have seen their cabin still standing, but abandoned. No sign of the Warners. No graves, no records of them moving away, just gone. That cabin should not have still been there, and neither should he. I went back a month later on an official survey. The cabin was still standing, its roof sagging further. The front door was now hanging open though. But no sign of the old man, no footprints, but I did find some tools and rifle casings, even some half-filled jugs of rainwater. I still didn't stick around and wait for him. All I needed to see was the homestead, just to make sure that I wasn't crazy. Some people are drawn to cities, to bright lights and the hum of traffic, but not me. City life is just a repellent, honestly. For as long as I can remember, I've been drawn to places where the map turns vague, where trails would disappear, and the land belongs to nobody. My brother Kevin felt the same way, and every year, we'd carve out some time from our lives to lose ourselves out in the wilderness, tackling long-distance hikes that most people wouldn't even consider. We'd done sections of the Appalachian Trail, the Arizona Trail, nearly everything in California. The more remote, the better. We liked being cut off from the world, miles from the nearest road, where the only sounds were the crunch of our boots and the wind throughout the trees. We also liked doing those historical trails, places where we could learn about American travelers of the past. But on this year, and in this story, we pushed it a lot further than we normally did. Northern California near the Oregon border, miles and miles of nothing. No well-marked trails, no ranger stations, just backcountry and a handful of game trails cutting through the dense forest. It was exactly what we were looking for, something new, a challenge, something to make or break us. We mapped our route pretty carefully, planning to start from the unmaintained trailhead and work our way deep into the hills, navigating by compass and pure instinct. We'd be out for a couple of days, one night, self-sufficient, and carrying everything we needed directly on our backs. It started out pretty much just like any other hike that we'd taken before. The air was nice and crisp, carrying that damp scent of pine and earth. The first few miles were steep. Our legs were burning as we climbed up the ridge, but the view at the top was well worth it. Rolling hills of green, untouched, stretching as far as the eye could see. We stood there catching our breath, sipping water and just taking in the view. We could see the actual trail system sprawling out in the other direction. We were just bushwhacking our way up a slope until we hit the top. "Middle of nowhere," Kevin said, grinning. "That's the way I like it." I nodded, scanning the tree line ahead. Not even a power line in sight. We should have known then that things were too perfect. We should have seen the signs, especially with the era that this happened in. But we didn't. We just kept walking. The descent into the trees was pretty slow going. That slope was steep, and the ground was very uneven, littered with loose rocks and dry crumbling leaves. The deeper we went, the more the light struggled to get through the canopy. The towering pines and tangled undergrowth cast everything inside this dull green haze. Kevin led the way, moving with confidence of somebody who had spent half his life picking his way through landscapes just like this. I followed close behind him, keeping my eye on our surroundings, half listening to the birds and the rustling branches. I really liked knowing what was moving around me. Out here, every sound meant something. We were making pretty good time at first, covering a few more miles without much trouble. Then I took a step forward and the world exploded. A deafening crack split the air, followed by a blast of dirt and debris at my feet. I stumbled back, nearly losing my balance, heart on the verge of exploding. "Damn, dude, are you all right?" Kevin barked, already scrambling over to me. I stared at the ground, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The smell of gunpowder filled my nose. Scattered at my feet were fragments of rusted metal and splintered plastic. What was left of a cheap wooden mousetrap, its broken pieces mixed with bent remnants of a shotgun shell. A goddamn booby trap. Kevin crouched down and picked up a piece of the shattered trap. "Jesus Christ," he muttered. "Some kids screwing around?" I shook my head, still catching my breath. Kids don't hike 10 miles into the wilderness just to set up some kind of prank like this. Kevin frowned, tossing the debris aside. Still, if that was meant to kill somebody, it did a pretty shitty job. I didn't laugh because if there was one, there had to be more. After that, we started moving a lot more carefully, eyes scanning the forest floor for anything that was out of place. Sure enough, 100 yards in, Kevin spotted another one. Wire strung low between two saplings, rigged to a similar contraption. We stepped around it, suddenly hyper aware of every step that we were taking. That's when we saw something else, and at first it was just one, an odd stretch of metal pipes poking out of the ground, unnatural against the forest floor. And then we saw another, and another. Water lines. I stopped, exchanging a glance with Kevin. He was sniffing at the air. "Do you smell that?" I took a breath, and the sharp, pungent scent hit me almost immediately. Skunky. Not the kind of smell you associate with an animal either. "Oh shit," Kevin whispered. "We need to go." I followed his gaze, and that's when I saw the canopy. At first it blended in, this thick mesh of branches and tarps, layered so heavily that it looked like a part of the forest itself, but beneath it, in the dim light, rows of plants stretched out in this organized line. Thick green stalks, sticky leaves, marijuana. And I'm talking a lot of it. We'd walked straight into a grow operation. And wouldn't you know it, they weren't alone. Up on the ridge, there was a man stood, watching. I barely breathed, afraid to even blink. He was maybe 50 yards away with a rifle slung across his chest. His stance was relaxed but intentional. He was not a hiker, and he was not a hunter. He was guarding. Kevin then barely moved, his voice barely even audible. "Let's get the hell out of here, now." I nodded back slowly. Any sudden movements might draw attention. The last thing I want to do right now is look like a threat. Quietly and carefully, we turned and retraced our steps, avoiding those booby traps and moving as soundlessly as we could. Somehow, the guard up top hadn't seen us make our way down, and we wanted to keep it that way. One misstep and the top of my head might just pop off. Every step after that felt like a total risk. Even the trees felt thinner now. The forest was now more open, exposing us. I fought that instinct to run, forcing myself to move at this steady pace, keeping my breath low and even. We just need to make it back up the ridge, back towards the trailhead. We were nearly at the tree line when shouting started. Spanish, fast and panicked. Kevin grabbed my arm, eyes wide. Shit, did they see us? I didn't answer, just ushered him forward and kept my ass moving. And then came the gunfire. The cracks echoed off through the trees, and that was it. Our instincts took over. We ran. I don't know even if they were really shooting at us, but the sound was all I needed to start pumping my knees and elbows. Branches whipped at my face, thorns clawed at my arms. My backpack bounced against my shoulders as I sprinted forward. That uneven ground, treacherous. Behind me, Kevin was cursing, his breath ragged. We weren't being chased, at least not yet, but those shots had us on edge and made us think that we were. And then, out of nowhere, pain. Blinding, searing pain. It felt like I'd been shot or stung by 1,000 wasps. All I knew was that something bad was happening to me. I barely had time to react before my whole body jerked backward, my face and arms burning like they'd been set on fire. Kevin let out a sharp cry beside me. We walked straight into something, nearly invisible into the fading light. Fishing lines. They were strung between the trees, dozens of strands, and hooked along each one, barbed fishing hooks, suspended at face level. I let out this strangled sound, and my hands flew to my face. 10, maybe 20 hooks had caught me, in my chin, my neck, the soft flesh of my armpit, and the sting was immediate, white hot. My vision was swimming. Kevin seemed to have gotten it worse. I turned as my breath was catching. Hooks pierced his arms, his throat. One even caught in his lower eyelid. He was gasping out, hands shaking as he tried to yank them free. Panic was surging through me. Don't pull! Do not pull! I started, but he was already ripping them out, blood welling from the punctures. I gritted my teeth and did the same. The pain was instant, hot and wet, spreading down my skin. My fingers trembled, yanking the last hook free in my arm. We did not have time to dwell on this. Those voices were getting closer, and so was that gunfire. With everything we had left, we pushed forward, crashing through the undergrowth, running blindly. At this point, the terrain began to slope down, so we just let gravity do its job. There were points where we were falling ass over elbows just to get to the bottom. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. Didn't even register the pain anymore. The shouting faded, and we didn't stop until we physically couldn't anymore. 3 miles. That's how far we ran before our bodies completely gave out, before we collapsed under the cold earth, lungs screaming out for air. We just laid there for what felt like an hour, chest still heaving, the ground cool against our sweat-drenched skin. The world was now eerily silent. No more shouting or gunshots. No movement except the trees. The pain from the hooks was really starting to set in now, this deep throbbing ache between the adrenaline. Kevin was the first one to say something. I think we're clear. His voice was hoarse, barely even above a whisper. Blood was running out of his wounds in every direction. I turned my head to look at him. Even in this now dimming light, I could see the dark streaks of it across his arms and neck. My stomach twisted when I noticed that deep puncture just under his eye. Another half inch, and he might have lost it. We need to get back to the truck, now, I said. My throat was raw, my body teetering on complete failure. Before it gets dark, before we get caught out here in the dark, and if we do, you know we're dead. Kevin nodded, and we both knew nightfall out here meant a different kind of danger. getting lost, or hypothermia, maybe even the wildlife. But neither of us moved right away. Our bodies were spent, and fear had just left us drained, a complete husk of ourselves. The other thing scaring us, we didn't even talk about it. I was scared for my brother, and I know he was scared for me. What would we do if one of us got gunned down or caught in another trap? Would I leave him? It was an awful thought that crossed my mind. Eventually, though, we forced ourselves back up, and the pain really hit full force then, the burning in our skin, but we pushed through. We didn't have any other option. We checked our maps, adjusted our packs, and started walking. Slowly at first, wincing with every single step. Then faster as the trees thinned, and the familiar ridgeline came into view. Honestly, the hike back to the truck was the longest 8 miles of my life. Every rustling branch made my heart hammer. Every shift in the wind felt like a whisper of something unseen just behind us. We kept expecting to hear voices, footsteps, anything that might signal they had followed us, but the forest remained dead quiet. No sign of trouble, no matter where we looked. By the time we reached the trailhead, it was near pitch black. The truck was right where we left it, a beacon inside this emptiness. We climbed inside and slammed the doors, locking them immediately. Only then did we slightly relax, even if it was just for a moment. Kevin wiped at the blood on his arms with the edge of his shirt. "We should report this." I nodded, but in the pit of my stomach, I was worried it might bring more trouble than it was worth. We made the call the next morning, gave the rangers the exact location, told them about the traps, the grow operation, the armed men. They took our statement and said they'd pass it along to the right authorities. 2 weeks later, that entire stretch of forest went up in flames. The official word? There wasn't one. It was weird. We really couldn't tell if the feds caught them and moved in and burned it all to the ground, or if maybe the growers became paranoid, decided to just do it themselves and vacate the area. Whatever the case, I still have scars from those damn fish hooks. I never actually met the guy, but I still think about him. It's strange, really. We've pulled plenty of people out of the woods, some cold, some hungry, some dead, some we never find at all. But this one has stuck with me. Maybe it's because when we first got the call, it sounded fairly routine. When you work search and rescue, you experience a lot, and you hear about even more. This was just one of those missions like the others. A missing hiker inside a popular state park. Fairly easy, right? I got the text on a Sunday afternoon. Young guy, mid-30s, had been hiking with a buddy when he started feeling off. Now at the time they weren't super far from their car, maybe a mile and a half. But instead of pushing through, he sat down and asked his friend to go on ahead, grab his meds, and then come back for him. When the friend returned, the guy was just gone, vanished. Again, at first I was not worried. The park had a mix of front country and back country trails, some leading deep into rugged terrain, but it wasn't like he disappeared in the middle of the Rockies. People got turned around all the time out here. 99% of them turned up within a few hours. A little embarrassed, sure, but fine. And that's exactly what I thought was about to happen again this time. I met up with the first wave of responders at the trailhead. A few volunteers, my unit coordinator, and some park rangers. The sun was low. The air was thick with the smell of pending rain across that valley. It was actually warm for early fall, the kind of weather that made perfect for hiking conditions. Unless, of course, you get lost. His friend was waiting for us at the entrance, pacing and running a hand through his sweat-matted hair. He looked like he hadn't sat down since the guy actually went missing. And I felt for him. I'm sure he was feeling guilty. The truth of the matter was, this was another blameless situation. "I was only gone maybe an hour," he kept saying. "2 tops. He was right there, right there." I nodded along, taking some mental notes. There's no reason to doubt him, at least not yet. We had zero reason to doubt this guy. We moved quickly, hasty searches at first, checking the high probability areas, places where lost hikers might logically end up. This guy had been on a marked trail, and a damn popular one at that. How you get so far off that path to get lost, I don't really know. Maybe he went to the bathroom and got injured. My mind was ripe with all kinds of possibilities. It didn't matter though, this guy was nowhere to be found. The sun continued to sink lower. My gut was starting to whisper that this was not going to be easy this time. Then, maybe 10 meters off the trail, I spotted something half buried in the leaves. A phone, and not just any phone, it was his. I waved the others over, my pulse jumping, and it didn't end up being just the phone. There's a bag and some other small items scattered nearby, some trash, a sock, even a protein bar wrapper. At first we thought, okay, great, we're close. But we weren't. We never were. We thought that was a good sign. Finding a subject's belongings usually meant they were really close by. Maybe he just wandered off to relieve himself or look for water. Maybe he gotten lightheaded, sat down somewhere else, disoriented, but still alive. And that's when we noticed something was wrong. The phone wasn't cracked or dirty, like it had been dropped in a panic. It had been placed there, like somebody was trying to get us to follow them. Scattered nearby, we found more. A plastic bag, a bent straw, small, insignificant things that didn't really look like much until you saw them all together. And now suddenly the situation was a lot different. Meth. I saw a click inside my unit coordinator's head at the same time it did in mine. We both worked enough cases to recognize all the signs. If this guy had indeed been using, it would explain a lot. Why he might have started behaving strangely. Meth can make you paranoid. Meth can make you run. And if you're jonesing for a hit, you'll say or do anything for a moment of privacy just to get high. And unfortunately, if you run deep enough into the woods, you don't always make it back out. Still, we were being hopeful, and we thought we'd find him soon. He really could not have gone that far. The sun dipped lower. The trees swallowed what little light was left. More units continued to arrive. Volunteers, mounted search teams, canine units. The rangers expanded the search perimeter, moving throughout the trees in coordinated sweeps. But still, nothing. We called out his name again, and again. Nothing. No broken branches, no footprints, no sounds beyond the usual rustling of wind and wildlife. It was literally like the earth had swallowed him whole. The coordinator and I talked a little bit with some of the other SAR members. We were trying to put together what he would need a bag and a straw for, what else it could be used as. We were drawing a blank, and when we inspected the bag again, it was clearly used to hold some kind of white powder, and the residue was, well, all over. By midnight, the temperature dropped, and I could see my own breath. In the dim beam of my headlamp, the darkness was now suffocating, thick and absolute. My heart had completely flipped. This dude was gone, and we weren't gonna find him. Somewhere off in the distance, a dog barked. One of the search canines. My pulse picked up. The handlers had been running scent trails off the guy's phone, looping through the woods in these wide arcs. Maybe the dogs had finally hit on something. I radioed in. Any contact? A pause, and then I got a response.
Negative.
I exhaled and rubbed my eyes. The dog had something, but clearly not him. A few hours later, one of the mounted units reported seeing movement on a ridgeline, a quick darting shadow just outside their search perimeter. They called out, and the figure didn't respond, and when they tried to close the distance, it vanished off into the trees. Now, it could have easily been an animal, a trick of the moonlight, but that wasn't really what spooked me. It was the way they described it. Fast, one of the riders said. Real fast, like he knew we were there and did not want to be found. A chill ran down my spine. Meth can certainly bring out the weirdest behaviors you'd ever hear about. We had a term for people like that. Subjects who did not want to be rescued. It happens sometimes, especially with drug cases. The paranoia would just take full hold of them. They saw searchers as a threat instead of help. They'd hide, they'd run. In our uniforms, we probably honestly looked like police. And unfortunately, they'd die doing it. You dodge help for far too long in the wrong season, you'll be dead by morning. The second day passed off in a blur of dirt, sweat, and radio chatter. We covered miles and miles of terrain. More units continued to arrive. Even a helicopter buzzed over the low treetops, searching and sweeping the ground. We found nothing. By the third day, morale was definitely shifting. "I don't get it," one of the park rangers muttered to me. "He could not have just straight up disappeared." But that was exactly what was happening. The dogs lost the scent. The search perimeter stretched wider, covering acres of terrain that should have turned something up. A piece of clothing, a footprint, anything. But there was nothing. And the worst part, I was starting to think he was still out there. Not dead, at least not yet. Watching. And I couldn't shake that feeling. By the fourth night, I barely even slept. I just lay there at my tent at base camp, staring up at the nylon ceiling. I wasn't the only one either. Some of the other night shift volunteers swore they heard footsteps along the outer perimeter of camp. Others had reported strange noises in the trees, branches snapping, low muttering, just beyond the reach of their flashlights. One guy even claimed he heard somebody coughing over a hill, clearing their throat, hacking up something. It wasn't any of us, it was somebody literally out in the dark. By the fifth day, the search was now winding down, and we knew it couldn't go on much longer. There was still no sign of him, no more movement in the trees. Eventually, the higher-ups made the call. They'd put in enough man-hours. The odds of finding him alive were very slim now. Resources were needed elsewhere. They were pulling the operation. We packed up and loaded the gear, volunteers shaking their head, frustrated, muttering about how a simple search had turned into all of this. I just stood there by the trailhead, staring into the woods, gut twisted into knots. Somewhere out there, that guy was probably still running. A week passed, and then 2, and then a month. Still no sign of him. The park rangers kept the case open, but after a while, the searches were more for show than really anything else. Nobody expected to find him. Not after 5 days out there with no food, no shelter, and nighttime temperatures that could dip dangerously low. I could not shake the feeling that we weren't looking for a body though, so I kept in touch with some of the other searchers, and every now and again, one of them would send me a text. Still nothing. But weird things started to happen. The first month after the search had ended, a hiker came forward saying he'd been out in the backcountry trails and seen this man crouching behind a fallen tree, watching him. When they called out, he bolted off into the trees so fast he barely had time to process what they were really seeing. The description? Thin, pale, and dirty. Wearing the same clothes our guy had been wearing when he disappeared. So the rangers went out to check, but they didn't find anything. Then 2 months in, a camper at a remote site woke up to find their gear ransacked, not stolen, just moved around. The food was untouched, but their flashlight was missing. They reported it, and again, the description matched. A gaunt, hollow-eyed man, darting through the trees. There 1 second, gone the next, wearing jeans and a flannel. That was the last credible sighting though. Winter then came. If he'd been out there surviving off God knows what, that's probably when it all ended. And that's what I told myself, and I tried to believe it. But I will admit, sometimes when I'm in the field, I'll still catch myself looking over my shoulder. I think about those nights when we heard something moving just beyond our camp. I think about the riders who saw that figure on the ridgeline, how fast he was moving, and how determined he was to stay hidden. I wonder, how far did he go before the meth finally wore off? Did he even realize how lost he was? Or is he still out there, deep in the woods? Nothing left of him but instincts and hunger, darting through the trees like a ghost himself. Whatever the case, I suspect it was a rude awakening when he came down from the drugs and realized what he'd done. His family is still looking for him. I spent 2 years living in Osage Beach, Missouri, and I can tell you that the Ozarks aren't just a place, they're a presence, a breathing, living entity. The deeper you go, the more you feel it, the weight of the trees pressing in, the quiet that isn't really quiet at all. People talk about the legends, strange creatures out in the woods, and things that don't quite make any sense. Missing people, hillbilly headhunters. You definitely hear enough stories and you start wondering if maybe the woods aren't quite as empty as they seem to be. But the thing is, I was never really one for any of these superstitions. I like and prefer explanations. I like reason and logic. So when I met Levi and he told me he'd lived in Osage Beach his whole life, I figured he was the kind of guy who knew this place better than anybody. He wasn't one to buy into all the ghost stories or the local folklore. Levi was solid, practical. He worked at a restaurant 1.5 miles from our place, and he walked to and from there every day, even in the dead of night. I remember the first time I asked him why he didn't just drive. "Why waste the gas?" he said with a shrug. "It's a straight shot, and it's pretty good exercise." And that was Levi in a nutshell, no nonsense. A pretty big guy, strong, the type you wouldn't really want to mess with. He'd been walking those roads since he was a teenager, and he wasn't really afraid of anything out there. Not the wildlife, not the locals, not even the dark itself. To his credit, no one really ever messed with him. And for a while, that's exactly how it was. We ended up moving in together a few months after we started dating. Our place was really nothing fancy, this little rental on the edge of town, where the trees crept right up to the backyard. At night, the only sounds were the occasional truck on the main road or the rustling of branches in the wind. And sometimes, I think that I heard something else. A distant howl, a sharp cry, the kind of sound that makes you stop what you're doing and just listen. I mean, we are out in the woods, right? There's always animals making some kind of wild sound. Occasionally, I joke with Levi about it. "You sure there aren't werewolves in these woods?" He'd just smirk at me. "Nah, it's coyotes, maybe even a bobcat." But there was one night, one specific night, where something happened that even Levi couldn't explain. Something that sent him sprinting home like he was running for his own life. Something that, to this very day, neither of us can make any sense of. It was a fairly normal night. Levi had the late shift, closing up the restaurant. I was at home, patiently waiting for him. I wasn't worried. Why would I be? He'd walked that route 100 times before. 1.5 miles of quiet road, with no real traffic, especially at that hour. A straight shot from the restaurant directly to our place. I remember checking my phone and seeing it was a little past midnight, and figured he'd be home in at least 15 minutes. I just sat there casually flipping through the channels, half asleep on the couch when I heard footsteps. They were fast and heavy, pounding on the dirt right outside. Somebody was running through our property. Before I could even stand up or react to it, the front door slammed open. Levi barreled through, chest heaving, sweat dripping from his face. He twisted around quickly and slammed the door behind him and locked it. He then shut off the lamp in the living room, casting our entire house in this shadow. I sat up with my heart going haywire. Levi?" He didn't answer me. He was moving from window to window, yanking the curtain shut, glancing outside like he expected to see something staring back at him. He looked scared, but calm, controlled. Everything that he was doing was very calculated. My stomach tightened. "Levi, what the hell is going on?" He turned to me, his face completely unreadable. "Go get the bat." And that's when I knew something was really wrong. The bat, was a crisis mode item. We'd kept it in the hall closet just in case, and we'd never actually even needed it before, but the way Levi said it, the way his voice dropped into something cold and emotional, made my hands shake as I went to get it. Something was going on, and he wouldn't tell me what. I came back to find him by the window near the front porch, standing still and just listening. The room was now eerily quiet, the only sound of the faint whir of the ceiling fan above us. Then, out of nowhere, something hit the glass, a dull thump, like a hand smacking against the window pane. I nearly dropped the bat. Levi, on the other hand, didn't move, he just kept watching. Then, after a few seconds of silence, something darted across the porch, the wooden planks creaking under its weight. And then, the doorknob rattled. My stomach flipped. Somebody was trying to get inside. Levi didn't even hesitate. He reached for the front door, stepping out into the porch, bat clenched in his hands. "Hey!" he roared. "You want to die tonight? Because I got no problem making that happen." Silence. No movement. I felt frozen in place, my breath caught in my throat. Levi just stood there, chest rising and falling, gripping the bat so hard his knuckles were turning white. The yard stretched out in front of him, the porch light casting these long shadows over our grass. Tall trees stood there like sentries out in the dark. But there was nobody, no footsteps retreating, and no sign of anyone running off. Just the trees swaying in the wind. After a long moment, he stepped back inside, shut and locked the door once more. We sat in the living room for the next hour, just waiting and listening, but nothing happened. No more knocking, no more rattling doorknobs. Eventually, the adrenaline wore off and we both exhaled in relief. I was still terrified, but also still confused. I wasn't even sure what I was supposed to be afraid of. Was it a bear? A murderer? Still, I didn't want to press a clearly strained man, so I just waited for him to open up to me. After another 15 minutes or so, he finally opened up and told me what happened. He'd gotten off work at midnight, same as always, tied his apron and counted his tips, and said his goodbyes to his coworkers. He stepped out into the cool night air and started that walk home. The first half of the walk was uneventful, quiet. Even the usual houses that had a light or two on were totally dark, so an unnaturally quiet night, to be honest. The street lamps were buzzing, moths clouding around them, bats picking off the drifters with laser precision. Levi had looked at the bats as he wandered on the street home. Then, about halfway there, right where the road dips into a patch of deep woods, he heard a sound, a dog barking. At first, obviously he didn't think much of it. Plenty of people around here had dogs. He figured maybe somebody's pet had wandered too far from home. Hell, it could even be a stray that lives in the woods, kicking up a rabbit for dinner. Could be anything, honestly. A dog was the last thing that had him worried. But there was something about it, he said, something that just felt off. He said the bark was too mechanical and short, not the kind of frantic noise a dog makes when it's excited or even scared. Levi's a pretty big dog guy, and he knew in his gut that whatever he was hearing wasn't a canine. He said it sounded human. Levi then slowed down and listened, the hair on the back of his neck standing up like there was electricity in the air. That's when he heard it again, but this time it was closer. That bark echoed throughout the trees, and then Levi swore he heard movement, something shifting in the underbrush, twigs snapping. His gut knotted up and he picked up the pace. But just as he started to walk faster, he said the bark, it changed. It stretched out and warped into something else entirely, something that started off as a growl but then turned into this garbled, wet snarl. And Not just a noise, but words. The guy was screaming in some kind of crazy ass voice. Then the footsteps started. Not 4, but 2. Again, clearly a person coming up to scare the crap out of Levi. At least that's what he was thinking. It was heavy. He heard crashing through grass behind him. And that's when Levi just turned into a full-out sprint. He didn't think, he didn't turn around, he just ran. Boots slamming against the pavement, lungs burning. And whatever was behind him started to run too. He could hear it gaining ground, bare feet slapping against the asphalt. He said it kept barking, growling, saying all kinds of weird-ass shit. Levi didn't stop until he saw the lights of our porch, until he was sprinting across our yard, throwing himself against the front door. And now, here we are, sitting in silence, trying to make sense of all of it. "I don't believe in ghosts," Levi finally said, "and I sure as hell don't believe in any goat man." The goat man is one of our local legends, and the first thing that I suggested. His description was oddly similar to a bunch of stuff that I'd read about online, and that panicky movement, it was really all I could think of. What else would something like that be? But still, Levi wasn't buying what I was selling. I swallowed. Okay, so what was it then? He didn't answer me. He turned and just stared at the locked door, as if waiting to hear that sound once more. For obvious reasons, neither of us really slept that night. After Levi told me what happened, we just sat in the living room, that baseball bat resting across his lap. The house was silent except for the occasional groan of the walls settling. I now found myself glancing at the front door, expecting the knob to rattle once more, or for another knock against the window, but nothing ever came. At some point, I realized just how tightly I was gripping the couch cushion. My knuckles were aching from how hard I'd been clenching it in my hands. My heartbeat had slowed, but the tension in my body had not faded. Levi rubbed his face with both hands, then exhaled. Maybe it could have just been a meth head or something, he muttered, as if saying out loud would make it all true. And I guess it does kind of make sense. Tweakers wandered out of the hills sometimes, paranoid and very unpredictable. They'd steal things from cars and lurk around gas stations, act out in totally bizarre ways. But this, the barking, the chase, the fact that nobody was out there when he opened the door, none of it really sat right with me. Are you sure it wasn't just a dog? I know what I heard. He cut me off. He wasn't even looking at me. His eyes were now on the window, the curtains still swaying slightly from when he'd peeked through it earlier. The weight that was in his voice just sent a chill through me. We waited another hour, but nothing else happened. No sounds, no movement, no creeping shadows out in our yard. And eventually, exhaustion won out. Levi got up and double-checked the locks, then crashed out on the couch with the bat still within reach. I just found myself curling up next to him, far too afraid to close my eyes, but too drained to keep them open. I'd say sometime before dawn, I finally fell asleep. The next day, Levi was different. Not scared, different, just really off. I watched him from across the kitchen as he poured himself a cup of coffee. His shoulders were tense and his jaw was tight. Usually, he was the talker in the mornings, cracking jokes and teasing me about how I refused to function before caffeine. But on this morning, he didn't say a word. When I finally spoke, my voice was almost gone. "Are you, gonna walk to work today?" Levi just paused, his fingers fidgeting with the mug. He didn't answer me right away. "You know what, I'm not sure," he finally responded. And that really caught me off guard. Levi always walked. It's his routine, part of really who he was, his fabric. If he was actually considered driving, it meant whatever happened last night had gotten under his skin more than he wanted to admit. And I didn't push it. Sure enough, he ended up taking the car that day, and I don't blame him. To have an experience like that all alone and then have to deal with the fallout yourself, I just wanted to support him in any way I could. Over the next few days, we both tried to pretend everything was normal. Levi didn't even talk about what happened, and I didn't bring it up. But something had now shifted between us, this quiet unease that neither of us wanted to acknowledge. A week passed, then 2. Nothing happened. No more knocks at the window, no rattling doorknobs, no barking in the woods. Levi eventually started walking to work again, and I told myself it was over. And then, one night, just before bed, I heard something outside. A low dragging scrape against the siding of the house. I froze with my toothbrush still in my mouth, my reflection in the bathroom mirror staring back at me with wide, unblinking eyes. The sound came once more. A slow and deliberate sound, like nails trailing against the wood. I quickly finished up and turned the bathroom light off, stepping off in the hallway, pulse hammering. Levi was in the living room watching TV, completely oblivious. I swallowed hard and forced my voice not to shake. "Hey, did you hear that?" He muted the TV and tilted his head, now listening. Nothing. For a long moment, we both stood there, every nerve in my body stretching very thin, waiting for that noise to come back. It didn't. After a while, Levi let out this slow breath, shaking his head. "Calm down, you're just on edge, that's all." Maybe he was right. Maybe I was on edge. Maybe that's all it ever was. A tweaker, a bad joke, some freak one-time encounter that meant absolutely nothing. But there are nights when I'm lying in bed staring up at the ceiling. I think about the way Levi ran into the house that night. The way his eyes darted to every window, like he was still being hunted. I think about the sound that I heard outside the bathroom window. And then I think about the legends, the ones Levi never even believed in. And I wonder to myself, if I'd been brave enough to pull back the curtain that night, to look outside, what would I have seen? Or worse, what would have seen me? Would it have been the same thing that chased Levi? Or maybe it was just going to be your average critter? I find myself scared of every little noise now after that night. And it's funny how things can change so drastically after one experience. I grew up inside a small town just south of Springfield, Missouri. The kind of place where people left their doors unlocked and kids would run wild from sunup to sundown without a second thought. It was the late 80s, before the world started feeling as dangerous as it does now, and my childhood was filled with scraped knees, bicycle races, and summer nights spent catching fireflies in glass jars. My family and I really didn't have much, but we did have each other. And the kids in my neighborhood were more like siblings than my friends, super tight-knit and inseparable, always scheming up some kind of new adventure. There weren't that many of us, maybe 5 or 6 regulars, but that just meant that we stuck together. We spent every hour that we could outside, and that meant whatever happened to one of us usually happened to all of us. It's interesting, we operated like a hive mind without even really knowing it. And then there was Greg's dog, Trooper. Trooper was a mutt, some kind of shepherd mix with enough speed and energy to run circles around all of us. He was the kind of dog that could squeeze through any fence, jump over them if they were too high, and slip out of a collar just like a magician. He got loose constantly, and every single time Greg would gather us all up like little army men and send us off on a search and rescue mission. I'll admit it was fun, and it was something to do in the backwoods of Missouri. On a Saturday in early spring, it was no different. Greg's dad had been working on the truck in the driveway, and somehow Trooper had gotten past him. He shot out like a rocket, tail high, ears flopping, gone before anybody could even yell his name. Which would have been a waste of time anyway. The dog was like a convict, always trying to find a weak spot, always trying to run free. We fanned out across town, calling out for him, checking his usual spots. behind the diner, near the church parking lot, down by the old fishing hole. Pretty much anywhere with a big dumpster was going to be a hot spot. Trooper was a trash mutt. But even with all our searching, we couldn't find him. Nothing. Then somebody, maybe Tyler or Danny, spotted him up near this creek bed. He was standing in the shallows, watching us with his tail wagging, waiting just long enough for us to see him before taking off upstream. And I'll admit, we should have known better. Honestly, we should have turned back. Instead, we tied our shoes tight, following him through the woods, laughing and thinking this was just another one of Trooper's games. This dog was so smart, he would play his own version of tag and hide and seek with us. We had no idea what we were about to walk into. The creek bed wound its way out of town, twisting through the patches of thick forest and limestone bluffs. The kind of place you only go to if you know the land well enough not to get turned around. We followed the water, our sneakers splashing through the shallows, the cold sinking into our socks. The smell of damp earth and moss hung thick in the air, and the further we went, the quieter it seemed to get. No other cars, no other voices, just the sound of running water and our own footsteps crunching throughout the rocks. Trooper was somewhere ahead of us, just out of reach, occasionally catching glimpses of him, a flash of his tail as he rounded another bend, the splash of his paws against the water. Every time we thought we'd got him, he'd bolt again, leading us further into the woods. Greg groaned. "I swear, that dog's half coyote." "Dude, he's totally messing with us," Danny replied. I nodded, but something was off. I was nervous for some reason, and I'd never felt this way before when we chased him. Trooper always ran, sure, but he usually would let us catch up, and this time for some reason he just wasn't stopping. It was like he was trying to lead us somewhere. That's when we saw it, a cave up ahead. Didn't think much of it at first, just this dark opening in the limestone, half hidden by the curtains of vines. A shallow overhang gave way to this deeper passage, its mouth yawning wide open for a person to walk through without even ducking. And Trooper was nowhere in sight. We found ourselves hesitating at the entrance. A damp, sour smell seeped from inside, something rank and old, like wet leaves mixed with spoiled food. "I don't like this," Tyler muttered. Greg just ignored him, cupping his hands around his mouth. "Trooper!" he called out, but got nothing but silence in return. Then we all heard movement, but not from Trooper, from the cave itself, from the inside. A man then stepped forward, emerging from the shadows. He was barefoot, his feet were caked in mud, his jeans were torn and crusted with something dark. His shirt hung off him in filthy tatters. His arms were super thin but roped with sinewy muscle. Behind him, a woman then appeared, just as dirty, her hair hanging in these tangled ropes around her sunken face. We all froze. The man's eyes rolled over all of us, his lips curling into something that was not a smile. "Y'all lost? The hell you doing back here?" Greg just shook his head. "We're looking for my dog." The woman snorted. "Ain't seen no dog. How'd you get this far out?" I swallowed and took a step back. "Guys, I think we should just go." But Greg didn't move. Are you sure? He definitely ran this way." The man then cut him off. "If we'd seen it, we'd shot it." Then he grinned, showing his teeth that were more black than white. "That fur makes a good blanket." A cold dread then slithered up my spine. I wanted no part of this. The woman then laughed and nudged the man. "Might make good eating too. You eat dog before? It ain't bad." Greg's face went pale, and the weight of the situation then settled in on us, and we all realized we were in serious danger. We all began backing away, and then I felt something behind me. Before I could react, arms then wrapped around me, a crushing sweaty grip yanking me backward, squeezing the breath directly from my lungs. I gasped aloud, kicking and struggling, but whoever had me was strong. Whoever this was had scooped us all together, We were crushed, flailing and fighting with everything we had, but it didn't matter. The others were screaming. I twisted, craning my neck to try to catch a glimpse of who was doing this, who'd had grabbed us. He was massive, a giant of a man, with a tangled beard and skin darkened by years spent in the sun. His arms literally felt like steel cables as he lifted us off of the ground in this bear hug. My ribs were creaking underneath the pressure. I saw Greg and the others wincing, their faces frozen in panic. I was on the outside, closest to his wrists, so the pressure felt lesser. That first man then chuckled. "Well, looky here." The woman's lips curled. "Pretty little youngins, ain't they?" I thrashed harder, panic surging and making my vision go red. And then just as suddenly as it all happened, he let us go. We hit the ground hard, pain shooting up through my knees. I rolled onto my side to relieve the pressure. The moment our feet touched the dirt, everybody scrambled, fighting to get upright. That giant of a man just stood there, watching, his head cocked like a curious dog. He was smiling at us. He had that same disgusting gnarly teeth and same chapped lips. Greg grabbed my arm. "Run!" And that's what we did. We turned around and tore back down the creek, our feet slipping and sliding on rocks, lungs burning throughout the entire time. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear them running after us. The woman shrieked like something unintelligible, something like a threat, I'm not sure. Those men were fast, their footsteps were heavy, splashing through the water as they closed the distance between us. In typical fashion, I tripped, foot catching on the submerged root. I hit the ground and pain shot up through my palms as I scraped them raw. My legs were seriously banged up at this point, and I wasn't even sure I could go any further. Danny grabbed me, yanking me up. Come on, get up!" I could hear them, they were right behind us, and I braced myself for that same crushing squeeze. And then out of nowhere, a snarl. A blur of fur and muscle came barreling down from the ridge above. Trooper. He hit that first man full force, knocking him sideways into the creek with a splash. The guy sputtered and flailed in the water. The woman screamed. "Get that damn dog! We're eating good tonight!" But Trooper wasn't done. He whirled, his teeth flashing in the sunlight, and lunged for the giant. His jaws clamped down on one of the man's arm, a deep, ugly growl leaking from his throat. The man howled, trying to shake him off, but Trooper held true. He bit so hard we could see the muscles in the guy's arm. The woman then turned and bolted, disappearing back into the woods. The other man staggered out of the creek, dripping wet, fully enraged. Then he lunged for Greg, but Greg was already moving, grabbing a heavy rock from the water and hurled it at him. It hit him square in the shoulder, knocking him back with a grunt. This was our chance. We continued running like our lives depended on it, and well, honestly, they may as well have. Trooper kept pace with us. His fur was slicked back, ears pinned flat, glancing over his shoulder to make sure that we were keeping up. We did not stop, not until we saw the first house in town, the glow of porch lights breaking off through the darkness. We continued until we were finally home. We crashed back into town like we'd been shot out of a cannon, panting and bleeding, knees scraped raw from falling on all those rocks. None of us spoke, none of us really could, we just ran, sprinting past all those quiet houses, past the safety of the world that we knew, far too afraid to stop and way too terrified to look behind us. Finally, we were standing on Greg's front porch, gasping out for air, bent over, hands on our knees. Trooper stood behind us, his tongue lolling off, and his body was still tense, as if he was waiting for another fight. His fur was matted with dirt and creek water, and his paws were smeared red where he'd bitten that man. The craziest part was, all the blood was on his snout. Greg's dad yanked open the front door. "The hell's going on?" Greg didn't answer. None of us could. But Trooper let out this low growl, still facing the woods, watching. That was enough for Greg's dad to step outside, and he's not the kind of man who's scared easily, but something about the way he looked, about the way Trooper looked, made him very serious in the moment. One by one, between shaking breaths, we spilled out our story. The cave, the people, the man that grabbed me, and then the chase. Now Trooper fucking saved us. Greg's dad listened, his frown deepening the more and more we went on. By the time we finished, he didn't hesitate. He went straight inside and grabbed a phone. Within minutes, the sheriff was on their way there. We sat on the porch in silence, far too wired to go inside, and still half expecting to see shadows moving between the trees. The sheriff arrived with 2 deputies, and when Greg's dad told them about what had happened, they exchanged a look that made my stomach turn once more. They didn't seem to be too surprised. The sheriff just sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Yeah, I'm gonna be fully honest with you, we've had trouble up that way before." Greg's dad straightened up. "You knew that they were out there?" The sheriff just shrugged. "We knew something was. Bootleggers, squatters, old families that don't want no part of society. Hard to pin down exactly who's living out there. All kinds of old cave systems up that way. Real easy to not be found in those parts." And those words sent a shiver through me. They weren't homeless, they weren't lost. They were hiding. Real criminals squatting in our own backyard. Greg's dad was furious. "And you ain't done nothing about it?" The sheriff just gave him this look. "You think we got the resources to comb through every cave and holler out here in the Ozarks? Far as we're concerned, they keep to themselves. Ain't nobody ever reported something like this before. We'll go take a look, but these people are boogeymen." His eyes then flicked to us, to the scratches on my arms, to the torn sleeve of Greg's shirt. "I reckon that's changed now, huh?" They put together a search party the next morning. They found the cave, but go figure, it was empty. Fire pit was still warm, scraps of food were scattered across the ground. A few makeshift beds were tucked into the back of the cave. The blankets, nothing more than layers of stitched together animal pelts. But the people were long gone. Off to the next cave hideout, I suppose. No footprints leading out, no signs of where they'd gone. It was literally like they disappeared into the trees. The sheriff warned us to stay away from the creek, and we listened. None of us ever went back out there, not once. And Trooper, he never ran off again. It was like he knew, better than any of us, that we dodged a bullet on that day. Branson was a home for a good 40 years. It's not perfect, but is really anywhere. It had work, it had a stable economy, and it had the kind of scenery that made you stop in the middle of the day just to take it all in. Rolling hills, thick forest, the lake stretching out like endless sheets of glass. It was a good place to raise a family, if you had one, and a good place to die if you lived long enough. I myself was born in Tennessee, but spent most of my life here. It was quiet, it was simple. But sometimes things happen that don't make sense. Things I don't have an answer for. And I've spent the better part of 15 years trying to figure out what the hell I saw that night. I never thought of Branson as unsafe, not really. Sure, you get the occasional troublemaker, the drunks, the fights, the out-of-towners looking for a little too much fun, but real danger? The kind of thing that makes your stomach drop, that makes your hair stand up on end before your brain even catches up? That wasn't something I ever expected. There weren't crime waves, there was barely any crime at all, so when something happened, everybody knew about it. There's an old bar called the Wax Room, a little dive tucked into a strip that hadn't changed much since the 80s. Neon lights, cracked bar stools, the smell of beer soaked so deep into the wood, it probably will still be there long after the place was gone. I was a regular there, same stool, same drink, same walk to my truck every Friday night. Routine was good. It was a place I liked, and it seemed to like me back. Then one night, something happened that didn't fit into my nicely neat little puzzle of my life. Something I still can't explain no matter how many times I go over and over it. It was late, maybe 11:30, and I was heading home. The roads were mostly empty, streetlights stretching long shadows across the pavement in front of me. Just me and the radio humming low, that same drive that I'd done 100,000 times before. Then, out of nowhere, a kid sprinted right in front of my truck, and I mean appeared out of thin air right before my headlights. I slammed on the brakes so hard I felt the seatbelt cut into my neck. Tires screeched, the smell of burnt rubber filled the air. My heart was hammering in my chest. I was about to lay on the horn, roll down the window and tell him off when I saw something was chasing him. At first, I assumed it was a dog. It was low to the ground but big, really big, almost too big and too wide. It was fast, moving in and out of the streetlights so quickly that I couldn't quite get a good look at it. Then just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone, swallowed up by the dark, and that kid was still running. He then tripped hard and went down, rolled a couple of times, and didn't really move much after that. I honestly thought he might have cracked his head. I then rolled up beside him. My heart was still pounding and leaned over, calling out through my open window, "Hey kid, you okay?" That's when I saw his face. The kid was scrambling, trying to push himself off the pavement, but his legs weren't working right. He had this wild look in his eyes, like a deer caught in high beams, like he'd seen something his brain couldn't even process yet. He looked out of his goddamn mind. I leaned across the cab, cracked the window a little more. "Kid, are you hurt?" He flinched at my voice. His head then whipped toward me, but his eyes weren't really on me. He was looking past me, scanning the shadows behind my truck. Then, all of a sudden, in this gasping, panic voice, he whispered, "Where'd he go?" I just frowned. "Who?" His hands curled into fists on the pavement. His lungs were hitching. He looked back over his shoulder again and then back to me. The man that was chasing me. Where'd he go?" I sat up straighter, my stomach twisting into a knot. I almost told him he was wrong, that I'd seen something, yeah, but it wasn't a man. It had moved far too fast and was way too low to the ground. It wasn't a human. Still, this kid obviously wasn't lying. He believed a person was chasing him, and for whatever reason, that got under my skin. I didn't see a person, kid. I only saw a dog." Though the word felt wrong the second I said it. And that was when he lost it. His whole body locked up like he'd been electrocuted. His hands shot up to his head, gripping his hair so tight I thought he was going to rip it out. Then he just started shaking, rocking back and forth on his knees. No, you don't understand. That wasn't a dog." He was crying now, gulping for air between words. It was him. It was the guy from the alley, and he wouldn't stop. Something about the way he said that, like he'd been running for a long time, like this wasn't the first time it happened to him. "Hey, kid, look, come on," I said. "Just get in, I'll take you home." He hesitated, his whole body wired like he was ready to bolt, but then his shoulders slumped, like all the fight had just drained out of him. He pulled himself up, yanked open the door, and climbed inside. As soon as he shut the door, I locked them, and not because I thought there was somebody lurking, but for his safety. I don't want this kid off on the streets by himself. "All right, where to?" I asked him. He wiped at his face, still breathing hard. "Turn left up there, and then just keep going straight." I pulled back onto the road, my eyes flicking back to the rearview mirror every few seconds. Empty. Nothing behind us but the stretch of road swallowed up by the night. "All right, so tell me what happened," I asked him. The kid sighed and stared at his hands. He was maybe 13 or 14. His clothes were filthy, like he'd fallen more than once. His hands were still shaking, but he clenched them into fists and tried to stop it. I was going to meet my friends. We were gonna see a movie." He shook his head. "I cut through the alley by Marlin's because it's faster," and he trailed off. "And what?" His voice seemed to get smaller. "He was there, just standing there." I kept driving, gripping the wheel tighter. "All right, well, what'd he look like?" He rubbed at his arms like he was trying to get warm. "Tall, black coat, real long, almost to the ground. Hair was real greasy and cropped short, like cut it himself." He then hesitated and added, "His eyes were really dark, so dark that I couldn't even see his pupils, just black, like holes." A cold weight then settled in my gut. "What'd he say? Did he say anything to you?" The kid just inhaled shakily. "Weird stuff. Said he knew me, said he's seen me before." He looked out the passenger window like he didn't even want to say the rest. "Go on," I urged him. The kid's jaw tightened. "He said my mom wasn't home, and my dad didn't care about me. He said I could scream if I wanted, but nobody would come." I felt this subtle anger now rising up in my chest. Was he making any of that up? I don't know, but he knew stuff about me, stuff he shouldn't have. We both got quiet. Then he tried to grab me. He moved so fast, I don't even know how. I just barely got away, and I ran. He blinked fast, staring off at the dashboard. I could tell he was about to cry again. And no matter how fast I ran, he was always right behind me. Every step, every turn, never fell behind, not even once. My truck then rolled over this pothole, jarring us both. The kid then sniffed hard. And then the lights started going out. I shot him a look. What? The street lights. As I ran, they were going out above me, one by one, like something was sucking the light away. Goosebumps then crawled up my arm, and I forced my hands to stay steady on the wheel. The kid was quiet for a moment, then he continued. "He caught me right before you came." I turned my head sharply. "What do you mean he caught you?" The kid took a breath, his fingers digging into the seat. "He grabbed my hair, he yanked my head back so hard I thought my neck was gonna snap." His voice then dropped lower. "And then he licked me." The words hung in the air, making my stomach lurch. "Licked you?" He nodded, from my chest to my chin. And then I wanted to say something, anything, but my throat had gone dry. This kid suddenly now sat up straighter. "Turn left up here." I did. And then I saw something. There was a man walking on the shoulder of the road. Long black coat swaying with each step. His greasy hair was clinging to his skull. His head was tilted slightly downward, but even from here, I could see it. The kid went dead silent. My hands clenched the wheel so tightly that my knuckles even popped. As we passed, the man lifted his head. And even though I couldn't see his eyes from the driver's seat, I felt them, watching. I nodded my head toward the guy. "Is that him?" The kid didn't say anything. He didn't speak. My gut screamed at me hard to hit the gas, to put as much distance as I possibly could between us, but instead, I gritted my teeth and spun the wheel. I flipped a U-turn. I may not see him again, so I figured I better squash this now, man to man. Typical horror movie fashion, the road was now empty in front of me. Gone. The man, gone. I just heard the kid whimpering to himself, curling in, his whole body trembling. I faced forward and forced the air up to my lungs and just kept driving. Whatever I'd just seen, whoever I just saw. It wasn't normal. I didn't say another word, and neither did the kid. We just drove. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting, almost wanting to see something. A shadow shifting in the darkness, a glimpse of that dark coat, those nasty-ass teeth, but there was nothing. Just the quiet hum of the truck rolling down the road, and the streetlights stretching long and empty behind us. Eventually, the kid spoke up again. "You saw him." It wasn't a question, it was a statement. I nodded, my eyes were locked on the road ahead of me. "Yeah, kid, I did." He exhaled shakily. "So, you believe me now?" Honestly, I thought about lying, about saying something to calm him down, but I couldn't. My throat was still raw, my hands were still gripping the wheel like I expected to be yanked from my fingers. Hell, I just left the bar and rolled on to this whole bizarre mess. I don't know what to think. So I just responded, "Yeah, I believe you." The kid gave the last directions. His voice was brittle, like every bit of adrenaline had been drained out of him. I followed his directions, each turn, keeping an eye on the houses as we rolled through the neighborhood. "Right here," he mumbled finally, and I pulled up to a small single-story house with a sunken roof and a porch light that barely was flickering. "You good from here?" I asked him. I felt like he wanted to say something else, but he just nodded, fumbling with the door handle. He stepped out and gripped the frame with shaky legs. "Look, kid, tell your folks about what happened. They need to know." He just scoffed at me and shook his head. "It won't matter." Before I could ask what he meant by that, he slammed the door shut behind him, and I watched him jog to the front porch, his shoulders still hunched like he was expecting something to grab him from behind. He yanked open the screen door and slipped inside, the warped door slamming shut behind him. Just like that, he was gone. I sat there frozen for a few more minutes, staring at the house. Finally, I put my truck in drive and took off. I don't know why I checked that road one last time. Maybe I was thinking I'd imagined it all, that the dark would swallow him up completely and I could go back to believing that I lived in a world where things like that didn't exist and didn't happen. I kept an eye around town for the next few weeks, but I never saw the guy again. I lived in Branson for another 20 years after that night. If that guy was a local, I'd have known him. I'd have seen him. But he never reappeared. And I never saw that kid again either. And now that I think about it, it was this weird one-off that has stuck with me for almost half of my life. I've never been the type to scare easily. I grew up in a very big city, and I took public transportation at night. I lived alone for years when I first moved out. I knew how to take care of myself, and I knew how to stay aware of my surroundings. So when my grandparents asked if I'd house sit for them while they took this month-long trip to Bali, I jumped at the chance. Their place was a dream. Huge house, massive backyard, a pool, and even an indoor gym. And don't forget, the master backyard. It was the perfect summer setup. They even let me use their Lexus, which meant I don't have to take the bus to work every day anymore. Win-win. Those first few weeks were smooth. My routine settled into something very easy. Worked my shifts at the cafe in the morning, came back in the afternoon. Let their old retriever, Moose, out in the yard and water the plants. Spend the rest of the day relaxing. I'd throw on some Netflix, swim laps in the pool, work out a little if I was feeling really motivated. I really enjoyed the privacy. No roommates, no neighbors on the other side of a shared wall. Just me in a house that I had all to myself. It was a massive upgrade compared to the apartment that I shared with one of my friends. The neighborhood itself was pretty quiet, mostly older folks who kept to themselves. The houses were also spread out, each one with big hedges and tall fences, making it easy to forget that anybody else really lived nearby at all. The next door neighbor, an older guy named Ron, I'd see him a couple of times when I pulled into the driveway. Short, balding, always in this ratty tank top. He never waved, he never smiled. He just stood out in his yard, smoking cigarettes, watching. The first time I saw him, I figured he was just one of those nosy old men, probably making sure I wasn't some kind of squatter. But the way his eyes lingered on me for far too long, the way he stood in his yard just staring, yeah, well, it got weird really quickly. I brushed it off. I'm a young woman living alone, and I'm used to men being, well, creepy. It wasn't anything new. This guy had probably been living in the same house, seeing those same people for God knows how long, or how many decades now, so. On one particular afternoon, I got home late from work and decided to go for a swim. The sun was brutal, heat waves rippling off the pavement. I changed into my bikini, grabbed a towel, and dove into the pool. That cold water shocking my skin, but it felt incredible. I took my time floating on my back, enjoying that solitude. And then out of nowhere, I heard movement. I turned my head just in time to catch a glimpse of something over the fence. A quick flash of a face, a head of thinning gray hair. Ron, peeking over the wall, just the top of his head barely even visible. If he hadn't moved, I may have never even noticed him. Immediately, a spike of irritation ran through me. I sat up in the water and wiped my face, stared back at him. "Can I help you?" I called out. No response, he just ducked down and disappeared behind the fence. The hairs on my arms prickled. Now this was beyond creepy, especially me being all alone. I shook it off, but something in my gut told me this wasn't the last time I was going to see him. I stayed in the pool for a little longer, trying to convince myself that it's nothing. Maybe he wasn't watching me, maybe he wasn't just passing by. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I knew what I saw, and I knew what he was doing. The way his head barely peeked over the fence, the way he disappeared the second I called him out. It was on purpose. Still, I'm not going to let some creepy old man ruin my summer. I climbed out of the pool, grabbed my towel, and moved to the patio furniture, tucking myself behind the hedge that was blocked almost all the way from view. I laid back in the sun, letting the heat burn the water off my skin. I closed my eyes, reminding myself to relax, and before I knew it, I drifted off. When I awoke, the sun had shifted, dipping lower into the sky. My skin was warm, my limbs were heavy with sleep. I sat up and stretched and checked the time on my phone. Around an hour had gone by. The backyard was just quiet and peaceful. No wonder I'd slept for so long. I glanced back towards the fence, expecting to see a head now peering over, but there was nothing greeting me. Still, the unease from earlier crept back in, that prickling sense of being watched. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but I grabbed my towel, my flip-flops, and headed back inside. I locked the door behind me, shutting the blinds, then turned on the oven to preheat for some dinner. I was still kind of groggy, so I decided to take a shower before I started dinner. I stripped off my bikini and let the water run over me, trying to push all those creepy thoughts of Ron out of my head. The house is locked, Moose was snoozing in the hallway. I'm being ridiculous. Except, I could not shake that feeling that I was no longer alone. I stood in the shower just listening, the water drumming against the tiles, steam curling around me. Nothing. I finished up and wrapped myself in a towel, wiped the condensation off the mirror. My face stared back at me, eyes slightly puffy from the sleep. I shook my head at myself and honestly just laughed a little under my breath. You're losing it, I said. I tossed the towel onto the counter and padded naked into the kitchen, my mind already on dinner. I grabbed a snack, then walked over to check the oven. The display was dark. Weird. I could have sworn the first thing I did was turn it on before I showered. I frowned. I'm sure that I turned it on. I reached out and pressed the button again. The light clicked on. The temperature showed 375 degrees. The oven was warm. I hadn't imagined turning it on. My stomach nodded. I stepped back and stared at it, my mind now scrambling for some form of an explanation. Did I turn it off earlier and just forget? Had I turned it off without realizing it? No way. I mean, I know I was groggy, but I wasn't that out of it. How did that even happen? I felt a rush of cold, a deep, sinking dread pooling in my gut. Parts of me started to get clammy, my nerves firing from the confusion. I turned and scanned the house. The living room was dark and the blinds were drawn. The hallway stretched out ahead, leading toward the bedroom. All right, I needed to get dressed if I was going to figure this out. I moved quickly, my bare feet silent against the floor, and when I reached the bedroom, I flipped on the light and there was somebody on my bed. A man, lying on his side, propped up on an elbow, like he belonged there. Naked. As he turned his head toward me, my stomach dropped to the floor. It was Ron. His pale, bloated body sank into the comforter, his sagging skin covered in a fine sheen of sweat. He was smiling, his yellow teeth peeking through these dry, cracked lips. "Hey there," he said. "Took you long enough. Wasn't sure you'd find me." My breath had completely left my lungs and did not return. My brain was stalling, refusing to process what I was actually looking at. This was a freak show, and I had front row seats. My heart, my lungs, everything started to thrum together in this symphony of panic. I screamed, a raw, blood-curdling shriek that leveled the house. Ron moved. He slid off the bed with ease that didn't match his heavy body, his bare feet slapping against the wood. He stared at me, still smiling, hands out like he was gonna tickle me. I realized then that we were both naked, and this is exactly what he wanted. I started moving. I bolted down the hall, my feet barely even touching the ground. Behind me, I heard him slowly moving forward, those sticky footsteps, like he wasn't in any kind of rush. His feet sounded like they were covered in something sticky too. My heart pounded and my vision blurred at the edges. The bathroom. I need to get to the bathroom. It was the only one with a lock internally on the door. I lunged inside and slammed the door shut, locked it just as his weight hit the other side. The door shook, but it held. I backed up and looked for anything to use or throw as a weapon. I pressed myself up against the far wall, my breath coming in these sharp, painful bursts. I could hear him outside, standing there, shuffling around. Then I heard a sound that truly turned my blood to ice. He fucking knocked. 3 soft taps. "Is Darcy home?" Darcy was my grandmother's name, so I didn't really know what to think of that. His voice was low, almost polite, like we were having a conversation over the fence. I clapped my hand over my mouth, stifling a whimper. Another knock came. "Still in there?" I squeezed my eyes shut, shaking. My legs were cramping, but I didn't dare move. Minutes passed, and footsteps slowly fading down the hall. I waited, muscles locked and barely even breathing. Then the front door creaked open and shut. More silence followed. I stayed right there in that bathroom for what felt like hours, listening and waiting. When I finally opened the door, the house was empty. But I knew he'd been there all along. I have no idea how long he was there or how long he'd been inside for before I'd even seen him. He must have slipped in while I was having my nap outside, or maybe even earlier, who knows. I didn't sleep well that night. I wanted to call my grandparents, but there wasn't a consistent way to call them at that private resort they were at. I I continuously checked the locks, hundreds of times it seemed like, pacing the house with a knife clutching in my shaking hand. Every shadow felt like it was stretching toward me. Every creak of the house made my breath hitch in my throat. I kept seeing phantoms out of the corner of my eyes, ready to stab each and every one of them. He'd been inside, while I showered, while I walked around completely unaware. He turned off the oven, and he'd been watching. That thought made me sick. I kept waiting to hear the front door rattle, to hear him knock again, that soft and polite knock, asking if my grandma was home. Nothing happened. I spent that night curled up in the corner of my bedroom, Moose pressed up against my side. I could feel his body vibrating with tension, the way he whined lowly in his throat. He knew something was wrong. The following morning, I called the police. The officers were polite but skeptical. "Are you sure it was him inside the house?" one of them asked, as he was jotting his notes into his little pad. "Could it have been, I don't know, a misunderstanding?" A misunderstanding? What a fucking joke. I clenched my teeth. "I saw him in my bed," I said. "He was naked. He chased me. That's not a misunderstanding." The officer nodded back like he believed me, but I could see it on his face. There's no proof, no signs of forced entry, nothing stolen or broken, and of course, no witnesses. Just my word against Ron's. They went to his house next and talked to him. Came back 10 minutes later shaking their heads at me. "Ma'am, he claims he was home all night long." And all I could do in response was laugh. "Yeah, well, he's fucking lying. He was here." The officers exchanged a glance between them, and one of them sighed. "Look, we can file a report, but unless he comes back or tries something again, there's really not much we can do." And that was that. That was literally all they could offer me. I locked the house down like Fort Knox after that though, double checking the windows, jammed a chair under the front doorknob. I barely slept. I barely ate. Every time I walked down that hallway, I expected Ron to appear again, stretching out on that comforter, waiting for me. A few days passed, then a week, and no sign of him. But I knew he was still out there, watching. Occasionally, I still caught glimpses of him sometimes, just past the fence. I'd be standing at the kitchen window, and out of the corner of my eye, I'd see movement, a shape shifting just beyond the hedges. I never saw his face, but I felt him. I felt that presence. I considered leaving and telling my grandparents that I just couldn't do it anymore, but part of me refused to let him win. I kept a knife under my pillow, always carried my keys in my fist when I took Moose outside. If he was going to come back, I'd be ready. My grandparents got home at the end of the month and I told them everything. Of course, per usual, they didn't believe me at first, but when I described the way he knocked on the bathroom door, the way he said my grandmother's name, my grandpa's face darkened immediately. That fucking son of a bitch. It turns out, they've had issues with Ron before. Nothing serious, just small things. Standing too close when my grandmother got the mail. Asking far too many personal questions. They would always write it off as him being lonely. A little weird, but harmless, you know? They ended up getting an order of protection, which essentially meant Ron couldn't legally come onto the property. If he did, it meant the cops would come for real and serve him with a legit restraining order. Anything beyond that was just going to be either jail or consequences dealt straight from my grandpa. We haven't seen much of Ron since, but I bet the bank he still peeks over the fence from time to time. I used to babysit my cousin a lot when we were both younger. My mom and aunt were very close, so we spent a lot of time together, especially in the summers. They'd take off for an afternoon shopping, brunch, whatever it was. and I'd be left in charge of my cousin, Adam. It was never really a big deal. Adam was a pretty cool kid, only a few years younger than I. I was a freshman in high school and he was in 6th grade. Old enough to hang out, but young enough that he still thought I was the coolest guy in the world. Babysitting him never felt like a chore. We'd play video games, toss the football around in the backyard, raid the fridge for snacks my aunt usually wouldn't let him eat. No bedtime and no rules, and he loved it. This day in particular, the story I'm going to tell you, it really wasn't any different than previously. My mom had dropped me off at my aunt's house just before noon. I waved her off, watching as she and my aunt pulled out of the driveway, laughing about something on the radio. "All right, dude," I said, clapping at him on the shoulder. "What's the plan? Halo? Call of Duty?" Adam just grinned back. "COD for sure." And that's how the next hour or two disappeared. The house was warm, and the sun was streaming through those big windows, smell of cut grass drifting in from outside. We played round after round, trash talking to one another. Adam getting a little too competitive, per usual. Honestly, it was just one of those perfect summer afternoons that didn't feel like anything important, just another awesome day. At some point, I got up and grabbed a few snacks. Adam barely even looked up from the screen, too focused on the match itself. I wandered into the kitchen, already picturing what junk food I could scrape together. And that's when something in the air kind of shifted. I'm sure you know the feeling I'm talking about, like you're suddenly hyper-aware, like when somebody's staring at you from across a crowded room. That slow creeping sensation that makes the back of your neck prickle. I hesitated at the fridge, one hand still on the handle, glancing toward the back door. The curtain over the window fluttered slightly. The door was closed, and nothing really looked out of place, but that feeling was not going away. I stepped closer and peered outside. Nothing, just the small alley between the houses. The usual trash bins lined up against the fence. Quiet, normal. I found myself reaching up and turned the lock, just in case. I shook that feeling off and immediately went back to the fridge. I had just pulled out a pack of string cheese when movement now caught my eye. Across the kitchen through the window over the sink was a man, standing outside. Filthy and matted hair, sunken eyes, clothes so stained they barely even had a color. He wasn't looking at me, he was looking in the other direction, into the living room, at Adam. For a second, I didn't move. I was frozen, brain stalling, like I couldn't process exactly what I was seeing. The guy was just standing there, inches from the glass, his face remaining blank. Then slowly, he lifted a hand and pressed it to the window. His fingers left these greasy smears immediately on the glass, and something cold then slid down my spine. I dropped that pack of cheese on the counter and grabbed the closest thing I could find, this heavy meat tenderizer from the dish rack. My other hand was immediately fumbling for the phone in my pocket. I backed away from the kitchen, forcing myself to move slowly, to not run. Running means panic, and running also meant tipping him off that I knew he was there. I had to keep it cool in order to make sure this guy stayed outside. I make it back to the living room, forced a fake smile. "Hey, Adam, let's go upstairs for a little bit, man." Adam barely even looking up at me. "What? Why would we do that?" "No reason, just let's switch it up. I think my back's starting to cramp sitting on this couch." He groaned, but left the match that we were in. "Fine." I kept my eyes on the kitchen as we headed for the stairs. The man at the window still hadn't moved. He was still watching, and oddly enough, seemed to only be looking at my cousin. When we reached the front door, I turned the lock and yanked it tight. If that back door had been unlocked, what else was? How many different points of entry did we leave open? We both climbed the stairs quickly. My pulse was hammering in my throat. I ushered Adam into his bedroom, shut the door, and locked it as well. And that got his attention. What's wrong?" His voice was small now, the way it got when something was off, but didn't want to be too scared. He looked at me, the meat tenderizer still in my hand, and dread now creeping over his face. He looked like he thought I brought it up here to kill him. I found myself not sugarcoating anything. I want his fear to be justified, but I also want him to know that I'm protecting him. Look, there's a man outside. I saw him looking in through the kitchen window. He was watching, well, you. Adam's face went pale, his mouth opened up, but nothing came out. We're gonna be fine, I said, forcing my voice to be steady. I'm calling the cops. They'll be here soon. We're gonna stay quiet, keep the lights off, and just wait. Adam nodded back. He was a really good kid, and he knew how to listen. I pressed my back against the door and slid until I was sitting, my legs braced up. I pulled my phone out and dialed.
911, what's your emergency?
I swallowed. There's a man outside my aunt's house. He was looking in through the window. I don't know if he's still out there, but I locked the doors, and we're upstairs. The dispatcher's voice was calm, but I could hear her typing fast.
Can you describe him to me?
Homeless looking, filthy, white guy, stringy hair. Looked like he hadn't slept in weeks.
Are the doors locked?
Yes, ma'am.
Address?
I rattled it off to her, hoping it was right.
Stay where you are. Officers are en route.
I nodded even though she couldn't see me. Okay, thank you.
Can you stay on the line?
I should probably call my mom. She hesitated, but responded.
All right. Call back if anything changes. How many of you are there in the house?
Just two, me and my cousin.
Are you both kids?
Yeah.
Boys?
Yes.
Okay, I'll inform the officers. 3 subjects, 2 boys in the house, and 1 intruder. We're on the way. Remember, call back if something else happens.
Okay. I hung up. Adam was watching me gripping the edge of his bed so hard his knuckles were white. I dialed my mom. No answer, of course. I tried again. Then, the sound of breaking glass rang out through the house. It was unmistakable. The barrier was now broken, as this guy was inside. Adam jumped, and I went rigid. Then we heard footsteps, heavy and slow, creeping through the bottom floor. Adam whispered to me, "He's in the house." I didn't respond to him. I just squeezed that meat tenderizer tighter, feeling the weight of it. The footsteps moved throughout the kitchen, then through the dining room, slow and steady the whole time, like he had all the time in the world. I hit call on my mom's number again, and this time she finally answered.
Hey, sweetie, what's up?
She sounded distracted. "Mom, there's somebody inside the house." Silence, and then I got back an explosive. "What?" I exhaled, trying to stay quiet. "I called the cops. He broke in. I don't know what he wants, but he's still downstairs. He broke the window and we're both up in Adam's room." My mom swore.
We're coming home. Stay quiet. Hide.
I just hung up. Adam was shaking, but he moved fast. He dug into his desk drawer and pulled out a small pocket knife, flipping the blade open. He had this look on his face now that like 3 inches of steel was all he needed to turn this whole situation around. If it wasn't for the situation, I would have laughed. "You ever used that, bud?" "No." I just nodded. "Look, stay behind me, but keep it handy. If this gets crazy, I am gonna need your help. Don't panic, just focus, stay with me." The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, and that's when they stopped. A brief moment of nothing, then slowly, they started ascending up, one step after another. Each footfall made the floor creak. He was so close now that I actually could feel his weight in the wood of the house. We both were holding our breath. The steps paused at the top. He turned left and toward the bathroom. We heard the water run. He'd went to the sink for some reason, a slow trickle like he was playing with the faucet. Then more silence followed. Footsteps, now moving toward the master bedroom. A closet door opened, then shut. A drawer slid open, then another. I gritted my teeth. The hell is this guy doing? Robbing the place? Was there actually even a plan here? Adam looked at me with his eyes wide. I shook my head and mouthed to him, "Stay still." The footsteps began again, into the hallway, closer, now right outside Adam's door. We could hear him breathing, heavy, like he was standing there listening. I tensed up, my whole body coiling. The footsteps then moved away, and then thankfully, we heard it, sirens. A car door slammed and voices. We could hear voices outside wandering the property. They made no attempt at being quiet. They probably wanted everybody to know and be aware of their presence. The cops had seen the shattered window, and it became a lot more serious. They then proceeded checking all the doors. In my flight from the first floor, I'd locked both of them, effectively locking out the help as well. It didn't matter though. They scrambled over to the broken window, cleared the glass, and came in that same way. "Police! Everybody inside, make yourself known." The cops. Those footsteps downstairs sped up and the front door creaked open, and more footsteps followed. I heard the guy start going downstairs, and the officers shouted orders when they saw him, which sent him right back up to the second floor. A couple of officers came up the stairs, nice and easy, still barking out orders. There was a scuffle, a grunt, and some more heavy breathing. And then, back to silence. I think Adam was about to hyperventilate, and I felt my body sagging. I'd been pushing up against the door with all my strength, not even realizing what I was doing. We waited until we heard an officer knock at the bedroom door. "All clear, boys. You can come out now, wherever you are." I unlocked it, and a tall police officer stood there, his badge glinting in that hallway light. He smiled politely when he saw us both in there, almost like a movie scene. He studied us. "You both okay?" I nodded, and Adam did too, but he still looked pretty stunned. The cop sighed. "Well, we got him. He's just an escapee from this psychiatric hospital. He's got a real violent history though. You did good, kids, calling it in. He's been a top priority since he got out." I felt lightheaded. The cop gestured for us to come downstairs. "I think your mom just pulled in. Let's get you two out of here." I didn't need to be told twice. My mom was out of the car before it even fully stopped, and my aunt was right behind her. She ran up the driveway, eyes wild, her breath hitching like she just finished sprinting some kind of marathon. "Are you okay?" She grabbed me by the shoulder, squeezing hard and scanning my face like she was expecting to see some bruises or cuts. I nodded. I still felt like I was moving through syrup. My limbs were heavy and slow. "Yeah, Mom, we're okay." Adam's mom then pulled him into this crushing hug, rocking him side to side as she muttered under her breath, half prayers and half curses. The cops had that guy in cuffs by the squad car, but I refused to look at him again. I didn't want to see his face, didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing just how bad he scared both of us. One of the officers came over. He was younger, maybe in his late 20s. His uniform was slightly wrinkled, like he'd done most of the wrestling in that confrontation. His lip even looked busted. "You boys are pretty lucky," he said. "He's been missing for a few days, walked right out of the hospital in Manitoba. No one knows how he made it this far. Apparently, he's been breaking into houses all over, squatting when people aren't home. And none of what he's saying to us is making any sense." My mom just scoffed. "I don't think he was looking to squat here. It looked like he wanted our boys." The officer exhaled through his nose, glancing at Adam, who was still white as a sheet. "Yeah, well, we don't know what we're looking at here, but we will be in touch." Then they took him away. We went back inside, though nobody really wanted to, especially me and Adam. That kitchen window was smashed. Jagged shards of glass lay all over the counter and floor. The living room felt wrong, used, like somebody had been making themselves really comfortable there. And upstairs, that bathroom sink was still running. Adam refused to sleep in his bed that night, and I don't blame him. My mom obviously offered up our house to my aunt and cousin, who packed up and followed us over that night. Our house was safe and secure, didn't have a broken window. It made sense to offer them up a few nights of peace and security after such a crazy incident. We ended up camping out in the living room with the lights on, TV humming in the background. Nobody really slept though. We didn't talk about what happened, just kind of sat there, staring at the flickering screen, pretending it was just another one of those summer nights. I could tell Adam was on edge, but he seemed to loosen up and relax eventually, becoming his old self as the night went on. That following day, my aunt installed this security system, double locks on the doors, motion lights, the whole 9 yards, on top of a brand new window. But it didn't really matter, because the truth was locks don't stop people like that. And that thought continued to keep me up for weeks. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear it, those heavy boots on the stairs, breathing just outside the door, and that feeling of being watched lingered on. Eventually, summer came to an end, and my mom stopped asking me if I was okay because I always answered yes, even though I wasn't sure if that was true. Adam never talked about it again, not even once. But I'll tell you this, to this day, he still sleeps with a knife underneath his pillow, and I, for one, don't blame him. The divorce was inevitable. By 2003, our marriage had eroded past the point of repair. My husband, Mark, had been struggling to keep his business afloat for years, sinking deeper and deeper into debt, drinking far more, and becoming angrier by the day. I told myself for a very long time that it was just the stress. They would find his way out of it, but I think I knew better. His temper had sharpened into something dangerous now, and the more I tried to talk to him, the worse it would get. When he shoved me into the kitchen counter during an argument, I knew it was time to go. He didn't hit me, I guess, not technically, but I saw the look in his eyes that night and the way his hands clenched and then unclenched, like he was debating his next move, and I was not about to wait around to see where it went. The next day, I met with a lawyer. I told Mark that we were done, and at first, I don't think he took it seriously. He laughed when I said that I'd filed. That was the moment that I realized I thought I'd never leave him, that I didn't have it in me. Then he was indeed served those papers, and I think the reality finally sank in. We split immediately after, and he left me the house and found a rental across the city. It was a quick, easy move while we got everything settled. The rage that followed was way worse than I expected though. He called in the middle of the night, drunk and slurring, saying that I was ruining his life. He'd leave me these cryptic voicemails, some pleading and then some threatening. Then one morning, I found out that all my tires had been slashed. I went back to the police and filed a restraining order. And that ended up being the tipping point. He had shown violence against me, my things, and there was this utter lack of respect that I'm not going to deal with. I was his wife for over 15 years. Childlike behavior is just simply unacceptable. After all that, Mark disappeared. He was bar crawling. He never called me. He stopped showing up at work. At first, it was relief, but the silence kind of put me more on edge. I didn't feel like he had moved on. It just felt like he was waiting. Everything had been signed, but all the proceedings were still in motion, and we had yet to agree on all the final splits. That being said, I'm not going to hunt the guy down. I just continued with my usual routine. Self-care in the morning, then to work, then back home to relax and decompress at night. I watched my shows, ate dinner, and went to bed at the same time that I always did. I was dead asleep when I heard the noise. At first, it was just the wind rattling the doors, but then something else came, this scraping sound, low and consistent, like metal against wood. I sat up listening. Then a sharp pop. The bedroom door exploded open. The moment the doors burst open, my body reacted before my brain even could. I scrambled back against the headboard, hands flying up instinctively. The figure storming into the room was massive in the dark. His silhouette was broad, his movements very aggressive. I barely had any time to scream before he was on me. A heavy hand slammed over my mouth, pushing my head back into the pillow. I kicked wildly, my knee connecting with something solid. A grunt of pain, but it didn't seem to slow him down. Plastic. I felt plastic slicing into my wrists, pinching my skin. Zip ties. I thrashed harder, my breath barely coming in against the calloused palm covering my mouth. My heart was pounding so loud I could barely even hear my muffled cries. I fought as hard as I could, but it didn't really matter. It was far too strong. He yanked me out of bed, my legs barely even catching beneath me. I buckled, and he grabbed my hair, pulling me upright. A sharp, searing pain shot through my scalp as I stumbled forward. My chest heaved, and I sucked in gulps of air, the scream now trapped in my throat by a thick wad of fabric that had been shoved into my mouth. A sock, damp, tasting like sweat and dirt, and I gagged. He dragged me across the room, his grip like iron around my arm. His feet barely even kept up as I was pulled down the hallway throughout the darkened house. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and whiskey. I twisted trying to glance at his face, but he was wearing a mask. Not a ski mask, but a plastic one, like something you'd buy at a dollar store for Halloween. It caught the dim glow of the nightlight in the hallway, smooth and featureless, a hollow expression, and it scared the absolute life out of me. He shoved open the front door, hauling me outside. My feet barely had even touched the cold concrete of the porch, and I realized just how real this actually was. This wasn't a nightmare. I was not dreaming. This wasn't one of Mark's mind games, the silent phone calls or slashed tires. This was something else entirely. I was being abducted for sexual assault or murder. I had no phone, and no one knew where I would be. The moment we stepped into the yard, panic hit me like a truck. My body started revolting, kicking, twisting, trying to shake him off. He yanked harder on my hair and dragged me forward, the sharp brambles of the lawn cutting up my feet. The car, my car, parked in the driveway, driver's side door wide open. Whoever this was, he had my keys. I let out a choke muffled scream as he forced me toward the trunk. I tried to plant my feet, but he was faster and he was stronger. He threw open the trunk, and the next thing I knew, my feet were off the ground, world tilting, and then darkness. Trunk slamming shut behind me. The last thing I saw was his hand, gripping the edge of the trunk, a familiar watch looking down on me, and then gone. That air inside the trunk was thick and stifling. My own breath bounced back at me in quick panic bursts. I twisted, testing these zip ties around my wrists. They were painfully tight, digging into my skin. My ankles were bound too, cutting off the circulation. The engine roared to life, and then he was driving to where I had no idea. Time seemed to stretch and blur. My head was throbbing where it hit the edge of the trunk, where he'd thrown me in. The sock in my mouth made it impossible to breathe deeply. The wet fabric started to force itself down my throat. I continued to focus on the motion of the car, the turns, the bumps in the road. I tried to form some kind of map in my head, anything that might help me figure out exactly where I was going. But there was nothing, just the low hum of the tires against the asphalt. And then out of nowhere, the car slams to a stop, and I froze. For a really long time, nothing happened. I could just hear him breathing in the driver's seat, the occasional shift of fabric as he moved around. Was he just thinking? Was he trying to decide what to do next? I don't know. Terror then clawed up my throat. Worst case scenarios playing off in my head, looping endlessly. He's gonna dump me in a river, bury me in the woods, set the car on fire with me inside. The trunk popped open and cool night air rushed in. He stood there, looking down at me, and then reached up and pulled off the mask. Mark. I knew it before I saw him. I I'd known it the second he grabbed me. His face was red and sweaty, his hair was disheveled. His eyes were wild, darting across my face like he was waiting for a reaction. When I didn't give him one, he bared his teeth at me. You know, you're such a fucking bitch, do you know that? You're such a fucking bitch, do you know that? My chest rose and fell, rapid breaths that I could not control. I gave you everything. Everything. I worked my ass off for this family, and you just go and throw it all away. He reached into the back seat and pulled something out. A gas can. My stomach turned to ice. Anything but this. God, no. He popped off the cap, and the pungent sweet smell of gasoline quickly filled the air. Without any hesitation, he poured it all over me, and the shock of it made me suck in a deep breath. It was ice cold, soaking into my clothes, my hair, everything. The fumes burning my nose, my eyes. I coughed and gagged at the thick stench of it. Mark just stood over me, holding the can. You don't get to walk away. You don't get to ruin my life and move on like I never existed. My throat closed. He was really gonna burn me alive. I tried to speak, but the sock muffled everything into these desperate, pitiful sounds. Tears burned my eyes. My whole body shook. He pulled out his lighter and flicked it open. I sobbed. The noise was raw and animalistic. Then, in this last desperate attempt, I begged. Not for my life, though, for a phone call. Please. My voice was hoarse, almost unintelligible. Please let me talk to them. One last time. Mark just frowned. Talk to who? Our kids. I barely even said the words. Just let me say goodbye, please. His fingers twitched around the lighter. His face was twisted and unreadable. For a long, agonizing moment, I thought he would refuse. Then, finally, he pulled out my phone out of his pocket. I hold it, he said. You say anything about what's happening right now, I'll hang up. I just nodded back frantically. I won't. He scrolled through my contacts, scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, then stopped. I felt my heart race, but this was it. He hit call and held the phone to my ear. The phone rang once, twice, then...
Mom?
It was our daughter. Her voice was groggy and confused, probably half asleep. She lived in the dorms on campus. I sucked in a breath, trying to keep my voice steady. Hey, baby. Mark watched me closely, the glow of the lighter casting these flickering shadows across his menacing face.
It's so late.
She mumbled.
Are you okay?
I swallowed pure gasoline. Yeah, I'm okay. I just wanted to call you, to say hi. There was a pause, and then a softer,
You're crying.
I clenched my jaw, forcing out this weak laugh. It's nothing. I just miss you. Mark's grip on the phone was tight, his fingers white-knuckled.
I miss you too, Mom.
She said. Her voice warmed up a little.
You're gonna be in my game next week, right?
I closed my eyes. Say yes, keep her talking. Of course I am, I whispered back.
Good.
She said, as if she didn't doubt it for a second.
We're gonna crush them this season, you know?
Mark shifted, his jaw tightening and his lips were pressing together. I continued to press forward. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Maybe after we can get some ice cream, just you and me. I heard the smile in her voice.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Mark exhaled sharply through his nose, and I turned my gaze on him, locking eyes. I know you. I know what this means to you. You should go to the game too, I said softly. His face twitched. she heard me.
Dad's coming?
Mark didn't answer. He was just staring at me now, his expression still unreadable. I don't know, baby, maybe, I said, still holding his gaze. But I do know that he loves you. Silence. Mark's grip on the lighter faltered. His eyes flickered, and his breath steadied.
Mom?
I love you, I said quickly because I didn't know how much longer I had.
I love you too, Mom.
Mark's shoulders slumped. The tension bled out of him like an air from a balloon. He pulled the phone away and stared at the screen for a long moment. And then, with shaking hands, he ended the call. The lighter clicked shut. He turned away and paced in this slow circle, dragging a hand down his face. I didn't move. I barely even dared to take a breath. Finally, he turned back to me. His face had changed. There was something in his eyes now. Exhaustion, regret. Get up, he muttered to me. I blinked, unsure if I heard him right. Get up. I rolled onto my side, my arms still bound behind me. He cursed under his breath and dug into his pocket, pulled out a pocket knife. With a few quick slices, those zip ties snapped free. My arms burned as blood rushed back into them. My wrists were swollen and raw. Mark then walked to the car door and wrenched it open. Get in. I hesitated. I'm just taking you home, he said. I couldn't believe it. My body was refusing to move at first, like it didn't trust what was happening now. But slowly, I pushed myself up and climbed into the passenger seat. The car ride was silent, the scent of gasoline still clinging to me, making my stomach churn. I kept my hands in my lap, fingers twisted together, trying to keep them from shaking. When we pulled up to my house, I expected him to say something, apologize, beg, justify himself, but he did none of those things. He just stared at the wheel for a long time, breathing slow and deep, like he was forcing himself to remain calm. Finally, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his keys. Then, without another word, got out of the car, walked to his own, and drove away. I sat there in my driveway, heart still hammering and body trembling. Then slowly, with shaking fingers, I picked up my phone and called the police. Mark ended up turning himself in an hour later. He got 18 months. 18 months, yeah, that's it, for breaking into my house, 18 months for kidnapping me, 18 months for almost setting me on fire. He ended up getting out in less time than that, but he never bothered me again. Maybe he got some therapy, maybe he found God, or maybe in those last moments, when he heard our daughter's voice on the phone, when he realized what he was about to take from her, maybe he finally saw himself for who he really was, and maybe, for the very first time, he was afraid of himself too. I worked firewatch in the backcountry of Idaho for a few seasons during my 20s. It was definitely the kind of job that attracted loners and romantics. People who liked to think they were escaping something, though most of us were just broke and really bad with people. And all of us loved the outdoors. I wasn't immune to all that illusion. You climb a tower, or even lock yourself inside a remote cabin and call it peace, but really, it's just isolation with a paycheck. The tower that I worked most seasons in wasn't even really a tower. It was a one-room cabin perched right on top of the lip of a canyon. From the porch, you could see down into this massive ancient scar that cut across the earth like God had dragged his fingernail straight through it. There were places where the canyon dropped straight down for what looked like miles and miles, though it was probably closer to 1,000 feet. Pine trees grew like soldiers across the rim, thick and endless, and when the wind picked up, it would roar through the gorge like a train. I never got tired of that sound. Most fire watchers would bounce around between stations, but I kept coming back to that little cabin. I knew the trails better than most, did maintenance on them when they needed it, and there was just something about that place that felt settled to me, like it made peace with its loneliness. The cabin itself was built solid, thick beams, and a tin roof that would ping when the precipitation hit it right. Inside, a cot, a radio, some storage and gear, propane stove, and shelves packed dustily with logbooks and outdated field guides. No plumbing, no electricity, no other distractions. Just a window on each wall and a wraparound porch where I could sit and drink my instant coffee like I was the last man on earth. Now, the job itself was really simple. Watch for smoke, report lightning strikes, keep an eye out for hikers, and keep an eye on their direction and their behavior. The last one really never happened though. That trail out to the cabin was a steep 11-mile hike and barely even marked. Throughout my time there, I think I only ever saw one hiker come through completely by accident, and the guy looked like he was ready to throw himself into the canyon by the time he actually reached me. Every now and again, I'd hear stories from the other lookouts. Odd animal behavior, strange noises in the woods, even sightings of people who were not supposed to be out there. I would chalk almost all of it up to boredom and probably a lack of sleep. When you're that far removed from people, your mind really starts pulling pranks to keep you company. I never had any problems out there, nothing that couldn't be explained by wind or the wildlife. On the last season that I worked at cabin though, now that one was different. Something happened out there to make me pack up early, made me leave a place I thought of as my own. Spoiler alert, I've never gone back and I never will. The season had technically ended, but I agreed to stay an extra 2 weeks so the guy, some retiree named Carl, could finish a family visit before hiking in himself. I personally didn't mind. Figured I'd have a nice place to myself a little longer, especially since it lined up with my birthday. I packed in some extra rations and a book that I've been meaning to finish, and of course, a bottle of whiskey. I ended up smuggling it underneath this bundle of gear. Not much, just enough to mark the occasion. No phone, no signal, just the whisper of the pine needles and the canyon's eternal hush. Those first few days were quiet enough to make my ears ring almost every night. I would hike in the ridge in the mornings, make note of fallen limbs and overgrown brush along the main trail. I kept watch from the porch when the air got too hot to move. The ridge would shimmer in the heat waves, and sometimes if I stared too long, the whole forest seemed to sway like it was breathing itself. No fires, no smoke, just the creeping boredom that sets in when your brain runs out of things to chew on. I catch myself talking out loud a lot more than usual. At first, just practical stuff, narrating the weather log or reading labels. But by day 4, I was asking the cabin itself questions almost like it was about to answer back. That kind of isolation will really sneak up on you, drill these little holes in your routine until you start seeing shadows where there aren't any. Still, I held it together. I lost myself in that novel that I brought along, and would make short fishing trips to a nearby stream in the off hours. My birthday fell on a Thursday, and I woke up before the sunrise and quickly decided I was going to hit the stream, just about a mile downhill. That early, it was still shaded and cool. Mist was still hanging between the trees like cobwebs. I snagged my fishing pole, a few worms in a jar, and that whiskey. I figured I'd start out nice and slow, catch a few trout, sip a little, enjoy that solo birthday. This particular stream was my go-to. Never seen anybody else fish it, not for miles and miles, so it always delivered, except for on that day. I tossed my line in and watched it drift, reeled it back, Nothing. Did it again. Still nothing. So I switched spots, changed bait. Still getting nothing though. But the weird part wasn't the lack of bites. It was the fish themselves. There they were, all right. I could see them, at least a dozen of them idling in the current, maybe 10 feet downstream. But they weren't moving. Not swimming, not nibbling, just almost like they were suspended, like somebody pressed pause on them in place. They all faced the same direction, their mouths barely even open, fins twitching like broken clock hands. I stared at them for a little while longer and took another pull off the whiskey bottle, then found myself drinking some more. Something about the way they just sat there made my skin crawl. It wasn't right. I've seen fish behave strangely before, sure. Storms, tremors, barometric shifts, but nothing like this. Dead still with their eyes glazed over like they'd seen something that I couldn't. I mean, we've all seen fish just stay still in a current. That's when they're waiting for food, but this was entirely something else. Before long, I just packed it all up, hiked back the long way, trying to shake that weird, odd feeling. The trail wound around the canyon rim, and I could see the storm clouds gathering up to the west, but that would be a little ways out. The air still smelled wet, charged up with electricity. I felt kind of brittle out there, starting to buzz and feel that pressure from the wilderness around me. Then I heard this repetitive thunk sound. It was distant but rhythmic, like something hitting wood. I stopped and listened. Nothing. Then, a few moments later, I heard it again. Thunk. And again. Thunk. It came in bursts, each separated by a few seconds. It could have been a woodpecker, I guess, but it didn't sound exactly like one. It was lower, meatier, a lot closer to something like heavy, slamming up against a wall. I picked up my pace and got back to the cabin in around 15 minutes. I was winded and jumpy. The air even felt colder now, even though the sun was still out and about, but that noise had ceased. When I entered the clearing, there were birds everywhere. Dead ones, dozens of them, piled up like garbage. They were scattered across the roof, slumped over the porch, sprawled across the dirt like somebody just dumped them out of a truck bed. I stood there frozen for a minute, not really understanding what I was looking at. As I stepped closer, I realized what had happened. They dive-bombed the cabin, head first. All of their necks were bent at these impossible angles, wings broken, beaks cracked open, like somebody had taken a hammer to them. Blood and feathers coated that tin roof. A few of them were still twitching, eyes wide and empty. All in all, I counted 99. Yeah, and I know that because I buried them, all of them. I dug a pit behind the latrine with a flathead shovel, worked until my shoulders screamed at me. I couldn't really stand the sight of them, couldn't stand the idea of sleeping under all that death. It felt like the cabin had been marked somehow, or targeted, or maybe even worse, baited. Piles of dead birds would bring predators, and I wasn't prepared to deal with any of that. I know we all have these daydreams of rugged mountain men in these towers and lookout posts, but protocol keeps many of us from carrying or keeping any firearms within the premises. When the last one was in the ground, I finally headed in. I shut the door and locked it, and headed to the desk to radio in, not really knowing what I was even going to say. "Hi, I just buried 100 dead birds next to my outhouse, over." When I reached the desk, I saw that the cord was gone. Not chewed, not frayed, but just gone. The cable that connected the speaker to the radio unit had just been removed entirely. It wasn't on the floor, not on the shelf, and nowhere inside the supply box. It was straight up just missing. Literally like somebody had come in, taken it, and walked out the door. Only the lock on the door was still bolted. The windows were shut tight. No signs of any kind of forced entry. I hadn't left the place unlocked. I was sure about that, but still, I guess it is a ratty old structure. There could be a way in I didn't know about. One loose board was really all it would take. I grabbed the spare cord from the bin under the cot, thank God for spares, and rewired the setup. Got a signal and called it in. Told them what I saw, and there was a pause on the other end before the voice said,
99 birds?
Yeah, I responded.
Not 100.
No, I counted. Another pause. Then the guy says,
Maybe the sun hit your roof just right, made it look like a pond or something. Birds mistake things like that all the time. They dive straight into windows, it happens.
Sure, I said, but I didn't believe it. Not even for a second. Not 99 times, like come on. That night I found myself wide awake, sitting on the porch with my shovel across my lap, eyeing the woods. The wind didn't blow, the stars didn't twinkle, and I felt like the whole forest was watching me. And I started to wonder if I was the only thing left alive up there. The next morning, I didn't bother with my usual routine. No hike, no log entry, no coffee. Just stood at the edge of my porch, staring at the trees, waiting, watching for something to move. But the forest was frozen. No bird song, no rustling, not even the distant crack of a falling branch. Just stillness. I kept thinking about those fish back in the stream, how they sat there like toys with dead batteries. And those birds, how they didn't hit the trees or the rocks, only the cabin, my cabin, almost like they'd been drawn to it. I briefly considered packing out early. It'd be a long, miserable hike, but I had enough food to get me to the trailhead. I even loaded my pack, checked my map, and made sure that I had my compass, but I didn't leave. Something kept me anchored to that porch. Not fear exactly, it was something else. I'd call it curiosity. The sick kind that makes you slow down to look at a wreck on the highway. I didn't want to leave yet, not without knowing why. That evening, I checked the grave that I dug. Still undisturbed. No animal tracks and no sign of anything trying to dig it up. I left it alone and returned to my cabin. I should have radioed in again, pressed harder, but I didn't. It really just felt pointless, like whatever happened wasn't for anybody else to explain. The last night that I spent there, I dreamt that I was underwater. Not drowning, just floating. The world above was distorted, sun flashing off the surface, shapes moving just out of reach. I looked down and saw those fish suspended around me. Their eyes were glassy, their bodies were limp. And behind them, something massive was rising from the bottom. Not a creature exactly, just a shape, a presence. I couldn't see it clearly enough, but I felt its pull, like gravity in reverse. I woke up with a taste of dirt in my mouth, and the sheets twisted around my legs. I left that next morning, hiked out with my head on a swivel. Every sound felt like a whisper in my ear. Every branch that cracked would make me freeze. When I got to the ranger station, I turned in my log and handed over my keys. Told them I wouldn't be back next season. Nobody pushed me, and maybe they'd heard things too, or maybe not. A few weeks later, one of the other lookouts, Rodney, from a post up north, gave me a call. He said he heard about the birds and wanted to know what really happened, so I told him everything. He was quiet on the other end for a while, until he finally spoke.
There's stories about that canyon, old ones, from way before the Forest Service had even marked it. My dad used to say there were places out there where the veil was thinner, where things on the other side get curious and poke through.
Now, I don't know what to believe, but I haven't camped out there alone since, and I haven't celebrated my birthday either. Not out loud anyway. I was never technically, a real fire lookout. At least not like the lifers, the ones who chase towers like storms, bouncing from park to park just to sit alone with a radio and a pair of binoculars. Me, I was just a forestry tech, a trail guy. Maintenance, signage, clearing debris, fixing busted staircases in the middle of nowhere, that kind of thing. I liked the work just fine. It was a good mix of hard labor and solitude. No tourists, no bosses breathing down your neck, just miles of trees and your own thoughts to keep you company. But in between seasons, you gotta fill the gap. And that's how I ended up doing Firewatch. Well, twice. The first time was really easy. I had this ground level cabin near the wetlands preserve. Barely had to climb higher than the roof. I read half a library in that time, cooked beans on a propane stove, and slept like a rock. The second time was different. It was a real tower, 75 feet off the ground, swaying in the breeze like a fishing pole. They stuck it out way on the edge of a cliff in a lesser used part of the park, probably because nobody really wanted it, but I ended up saying yes. I didn't want to go home yet, didn't want to deal with anybody, so there I went. Those first few days, I'll admit, were really rough. I had this weird motion sickness at night, like I was sleeping on a boat. You'd close your eyes and feel the wind moving through the beams, just enough to make the walls creak and your stomach flip. The vertigo would hit hardest in the mornings, standing out at the railing with a thermos full of coffee, looking down through the trap door to the stairs below. You could see the ground, but it almost didn't feel real, like it was a movie set, like you could fall straight through it. Eventually, I got used to it though. You just do. The body adjusts. I set up my little routines, weather logs, sky scans, meal prep, dumb little drawings in a sketchbook when things got really slow. I was mostly up there just to hold down the fort for a few weeks, until the next guy could rotate in. It was a fill-in gig, nothing fancy, and no big fires had yet come that year, just the occasional lightning strike way off in the distance. A couple of days, I didn't even bother putting on my boots, just long johns, a hoodie, and coffee until noon. Not really bad work if you can stomach that isolation. But there was one thing, just one, that started to bug me after those first few nights. A sound, always late, and it was always the same. It was kind of like a dragging scrape, something heavy being pulled across a floor. Only there wasn't a floor out there, just wind and pine needles, and the bare metal legs of the tower planted in that dirt. I ignored it. I told myself it's the raccoons or some other kind of wildlife, maybe even a shifting branch. But every single night, it came, and it always came from below. The scraping would start around the same time every single night, a little after midnight. I'd be sitting at the small desk with the radio off, maybe sketching or flipping through one of the tattered paperbacks that I found in the supply box. The sound would just roll in like it had been there the whole time, and I was only now tuning into it. It was quiet, but not distant. Not like the wind or branches against the tower. It was right there, close to me, somewhere below me. I checked the stairs the first few times, thinking maybe it was a raccoon dragging some kind of trash from under the tower, but there was never anything. Just my footprints and my gear pile, and that usual tangle of dry pine needles and dirt. I did a full walk around one afternoon, circling the base of the tower, even checked for claw marks or some kind of prints, but came up empty. I chalked it up to my usual nighttime nerves. Being alone, that far away in a tower will do some weird things to your senses. You hear a mouse and you think it's a man with a knife, that kind of thing. But still, it continued to happen around the same time with that same rhythm. Drag, scrape, silence. Drag, scrape, silence. It was really like something pacing in these long arcs, carrying something behind it. I found myself listening for it even when it wasn't there, a true phantom sound. One night, I stayed up just to catch it in the act. I lit a candle and turned off all the lights, set my sketchbook in my lap to give myself something to do. There was a storm brewing out past the ridge, flashes of lightning in the distance, thunder too far off to hear. The sky would light up every few minutes, showing massive clouds in the shimmer of the valley below. Beautiful but uneasy. I was doodling, mostly just shapes and lines, when the scrape came once more, right on time. I leaned towards the window and pressed my ear to the cold glass. Another scrape. I grabbed my flashlight but didn't flick it on yet. I waited. My heart was going now. Not panic, at least not yet. Just that electric edge that your body would get when it knows that something is off. But finally this time I caught something, movement in the trees. to the left of the tower, about 30 feet up in a pine. I squinted, and another flash of lightning lit up the whole ridge. I saw it. Well, not it, but him. It wasn't an animal, not even close. It was a man. Thin and pale, practically gray in the stormlight. He was climbing fast up that tree, hands and feet digging into the bark like he'd done it 100 times before. His limbs were super long and awkward. The way he moved, it felt and looked unnatural. No hesitation, just pure muscle memory, like it was literally instinct for him. That scraping sound was him, his boots or maybe his nails dragging up against the bark. He got around 10 feet from the top and then froze and looked right at me. I didn't move, and neither did he. I'm pretty sure my eyes caught the candlelight through the window. He was maybe 40 feet from me, across empty air, dangling like some kind of broken gargoyle from a swaying branch. The wind was just rocking him gently. He didn't panic, he just stared at me. I found myself opening up the window slowly. I didn't know what else to do, and my voice came out hoarse.
Are you all right?
He twitched just a little and then launched himself backward off the tree. I thought he'd fallen straight down, like broke his neck on a stump or something, but he hit the ground running, and I mean running, like something from a nature documentary. Not a stumble, not a recovery, just full-on sprint through those trees, crashing through branches and all, just gone in seconds. I slammed my window shut, hands shaking, and grabbed the radio, switched it to the base, and started talking. "This is Copper Tower. I got something down here. A man, not a hiker." The voice on the other end crackled back after a pause.
Say again, Copper, you got a what?
"A man," I said, "climbing trees like a damn animal. He took off when I made contact. He's not right in the head. I think he's dangerous, possibly even on drugs." Another pause. Then the voice got serious.
Copy that. Lock your doors, arm yourself if possible. We'll dispatch a ranger team. They can be there by morning. Just sit tight.
"Sit tight, sure. No problem, just me and the tree climber all alone in these woods." I checked the locks and then loaded the single-shot .22 that I kept under the bed. I sat by the door with the lights off. The storm never arrived. It just hovered across the canyon, flashing occasionally. And the man came back. I heard him just before 3, low and dragging those footsteps again at the base of the tower. This time though, something smacked against the beam. Once, twice, then this rapid series of taps, like somebody drumming a stick against the supports. It wasn't hard, not like he was trying to knock it over, just enough to let me know that he was there, enough to make my blood pressure hit the roof. He did that for hours, circling, tapping, sometimes scraping, sometimes just breathing loud enough for me to hear through the gaps in the floorboards. He may have even been talking to himself. I didn't sleep, just sat there in the dark holding the gun, waiting for the sun to come back and burn this nightmare away. By the time the sky had started bleeding pink along the horizon, I felt like I'd been awake for months. My eyes were dry, my hands were numb from gripping the rifle. I heard the birds first, real ones this time, chirping and flitting through the trees like nothing had ever taken place. No trace of last night, no footsteps, no stick tapping, no whispering, just the regular old ordinary morning hum of the forest. Then I heard some voices, 2 of them, male, calling out from the trail.
Copper Tower, this is Ranger Team Support, approaching from your east side. Come to the window if you can hear us.
I nearly cried. I pushed myself up, knees aching, and went to the eastern window. Sure enough, I saw them, 2 guys in green jackets, hiking up the incline below the tower, gear stripped to their backs, radio clipped to their shoulders. I popped the window and yelled down.
Up here. You're close. He was around the area you're coming through.
They nodded and gestured for me to hang tight, and I pointed to the pine tree, the one where I saw him climb.
It's that tree. He was up there last night and then took off that way.
I waved towards the tree line, pointing out the direction he'd gone to. They stopped at the base of the tree and did a quick sweep, walking in slow circles, inspecting the ground. One of them bent down and pulled something off a low branch and held it up. Even from up top, I could see the shimmer catch the morning light. Pink nylon. When they climbed the tower, I opened up the trap door and stepped back. The taller one went first. His boots were loud on the metal steps. He was holding up an item from the tree in his hand, and as he came up, I saw it clearly. A small pink backpack. One of those glittery ones that little kids wear with sequins and a plastic butterfly sewn onto the front. He held it out like he didn't want to touch it more than he had to. "This was hanging from one of those branches," he said, "right where you pointed." He unzipped it slowly like he was expecting something alive inside. Then he tilted it, its contents spilling out onto the floor between us. Kids' clothing, tiny socks, a little yellow shirt with cartoon dogs on it, and underwear. I felt sick. Then the other ranger spoke. "We followed those prints that you mentioned, but they were all over the place. They looped around and doubled back like he was pacing, or maybe trying to throw us off." He then looked out the window. The thing is, we didn't see any adult-sized footprints near the base of that tree, just really small ones, like really small. "You said you saw an adult, right?" "Yeah, we made eye contact even. There was lightning and moonlight, but there was no mistaking it. It was an adult." "Huh," they said at the same time. Then the tall one just followed up with, "Probably just a backpacker trying to get oriented." I didn't say anything back. I just found myself staring at the pile of clothes on the floor, the pink backpack, the way the morning light was making the glitter flicker. To my knowledge, they never found anybody, and there was no missing persons report that matched any of the items. Nothing. I think I towered one more time after this and gave it all up. It just wasn't for me. I worked as a seasonal fire lookout for just under a decade. Not the kind of guy with a grand plan or a pension waiting, just a man who likes solitude, mountains, and the feeling of being the only heartbeat within 100 miles. I bounced around a lot. Idaho, Utah, Montana, Washington, wherever the towers were high and the pay was steady enough to keep a roof over my head for the off season. Some guys hate that kind of loneliness, but me, I crave it. I've always found that the further I get from people, the more my head seems to clear. I meditate, I work out, I write things down in a little black journal that I've carried since my second season. Being alone isn't lonely when you've got discipline and a solid routine. The best towers, in my opinion, were always the oldest ones. The creaky bastards with rusted staircases, fire-scorched plaques, and windows fogged from decades of storms. They had the real character, and usually they were more remote enough that no hikers ever would wander too close. There's no cell service, no roads, just a box in the sky with a cot and a radio. About halfway through my career, I got assigned a post in Washington State, one of the deep ones. 9-mile hike in, an elevation gain the whole way. No backup unless you wanted to wait for a day or somebody to stumble through the ridgeline. I was pretty excited for that one. The forest there itself was really old too. The kind of old where the trees don't even move much, not even in the wind. You can feel it in the soil, in the air, like the place remembers everything from before. At first, it really was that kind of dream spot I was hoping it to be. The tower stood tall, 50, maybe 60 feet off the ground, metal frame bolted to a series of rock slabs. When I got up there and unlocked the cabin, it felt like I stepped inside a time capsule. A couple of old ratty notebooks were on the shelves, a mug somebody had carved initials into, a stack of weather logs dating back to the 70s. I spent the first couple of weeks logging in those cloud patterns, checking ridges for smoke and making journal entries. Oh, and cooking over a camp stove. Just me and the trees. You really can't ask for more. I think the only real issue was the rain. Washington does not mess around when it comes to rain. You can hear it coming from miles off, like a freight train moving through the sky. One storm in particular rolled through in the middle of the night, woke me up with thunder that was rattling the glass. I got up and pulled on my boots and started watching for lightning strikes. That's the job after all. It's not the fires you see that get you, it's the ones you miss. Through my binoculars, I watched 4 or 5 strikes hitting down over the ridge, and one of them sparked something. Just a faint orange glow in the dark deep inside of a canyon. I made a note and radioed it in, standard protocol. But when I lowered my binoculars, I saw something that was not standard at all. There was somebody at the base of the tower, a figure, black and still. I couldn't quite make out any details, just this silhouette against the tree line, maybe 10 feet from the base of the stairs. I stared at it, waiting for it to move. Then the lightning flashed again and it was gone. I sat there for quite a while, gripping the edge of the window, watching the clearing around the base of the tower like it was about to blink, and I didn't see any movement. No more shadows, no branches shaking, nothing. Just the wind driving sheets of rain sideways and the fog starting to crawl out of the tree line. It had to be a trick of the light, right? Some kind of bent shadow cast by the tower itself. Maybe even a tree stump that I didn't notice. That kind of thing happens all the time out here. Your eyes get too hungry in the dark, and they start feeding you all kinds of lies. Still, I slept with the axe right next to the cot that night. The next few days, things returned to normal. Cloudy, damp, but quiet, and I went about the job per usual, logging the weather, monitored the fire activity, and wrote in my journal. I did a long meditation one afternoon where I stood outside on the catwalk, just breathing and listening. The air had this sharp, clean taste to it, like the storm had scared the forest into hibernation. And I remember thinking maybe I need to stay out here longer next year. This was really the kind of peace that sticks to your bones. Out of nowhere, the door handle rattled. It was a week later and I just climbed into bed, stretching out, pulling the sleeping bag over me, and I let my mind start to drift. I was right on the edge of sleep, hovering in that place where you're aware but not sinking, and I heard the steps, slow and creeping, climbing up the ramp. No way it was a raccoon, definitely not the wind. It was footsteps, heavy enough for me to register them. I opened up my eyes and held my breath, and the sound stopped just outside the door. Then the handle jerked, fast and hard, a single angry rattle. Then another came, more violent this time, like somebody was trying to tear the door right off the frame. I sat up fast and reached for the axe with one hand, the flashlight with the other. When the rattling stopped, I heard no footsteps after, no retreat, just dead silent. I think I waited 5 minutes before I moved, and the wind had picked up outside. I couldn't hear anything beyond the occasional creak of the tower. Finally, I stood up and unlocked the door and flung it open with the axe raised high. Nothing. I stepped out into the catwalk and shone the flashlight down the stairs. No movement, just my breath in the beam of the light and the whisper in the cold wind. I circled that platform and still found nothing, but I will admit I could feel something, like a weight in the air, like somebody had just backed away just far enough to keep watch on me. I didn't sleep at all that night, and the next one was far worse. I was journaling, trying to write everything off. It was an isolation dream, paranoia from the storm, maybe even sleep paralysis. Halfway through a sentence when I heard a voice, low and echoing, crawling through the trees. And it wasn't a yell or even a word. It was a chant. At first, I really did think it was the wind dragging some kind of sound across the valley. But then I recognized the rhythm in it, the cadence. The same phrases repeated, in a tongue that I didn't know but felt wrong in my gut. Latin maybe, or something else. Every syllable was familiar yet alien at the same time. It was coming from the forest below, but also from all the sides, the roof, the walls, almost like the trees itself were mouthing the words. I stood frozen for quite some time, not even breathing. My heart was banging out a war rhythm of its own. The voice continued, louder, closer. Then it would drift, then surge again. I grabbed the only thing near me that had some weight, a small smooth rock that I'd been painting during my quiet hours. I stepped out into the balcony and tried to pinpoint where this chanting was the thickest. The tower creaked and the wind curled around me. I hurled the rock hard and straight into the trees in front of me. Almost immediately that chanting stopped, just like that. No fade, no stumble, just gone, like flipping a switch. I didn't hear anything after that. No footsteps, no whispers, not even the wind. I stood there in the stillness for a solid minute before backing up into the tower and locking the door behind me. I laid that axe across my chest as I slept that night, if you can really call what I did sleeping. When the morning came, I couldn't sit still. I needed to move. My adrenaline was still running hot. I boiled some coffee and got my boots on, decided to do a gear check hike. It was something I usually did every few weeks. Check the trail in and make sure the trail cams hadn't been knocked loose by the wind or the animals. Really though, I just needed to feel my feet on the dirt again. I was halfway down the stairs when I smelled smoke. Not burning wood, a campfire. Somebody had a fire going somewhere, which meant somebody was out here, and I didn't know who. I stopped where I was, about halfway down the ramp, and peered off through the trees. Maybe 200 feet from the tower, tucked in this tight little pocket of trees, was this minimalist campsite. One tent, one fire, and a man sitting cross-legged beside it, sipping from a mug. I watched him for a while, long enough for him to look back and finally notice me. "Morning," he called out. I nodded. "Didn't even know anybody else was out here. When'd you get in?" "Oh, I've been moving around for the past 3 days. Last night here," he said. "Been backpacking in pretty much every direction, and I really love this spot." I studied him, mid-40s, maybe, scruffy and calm. But one detail stood out above the rest. He had a fresh black eye, swollen shut, ugly purple and yellow blooming around it. Very strange in my delicate state of mind. We chatted a little more, small talk, you know. He said he always stops by this tower when he's in the area. Said he's been doing it for years. I asked him if he knew how remote this place really was. He just smiled back. "Yeah, that's what makes it really special." After a few more pleasantries, I told him I was heading back up. Didn't want to crowd him. And the truth was, I wanted nothing to do with that guy. With everything that was happening and then him suddenly just popping up at the base of the tower, I was weirded out. "Fair enough," he said, lifting his mug in the salute. I started walking back up, and when I reached the platform, he called out once more. "Hey," he said. "Hell of an arm you've got." I turned around. "What?" He raised his mug and said, "You nailed me," with a wink. Before I could respond, he just turned back to his little fire. I stood there outside the cabin for a bit, hand resting on the railing, just watching him sip from that mug like we swapped campfire recipes instead of something closer to a confessional. "Nailed me," he'd said, like it was a joke between buddies. He didn't act hurt, he didn't act angry, just almost pleased, like I'd done something that finally let him relax. I paced around a little, looking for other evidence in the area. I kept looking back down through the trees, but he never glanced back up again. He just sat there, fire crackling softly, steam rising up from the cup. It was like he belonged to the place or had a deed and owned it, like he'd never even left it before. When I got back inside, the door locked behind me, and I didn't touch my journal. I didn't radio it in, not yet. I just sat in the center of the room, arms on my knees, just listening, waiting, wondering if he'd show up again that night, if the whispering would indeed return, if I'd wake up to the sound of boots climbing up the ramp, and return a rock flying back through my window this time. He was gone by late morning though. I watched the smoke from his campfire dwindle down to nothing by noon. No footprints, no trash left behind, just empty trees and a thin column of ash curling up from the fire ring. When I finally hiked down to check the site, the ground was cold, the tent was gone, and there was no trace of him whatsoever. I reported it that evening, told base I encountered this hiker camped near the tower, which was technically against regulations, but he'd already cleared out. I mentioned the black eye and the strange timing of his visit, and also the things that I'd heard. They didn't really respond back with much, just logged it. Then the senior guy came to the radio, older voice who was slower, and asked,
"What do you look like?"
I described him again, got a pause and then a response.
"Yeah, we've had reports like that. Birdsong said he saw him 3 days ago. Cloud Tower the year before that. Same kind of deal, shows up, makes noises at night, and then disappears. Never the same season twice though."
I asked if anybody had ever caught him.
"Not that we know of. Some people think that he lives out there, and I know a couple of people who won't work on that tower just because of that guy."
That was that. I wrapped up my season a few weeks later and hiked out like nothing had even taken place. Didn't talk about it with anybody else until months had passed, and the memory didn't burn quite so hot. But there are occasions while I'm lying in my bed in a quiet room, and I'll hear the click of a door handle, the shuffle of feet on metal stairs, a voice with no breath behind it, murmuring nonsense from hundreds of yards away. And when I do, I always picture that man sitting cross-legged by the fire, sipping from a mug with his swollen eye and his knowing smile. "Hell of an arm," he'd say. It didn't click with me at first, at least not until the return hike to the ranger station. That black eye he had had was because of me, and sadly, I don't have a great ending for this story for you, as it's a mystery to me just as much as it probably is to you. My one takeaway? When in doubt, when in danger, hit it with a big rock. We'd only lived in the neighborhoods for 3 months when this took place. It was one of those new build communities, those houses that looked exactly alike, fresh sod, curving sidewalks, and plastic playgrounds. Safe, clean, and predictable. That's what we wanted when Nico and I finally left the city. Something slower, something that felt more stable. And for a while, that's exactly what it was. He would work these long hours for a tech company downtown, something to do with microchips and firmware that I never truly understood. And I stayed home with our kids. Devin, who was 6, and Maddie, who was barely even walking. It was our schedule, and he would leave at the crack of dawn and then come home just in time to eat and hang out for a little bit before we had to go to bed. And I would really just handle the rest of it. Most of the mornings, I would walk Devin to school. It was only 3 blocks. and a straight shot past rows and rows of mailbox clusters, and then, of course, sleepy moms juggling their morning coffee mugs. We'd stop and count squirrels or talk about Minecraft mobs. Then I'd drop him off at the crosswalk, give him a kiss, and push Maddie back home in the stroller. It was my routine, and it gave me this sense of structure when the rest of the world was just diapers, snacks, and the low hum of cartoons. We hadn't made many friends out here yet. A few neighbors waved when they saw me, and there were some other moms that I'd chat with in the mornings, but nothing deeper than that. And that was okay. I wasn't really looking for a new best friend, you know? I just wanted my kids to be safe and my house to be quiet. Looking back now, I think that's what made me a target. I was very easy to overlook, and I wasn't plugged into the gossip or the inner circles out here. I didn't know what faces belonged and which didn't. I didn't have the instincts yet. That radar that tells you something's wrong well before it actually is. And that's honestly how I ended up talking to him. A guy by the school drop-off line, leaning against the chain link fence with this dad-like posture and a smile that didn't set off any alarms in my head. He said his name was JR. He had a daughter in 2nd grade. That, small town small talk, surface level stuff. And I didn't question it because why would I? We were surrounded by other parents, teachers, and other kids. It was literally the safest place in the world. The next few mornings, there's JR again, same spot, leaning against the fence like it belonged to him. We'd nod at each other, share a comment about the weather or how chaotic the parking lot was that morning. He just had that sort of easy charm about him, like I could trust him. Said he used to work in HVAC and joked that his daughter bossed him around like she actually owned the place. I laughed because I didn't want to be rude. After a few days of this, he began calling me by my first name. "Hey, morning Daisy," he'd say with this little wave. "You're a trooper, out here every day, huh?" I smiled back but didn't really respond. Something about him felt a little too familiar far too quickly, like he skipped a few social steps. I brushed it off. It was daylight. There's people around. I didn't want to be that kind of person who assumed the worst in others, you know? Now, this all changed the following week. Monday morning, my phone buzzed with the school-wide email. The subject line punched me straight in the chest. Safety alert, suspicious individual. I opened the email, and the school was warning parents about a man loitering near the campus, somebody who didn't even have a child enrolled in the school. They attached a photo taken from one of the teachers. It was blurry, but clear enough, and I caught my breath. It was JR. Same ratty brown jacket, same half-assed smile. I felt cold all over, and my stomach turned. I stared at the screen for a long time before calling Nico at work, and he picked up on the second ring. "Babe, I need to stop walking Devin to school," I told him.
What? Why?
I explained the situation, the emails and the photo, and of course, JR.
Jesus.
Nico muttered.
All right, well, no more walking to school. Just use the car. Play it safe, okay? I'll talk to the school too.
I nodded even though he couldn't see me. My hands were slightly shaking. That afternoon, after I picked Devin up, I called the school and told them about everything, my conversations with JR and what he said about having a daughter and how often I'd see him there. There was a pause on the other end of the line and the woman's voice dropped. "That's the first time we've heard an actual name. Thank you for telling us. This could hopefully really help." I hung up feeling sick and used. I've been giving this guy breadcrumbs without even realizing it. A smile here, a name there, enough for somebody twisted to stitch together a fantasy. Not 10 minutes later, I glanced up and out the living room window while bouncing Maddie on my hip. Somebody just walked past my house. I froze. It was quick, a silhouette was all I saw. A jacket, baseball cap, wide shoulders. I leaned in to take a better look, but they'd already turned the corner. Was it him? No, it couldn't be, could it? I reminded myself there's no way, and I just thought it was my paranoia, my active imagination, that I'm overly jumpy now. There's plenty of guys that look like that or dress like that. But the hairs on my arms told a completely different story. For the next few weeks, I stuck to my car, parking in the drop-off zone, avoided eye contact, and kept my head down. No JR, no weird run-ins, and the school said the man hadn't been spotted again, at least not officially. Nobody had seen him hanging around. It was almost like he disappeared. Now, that should have been relief, right? But it wasn't. Somehow, it made it worse because deep down, I really didn't believe that he was truly gone. By the third week, I was itching to walk again. I missed that fresh air and that little routine that Devin and I had. Other moms were still doing it, chatting together in their activewear, sipping at coffees while their kids darted around them. I almost felt like I was punishing myself for somebody else's sickness. So one morning, I just made the decision. It's just one day. I'll do a trial run, so to speak. I strapped Maddie into the stroller and laced up my shoes and told Devin that we're walking again today. He cheered like I just handed him a bowl of ice cream. The walk itself to school was pretty normal, peaceful even. I chatted with a few other moms at the gates and laughed about the absurdity of first grade homework. When JR's name came up, I played dumb. One woman said that she hadn't seen him in weeks. That creep probably got scared off, she said, like it was already over. Now, on the way back home, the streets were quieter. A lot of the parents had driven, so once the drop-off rush ended, the neighborhood kind of emptied out like a drained pool. I'd say about halfway home, I realized just how alone I was out here. And when I looked behind me, there he was, JR. A block back, maybe even less, a hat pulled low, same brown jacket. He wasn't even trying to hide, he was just there, walking, too casual to be a coincidence. I pushed the stroller faster, now began sweating. I didn't want to spook Maddie, but I kept looking over my shoulder. He was gaining ground, it was obvious. Then, out of nowhere, he just ducks behind this trash bin. Poof, gone. I stopped and listened. My ears roared with the silence now surrounding me. The wind rattled a nearby tree, and I swore I could hear breathing that was not mine, just inches away. Then, his voice, right behind me.
Hey, wait!
He stepped out from a bush 30 feet back, waving like we're old friends. I screamed, and Maddie started crying, and I ran. My legs felt like anchors, the stroller wobbling on the uneven sidewalk. I turned onto Maple Court, one of the only houses that I recognized, the Dawsons. I didn't even hesitate. I bolted up their porch and slammed my palm against the doorbell.
Help, please!
I heard him from behind me. His footsteps were fast now. No more pretending. I turned and he was gaining closer, eyes wild. That smile was no longer on his face. I was cornered. I had nowhere to go. I banged on the door, but I already knew that there was nobody home. And then, click. The doorbell camera chirped to life, and a voice crackled from the speaker.
Hey, it's Vinny. What the hell's going on?
I was sobbing. He's chasing me. Please call the police. Vinny didn't miss a beat.
Already on it. Just hang tight. They're on their way.
I looked up and JR had stopped cold. We locked eyes. He knew that he'd been seen now. He turned and bolted. Poof, just like that, he was gone again. The cops arrived less than 10 minutes later, lights off but urgently. I was still on the Dawson's porch, hugging Maddie to my chest while she whimpered against my shoulder. One officer escorted me inside while the other circled the neighborhood, but JR, of course, was long gone. Just like that. The cruiser drove slow laps around the block, checking yards and alleyways, garages, anywhere a person might squeeze into, but nothing. I gave them everything I could. His description, the timeline, how long I'd been seeing him at school, and the name that he gave me. They asked me again if I was sure about the name, and I told them it's what he gave me. That's the sickest part, at least to me, that he wanted to know me, or wanted me to think that I did. They ended up walking me back home once the scene was clear.
cruisers sweeping slowly ahead and behind us like I was a president or something. Nico ended up coming home early that day, and I didn't ask if he had to argue with his boss about it. He just held me for a long time in the kitchen while Maddie napped and Devin watched TV without even understanding that his mom had just outrun some kind of real, true evil. The cops, I don't think they ever really found JR, at least not really. But in the woods near the end of our street, just beyond the fence line, they discovered some of his things. They were buried under leaves and brush, stashed like a homeless camp, but far too neat to be accidental. There was a pair of gloves, a bag with snacks, and an empty water bottle. A small notebook with nothing but names. First names mostly, some crossed out and others underlined. Mine was in there, and so was Devin's. They said it wasn't really enough to prove that he had anything criminal or was gonna do anything criminal. No assaults, no violence, no direct threats, just straight up fear. Just a woman with a baby and a bad feeling who happened to be right. We installed a security system as well, and Nico started working from home 3 days a week. I didn't walk anywhere for a really long time. I just kept thinking about how quiet he was, how calculated his movements and what he did was, how he'd gotten so close without even raising his voice or his hand. Honestly, that's the kind of danger people don't really warn you about. That kind that smiles and chats about the weather, that turned so quickly. Devin eventually asked why we didn't walk to school anymore, and I lied, saying the sidewalks were under construction and it wasn't safe. He shrugged and then went back to his cereal. But the truth is, the sidewalks were far from the problem. It's people, and they always will be. I was in college when Tinder really started taking off, back when dating apps still felt like something slightly dangerous and completely addictive. I wouldn't say I was a player or anything like that, but I did have this system. You keep it casual, you talk for about a week, and then if the vibe checks out, you invite them to meet up at one of the local bars that were near campus, places that I knew well, places with noise and the crowd coverage in case the person across the table wasn't who they said they were. I figured it was the safest way to weed through the sea of catfish, the drama queens, and of course the weirdos. And for the most part, my system did work. I met a lot of people that way. Girls with different majors, different styles, different expectations. Now, some of them definitely just wanted free drinks and attention. Others actually clicked with me, but even then it never really truly went anywhere. Maybe it was me, maybe I got bored too easily, or maybe they did. Either way, it was a rinse-repeat routine, and for the time being I was okay with it, until I matched with Annika. She had this dark, witchy aesthetic in her profile pictures. Long black hair, heavy eyeliner, pale skin that looked like it hadn't seen the sun in years. Now, I'll admit, it's not usually my type, but her captions were clever and sharp. Her humor hit exactly where mine did. Within the first hour of chatting, I realized we had this weird amount in common. Same obscure bands, same guilty pleasure TV shows. She even knew one of the professors that I hated. Honestly, I remember thinking, finally, somebody gets it. We talked for 6 days straight, long threads of messages that went from daylight to midnight. It felt genuine, real. Not in like a love at first swipe kind of way, but like we could sit across from each other and just talk. No weird awkward silences or performative nonsense. So, on day 7, I invited her to meet up. I gave her the name of the bar that I'd taken almost all of my past matches to, Billy's, on 12th. Lively, lots of regulars, solid fries, and a bartender who knew my name. It was my comfort zone, and I figured if she was anything like our chats, we'd hit it off immediately. I was right about that, but I really had no idea what I was about to walk into. I got to Billy's around 10 minutes early. I always did that, scouted a table near the back and kept my back to the wall. Made sure I had a clear view of the door. Paranoia maybe, call it whatever you want, but I liked being able to leave on my own terms if things turned weird. I ordered a whiskey ginger and sipped at it nice and slow, trying not to overthink things. She really did seem great and normal, and way more engaging than anybody else I'd met on that app, so I told myself, relax. And then she walked in, and yeah, Annika looked even better than her photos on Tinder. Long black hair that curled at the ends, bold lipstick, eyes like polished glass. Her presence was sharp, not just pretty, but electric. Every guy at the bar turned to look at her, and she spotted me right away, smiled like she already knew me, and then glided over in these tall boots that should have made noise, but they didn't. "You always take your dates to this place?" she asked as she sat down. Her voice was smoky, like she smoked a pack before walking in. Not accusing, just curious. I laughed, rubbing at the back of my neck. "Hey, it's a good spot, familiar, and they got decent drinks." She raised an eyebrow. "So I'm not the first then?" Something in her tone made me pause in the moment. I tried to laugh it off again. "Hey, no offense, but that's just kind of the point of dating apps, right?" She didn't smile back. Instead, she leaned forward, elbows on the table. "Amanda, Kaylee, Jess, and the other Amanda? I count at least 10 others." My stomach immediately sank. Those were the most recent women that I brought here over the last 5 months. I stared back at her. How do you even know those names?" She tilted her head, now smirking, but it wasn't warm or inviting. "You left your Instagram link on your profile. You'd be surprised what you can find when you really start looking. You tagged one of your old dates in a story a few months ago, and from there, it wasn't hard to figure out the rest." I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I looked around the bar, suddenly aware of how far we were from anybody else. The din of casual conversation did not cover that thudding that was now in my ears. Annika opened up her purse and pulled out a folder. Yeah, a literal folder. She dropped it on the table like it was nothing, flipped it open, and began sliding pages towards me. Photos of my apartment building, my student ID, screenshots of my social media posts, my mom's name, my class schedule, my address, my personal email addresses, even a list of passwords that I used before. "You work in a bookstore, right?" she asked. "Stacks, Tuesdays and Thursdays?" I just found myself nodding and starting to spiral. "What the fuck is this?" She smiled again. "Oh, just information. That's what you like, right? You talk to people, you figure them out, then you throw them away when you don't have any interest anymore. I thought I'd return the favor." My chest started to crack open from this seriously stressful situation. I was very overwhelmed. I've never hurt anybody. I date like everybody else does. Sometimes it clicks and sometimes they don't. It's not a crime. "No," she said. "But treating people like flies, like data points, that's not human. You're not here for the connection. You're collecting experiences like trophies, and I'm gonna hold you accountable for every single one." I just shook my head. "All right, that's not true. You're definitely twisting this." She shrugged. "I'm the 11th. 5 months, 11 dates. You keep a pattern. You open with the same stupid questions. You go to the same bar. You use the same lines. People tend to notice stuff like that." I tried to remain calm. "So what, you've just been stalking me on the app?" "Not just on the app," she said softly. "You matched with me 3 times before this. You just don't remember it, don't realize it." My heart skipped. "I've never matched with you before," I said in total disbelief. She gave me this look. "You matched with Alice, with Harper, with Jenny." It clicked. The weirdly familiar jokes, the references to stuff that I'd said before, the way it always felt like we were skipping steps. She'd been catfishing me, pretending to be other people, and watching how I treated them, gathering up all this fucking information. I stood up. "All right, I'm done here." But she stood up too, really fast, almost like she was about to pounce. "You think you're the good guy in this story?" she hissed, voice rising. "You think you're just some innocent, just swiping through life, playing safe, and playing games while people bleed out emotionally on the other side of that screen?" People were turning now, watching us. I raised both hands. "You need to calm down. You're a fucking user," she snapped. "You collect people, then dump them the second they don't fit into your fantasy. You think just because you're polite about it that it doesn't hurt anybody." The bartender now came over, wearily. "Hey, is everything okay here?" Annika turned to him, eyes wide and wild. "He's a fucking liar, a manipulator. Go ahead, ask him how many girls he's ghosted." I backed away, feeling 20 eyes land on me like stones. "Ma'am," the bartender said, "I need you to leave." Annika stared at me one last time. "You'll see. You'll understand what it's like to be watched, to be studied, to be used." And just like that, she stormed out. The whole bar was dead quiet now, and the bartender looked at me half worried and half disgusted. I paid my tab and left, feeling every person's gaze on my back as I did. I slept like shit that night. I sat at my desk with every light on in my apartment, clicking through old messages, rereading conversations that had long been forgotten, trying to see them the way that she had. Catfish accounts? Probably. All of them. Who knows? I couldn't even tell anymore, and honestly, I didn't want to know. By morning, I deleted every dating app off of my phone. Then I nuked my social media next. Instagram, Facebook, even LinkedIn. Changed all my passwords. I pulled down every tag photo that I could. It felt like scrubbing blood from a crime scene that I didn't know I was even a part of. Then, the emails started 2 days later. At first, they came in through burner Gmail accounts, subject lines reading, "Hey player," or "Still out collecting?" I would immediately block them, but more would come. Sometimes just a single sentence. "Still sleeping with one eye open?" One even had a photo attached to it, me leaving class with my headphones in, and a timestamp at the bottom on the same day. I reported everything and I took it immediately to campus security, but of course they couldn't do much. There wasn't a clear threat or evidence that it was even her, just anonymous harassment, a digital shadow that I couldn't shake. And eventually it stopped. 3 weeks of silence with no more emails, no sightings, no new accounts, no screaming matches at the bar, nothing. Like she folded back into whatever digital swamp that she'd crawl out of. And I never saw Annika again. But I still think about her, more than I'd like to admit. Every time somebody new messages me on any platform, I feel that flicker of suspicion. Every time I pass a stranger on campus, every time I hear my name said by somebody that I don't recognize. She turned something casual into something corrosive, made me doubt every connection that I thought was harmless. I don't even date anymore. I haven't for a long time. People ask if it's because of a bad breakup, and I always respond with, "Yeah, something like that." But the truth is, you don't really understand how visible you are until somebody decides to make a map out of your life, to catalog your behaviors, to turn you into a literal project. I did that in my own way, I guess. Maybe not with bad intentions, but with intentions that don't matter when the result is direct pain. She said some people aren't files, and she was right. She's not a hero, and I'll never forget what it felt like to sit across from somebody who knew everything about me, even without knowing her real name. It was supposed to be this bridge job, just a teaching assistant gig to help cover rent and keep my head above water while finishing my degree. Nothing fancy or too overbearing. I graded papers, prepped basic coursework, and then would run tutoring sessions for students who either missed class or just couldn't seem to keep up with everything. It was really the kind of thing that wears you down slowly if you're not too careful, but I truly didn't mind it, at least not at first. I kept my head down, drank far too much coffee, and tried to play the part of somebody who kept it all together. And that's eventually how I met Tony Michael. He introduced himself using both names as if it was one word. "Hi, Tony Michael," he said, shaking my hand with this weird stiffness. His grip was clammy, and he made this long eye contact that felt more like a dare than an actual greeting. I just chalked it up to social awkwardness. It happens a lot on campus. Gave him the benefit of the doubt, even though something about him definitely wasn't right. He said he needed help understanding this essay prompt, so I told him to stop by on Friday. I had an open time set aside for one-on-one sessions. He thanked me with far too much enthusiasm and walked away without waiting for any kind of response. It was strange, sure, but not completely unheard of. People can be weird inside this academic setting. On that Friday, he never showed. I waited around for 15, maybe 20 minutes before packing up. No email, no cancellation, so I figured it was just another lazy student who didn't actually want help, just wanted the grade to magically fix itself. It happens all the time. But when I got to my car, I found something that really changed everything. There was a note underneath my windshield wiper. Not a sticky note or a folded scrap, an actual packet, 8 pages, handwritten. It started off with this generic apology. "Sorry I couldn't make it." But then it veered into something really bizarre. He wrote about watching me through the window of the building, about how my car didn't match my face, and about how I needed to watch my credit score and keep my blinds down. He even drew a picture of me, like this child sketch, smiling with dead eyes. I immediately tossed it in the trash can near the parking lot and told myself that was it. That's the end of it. Somebody was trolling me, that's all. The week after the windshield note, I started noticing other things. At first, it was really small stuff, like somebody ringing the buzzer on my dorm late at night, then disappearing before I could answer. A new email address showing up in my inbox with a subject line reading, "We need to sync our energy," or "You're not as smart as you think." Always unsigned, always vague, so I figured it was spam. Until I got a message that just said, "You shouldn't have thrown it away." I didn't respond because I wasn't even sure it was him, but in my gut, I knew. I always knew. A few days later, there was another note. This time it was wedged under the professor's door. One single page written in that same loopy scrawl. It said he'd seen me eating in the student union, and that I chew with purpose, whatever the fuck that means. It also mentioned the brand of my socks. That's when I started locking both the office and the dorm door behind me, even during the day. Tony Michael never came back to tutoring. He didn't even register for office hours again. But the notes, they kept coming, always vague, always intrusive. Once, he left this plastic dinosaur on my windshield, and another time, it was a hairbrush still in its packaging, taped to the dorm door with the words, "For when things get tangled." I don't know what that meant, and I don't think I really wanted to. Then came the blood. It was Friday night. I'd come home after a late session at the campus library, trudging up the stairs to my building when I saw it pooled in the entryway. This dark smear across the floor tiles, still tacky and still red. It looked like at least a quart. At first I thought somebody had gotten hurt, but there was no trail, no struggle, just the pool of blood, perfectly centered. Almost like somebody poured it from a container and then just walked away. I asked around, but my RA hadn't seen anything. The other guys on my floor were as confused as I was. One of them joked that it was probably from the dining hall's mystery meat special. I didn't laugh. I just went back to my room and locked the door. And didn't sleep. I stayed up until sunrise, watching the hall through the peephole anytime I heard any kind of footsteps. The worst part, honestly, was that I couldn't prove that it was Tony Michael, at least not definitively. but who else could it have been? Nobody else was leaving me notes, so there was no way somebody could be pranking me. No one had this kind of insider knowledge except for that creep himself. I told my professor, the one that I assisted. I didn't give him the full story, just that a student was really being strange towards me. He gave me that kind of tired look you only see from somebody who's far too overworked to even care. That all changed 2 days later. He pulled me into his office, shut the door, and said, "Look, I don't know what's going on with you, but it needs to stop." I blinked. "What do you mean?" He held up his phone. "Somebody's been calling my house all hours of the night, leaving these ranting voicemails, threats, screaming, and every time they say it's you." He then played one for me, and a voice I didn't recognize began, distorted and barely holding itself together. It kept repeating my name over and over and accusing the professor of being a part of some kind of conspiracy. "They're using your name, your job, and telling me that I ruined your life?" I felt the blood drain from my face. "That's not me. I didn't do any of that." "I really honestly don't care. Get control of it, or you're out. No references, no work study, no nothing. Do you understand?" I nodded as my heart pounded. That night, I stayed up trying to piece it all together. Tony Michael was now not just writing notes. He was stealing my identity in the creepiest way imaginable, pretending to actually be me, using my information to lash out. Like he thought we were connected in some kind of twisted way. I knew it had to end, and the only way to do that was to catch him in the act, so I decided in the moment I needed to set up some kind of trap. Tony Michael always left me presents in the parking lot behind the Humanities building. That's where I always parked, and that's where I found that first note. I figured he was watching me from somewhere out there, maybe from one of the upper floors or one of the nearby buildings, or even from behind one of the dumpsters where the lighting was bad. Somewhere out of sight. I parked in my usual spot on a Wednesday afternoon, left my doors unlocked, and took a folded note that I'd written, something vague and personal sounding, and tucked it under my windshield wiper. That was the bait. Then I walked out of the lot and looped around the west side of campus, cutting through the buildings until I met up with Patrick, one of the campus security guards. I knew him from my shift at the library. He was built like a brick shithouse and had a temper when provoked. He was also cool and a friendly dude that offered to assist me once I explained my situation. "You really think he's gonna take that?" Patrick asked, peeking through one of the blinds of the supply room that overlooked the parking lot. "I know he can't help himself. He wants to be seen. He just doesn't want to be caught, you know?" So we waited. 30 minutes passed and then 40. Then out of nowhere, Patrick nudged me. "Hey, look." Tony Michael comes creeping out from behind two parked cars. But what made my stomach turn wasn't that he actually showed up, it's how he looked. He was wearing a child's outfit. I'm talking overalls and a shirt that was far too small, with a cartoon rocket ship on it and a plastic baseball cap that barely even fit his adult head. He looked like somebody trying to impersonate a 6-year-old after watching far too many cartoons. He walked over with this stiff shuffle, head swiveling from side to side like he was on a playground, looking at all the equipment. All he was missing to complete this outfit was a giant lollipop. He reached my car and grabbed the note, unfolded it right there, reading it like it was a letter from Santa. Patrick didn't wait. He was already on the radio.
This is Patrick, West Lot. Got the suspect requesting some kind of backup now."
He burst out the door and down the stairs, crossed the lot in these wide, fast strides.
"Hey, you! Stop right there!"
Tony Michael looked up, startled like a deer about to be hit. He clutched the note to his chest and hissed. Actually hissed. Then without warning, he charged. I stayed in that little office room watching it all go down in total shock. Patrick braced himself, hands up, but Tony Michael slammed into him with this wild, inhuman scream, clawing at his face, both hands scratching, biting, and swinging. Patrick went down hard, yelling. I sprinted out, yelling for help, but by the time I reached them, Tony Michael was already up and running, darting between the cars like a rodent, vanishing before backup could actually reach the lot. Patrick sat up, bleeding from the cheek, one eye already swelling shut. "Son of a fucking bitch," he spat. "Motherfucker scratched one of my eyes." I helped him up, heart thundering. The next few days were a blur of statements, meeting with security and long conversations with the dean's office. When they cross-referenced Tony Michael's name with the student database, nothing came up. No enrollments, no records. He was not a student, probably had never been, just a random-ass prowler. After that, though, everything changed. The university tightened up on security and made it a lot harder for just anybody to wander on campus. They posted flyers asking for information, but of course, nobody came forward. Not a single person claimed to know who the hell Tony Michael was. Not from class, not from the dorms, not from the library or cafeteria. It was like he'd been a ghost, just some adult pretending to be a student, slipping through the cracks that were far too wide to begin with. Patrick ended up with 12 stitches across his face. One of them just missed his eye by a millimeter. He never complained or blamed me, but I saw the way he looked at me afterward, like I'd been the bait in something way bigger than either of us even understood. They pulled me from that TA position quietly and told me it was for my safety. I told them I understood, and my professor never looked at me in the eyes again. I changed my routines, parked somewhere new almost every single day, switched dorm rooms, and even started carrying a pocket knife. Not because I thought it would help, but because I just needed something. Anything to make me feel a little less helpless. Every time I passed a building with tinted windows, I would catch myself checking the reflections. Every time I heard footsteps behind me, I would flinch. I never saw Tony Michael again, and the police took my statements. The security team filed a report, but with no full name or student record and no real crime, what could they pin on him? Nothing they could prosecute with, or really, there was nothing they could do. No fingerprints on the note, no camera footage clear enough to help them out, so it ended up just being stories and scars, a lingering question mark for all of us. Honestly, I think what scared me the most was not that he came after me, but that he could do it again. To somebody else if it wasn't me, somewhere else. Just slip into a new routine, a new face, a new parking lot. Still to this day, I have no idea what the hell he wanted. Recognition, control, attention? All I know is this: Tony Michael all but destroyed my college career. And this was one of the last times I ever voluntarily helped out a stranger. If you're reading this, watch yourself out there. Neither of us were new to the road. Gary and I had been driving cross-country for the better part of the last 6 years. After he retired and I dropped to part-time remote work, we bought this second-hand Ford Transit and spent a small fortune converting it into our own little house on wheels. No frills, no wasted space, just a compact mattress, a portable stove, cabinets, some solar panels, and a built-in fridge. It really was nothing fancy, but it worked. It fit for us. Because really, we weren't out to impress anybody. It was literally just for the road and for each other. That van gave us the freedom we wanted. No more motels, no stiff sheets, no arguments with the front desk staff over early check-in or busted AC units. It was just me and Gary, driving through every stretch of this country, mostly between Utah and Vermont. back and forth with the seasons, spring to fall. We'd zigzag our way to the middle of the country, visit our daughter in Vermont or our nephews in Ohio, Gary's brother's family in Missouri. We'd mark up our old atlases with sticky notes and scribbled margins. We planned every single detail, down to the mileage, the stops, the restaurants, camp-friendly areas, and the gas stations. The kind of obsessive prep only two aging, over-cautiously parents could really perfect. We weren't really thrill seekers either. We didn't park on cliff sides or down abandoned forest trails. We were just stealth campers, like Walmart, Cracker Barrel, churches, industrial parks on the weekend. Quiet corners that we could find, with low visibility. No fire pits or folding chairs. Most people would never even notice us, and we preferred it that way. Over the years, we hit black ice, lost a side mirror to a reckless trucker, even had a raccoon climb through an open skylight once while we were both asleep. But never, not even once, did we feel like our lives were in danger. That was until Vermont, until that one Walmart pit stop, that one godforsaken parking lot in the middle of a town I couldn't even point to on a map right now. I can still see the way the sodium lights didn't reach the corners of the lot. I can still hear the hum of the store's rooftop vents. I can still smell that dust, the metal, the storm coming in. The thing is, we didn't ignore the warning signs, we just didn't see them. We were far too used to the road and overly confident, too trusting even. That night peeled it all away. It started off just like 100 nights before it. We pulled into a town around an hour before sunset. Both of us pretty exhausted from that long stretch that we'd just driven. Somewhere between Dayton and Shroom Lake, I think. We weren't behind schedule, but we wanted to make it to our daughter's place by late afternoon the following day. This meant no long detours looking for the perfect camp spot, no scenic views or national forest cutouts, just somewhere flat and quiet and legal enough to get away with. That Walmart sat just off the highway, one of those older ones with a faded sign and a lot big enough to host a carnival. Strangely enough, that night, it might as well have. The lot was nearly empty when we pulled in, a few scattered cars way out toward the garden center, one big rig hugging the curb near the loading dock, but otherwise, not much else. It was a weird kind of dead quiet. I even remember Gary muttering, "Place looks like it's been evacuated." I laughed, but those words stuck with me. It did feel strange. A store that should have had a lot more traffic, teens hanging around, RVs parked under lights, but there was nothing. Still, we just chalked it up to our good luck. Less foot traffic meant less attention. We parked in the far back corner, behind a row of cart corrals that nobody seemed to use. Gary triple-checked the locks on the side door, then gave the sliding door a hard yank to make sure that it was latched. I grabbed my little canvas bag. He took his list and we walked inside together, hand in hand like always. The air conditioning hit us like a wall. That place was freezing inside, and the fluorescent lights were flickering. Half the ceiling tiles were stained, aisles sparsely stocked. We quickly gathered up what we needed: water jugs, trail mix, those little tuna salad packs that Gary loved, and a couple of those pre-made deli sandwiches for dinner. Personally, I just wanted to be quick tonight, but Gary kept stopping to read labels, check expiration dates, and then complain about the prices. We were in there maybe 30 or 40 minutes max. I still have the receipt. It's time-stamped and everything. 8:24 p.m. When we stepped out, the sky was all black and no stars. The parking lot was even more empty than before. No wind, no birds. Just the low mechanical hum of the store and the rumble of that semi's generator. As soon as we stepped out, I had this weird feeling. It crawled up the back of my neck like a cold wire being threaded through my spine. Gary gave my hand a squeeze and then pointed towards the van. Something wasn't right. The driver's side door was now wide open. Not cracked, open. I saw the shape of a man half inside, one leg dangling out, both arms buried deep in our drawers and cabinets. My stomach dropped straight through my shoes. "Hey!" Gary shouted, letting go of my hand and taking off across the lot before I could stop him. I froze. My fingers were fumbling in my pocket for my phone. My hands were already shaking so badly I nearly dropped it trying to unlock my screen. The man looked up, startled but not scared. He then stood straight up, our old camping lantern clutched under one of his arms, and Gary's binoculars in the other hand. My laptop case was dangling from a strap around his shoulder. He looked at us like we were the ones trespassing. Gary wasn't really a fighter, but he was 6'3", for God's sakes, and he had that military stubbornness inside his bones. "Drop our things and back away from the van, son," he said. His voice was steady. "You're gonna leave right now." The man just smiled, this stretched, kind of toothy grin that made my breath catch in my throat. His eyes were glassy and unfocused. He looked like somebody who hadn't slept in days. Dirty clothes, thin frame, stringy hair curling at the edges. He didn't even look scared, he looked like he was somewhere else entirely. I finally got 911 on the phone, whispering our location in a panic. "Walmart, east side of the lot. Some guy broke into our van. My husband's confronting him. Please send somebody right now." Gary reached for one of our blankets the man had dropped, and the guy lunged forward. They both yelled words that I couldn't really make out, and then they were just grappling right there in the middle of the lot. An old man and a crazy guy, locked up in this desperate little circle of movement. The lantern hit the pavement and shattered, glass skidding underneath the van. The laptop fell next, the man kicking it aside as he shoved Gary hard against the van's front end. And then, almost like a goddamn horror movie, he slammed Gary's head onto the hood. I heard the crack from across the lot, and Gary crumpled. He folded like his strings had been cut, body slumping down to the front bumper, hitting the asphalt with a thud. I screamed, but my voice was already hoarse, legs finally moving on instinct. I stopped halfway when I saw the man again. He climbed into the driver's seat, our driver's seat, and slammed the door shut. Then I heard a click, one by one the locks thunking into place. He locked himself inside our van. I ran to Gary first, but blood was seeping from his temple, pooling underneath his cheek. He was breathing, thank God, but he wasn't conscious. I pressed my hand to the side of his face and screamed into the phone, telling them that he's bleeding, he's in our van now, the guy is in our van. Inside, the man starts yelling, not at me or anybody, just shouting almost into the void, as if talking to somebody who really wasn't there. "It's mine now. It's mine, you understand? They can't have it. They need it to go back." He slammed his fist on the dashboard over and over. I could hear every word through the windshield. He started tearing at the glove box, grabbing things and tossing them out one by one. Charging cables, maps, sunglasses. Then he threw his head back and screamed this long, tortured howl that brought onlookers out from the store even. I backed away, bringing my phone down to record just in case. Headlights then turned into the lot, and I nearly collapsed with relief. 2 police cruisers, lights flashing, tires squealing, felt like a salvation. The cops didn't waste any time. One of them rushed to Gary while the other approached the van, hand on his holster, shouting commands through the cracked driver's side window. The guy inside still didn't flinch. He just kept rocking back and forth in the seat, muttering about orbits and gravity and the council, whatever the hell that meant. He was literally in his own world, deeper than anybody could reach. "They're trapping me in here," he kept saying over and over, eyes darting around the cab. "They made it look like a van, but it's not. It's mine. I'm almost home." I stood there completely numb, arms shaking, Gary's blood on my hand. My husband still hadn't moved. One of the officers kept pressure on the wound while calling out for an ambulance. The other had drawn his sidearm now, shouting, telling the man to get out of the vehicle, exit the vehicle now. The man just screamed in response, and then silence, deafening silence. We all were just breathing and waiting. And then, as quickly as it started, it began again, pure chaos. He lunged across the cab and started punching the passenger side window from inside while trying to smash his way out, even though he could just unlock the door at any time. 2 more units pulled up and then another, I counted 6 cops total yelling over one another. A few of them tried to open the doors, but he jammed them from inside. He'd barricaded himself using our cabinet drawers, the cooler, even wedged the camping stove under the steering wheel. It took them 15 full minutes and a crowbar to get him out, and when he finally did, he came out swinging, biting and clawing, even spitting. It took 4 officers to pin him to the asphalt, one screaming that he'd been bitten, and I still remember the sound of that officer yelling, "He bit me! He bit my arm!" They cuffed him, hogtied him, hauled him off in a cruiser, while the guy laughed like a cartoon villain, blood all across his lips. Thankfully, Gary survived. CT scans came back clean, but they kept him overnight just to be sure. We ended up getting a hotel, first one in years. The bed was stiff and the TV didn't work, and I didn't sleep hardly anyway. The next day, we pressed charges, we did the paperwork, and gave our statements, and added the photos to a file that I keep for emergencies. We still travel, but we don't stealth camp anymore. I did not end up living in my car because I was some washed up addict or a deadbeat loser. I didn't lose everything in a fire or blow it all in Vegas. No, what actually happened to me was quieter and a lot more boring. I lost my job 6 months after COVID hit. The company that I worked for just completely folded, and the severance wasn't enough to keep my apartment. My landlord had given me 30 days, and after that, it was time to couch surf. Then nowhere to surf. The dominoes fell fast after that, but the weird part was I wasn't completely broke, at least not really. I'd paid off my car the year before everything collapsed, and I had about 40 grand in savings, more than most Americans ever get the chance to sit on. Now, I could have burned it up in that year's worth of rent and food and stress, but I didn't. Something about spending it on a place I could barely afford just felt like setting fire to it all. So I did something else. I turned my car into my home. I bought some blackout curtains, swapped out the back seat for a mattress platform, added storage bins, camping gear, a power inverter, and some basic coolers. I found a way to live on $20 a day, less if I was even more careful. Now, I wasn't out there panhandling or digging through dumpsters. I was mobile, I was free. I told myself over and over, this is just temporary, I'll figure something out soon. Maybe I'll land one of those working from home gigs, do something freelance, make a bit on the side while I live lean and travel the country. Honestly, it really wasn't that bad. The first few months were even fun. I parked behind gyms to use their showers. I ate better than I ever did when I was working full time. I even saw a little more of the country. Some meadows in Kansas, cliffs in New Mexico, misty rivers cutting through Colorado. I liked being near town, near people, but when it came time to sleep, I needed to be off the map. Dirt roads, cul-de-sacs, church parking lots after hours, places nobody really thought to look. And that was the trick. Stay close to people, but just out of sight. It really did work for a while, at least until the night behind the strip mall outside of this no-name town in Colorado. That night really wasn't any different than anything before, but it would be the one that changed everything for me moving forward. I drove into town late that afternoon, just passing through, honestly. One of those Colorado towns that didn't have a name that you'd remember, the kind that gets swallowed up by trees and valleys the moment you leave it. Main Street itself was barely even 2 blocks long. A liquor store, diner, closed down movie rental place, vape shop, and a rundown strip mall on the southern edge. That's where I ended up going. I'd hit the grocery store for something cold and cheap, then drove around looking for a place to settle in for the night. Behind that strip mall was perfect. Half the businesses were boarded up, and the few cars up in front told me the rest weren't doing so hot either. I circled behind it and found this little stretch of cracked pavement, tucked against a patch of brush and thin trees. Not woods, technically, just kind of overgrowth. But it was enough for me to hide in from the road. If somebody wasn't looking, they'd definitely never even notice that dark little sedan parked up in the weeds. I parked and killed my engine, then settled into the routine I'd come to know by heart. Locked the doors, pulled the front shades up, checked my surroundings. Nobody. Munched on a sandwich that I'd bought and then scrolled my phone for a bit, plugged into the inverter on top of the battery. Change into some sweats, read a chapter of an old paperback. I remember thinking how quiet it was. Not even highway noise, no dogs barking, not even crickets. And that alone should have tipped me off, but it didn't. I think I fell asleep somewhere around 10, which was nothing new for me. Backseat mattress, pillow under my neck, phone under my thigh just in case of emergency. I awoke to some voices, not shouting or anything, just normal talking. It sounded like 3 or 4 people, maybe teens or 20-somethings, moving across the lot out front. It didn't alarm me at first. A strip mall like that might attract the occasional group of kids looking for somewhere to hang out. Harmless. I lay still, just listening. They moved past without even stopping. So I rolled over, pulled the blanket up to my chin, and closed my eyes again. I don't know how long it was between the voices and what took place next. It could have been 10 minutes, it could have been an hour. All I know was I was jolted awake by an explosion of glass and cold air. The passenger side window, right above my head, blew inward, showering me with tiny shards. It was like somebody had taken a bat to it. My ears were ringing. My heart was slamming against my ribs. I sat up dazed, trying to understand what the hell was going on. Blood was running down the side of my neck where the glass had caught me. And that's when I saw them. Figures who were blurry at first. Silhouettes under the dull moonlight. 4, 5, 6 maybe, all around the car. Not really doing anything at first, just standing there, watching. I couldn't see faces and they weren't talking. They started to move slowly, walking around the car in this strange loose circle. Some laughing, some giggling softly. It didn't sound normal, it sounded off. The kind of laugh when somebody forces out when they've gotten a shock. One of them was dancing, literally dancing, arms flailing in this slow spiral, legs stomping like a toddler throwing a tantrum. The others then followed suit, twirling around the car like some weird, messed up ritual. It was so surreal, I could not process it. "Hey, what the fuck?" I shouted. "Get the hell out of here. I'm armed. I'm calling the cops." Now, I wasn't armed. Not really. I had a pocket knife in my phone, but I shouted it anyway, hoping that it'd scare them off. Nobody reacted though, not even a flinch. Just kept moving around the car in that same strange rhythm. I fumbled for my phone, hands slick with sweat and blood, trying to unlock it. My fingers didn't seem to be working right. I pressed the wrong button, closed the screen twice by accident. Then, that's when the rocking started. They pushed hard on the driver's side, and the car lurched forward. I dropped my phone. Another push, harder. The car tilted enough to make my stomach lurch too. I could feel the tires groaning under the pressure. I scrambled up to the front seat, trying to get the keys in the ignition, trying to make the horn go off or start the damn car, do something. I'm babbling now. "I'm calling 911, I swear to God I'm calling them." They hit hard again. The passenger tires left the ground, and the whole vehicle felt like it was seconds from tipping onto its side. I screamed, like actually screamed, as loud as I could, pounding the horn with my palm. It blared out, and just like that, it stopped, and silence followed. I blinked as my heart continued to hammer, ears still ringing from the horn. When I looked up, they were just gone. No footsteps, no laughter, not even sounds of anybody running off. Just a lot, empty, dark, and dead still. I sat there frozen for a full minute at least before I finally moved. I didn't turn the engine on, I didn't want to draw any more attention. I just sat there in the darkness with blood drying on my neck and slivers of glass in my clothes, shaking like a leaf. Eventually, I started up the car and drove slowly, headlights off until I got to the main road. Then made my way to the nearest gas station and parked under the brightest light that I could find. I didn't even care if somebody told me to move. I'm not going anywhere. Not that night. I didn't sleep, not a wink. I sat under that buzzing gas station floodlight with a roll of paper towels, with a shop vac that I picked up at a thrift store a month or so back, with a half-empty bottle of rubbing alcohol cleaning every inch of my car. I vacuumed the glass out of my bedding, off the floor mats, out of the tiny crevices between the seats. I cut a piece of cardboard and duct taped it over the busted window, layer after layer until it sealed tight. My hands didn't stop shaking that entire time. Every sound that I heard around me, even if it was the rustle of the leaves, the creak of the gas station sign, would set me on edge. When the sun finally came up, I found an auto glass place 2 towns over and booked an appointment for that afternoon. The guy behind the counter gave me this weird look when I told him my story, like he didn't believe me or maybe he just didn't care. Didn't matter though, I just want it fixed and I paid cash. Now, I thought about calling the police. I really thought hard about it, but what would I say? Hey, some kid scared me in the middle of the night. There was no damage beyond the window, nobody caught, no faces to describe. Even if by some miracle they got arrested, what then? A court date for me? A permanent mark on some stupid teenager's record? Maybe one of them was a dropout with no future. Maybe one was a straight A kid, just trying to impress his dirtbag friends. I don't know, but I didn't really want to be the guy who ruined a life over something dumb like that. Something terrifying, yeah, but dumb. So I just took the L, took the hit. I paid for the repair, ate the loss, and moved on. But that night definitely changed me. I stopped traveling as much after that. I picked up a temp job online and saved what I could and put in for an apartment 3 months later. It's not anything special. 1 bedroom, noisy neighbors, carpet that smells faintly like mildew. But it's mine. I have 4 walls, a front door that locks, and a bed that I don't have to fold up or hide behind a curtain. Honestly, I don't miss the road, not anymore. And every now and again, I think about that night and those kids, that weird laughter, the window exploding over my head. And I remind myself that I thankfully made it out, because some people don't. It was not my plan to become homeless, but it snuck up on me. The same way winter sneaks up on a sick animal. Slow, merciless, and unavoidable. 1 bad month turned into 2. Rent stacked up high. And then suddenly, I was living in a car that was never built to be lived inside. Not one of those vans you see on Instagram with solar panels and teak floors. No. Mine was a 2004 Honda Civic with a cracked windshield and a sagging headliner, and a heater that only worked if you hit the dashboard just enough. It was shelter though, barely. More of a mobile storage unit than an actual home. It kept the worst of the rain off me, and it didn't draw attention, which really was the main thing. I wasn't looking to be seen, I just wanted to survive. I watched the YouTube videos on stealth camping like they were gospel. How to black out windows, how to find parking lots that didn't tow you, how to keep warm without setting yourself on fire. I learned pretty quickly because, well, I had to. You don't last long on the street if you're careless. So I found a rhythm. Tuck spots behind grocery stores, industrial lots near highway overpasses, back trails inside city greenbelts. You actually get good at reading a place after a while, knowing if it's going to be quiet, safe, and forgotten. That's really the sweet spot, somewhere people don't look, somewhere even the cops don't even bother to check. The city that I ended up in wasn't my home. I wasn't even really that familiar with it, just a place I passed through years ago, and remember it having soft winters. I ended up staying because I had nowhere else to go. I had very few acquaintances. Sure, guys I've met at drop-in centers, people who knew where to get socks or free coffee, but mostly I was on my own. I didn't talk to my family, and I'm not going to explain the story. Every day was the same: scout, scavenge, and survive. Randomly one day, a stranger handed me a hammock. He just walked by, smiled, and said, "Looks like you could use this a lot more than me," and then just kept going. It was cheap and sun-faded, smelled like weed, but it changed everything for me. For the first time in months, I had the chance to sleep off the ground. And for a few hours, it felt like life was turning around for me. The hammock was really a game changer. You wouldn't think of something so simple could actually mean so much, but when you've been curling up in a front seat of a Civic with your knees in your chest and a damp hoodie for a blanket, anything that gets you horizontal feels like a luxury. I carried around for a day or two, trying to find the right spot for it. You don't just hang something like that anywhere. You need trees and privacy, somewhere far off the way, somewhere where nobody goes after dark. There was this one spot I really liked, a green belt behind a Lowe's on the east side of town. On paper, it didn't look like much, but if you followed the chain link fence down past the retention pond, there was a little break in brush that led you to this forgotten strip of woods. No signs or cameras, no footpaths, just overgrown grass and a few sycamores. And the best thing, the silence. It was invisible unless you knew exactly where you were going to look. So on that night, I strung that hammock between two trees that were perfectly spaced for it. The straps tightened snug, just like I'd seen in the videos. I stuffed my blanket and pillows into a plastic tote bag that I'd been carrying around and tucked them underneath, just in case it rained. I even sprayed the fabric with a dollar store linen mist. It smelled clean, like fresh laundry, like home. When I laid down, that fabric cradled my back, and I swear I almost cried. For the first time in a long time, I felt like a real person again, not a statistic, not a ghost, just a guy with a place to sleep. The sky above me was dark and clear, and for once, I didn't sleep with my hand gripping the blade or an ears tuned to every sound in the dark. I don't know what time it was when I heard the siren hit. 1 second I'm drifting and dreaming, nothing specific, just floating. The next, the world split open with the most brutal high-pitched wail I've ever heard. It wasn't a fire truck and it wasn't a police cruiser. This was different, closer and sharper. It was so loud that it vibrated my teeth. I jerked awake and sat up way too fast. My foot got tangled in the side of the hammock and I flipped, landing hard on the uneven ground below. Something in my lower back just gave out immediately. Almost like a flashbulb went off in my spine. My whole body locked up, and I screamed, loud, raw, and instinctive. Next, I tried moving to crawl, but every inch sent bolts of white-hot pain through my neck. I was stuck, flat on my side with my mouth open, gasping out like a fish. And that's when I heard the growling, not one dog, not two, but a whole pack. It sounded distant at first, somewhere far off in the brush, and then I heard snapping branches, pounding feet, the way their barks punched straight into the night like gunfire. They were running, full speed right toward me, and that siren had likely spooked them too. I couldn't get up, I couldn't even roll. I could only turn my head as they broke through the trees and came into view. Dark shapes with flashing teeth and eyes like glass. I think there were at least 4 of them, maybe 5, all mutts and mangy, wild. One of them looked like a pit bull mix. Another was lanky with a caved-in ribcage, eyes bulging out of its head. The others were just mutts of unknown origin, scabbed up, foaming, and lean from hunger. They all stopped for half a second when they saw me, like they weren't sure what they were looking at. Then one barked, this demonic sound, and it was like a trigger. They all lunged. I screamed loudly and desperate, kicking and thrashing, trying to punch, but I couldn't move right. My back was fully locked up, and I was still tangled up in that stupid hammock strap. The first one bit my ankle, teeth sank straight through. It shook its head like it was trying to tear the muscle clean off. Another one leapt for my torso and got a mouthful of my side, sinking teeth through my shirt and into my ribs. Another went for my arm and latched onto my wrist. I felt teeth grind against bone and heard the crack inside. I don't know how long it went on for, I just remember the pain, the blood, and the panic. I remember the sounds of ripping fabric, the snarling, the wet slap of skin being pulled back from muscle. I remember trying to scream again and choking on it. One of them bit my hand, full on, and didn't let go. I watched blood spray into the air. I punched at it with my other fist, but it barely even took notice. Then, the worst one. It had gotten behind me and sank its teeth into the back of my neck and then pulled. I felt something rip, not just skin, but something deeper. I thought I was dying, and honestly, I wanted to die. And then out of nowhere, I heard another voice.
Hey! Hey, get the hell off of him!
Flashlight beams, fast footsteps, a man or two crashing through the brush, shouting and throwing something heavy. The dogs then turned and one growled, not wanting to give up. Another barked and bolted. Then just like that, they were gone, running back into the dark as fast as they'd come out. I was left there lying in the dirt, covered in blood and barely even breathing. I couldn't even see right. My left eye was beginning to swell shut, and I could not move my right hand. My leg was raw and burning, and I remember a man crouching down to me, shining his light right across my face, yelling for somebody to call 911. He asked me my name, but I didn't answer. I just kept whispering, "Don't let them come back. Don't let them come back." I think they found me by pure luck. The guy who had called the cops had been walking his dog on the other side of the greenbelt when he heard me screaming. Said he almost didn't come looking, thought it was maybe kids messing around or somebody just yelling at a train. But something about it didn't sit right with him, so he followed the noise, flashlight in hand. And thank God he did. By the time the EMTs got there, I was going into shock. They loaded me up fast, and I remember the sting of cold metal under my back and the slam of doors and the sirens that followed. I passed out before we reached the hospital, and when I woke up, I was hooked up to all kinds of machines and tubes, wrapped in bandages and barely able to move. I'd lost 2 fingers, one from the hand the dog had clamped down on, another from the wrist that got mangled up. My back was sprained, my ribs were cracked, flesh torn clean from the bone in 3 different places. The surgeon said if they'd gotten to me 15 minutes later, I would have bled out. The police came and took my statement, asked if I saw where the dogs went, but I didn't. They were gone just as fast as they came. They searched the area, set some traps, but I'm not sure if they found them. There's no collars, obviously, no tags, and no witnesses besides the guy who saved me, and he only saw them for a split second, just shapes in the darkness. I spent nearly 3 weeks in that hospital, and the bill I couldn't afford, of course. But thankfully I didn't have to. That guy, the one who found me, he and his wife started this GoFundMe. They told my story, showed photos, and tons of people donated. A lot of people. Enough that I could walk out of that hospital, not to another night in a Civic, but to a motel room, paid in full for 2 months. I'm not homeless anymore. I got a studio apartment now. It's small, but it's got heat and hot water, and a lock on the door. I don't sleep outside. I don't sleep near the woods, and I don't sleep in silence. I keep a fan running all night long, just to drown out all the noise that I imagine. The teeth, the growling, the sirens. Sometimes I still hear them in my nightmares. That hammock gave me 1 good night of sleep, but I paid for it with blood. Hey there all. I've been listening to Booze and Booze for around a year now, and I just wanted to say thanks. You've gotten me through a lot of dark and depressing nights. I worked a graveyard shift for a township police department inside Michigan. I'm not gonna say which one, but it's a weird little patch of suburbia tucked up against some serious backcountry. Most nights it's really quiet. That kind of quiet that lets your brain spin out if you don't really have something inside your ears. Your podcast has helped me keep it together more than once, so I figured why not return the favor. I don't really have anything big per se to submit, no serial killers or skinwalkers or underground bunkers full of bones. Just this weird, sad, and disturbing call from a couple of years back. and sometimes I still don't even think it really happened. It started off with a hit and run, mid-sized intersection just outside a residential zone. One of those places where people run lights because they think nobody's watching. This time though, somebody got nailed. A pedestrian slammed by this silver SUV going at least 90 miles per hour. Witnesses said it didn't even slow down, just blew through and disappeared into one of the nearby neighborhoods, like it had somewhere else to be. The victim survived, barely. Busted ribs, broken femur, punctured lung. While fire and EMS worked the scene, we started canvassing. And that's when the night took its first turn, right out toward the canal, where the real horror was waiting for us. About 45 minutes into the canvass, one of our guys spotted what looked like a match parked along the gravel cutout near the canal. A silver SUV, front end damaged, expired plates, nobody else around. But you could tell somebody had been living out there. There was garbage scattered along the tree line, scraps of tarps pinned against trees, a stack of old cat food cans, and what looked like a makeshift fire ring full of bones. Chicken bones, we hoped. Definitely the kind of setup you see in places where the forgotten tend to drift. We rolled up really slowly, 4 units total. No sirens, no spotlights. One of those situations where you didn't want to spook anybody, but also didn't want to get too comfortable. Our dispatcher ran the plates. Nothing stolen, just a dead registration and no current address. We flanked the vehicle and found a woman in the driver's seat, hunched forward, holding what looked like a cat wrapped up in a towel. She didn't react when we shined our flashlights inside, just blinked slowly, then rolled down the window like she'd been expecting us. We told her to step out of the vehicle, and she said that she couldn't, said her cats would get out. And I remember that line exactly. Her voice was so calm, almost sweet, like she was apologizing for a mess that she couldn't quite clean up. If I open the door, the babies will run away. We didn't see any signs of a weapon, and the SUV was packed tight. Blankets, trash, cat carriers, empty cups, God knows what else. After some back and forth, 2 of us went hands-on. I opened up the driver's side door and asked her again to step out. She smiled and said, "Only if you're gonna marry me." I asked her to clarify. She laughed and reached up and stroked the sleeve of my uniform. We got her to the ground without a fight, but not without discomfort. She kept trying to hold hands with each of us, even asked my partner if he wanted to have babies in the woods. Kept muttering about frequencies and cat angels. It was obviously clear she was deep inside some kind of psychotic episode. We cuffed her, got her in the back of a cruiser, and started processing the scene. And that's when things got worse. Inside the vehicle was a biohazard. Cat litter covered the floor, the seats, the dashboard, like it had been shoveled in. Feces was smeared into the carpet. The smell was unreal, almost chemical. Rotten food everywhere, and the cats, at least 6 of them, 2 alive, barely. The others were not. One was curled in the front passenger floorboard, stiff as stone. Another was decomposing inside a crate wedged behind a seat. Then we found blood, and not a little. A towel was saturated and balled up near the emergency brake, soaked completely through. It looked like it had been used to pack a wound. My partner lifted it and held it away like it might bite him, and I asked her what happened. She smiled through the cruiser window and said, "Oh, there's just a little accident." That's when the puzzle pieces started forming a picture, and none of us really liked what it looked like. We called it in for a follow-up. A homicide, animal control, mental health, everybody. We processed the area as best we could while keeping the perimeter. That camp wasn't just a homeless stop, it was hers. She'd been living out there. We found receipts in the glove box dating back 3 weeks. She'd been parked in that spot nearly that whole time, long enough to hurt somebody and long enough to kill somebody. And as it turned out, she had. The follow-up investigation unraveled fast. She wasn't from the area, hadn't lived anywhere in years. A sister downstate said she'd gone off her meds months and months ago, dropping off the grid, never came back. Her name had popped up in other towns for trespassing, shoplifting, erratic behavior. In one case, she'd been found sleeping in a laundromat bathroom with 3 kittens in her coat. The hit and run that we were investigating wasn't her at first. It turns out she clipped another guy a week prior, and that one didn't survive. We had no idea it was her until we rewatched this traffic cam that showed the same SUV rolling through an intersection, slower that time, but still not stopping. And then, the body. A homeless man, mid-50s, found face down in the brush around 100 yards from her vehicle. No visible trauma, no ID, and it looked like he'd been there for days. She denied even knowing him. She said maybe he walked too close to the vibrations, whatever that meant. Toxicology came back later and said he'd been dead from blunt force trauma, likely from a fall or beating. Could have been her, it could have been coincidence. We'll never really know. She was charged with multiple counts: vehicular homicide, animal cruelty, failure to report a crime. But she didn't go straight to prison. She was evaluated, medicated, stabilized. She got a deal that let her serve time in a facility equipped to treat her. I still occasionally will think about that night, about those cats, about that smell, the blood. But mostly, I think about how many people like her are still out there, off the grid and waiting to snap. I was born on the res, raised on it, and for the most part, expected to die on it. Not a bad thing necessarily, it's just how it is. My family's been rooted deep in northern Arizona for generations now, way before maps, fences, or pavement. We're pretty spread out now though, some still around Chinle, others scattered across the dry grid of towns along Route 191, some even up near Shiprock. I made a run for it in my 20s. Did a couple of years down in Phoenix, trying to make something of myself. Trying to do that whole adult life thing. Apartment, job, night school. And I think it lasted about as long as a disposable lighter. I burned through my savings, couldn't keep my grades up, and the cost of living dragged me under like a sinkhole. I thought I was gonna be somebody. It turns out I was just another idiot without a plan. So I ended up packing up what little I had left and came crawling back north, feeling like a loser with sunburnt pride. I landed back at home pissed at everything. Myself, the res, the heat, the empty roads, that damn dirt that gets in your teeth when the wind kicks up. There's this weird kind of silence out here that amplifies your own thoughts. You sit long enough outside, you just watch the dust swirl and the dogs bark in the distance, and even your own voice starts echoing back at you, louder and nastier. I spent whole days doing absolutely nothing, drinking warm beer and fighting off that voice in my head that would continuously tell me that I blew it, that I'd be here forever, rotting under the same sun that cooked my grandfather's bones into the land. There aren't many jobs here. There's hardly anything really. Just stretches of sand-colored earth broken up by crumbling trailers, rusted trucks, and livestock that wander right into the road. I worked construction here and there. I would also help my cousin run his landscaping scam for a few months, but nothing actually stuck. It was just easier to drink, and most of the guys my age were doing the same thing. We partied until morning and wake up around noon, then piece together what happened the night before, and then do it all again by sunset. It was a rhythm, and even though it felt awful, it was predictable. And there's comfort in knowing what tomorrow's gonna look like, even if tomorrow is a train wreck. That's where I was now, mad at myself and mad at everybody else, and just hanging out with the same people that I grew up with, all pretending we weren't just circling the same drain. Tina was part of that world, and we had history. Good times, sure, but most of them were bad. She was sharp-tongued and hot-tempered, and gorgeous enough to make you ignore both of those things. We were together and apart so often that it stopped meaning really anything. She was the type of girl who would slap you across the face and then kiss you in the same breath. And I was dumb enough to take it. That's what made the next part of my life so damn hard to explain, because somewhere in the middle of all that toxic noise, something happened that I can't even say out loud without my throat going dry. Something, still to this day, I hardly have words for. Things got worse between Tina before they got better, and then they just got worse again. We'd fight in the parking lot of gas stations, scream at each other outside people's trailers, then crawl back into each other's beds like nothing had ever happened. It was pathetic, honestly. She called me a burnout, and I called her every name I could think of. I drank far too much, and she would flirt with guys right in front of me. Still, we kept orbiting each other like two dumb comets, waiting to collide. I started going harder, more drinks, more nights, less memories. There was a point where I couldn't remember full stretches of my days. I wrecked my car one night trying to dodge a coyote and ended up slamming into a guardrail just outside of Lukuchkai. Busted front end and had to hitchhike home. Honestly, that should have been a wake-up call, but instead, I used it as another excuse to stay closer to town and drink even more. The parties never stopped. Someone was always having one, and if they weren't, I'd just make one happen myself. I honestly thought I was the life of the party, but really, people were just tolerating me, and that became obvious very fast. After a few blow-ups, some more fights, and broken furniture, and then a bad night where I almost hit a guy with a bottle, I started noticing fewer and fewer invitations. Group chats would go silent when I asked what was going on. Friends would stop swinging by my place. Tina told me I needed help. Said I was dead behind the eyes, and she cried when she said it, and I laughed in her face. I thought I was being tough. All I was empty, hollow. One night, I heard about this party happening outside of town. Some guy I only half knew was throwing it at his place near this abandoned quarry. It was past the last streetlight before the desert takes over. Of course, I wasn't invited, but I showed up anyway. I walked there with the half-full bottle of tequila tucked into my coat. By the time I got there, I was already half buzzed and full of heat. I could hear the music before I even reached the driveway. Cheap speakers blasting out bass like a heartbeat. The house was packed. People on the porch in the yard smoking, laughing, music bumping off the crumbling walls. The minute I stepped into the yard, I felt it, that tension, the way heads turned immediately toward me. No one would meet my eye for very long. Tina was there, of course, sitting on the tailgate of some guy's truck, beer in hand, legs crossed like she didn't have a care in the world. When she saw me, her face dropped. She shook her head and whispered something to the guy next to her and stood up. When I got closer, she walked right up and pushed her finger into my chest. "The hell are you doing here?" she said. "Nobody wants you here." I looked around smirking like I wasn't hurt. "It's a free res, isn't it?" She didn't flinch. "Just leave. Don't make this any worse than it already is." That lit the fuse though. I started shouting, calling her fake, calling everybody cowards. People started gathering around like buzzards. A couple old friends stepped in and tried to calm me down, but I shoved one of them. And that's when it turned. I got clocked in the mouth. Don't even know who did it. And then I was on the ground, people yelling and somebody kicking me in the ribs. Tina was screaming for everybody to back off, and when they did, she leaned down and said something I still hear in my sleep. "You're gonna die out here, and nobody is gonna miss you." And just like that, she walked away. I staggered up and spit blood into the dirt and stumbled off. Nobody stopping me. Nobody cared. I walked half blindly, half drunk and vibrating with rage. I don't even know where I was going, just away from it all. Away from the music, the lights, the people who now hated me. I cut through a small neighborhood that was tucked behind a line of twisted mesquite trees. Houses mostly dark, maybe with one porch light glowing yellow, like a dying bug zapper. It was quiet outside. Dead quiet. I turned down a lane that was lined with trash bins, those big green dumpsters the tribe rolls out for house pickups. The first one on the left rattled just a little, and I stopped and squinted at it. I figured it was probably an animal inside, so I stepped closer, hand out and ready to lift the lid. Then another one rattled on the opposite side, further down the lane, and another and another. The sound was like something alive trying to break out, scratching and pounding from the inside. I froze. 12 dumpsters on either side of the narrow gravel path, and every single one started to shake. I backed up a few steps and then another, and just as I opened up my mouth to curse, they all jumped. Every single one. I swear to God they lifted off the ground, 8 feet, maybe more, then slammed back down like they'd been dropped by a crane. The sound was like a dozen car crashes all at once. I screamed. My ears rang and dust filled the air. The world seemed to stand still for a long second, then went dead again. No wind, no barking dogs, nothing. I wanted to run, but I didn't, and I don't know why. I just walked forward, right down the middle of that haunted corridor. My shoes crunched in the gravel. As I passed each dumpster, the lids would open, slow and creak. I looked inside each one, bracing myself to see something horrific, but they were all empty, clean even, no trash or even smells. When I reached the end of the lane, I stopped and my hands were shaking. I couldn't breathe right, and that's when I heard a voice behind me. "Hey, cousin." The voice wasn't familiar and it wasn't right. It was deep and wide, like it came from the inside of the land itself. I turned around. There was someone or something standing at the far end of the road, tall and dark, no features, just this thick silhouette, like it absorbed every single bit of light around it. I didn't even think, I just turned to run, but something hit me, hard, right behind my ear. It was like a massive palm, flat and fast. It slapped the side of my head so hard my vision went white. I fell forward and stumbled into a ditch beside the road, landed hard on the concrete culvert. My head bounced off the edge and then everything went black. I didn't even have time to scream. When I came to, the sun was up, blinding me. That kind of Arizona morning that turns your mouth into sandpaper and makes your eyes sting before you even open them. I was on my back in the ditch, half covered in dust and sticky with blood. My head was throbbing like I'd been hit with a brick. My throat was dry enough to scrape. Everything hurt. I blinked hard and sat up slowly and immediately regretted that. That culvert that I was in was crusted with old beer cans, plastic wrappers, and broken glass. Something had crawled over me during the night. There were tracks, maybe a coyote or maybe something worse. Above me, leaning over the edge of the ditch, were two guys that I recognized, locals. One of them a heavy-set dude with a ponytail and a laugh that sounded like a diesel engine, and he shouted down at me. "Damn, we thought you were a dead man. We were about to call the fire department to scrape you out of there." The other one laughed too, holding up a phone like he'd been recording me. "You've been laying there all night? Pissed yourself, bro." I tried to stand, but my legs wobbled and then gave out. The pain in my head was unreal, sharp and blinding, like something inside had been knocked loose. I didn't even say anything or respond. I couldn't. Just nodded and let them help pull me out, brushing off dirt and trying not to puke. They just continued laughing, telling me I must have been super wasted to end up like that, and I just let them think that was what it was. It was a lot easier. Easier than saying what really happened. Easier than asking if they saw the thing in the road. Because here's the thing, I remember all of it. The dumpsters, the voice, the slap, the thing standing in the dark like it was waiting for me to reach the end of the path. I remember the sound of my head when it hit that concrete, like a dropped melon. I remember feeling watched, not by people, but by something older, meaner, something that did not belong in this world but did anyway. I didn't end up telling anybody, not my family, not Tina, not the people laughing at me. I didn't ask if they saw anything strange that night either. I don't think I wanted the confirmation. I don't want to know that it was real. Instead, I just got quiet and took a long, hard look at myself. I stopped drinking too. Not overnight, but eventually. started working odd jobs and saved up some cash. Got a place in a bigger town a few hours west. Nothing fancy, but clean. I don't go back to the parties. I don't talk to Tina, and I haven't walked down that lane since. Hell, I won't even drive near it. Some nights, when I'm lying in bed and I can't sleep, I think about that voice. "Hey, cousin." And I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't turned around, if I just kept walking. But mostly, I try not to think about it. That night stays locked up tight inside of me, like those dumpsters, lid down, nothing to see, empty. That's my story. I used to hate going to the res, not because of my cousins. I liked them fine, but because it was just so boring out there. The air was dry and hot at the same time, the kind of heat that makes your skin feel like it was shrinking onto your bones. The landscape didn't help either. It all looked like the same thing. Dusty dirt, brown scrub brushes, some of them with thorns, and huge empty skies that never seemed to end. No grass, no water, not even clouds on most days, just endless heat and endless quiet. My mom and dad would take us out there maybe twice a year, usually in the summer to visit my aunt, uncle, and their kids. They lived in this long, low house that smelled like sage and old wood. The place had this swamp cooler that barely worked, and the only relief we got was from standing in front of the fan in the living room or pressing our faces to the inside of the fridge when nobody was looking. They had one TV with basic channels and one of those chunky DVD players that skipped if you so much as bumped the shelf that sat next to it. There wasn't a whole lot to do. The town that was nearby did have a public pool, but it was usually packed and far too murky to enjoy. And their small town store they called a mercantile had a few arcade machines that was shoved inside a corner. But most of the time we didn't really go anywhere. My cousins Rona, Candy, and little Rico mostly stayed inside and just talked and laid around, or dared one another to do dumb stuff. Sometimes we'd walk out to the fence behind the house and just stare off into the hills, pretending we could see monsters or shadows moving out in the rocks. But it was usually just cows or heat shimmers. The trip that I'm thinking of, the one that I'm gonna tell you about, was one of the hottest that we ever had. There's some kind of heat wave that was going on and nobody was even allowed to play outside during the day. My uncle said we'd fry like eggs. So we stayed in, all 5 of us crammed in the kids' room with the curtains closed and the old box fan buzzing. Rona and Candy would flip through the magazines or gossip about people at their school. Rico mostly played on this handheld or annoyed us. I tried to read, but the air was thick and heavy and it just made it so hard to concentrate. We only would go outside after the sun went down, and even then, it was still way too hot to do much. It made us cranky. At night, we'd pile into the kids' bedroom and try to make one another laugh or tell gross stories, play old board games with missing pieces. It was very boring and lonely, even with everybody right there. And then, on one of those sticky nights, something happened that I don't truly fully understand. Something in that house. Something in the closet. We were in the kids' room laying on the floor and slumped against the walls and talking about nothing really. Rona was braiding Candy's hair. Rico was eating those stale tortilla chips that we had around. And I was laying on my stomach flipping through this old Goosebumps book that I'd already read 10 times, at least. The fan made it hard to hear each other unless we raised our voices, and the TV was playing a rerun of some kind of game show that nobody was really paying attention to. I got bored and said, "We should play something, guys." "Like what?" Rona asked without looking up. "I don't know, a board game or something." The only response I got was a few groans, but nobody said no. We really didn't have many options, and it beat sitting around sweating in silence. Candy said that all the board games were inside the closet, the one at the corner of the room with the crooked door and the little metal handle It always pinched your fingers if you weren't careful enough. The closet also had this smell coming from it, like dust and old carpet and something else. Something far too sour. "They're stacked up in there," Candy said. "You can go pick one." I rolled onto my feet and made my way across the room. The carpet was worn out, and I had to step over a few toys in this old laundry basket that hadn't been used in forever. The closet door was halfway open, just enough that I could see a sliver of darkness inside. I don't know why, but something about that space always made me feel super uneasy. Like the shadows in there weren't the same kinds of the ones in the rest of the room. It just felt way darker. I reached for the handle, getting ready to pull the door all the way open, when it rattled. Just once, like somebody inside had leaned on it from the other side. I froze and everybody stopped talking. Then came a voice. It spilled out of the closet like leaking air from a tire, low and wheezy, and speaking a language I didn't understand. It didn't sound angry or happy, it just was. Like a conversation already in progress. Like I walked in on somebody talking and now they knew I was listening. It sounded like an old man, at least that's what I remember most. The weight in his voice, like he'd been around a long time. My stomach turned cold and I backed away fast, nearly tripping over a toy truck, and scrambled back to where everybody else was sitting. "What was that?" I asked. Rona and Candy looked at each other, and Rico stopped chewing. None of them looked surprised, just kind of uncomfortable. "It's been doing that for a while," Rona said. "What do you mean?" "The closet," Candy added. "Sometimes when we go get something, we hear it. A man talking always sounds the same, old and native, like our grandpa or something, but not. He never comes out or anything, just talks." My mouth felt dry. "Why didn't you tell anybody?" Rona just shrugged. "We told our mom about it, but she didn't really listen." That didn't make me feel any better. I glanced over at the closet again, still cracked open, dark as ever. I tried to act like I was cool with it, but my hands were sweaty now, and my throat was tight. "Have you ever tried talking to it?" I asked. "No way," Rico said. "He might get mad." I just sat there for a minute, chewing on the inside of my cheek, curiosity buzzing under my skin. I've always been like that. If someone says not to touch something, it's like that little voice in my head starts screaming, "Touch it, touch it, touch it." I don't know if it's stupid or just stubbornness, but I couldn't stop thinking about that voice. "What if it's not bad?" I asked. Then Candy gave me this look. "You think ghosts are good?" "I don't know, maybe it's stuck or something. Maybe it needs help." "Maybe it wants your soul," Rico muttered. I rolled my eyes even though I was still pretty scared. I got up again and walked toward the closet. This time, everybody got quiet. I reached out with both hands, gripping the edge of the door, and tried to steel myself. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I hesitated for just a second, then yanked the door all the way open. It exploded. Not a way a bomb goes off or anything, but the whole door slammed back against the wall, like somebody on the other side kicked it with both feet. That bang shook the whole room. Dust flew out in a puff and something moaned. Not a voice and not the same old man from before, but a sound like wind twisting through a cave. I screamed and then everybody screamed. Rico dropped that chip bag and bolted. Candy tripped over the toy truck and hit the ground, and then scrambled back up. We ran like our feet were on fire, tearing down that hallway, bare feet, yelling for our parents. All the adults were in the kitchen watching TV and nearly dropped everything when we stormed inside. My mom grabbed my arm and asked if we were hurt. My dad stood up super fast and pissed, like we all broken something. But it was my aunt and uncle who really reacted. My father's face changed the second we told him what happened. My aunt made us all sit down and then started talking in a low voice, way too fast for me to catch it all. She pulled out a little bag from the top of the fridge, one that I'd seen her use before when she burned sage, and told us to stay out of the kids' room. That whole night they didn't sleep. My aunt walked through the house with a smoking bundle in her hand. waving it through the air and whispering things under a breath. My uncle marked stuff on the walls with ash and spit on the floor at the door of the closet. Every time there was a creak or pop from inside that room, I saw their faces tighten. I heard the voice again, just once, right before sunrise. It was muffled and distant, but very real. This time, it almost sounded like it was laughing. By the time the sun had come up, none of us had slept. The kids' room stayed shut all night long, and my uncle had shoved a heavy chair in front of the closet door, even though it didn't seem like it would do anything. Whatever had been in there was not afraid of hinges or wood or nails, but I guess it made the adults feel better, so we just left it. My mom and dad were acting like it wasn't a big deal, but I could tell they were shaken up. My dad just kept rubbing his forehead like he had a headache, and my mom would not let go of my hand that whole morning. They tried to laugh it off, saying we were just worked up and maybe had a weird dream or the heat got to us. But my aunt and uncle never laughed, not once, didn't even crack a smile. Around mid-morning, my dad pulled my mom aside, and after a quiet, sharp conversation, they decided that we were going to head home early. Just cut the trip short and give everybody some time to cool off. At least that's how my dad would put it. I didn't argue. I wanted out of that house so badly that my stomach ached. When I packed my bag, I wouldn't even walk past the kids' room. I had this feeling deep down like something was waiting for me to peek in again. Like the second I looked, it would be there, just standing and grinning at me. I hugged my cousins goodbye. Rona and Candy were really quiet, and Rico wouldn't even come near me. He just waved from the couch like I was someone leaving for war. My aunt hugged me tight and said something in a language that I didn't understand, and slipped this little pouch of dried herbs into my backpack without saying anything else. She kissed my forehead, and my uncle nodded once, dead serious, didn't say a word. We drove out of there with the windows down, and I didn't look back. I never ended up going back to the res after that, not even once. Those trips stopped for reasons I was never told about, and I never pushed back for them to start again. My mom still talks to my aunt every now and again, but I've never asked about the closet, never asked if that voice came back. And honestly, I don't think I really want to know. To this day, I still have that little pouch that my aunt gave me. It sits in a drawer next to my bed. I don't open it, I don't touch it, but I keep it close, just in case that voice ever finds a way to follow me home. I've driven every kind of road this country's got. Urban interstates lit up like Christmas, 2-lane back roads where you don't see another pair of headlights for hours and hours, mountain passes that'll kill you if you blink at the wrong time. But nothing's ever put that kind of chill in my spine like driving through reservation land at night. I've done it far more times than I can count, some of them being long hauls cut right through Native American territory, especially in the Southwest. Places where the land is open and flat for miles and miles, dotted with trailers, abandoned gas stations, and flickering porch lights you swear weren't there the last time you looked. There's just something about it, something off. Maybe it is the isolation, maybe it's the history that you can feel pressing in and around you, but more than one time, I've caught a figure walking the shoulder of the highway at 2 a.m, wearing rags, barefoot and going nowhere. Not hitchhiking, not flagging anybody down, just walking, always walking. They never look at you when your headlights hit them, and when you check your mirror, they're gone. I'd tell myself that they were drifters or locals headed somewhere just out of sight, but that explanation will only work if you're trying real hard to sleep at night. Most of the time, I would just keep the pedal down and the cab locked, eyes on the road, pretending I didn't just see something super weird. On a night a few years back, there was something that made me think twice about ever taking that route through reservation land ever again. I literally almost called my dispatcher the next morning to ask if we could blacklist that entire area. But, of course, I didn't want to sound too crazy. You spend too much time out there alone, you start to wonder if maybe the land itself doesn't want you crossing through. Maybe there are things watching and waiting. I don't know what I saw, and I really don't care to figure it out. Super late, I remember that much. One of these hauls that would stretch from the edge of Utah across to New Mexico and then into Arizona. I think I had 2 hours left on the books before I needed to find a stop and bed down in the sleeper. The highway was empty, clean black asphalt with just enough curves to keep you from nodding off. No towns for a while, no other trucks either. I was cruising pretty steady, sipping at lukewarm coffee and half listening to talk radio crackling through the static. Then from out of nowhere, something darted out of the bush on the left side of the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, big and fast, but when I hit the lane, I saw that it wasn't any kind of animal that I'd ever seen before. It was black, really black, with fur that looked almost patchy, like something deceased. It was on 4 legs, but it moved wrong. And worst of all, it kept pace with me. For a few seconds, it was right there in my lights, and then it vanished. Then it came back, and I knew that I wasn't driving alone anymore. I hit the brakes without even thinking, not slamming on them, just enough to slow things down a bit. I didn't want to kill the thing, whatever it was, but I also didn't want to slam into something at 60 and flip my rig in the middle of nowhere. It darted out in front of my high beams again and then vanished into the brush alongside of the road. But I swear I could still feel it, like it was circling my truck. My fingers clenched the wheel and I coasted to a full stop. The engine idled, ticking like it always did when it was hot and coming down from a long stretch. I leaned forward and looked over the hood, scanning the road, then the shoulder, then the empty hills rising off in the dark. Nothing, no movement, just dirt and sagebrush, and the far-off shimmer of heat still hanging in the air, even after sundown. Then something banged against the bottom of the trailer. I jolted so hard I smacked my elbow against the door. It wasn't a subtle sound, but it wasn't like a rock kicking up or the frame settling. It was clearly deliberate. Something hit it with a closed fist. For a few seconds, I just sat there, engine running, lights cutting off through the dark. Nothing but my own breathing. I didn't want to get out. Every instinct within me told me to just keep driving, forget about it, chalk it up to a coyote or debris or some kind of trick of the eyes. Unfortunately though, part of the job is making sure your equipment isn't busted. A busted airline, torn cabling, a dragging chain, any of that can wreck your night or far worse. So I reached over and grabbed my flashlight from the passenger seat footwell, then pulled out the tire iron from behind the seat and opened up the door. The second I stepped out, the heat hit me like a wall, dry and suffocating, with the faintest smell of roadkill. I walked slow at the length of the cab, shining the flashlight underneath it. Nothing. The undercarriage was clean, dry, no animals, no damage. I crouched to check the wheels and the trailer edge, and then the landing gear. Still nothing. And that's when I heard a voice behind me. "Excuse me." I stood straight so fast that the blood rushed to my head and spun around. 2 people were standing behind the trailer, an older man and a woman, maybe in their 60s, native, dressed simply. He had on a plaid shirt tucked into his faded jeans, and she wore a long skirt and a jacket too heavy for the weather. They were just there. No footsteps, no headlights, no car pulling off to the side of the road, just standing in the dirt like they'd been waiting there for me. "Sorry," the old man said. "We had some trouble with our car. Thank you for stopping." The woman smiled. Her teeth were perfect. It was like somebody had copied a smile from a magazine and then glued it to her face. "We were starting to think that nobody was going to stop," she said. I didn't respond to them right away. My brain was too busy doing the math and coming up short. "Where's your car?" I asked. They both looked behind them, toward the hills, then slowly turned back to me. The man then smiled this time. "It's out that way," he said, "just past the bend." But there was no bend, not behind them. I would have seen it coming, just flat road and brush and the low curve of the land. The woman then stepped forward, hand out like she wanted to touch my arm. "Would you mind giving us a ride? It's just down the road." Something in my chest twisted, and I took a step back. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to pick up passengers." Their faces didn't fall. They didn't look disappointed. They just stood there watching. Their eyes were dark, so dark I couldn't even see the whites, and the longer I looked, the more I realized something was really off about the way that they were standing. Too still, almost like they were statues. "You already stopped," the old man said. "You already heard us. It would be wrong to leave us now." I tightened my grip on the flashlight and shined it straight at them. That's when they moved, not away, not toward me, but back. They stepped backward into the brush at the same time. Their movements were perfectly mirrored, like they were tied together. The light caught their faces, and for a split second they weren't faces at all, just pale shapes, wide and stretched, with grins that kept going too far across. The second they broke into the shadows, they dropped low and scurried off like animals, disappearing into the tall grass on either side of the road. I didn't wait. I ran back up into my cab and slammed the door, locking it, and then fired up the engine. I didn't care about the logs or remaining hours, I just wanted to go. I floored it, the truck lurching forward harder than I normally like to push it, my tires kicking up dust behind me. In the mirror, I caught one last look. The two of them were standing in the red wash of my brake lights, right where they'd been before, standing there side by side, watching, still. And behind them, deeper in the dark, something else was moving, something big. It was crouched low to the ground with fur like oil slicked across twisted limbs. It didn't come forward, it didn't charge, it just stood there, or crouched, I guess, behind them. Yellow eyes that blinked once and then disappeared. I didn't let off the pedal for miles. I drove another 75 miles without stopping, running on stale coffee and pure adrenaline. My hands were locked upon that wheel, stiff even from gripping that hard. I didn't look in the mirrors anymore. I just kept my eyes forward, fixed on the road like it was the only real thing left in the world. The radio talk was just static now, so I just shut it off completely. But that silence that remained in the cab was far worse. Sometime past midnight, I found a pullout just off a frontage road behind an old rest stop. No lights, no other rigs, nothing but an old vending machine that was buzzing without lighting up. I didn't care though, I needed to stop, if only to catch my breath and convince myself that I hadn't completely lost my mind. I parked and killed the engine, then climbed into the sleeper. I locked the doors twice. I sat there for a while, flashlight in my lap, just listening. Nothing though. The usual clicks and groans of a cooling engine, and that was all. Night bugs tapping against the window. I lay down with my boots still on. One hand was still on my flashlight. I told myself I'd just close my eyes for a few minutes. Just before sleep took me, something banged against the underside of the truck, and I froze. It was the same spot, and that same sound, loud as hell, hollow. There was a dragging noise that followed, something pulling itself away maybe. A low scrape against metal and then gravel. I didn't move and I didn't breathe. I just stared at the ceiling in the dark, waiting for it to stop, and eventually it did. I stayed like that until the sun came up. When I finally crawled out of the cab, the ground under the trailer was undisturbed. No footprints, no fur, no sign of anything ever being there. I checked the undercarriage again and still saw nothing. Literally like the whole thing never happened. But I know what I heard. I never told my dispatcher about it. I never filed a report. I took the next job and the next, like always. But from then on, whenever I saw a route that crossed into reservation land, especially late at night, I started rerouting myself every single time, even if it meant longer drives and less pay. Call it superstition, call it paranoia, call it whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. All I know is something was out there that night. Something that doesn't show up on a map or register on a way station. Something that moves way too fast and hides far too well. And talks just like you and me. That is, until it doesn't. I joined the Army straight out of high school, and this was back in the early 2000s, before everything really kicked off overseas. I didn't have a scholarship, I didn't have a family business waiting for me, and I sure as hell didn't want to work at the feed store for the rest of my life. The Army recruiter showed up at our high school gym one day, talked about traveling and structure and getting your school paid for, and that was that. I signed the paperwork, kissed my mom on the cheek, and then hopped on a plane before graduation confetti had even hit the floor. Basic was rough, but I didn't mind it. Something about having a routine, about waking up and knowing exactly what I was supposed to do. It worked for me. And once I was through, they shipped me out to Germany. I was just 19, barely enough to buy a beer in the States, but now I was on the government's dime, walking cobbled streets in a foreign country, checking out castles and drinking real beer, and eating kebabs the size of my arm. I honestly couldn't believe my luck. The base was clean and efficient, like pretty much everything else in Germany. I was stationed outside of Kaiserslautern, and we had access to pretty much everything we needed: the gym, PX, bowling alley, even a movie theater. My job was mostly maintenance support for Humvees and light tactical vehicles, but I'd get rotated around sometimes, fill in wherever they needed an extra body. It wasn't glamorous, but it felt like a career that was starting to happen. At that age, everything felt new and full of possibility. That was before the drills ramped up and before the accidents. Before things really just stopped being fun. Germany had this weight to it, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just hard to explain unless you've actually been there. The buildings are older, the roads are quieter, and the woods are thicker. Everything's soaked in history. You can feel it in the air when you were off base, like the whole country had seen far too much and was just waiting to be left alone. But on base, it was different, controlled, clean, structured. I think that was just the Army's doing. You showed up, did your job, and didn't ask a lot of questions. Those first few months were pretty easy enough. I worked in the motor pool mostly, getting familiar with the Humvees, doing inspections and learning how to tear down a transmission without stripping the bolts. But when the joint NATO drill started, everything changed. Overnight, it felt like the base population had doubled. Brits, Polish, Canadians, even the Dutch had rolled in, parking their vehicles wherever they could find the space. A wall of tan and green trucks lined the perimeter. The mess halls got crowded. The lines of the PX were even longer now. Nobody was really sleeping well, but command kept saying it was necessary. Multinational readiness, they called it. The actual drills were fun at first. You'd get called at 04 to throw your gear on, roll out into a convoy to some godforsaken field or wash. It was wet and cold and miserable, but at least we were doing something. I was assigned a 4-man Humvee crew that ran simulated interface missions. We drive through pre-planned obstacle courses while other teams tried to intercept or slow us down. It was supposed to be about communication, reflexes, how we handled stress, but that day, none of it really mattered. It had rained hard the night before. Everything was really slick, mud deep enough to suck your boots clean off if you stepped wrong. We were in this wide drainage washout past the tree line, about 10 clicks from base. The idea was to run a series of speed drills, floor it from one end to the other while the opposition crew tried to cut you off. That morning, it was us versus a German team. Good guys, real serious but always respectful. I remember we were waiting for the signal to go down when our driver, a guy named Petrowski, looked over at me and said, "Bet you $10 they eat shit on the third turn." I chuckled and said, "All right, you're on." We all knew that section was a pain in the ass. The ground there curved around this collapsed culvert, and the mud had pulled really thick. You could lose control even at a moderate speed. We got the green light and they went first. We watched from the starting line, radios crackling with chatter as their Humvee tore down that path. They hit the first couple of turns fine, bouncing through puddles and engines screaming like a banshee. Then came that third turn, the sharp one around the culvert. I saw the front passenger side wheel dip far too deep, then rise far too fast. The vehicle twisted, the back end skidded, tires lost purchase, and just like that, the whole thing started to roll. It happened really fast. 1 second upright, the next it was flipping, landing hard on its side, then again, and again, and again. The gunner, Jesus fucking Christ, the gunner. He was in the hatch and not belted. Probably thought he was secure enough, just bracing with his legs. When the Humvee rolled, the weight of the entire frame caught him mid-spin. He was cut in half. Not clean and not surgical, torn. His torso stayed on in the hatch, and his legs were somewhere on the ground. It literally looked impossible. It was honestly just like something out of a horror movie. Everybody froze. Even the guys on the comms went dead for a second. Then people started yelling. Someone called for a medevac, but there was no point. You don't survive something like that. I couldn't move. I just stared. The top half of him was still upright, slumped over the barrel of the gun, like he might lift his head up and speak. His mouth was wide open, his eyes were too. And honestly, that's what got me, his eyes. They didn't roll back, they didn't glaze over. They just stayed open, wide and blue, staring straight across the wash like he was looking at his team. Blood was everywhere. It leaked from the wreck in thick streams, pooling in the mud and steaming in the cool air. Then the stench hit us a few seconds later. Oil, metal, piss, and meat. Not just blood. I mean it. Meat. At least, that's how I remembered it. The medics got there fast. German MPs arrived too, and they sectioned off the area trying to pull the other soldiers out. One guy's arm had shattered. Another had a busted jaw and was screaming like a siren. But they were alive. But the gunner wasn't. They had to saw the rest of him out, and somebody threw a tarp over the Humvee. But I'd already seen everything, and I couldn't unsee it. We were ordered to stand down. Debrief would come later. For now, we were to return to base and stay off comms, and not speak about what just happened. That part was very loud and very clear. Do not discuss the incident over and over and over, like that would really help. Back inside the truck, nobody said a word. Petrowski looked pale, and my buddy Nunez lit a cigarette with shaking hands and didn't even smoke it, just held it and watched it burn. I kept seeing that gunner's eyes, not angry, not scared, just confused, like he really didn't understand what had happened. Hell, neither did I. We got back to base and were told to sit tight until they figured out what to do with us. Most of the NATO units were still out in the field, so the place felt half empty, like everybody else had just vanished off into the fog. That afternoon, they brought us in one at a time for statements. Nothing formal, just somebody from command asking the questions over and over in different ways. What did you see? What was your role? Did the German team violate any safety protocols? I kept my answers short. Didn't really have the energy to lie, but didn't feel like giving them anything else either. I just told them the truth. I saw the Humvee roll. I saw the gunner get torn in half. I saw his face afterward. That was enough. They canceled the rest of the day's exercises. Word must have gotten around fast because by nightfall, the whole vibe had just changed. Soldiers were now deathly quiet. Some drank harder than usual and nobody cracked any jokes. That kind of death, it just doesn't happen clean. It really sticks to people. We ended up in the rec hall that evening. Just our crew sitting around a plastic table with half-warm beers and the silence hanging over us like a storm cloud. Nunez finally muttered, "Did you see it? His body?" I nodded. I didn't even want to say it out loud, like if I kept the words inside, it wouldn't actually be real. Petrowski threw back another drink and whispered, "Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna sleep tonight." They signed me up with a base psychologist 2 days later. Didn't even ask if I wanted it, just told me to report to Building 7 every Tuesday and Thursday for the next few weeks. The guy was fine, I guess. Quiet, clean-shaven, probably used to seeing guys like me come in with pale faces and 1,000-yard stares. I don't know if it helped, but it gave me somebody to talk to when the dreams got really bad. That was my first taste of how fast life can leave a person. One moment you're standing there, breathing that same cold air as everybody else, and then the next, you're meat, leaking into the mud. And that really never left me, and I doubt it ever will. I joined the Marine Corps because I didn't want to rot away in the same backwater town that my old man died in. I was never the smartest guy in the room, but I could follow orders and I could fight. MP school wasn't easy, but I made it through. I learned to keep things squared away, keep Marines in line, write reports, show up clean, and act even cleaner. For a while, it really suited me. I did a couple of stateside rotations, nothing too wild, then ended up landing at Camp Pendleton. And that's when things got, well, different. Pendleton's massive. They don't tell you that in boot, but it stretches across hills and canyons like its own damn country. I was posted to a law enforcement battalion and given housing in one of the older family units tucked near the edge of the residential grid. A squat, sun-baked duplex with stucco walls, cracked tile, and zero insulation. Not bad though, really. It was nice and quiet. The first thing I noticed was how my neighbors didn't really talk to me. Sure, we'd pass each other every now and again, nodding politely, but it never really went further than that. No welcome to our neighborhood barbecues, no beers on the porch. Hell, nobody even parked near my unit unless they absolutely had to. At first, I figured it was just because I'm the new guy. It happens, you learn to deal with that kind of thing. But after a few months, one of the guys in my unit, Rodriguez, dropped something in conversation that really stuck with me. We were out in the range requalifying, and during a lull, he looked at me and asked, "You ever hear about what happened in that house before they moved you inside it?" "No," I responded, and that's when he laughed. Not because it was funny, but because he figured somebody should have warned me. Rodriguez didn't say much else right then, he just smiled and shook his head, then got back to loading his mags. That was honestly worse than if he just told me. I couldn't really get it out of my head all day, and when we got back to the barracks, I cornered him in the gear room while we were stowing away our vests. "All right, dude," I said, "spill it. What happened in the house?" He hesitated, checking to make sure nobody else was around, then leaned in and said real low and flat, "There was a baby about a year ago. The dad was a Marine, supposedly had just got back from some god-awful tour overseas. Couldn't adjust. He started seeing things, hearing things. He convinced himself his daughter hated him, that she was rejecting him or something sick like that. One night, he snapped, and they found her body in the bathtub, covered in bruises, burns, and stuff I'm not even gonna say out loud, man. I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. They said he tried to make it look like an accident, slipped in the water and maybe hit her head, but the coroner and the JAG did not buy it. Cigarette burns on her feet, bruises on her back. The kid wasn't even 15 months old." Rodriguez was shaking his head. "He's locked up now, life, no parole." I didn't ask the guy's name, I don't want it. Knowing what happened there was already more than I could handle. That night I walked back into that house and it just didn't feel right inside anymore. Before, it was a place to sleep between shifts. Now, I couldn't even look at the walls without wondering what room she died in. I couldn't sit on the toilet without imagining her crying somewhere nearby. That's how your brain works when it's handed a rotten seed. It plants it in the center of your thoughts and lets it fester. I could barely sleep, and the next few days I stayed late at the station, volunteered for extra shifts, avoiding anything to be at that house for too long. I didn't tell anybody about it because, well, what could I say? Hey, I feel like my house is haunted by ghosts, so I'm gonna stay a little bit longer. Things like that. I couldn't say that. I'd look like a fucking crazy person. Then one night I came home after a double. It was hot even for California. The AC was weak and wheezing, so I opened the windows, grabbed a beer, and sat in the kitchen. It was quiet, really quiet. Not even a single car on the road, no bugs, no wind, just the low hum of the fridge and my own breath. I found myself thinking about that poor baby, what she must have looked like, if she had dark hair or light hair, if she ever smiled. What kind of sick rage you'd need to do all that to your own kid? I opened up another beer and thought about how the military screens for those kind of things, but not the kind of evil that sneaks in when nobody's watching. As I was lost in thought, I heard it. A voice. At first I thought it was somebody outside because it was so faint, like somebody talking behind a closed door. Immediately picked up the remote and muted the TV, even though I know it was already low, and then sat still.
Why would you do that to me?
A voice said. A man's voice, strained and raw.
I didn't want this.
He cried.
I didn't mean to.
I stood up slowly, every inch of my skin now covered in goosebumps. It was coming from inside the house, not the vents, not my TV, somewhere inside. I grabbed my sidearm from the bedroom and racked it, walking from room to room, clearing corners like I was back at FLETC. Nothing. Living room clear, bathroom empty, spare bedroom untouched, but I could still hear it.
Please. I didn't know what I was doing.
He was sobbing now, loudly, like his chest was splitting open. Then suddenly, he was angry again, barking furious. I made it to the hallway and it sounded like it was coming from the laundry room. I flipped the switch. Nothing. Just my washer and dryer and the hot water heater tucked away in the corner. But the voice, it was here. It wasn't loud anymore, just whispering, muttering like it was pacing in a small circle, talking to itself.
You said you loved me. I didn't mean to hurt you.
I stood there for what felt like a full minute, gun shaking in my hand, heart pounding like a war drum in my ears. Then as quickly as it started, it stopped, cut off like a switch that had been flipped. Not a footstep, not a creak, just gone. I didn't sleep that night. I called in sick the next day. First time I'd done that since joining the Corps. I told them I had food poisoning, something quick and believable, the kind of lie that nobody really pushes back on. Truth was, I couldn't bring myself to go outside. Just sat in the living room, same spot on the couch, gun on the coffee table, staring down the hallway, like it was gonna open up and show me something I couldn't take back. I told myself over and over that I must have been just completely exhausted. That after back-to-back shifts and 2 beers, my brain just kept rewounding that story that Rodriguez told me, replayed it in the worst way possible, you know? But that didn't explain those cold spots that I kept feeling in the hallway. It didn't explain why I kept catching the smell of cigarette smoke in the bathroom, despite living alone and never once smoking a day in my life. That evening, I walked the house again, room by room, turned on every light, opened every closet. And just like the night before, nothing was out of place. No signs of forced entry, no loose vents or busted locks. It's me, and this feeling like I was being watched. Not stalked, not hunted, watched. Literally like something was taking notes of how long I stayed in each room, like it wanted me to feel its presence but didn't want to show itself. I ended up back in the kitchen, same seat, another beer. I didn't touch it, I just stared at the label, picking it apart with my fingernail. I sat there until my legs went numb. The clock ticked past midnight, still nothing. Then, just as I was about to head to bed, I heard it again, a whisper right behind me.
Help me.
I spun around so fast that my chair tipped backward and hit the tile. No one. But the air behind me was icy cold. Not chilly, cold, like you left the freezer door open. And it stayed that way for several seconds after, long enough for me to realize that I'm not crazy, long enough to know that I wasn't just hearing things. Something in that house was trying to be heard. Another sleepless night. I sat upright in bed, lights on and gun on my lap. I moved a month later, pulled some strings and got reassigned to a different set of units closer to the main admin side of the base. I told them I was getting migraines from the mold. It didn't matter, they signed off and never really asked me a single question. I never told command about what I experienced either, because what would I say? That I heard the voice of a man crying over something unforgivable? That I smelled smoke from cigarettes nobody had lit? That my own house felt like it was trying to confess something to me? I don't believe in ghosts. Honestly, I still don't, but that house, that place, I feel like it remembers what happened. Every tile, every wall, every nail in the foundation, it held on to it, like bloodstains that never fully got clean, like a scream echoing through the drywall. Those nights made me question everything I thought I understood about guilt, about trauma, about pure evil. I don't care how tough you think you are or how long you've worn that uniform. There are places in this world where some things will linger. Not a spirit, not a demon, just grief. If you sit quietly long enough, that grief will start to whisper to you. Let's cut the shit. I don't care if you believe me, and I'm not trying to sell you some campfire ghost story, but this really happened, and it happened to me. I was stationed with the 405th Army Field Support Brigade, rotating through Poland. They've got a ton of joint operations out there, NATO exercises, vehicle recovery drills, equipment transfers, the works. It's all pretty standard, and most of it runs smooth as hell, but every now and again, they toss you a curveball in the name of field conditioning. And that's how I ended up on a solo survivalist rotation deep in the Polish backwoods. The exercise was simple on paper: navigate from one checkpoint to another. No GPS, just a compass, a map, and your own 2 damn feet. The final destination was an old transient American camp, way out west in the forest near the Czech border. It used to be active during Cold War drills, then NATO used it here and there, but it hasn't seen real action in years. I was told to hike in, spend 2 nights alone and log my observations, then hike back and rendezvous with a Polish liaison officer at the next checkpoint. From there, we'd return back to the main camp, rinse and repeat for the next guy. The hike in wasn't too bad. The terrain was thick with pine and birch, a heavy mist threading through the trees like something out of a storybook. The deeper I got though, the quieter it would get. No wind, no bugs, just the sound of my boots crunching through wet leaves. Occasionally, I'd hear a distant bird song, but it always felt like it cut off far too fast, like something was interrupting it. By the time I reached the camp, I felt like I hadn't seen another human in years, and the place was a skeleton. Empty tents, rolled cots, a few abandoned MRE packets still half buried in the mud. No lights, no noise, just me in the forest and whatever was hiding inside it. I shrugged it off. I'd done worse before. Besides, it was just an old camp in an old forest. Nothing to be scared of. Not yet, anyway. That first night was cold. Not freezing, but that deep kind of damp chill that crawls into your boots and then makes your skin feel like paper thin. I set up my bivy sack underneath the old shelter frame and figured it would keep the dew off. The fire pit had long since collapsed in on itself, so I settled in for a single burner and a pouch of chili mac that tasted like salted paste. I did a quick sweep of the area just to stay sharp and check the perimeter, catalog the layout. The tents were still staked down, but moldy as hell. Somebody left behind a stack of field manuals sealed in plastic. That whole place felt like it had been packed up in a rush. I think I bedded down around 2200, but never really truly fell asleep. I kept waking up. At first it was just the wind, or what I thought was the wind. And then I started hearing something else, like crunching through the tree line, slow and deliberate footsteps, far too measured to be an animal, so I sat up and waited. It stopped. Then a whisper came through the dark, just one voice, but I couldn't quite catch the words. Again, I chalked it up to my nerves. When you get alone like that, your brain starts to fill in the silence. Standard head games, you know? So I didn't even bother logging it. I just stayed up until the sky lightened into that early morning Polish gray, and finally let myself breathe again. That second day, though, was worse. I stayed busy during the daylight and logged coordinates, practiced shelter techniques, and ran through drills just to keep myself sharp. But I could have swore I kept seeing people, not clearly, just shapes moving in the mist. I really thought it was tricks of the light, heat differentials, you know, whatever it was, but they all looked the same, dark silhouettes walking parallel through the trees, too far to call out and too uniform in their movements, almost like they themselves were on patrol. By that late afternoon, I was hearing voices again. This time it wasn't whispers though, talking, clear enough that I should have been able to make out what they were saying, but I still couldn't. It was like I was standing outside a tent while somebody had a conversation inside. You know, the cadence of speech is there, but the words never really come through. At dusk, I found something. Buried underneath one of the tents, beneath this rotted canvas and torn branches, was a boot. Not a military issue one, older, leather-worn gray with age. I pulled it loose and it still had a foot bone inside it. Femur fragment too. I dropped it and stepped back, heart slamming into my chest. I thought about calling it in, but realized I had no comms. This was a solo exercise, no radio until the final checkpoint. So I did the only thing I thought I should do. I buried it, dug a hole with my e-tool, dropped it in and packed it tight like I'd never even been disturbed. I don't want to think about who it belonged to, or even how long it had been there. That night, I heard singing. Not like somebody listening to music, not like a song drifting from some faraway speaker. This was live. Raw voices in the distance, men singing in rhythm and cadence. Not in English though, something older. Slavic maybe? Dozens of them rising and falling like a wave. Marching songs. I lay there, eyes wide open in my bivvy, hand on my knife, waiting for it to stop. And it never did. It only faded with the fog coming in that morning. I packed up fast and skipped breakfast. Every moment felt heavy, like the air itself didn't even want me to leave. The woods now seemed darker than they had when I came in, trees leaning just a little too far inward. I kept hearing snapping twigs behind me, but when I stopped and looked, I wouldn't see anything. Eventually, I reached the checkpoint, an old stone marker next to a dried up creek. There was a man in a Polish uniform, leaning on a walking stick. Looked like he'd been waiting for me. "You are from the American camp, yes?" he asked. "Yeah," I responded. "Just finished the rotation. That place still gets used?" He shook his head. No, not for a long time. That area is, quiet now." I saw people out there in the woods. I thought maybe there were vagrants out there or something." He looked at me for a long time, like he was trying to figure out if I was joking with him or not. Then he said, "You stayed at that camp?" "2 nights." He paled. "They shouldn't have sent you there alone." I stared back at him. "What are you talking about?" He looked away and scanned the woods behind me. That forest, it was used during the war. Polish soldiers, civilians, they were kept there, starved, shot, buried in mass graves. The Nazis didn't want anybody finding it, so they never marked the location, but we know. The land knows. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I didn't have anything to say. He continued on. "Some say those soldiers still march through. that if you listen closely at night, you can hear them singing, still waiting to go home. I didn't say another word. I just nodded and adjusted my pack and followed him along that trail. We didn't talk that entire way back. I was far too busy replaying the last 2 nights in my head. Every shape I saw in the mist, every voice that was not mine, every footstep that matched mine beat for beat until I stopped and it didn't. I'd spent 2 nights camped dead center in a forgotten graveyard. I'd eaten meals above buried bones, slept feet away from people who never got a coffin, never got their names back. When the Polish contact said the ground knew, I believed him. I remembered how the forest felt like it was breathing, watching, listening. I remember even how the air changed, how nothing alive made sounds once I crossed that certain tree line. I tried chalking it up to just the isolation or the training stress, or maybe even just being too deep in my own head. But now I know better. I genuinely believe those weren't hallucinations, that it was not my imagination, that it was history bleeding through the cracks in the world, and I stumbled straight into it without even realizing. When we got back to the Polish base, I showered and then changed into a fresh uniform. Didn't say a word during debrief. I handed in my logbook and skipped for the hot chow and went straight to my cot. I think I slept for 12 hours straight, lights on, boots still tied. The next guy in line for the exercise, I pulled him aside the morning of his dispatch, told him to take the long route, skip the old camp, and make something up if he had to. "What do you mean? What's wrong with it?" he asked. I just looked back at him and said, "Honestly, man, as crazy as this sounds, it's a creep show." He laughed like it was a joke, and I didn't tell him otherwise. I've done plenty of field exercises since then, plenty of forest terrain and plenty of solo work, but I've never felt anything like that place again. And honestly, I don't ever want to. I was in the Army from the late 90s into the meat of the Iraq War, which means I got to see the world at its worst and its best, depending on the day. We trained hard stateside, but nothing really truly prepares you for what it's actually going to be like when you're deployed into a hot zone. My unit got sent out in May of 2003, boots on ground, southwest of Baghdad, and right out of the gate, it was pure chaos. And not movie chaos. Not explosions every second, but real kind. The type that creeps up on you while you're pouring water out of a plastic bottle and then there's suddenly a round skipping off a wall 2 feet from your head. By July, we weren't green anymore, and that's when things got weirdly routine. Iraq in the summer hits like a furnace. It cooks your skin right through your gear, and the sand has a way of getting inside your soul. But we all adapted, learned how to read the streets, how to move without making a target of yourself. Those ambushes would still come though, the IEDs would still hit, but we got into a rhythm. You joke, you smoke, and you stay sharp. Brotherhood becomes oxygen out there. The outpost that we were working at was just outside of Al-Dora, east of Baghdad. It was fortified, sandbag walls and concrete dividers. An old school building half blown apart and repurposed into our command center. No electricity, no AC, no comms unless we were patched in. Nights out there were black. Not dark, black. Like a cave you couldn't touch the walls of. You stare into that kind of nothing long enough and your brain starts to fill it in with shapes. Honestly, we were feeling pretty good around that time. Our sector had quieted down. Intel said the local insurgents were on the run, so we took a day to rest, rotate vehicles, swap out tires and filters. It was a dry, hot afternoon and everybody was dragging ass but still in good spirits. I remember guys joking, radio blaring static-filled country music, someone else cooking god-awful instant noodles over a fuel can stove. I was thinking that night should have been just like the dozen before it. Boring, quiet, nothing worth writing home about. But that was the night the sky lit up and every single man inside that outpost stopped breathing. I think it was around 2100 when the first call came through the radio. One of the guards on the north wall keyed in a report, something about a light source in the eastern sky. Not a drone, not a flare, he said.
Bright light, not moving. It don't look right.
The radio cut out for a second and then another voice came in. Post 2, southern overlook. He said he could see it too, same direction, just above the horizon, pulsing steady. None of us were on duty. We were just shooting the shit, sitting on empty ammo crates and dented out Humvee hoods, half buzzed on instant coffee and laughing about some kind of dumb argument from earlier. Somebody made a joke about aliens. Somebody else said it was probably another friendly bird circling in the sky. That's when the platoon sergeant told us to knock it off and go check it out. Nothing official, just get up on the trucks and get a better view. So we did. 4 of us climbed that roof of an old 5-ton, leaned over the edge of the sandbags and stared out east. And then we all stopped laughing. The light wasn't flickering like a fire. It wasn't steady like a star or even a flare. It was pulsing. This dull, slow rhythm that got under your skin. It looked big too, like way too big, and bright, like somebody had taken a whole city and lit it on fire behind the hills. But there was no heat, no wind, no boom. Just silence and a glow bleeding through that black sky. For a moment, nobody really said anything. Then Garcia spoke up. His voice was low. It's not lightning, it's not even in the clouds. Look at it, it's too low. He was right, the thing wasn't in the sky, so much as it was above the earth, just kind of hovering. And it wasn't coming from a single source either. There was no beam, no origin. The light was just there, like it seeped up out of the ground and now was just hanging in the air. My stomach began to knot up, something primal kicking in. I looked around and saw it in the other guys' faces too. Guys who'd kicked in doors in Fallujah, guys who'd run convoy security through ambushes, standing still, staring, mouths tightly shut. Every instinct we built up told us this was not normal. This did not follow any pattern that we've been trained for. I climbed down and walked over to the southern post, which was one of our comm guys was checking out channels for any updates. I asked him if command had said anything to him. No, nothing, he said. Radio's been dead quiet. Even SOG's not responding. That made no sense because we always had at least one net live, even if it was just for basic traffic. The longer we stood there, the more obvious it became. Whatever that light was, it was not friendly, and it wasn't something we had words for. I remembered thinking briefly that maybe it was a nuke, or the start of one. That weird silent flash before the blast wave hits, but there was no tremor, no heat, no sound. Just the hum from the radios that felt all too loud now, like they were picking up static from the wrong decade. A few more minutes passed, and the glow stayed there, pulsing, almost daring us to keep watching it. Then, without warning, it started to fade, slowly, like a campfire smothered under a blanket. The edges of the light dissolved at first, then the center, and within seconds, it was gone. Not blinked out, just kind of ceased. We waited, 5, 10 minutes, still nothing. No aftershock, no aircraft, no dust in the air, no call from command. Just blackness again. Sergeant Medina made a round of the outpost after that, checking with every watch post, every guy on duty. And I heard him say the same thing to one another. You didn't see anything, you didn't hear anything, you keep your mouth shut. Nobody argued. Not because we were scared of him, but because we all knew. Whatever we just saw wasn't meant to be talked about. It felt like it was wrong to speak aloud, like dragging it into the light would make it real again. Later that night, we all had to pretend to sleep, and nobody was joking anymore. No one passed around jerky or MRE bars. We just lay in our racks, eyes open, staring at the tin ceiling and the dark corners of the room, waiting for something else to show up. It never did. But the glow, it still sticks with us, still to this day. The next morning, the sky was a pale smear of beige and heat. Everything felt like it was normal again, like the air was trying to pretend it hadn't seen anything. We went through our motions, gear checks, water fills, another look at the Humvees. I tried to joke around and get a rise out of the guys, but nobody was biting. Everybody was just keeping their heads down. No further reports came in. No mention of unusual activity. Nothing on the news brief. Not even a whisper through the usual scuttlebutt channels. Whatever we saw, either it hadn't registered on any intel radar or somebody high up didn't want it to. Sergeant Medina pulled us together mid-morning, walked slow, like he was chewing on his own words. Then he looked at each of us and said, "What you guys saw last night does not leave this camp. Are we clear? It was a weather anomaly. That's the official line. You breathe a word outside of this wire, it'll be your last report." We all nodded back, every single one of us, but it wasn't fear. That was agreement, a silent pact. Because nobody wanted to explain it. How do you explain a light with no source? Silence that would make your skin crawl. How do you explain feeling like something looked back? I served another 2 years after that, saw a lot more blood and a lot more senseless death, but nothing else made me feel the way that night did, small and exposed. I never told anybody about it, at least not until now, because, well, lately, I've been hearing about lights in the sky again, places where they shouldn't be, with that same pulse and that same silence. I don't know what they are. I don't care if it was a weapon, a signal, or something older than both. All I truly know is this: it saw us, and it let us live. And I hope it keeps that up. I lived in that apartment for just under a year. It was a ground floor, one bedroom on the east side of the complex, a really old building with cheap carpet, that kind of place where your neighbors are close enough to hear you sneeze through that drywall. Still, I guess it was peaceful enough. Most of the tenants were middle-aged or older, quiet folks with too much debt and not enough ambition. You'd hear the occasional shouting match through the vents or catch a late-night party teetering towards chaos, but it was rare. The cops would come maybe twice that whole first 6 months, and neither time did it seem like anything major. For me, I just kept to myself, worked really long hours, came home, ate dinner, watched some TV, and then went to bed. I didn't need noise. I'd had my time in louder and messier places. At this point in my life, this apartment was supposed to be my safe haven, my first real grown-up place, and for a while that's exactly what it was. And things didn't start to get weird until Flynn moved in. He showed up on a Wednesday morning, and I remember it because his moving van was blocking my car in. I had to bang on the cab just to get out to work. He didn't apologize, just gave me this blank stare like he hadn't heard a word that I just said to him. Thin guy, probably in his 40s, but somehow ageless in this way that made it hard to pin him down. Black hoodie, gloves in June, old army boots with the laces triple knotted. Not the kind of look you expect from somebody moving into a low-income housing. I couldn't tell if he was crazy or just eccentric. I introduced myself, got his first name, and that was as much as he was willing to share, at least in the moment. He moved in fast, and within 2 hours the van was gone and Flynn was holed up behind his door and just disappeared. That first week was really quiet, but something about the air near his place started to feel charged.
like standing far too close to a buzzing transformer. At night, I'd hear the faint click of metal or the low scratch of something being dragged across concrete out on his patio. Nothing dramatic or nothing you'd call the cops over, but I just noticed it, and it was always after midnight. By week 2, I knew the guy was a complete weirdo. The first time I saw the fire, I thought maybe he was just grilling. I stepped out onto my patio and smelled the burning paper almost immediately. Not charcoal, not meat, just scorched papers and something that smelled like melted plastic. I peered around the divider and there he was. Flynn crouched over this big metal coffee can, feeding papers into the flame like he was praying to it. The way he stared into it, it wasn't normal. It wasn't boredom, but almost devotion. I grew up Baptist. I've seen that same kind of look on people's faces during prayer and sermon. This guy moved in next door to me and he was out of his damn mind. I stood there watching until he glanced my way, not moving, just locking eyes. He didn't say a word, just reached out slowly and placed a lid over the fire, snuffing it out instantly. Then he went back inside. I didn't really sleep that much that night. Just the whole thing kind of put me off. A few nights after that fire, I noticed a new wrinkle in the routine. Flynn had started dragging something across his floor around 2 a.m. This slow and heavy scraping sound, like furniture being moved an inch at a time. I knew it wasn't just my imagination because the baseboard heater on our shared wall would buzz whenever he did it. It only lasted a few minutes, but it was always that same exact sound, like a piece of metal being hauled across tile. I started jotting it all down in a notebook, not because I thought anything criminal was going on, but because I had a feeling that it might get there. Next came the SUV. It was one of those matte black Suburbans you only see in movies or government stings. No plates, tinted windows dark enough to double as mirrors. The first time it showed up, I thought maybe Flynn was dealing drugs or maybe some high-level courier gig or something worse, I don't know. But the men who stepped out didn't look like drug runners, no gold chains or neck tattoos. These guys wore crisp, matching suits, moved like military. Clean-shaven, stoic faces, no wasted movement. They went straight to Flynn's door and knocked once, then walked in without even waiting. The door just opened. I didn't hear any yelling, no loud conversations, not even laughter. Just the creak of the furniture and some soft footsteps. I think they stayed maybe 2 hours, then left in that same coordinated fashion, almost like a drill team. The visit happened 3 times in the span of 2 weeks. I attempted to ask Flynn about it. We crossed paths near the mailboxes one morning and I gave him this friendly nod. I asked if he was settling in okay. He didn't look up, just muttered something that sounded almost like fine, and kept walking. I followed him a few steps, not aggressively, just to keep the conversation going. I asked him if that black SUV was family or maybe a security firm or something. That's when he stopped, turned, and looked right through me. You know, I'd just mind your own business if I were you, he said. His voice was flat, but there was weight behind it, like a warning that he'd given before. Not angry, not defensive, just a matter-of-fact threat. The kind of man makes when he's not bluffing. I backed up because what more could I do? This guy was clearly mental and also had some kind of security hookup that I did not want to mess with. Still, I couldn't help myself. I bought a cheap dash cam and parked facing the walkway, angled it just enough to catch whoever came or went. I started recording all the late night visits, but after the 3rd black SUV sighting, nothing had happened for weeks. No more fires, no more visitors. Flynn didn't leave his apartment during the day, at least from what I could tell. I started to wonder if he'd even moved out or maybe he was dead up there. Then a couple showed up. It was a Friday night. I had just sat down to eat when I heard the purr of a low-slung engine outside. Not a junker or a pickup, this was luxury. I peeked through the blinds and saw a silver McLaren pulled into the visitor spot. 2 people got out, a man and a woman, both in these tailored coats and dressed like they were heading to the red carpet. The woman wore heels so sharp they clicked like gunshots. The man had this navy blazer, clean jawline, hair trimmed to the millimeter. They walked straight to Flynn's unit. He opened up the door before they knocked, and I promise you, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The following wasn't quiet like the other visits. I couldn't make out every word, but the tone was clipped and strained, urgent, bordering on angry. There was pacing, raised voices, Flynn's deeper tone trying to stay calm while the younger guy seemed to push back harder. The woman said very little, but when she did speak, it cut through like a knife. Then abruptly it all stopped. All three of them walked out calmly, almost robotically, and Flynn escorted them to their car. He even smiled as they drove off. And that was that. Over those next few days, the silence felt deliberate. Not a creak, not a scrape. Flynn's blinds were always shut tight. The lights were never on, so no smells even coming from his vent. This deep quiet had now settled in. Not long after all of this, a smell did come. It hit me the following Thursday. Just a sour tinge at first, like spoiled milk or wet garbage left out for far too long, but by Friday it was unbearable. I thought maybe something died in the crawl space, so I reported it to the management. They said somebody would come check it out, but nobody did. Saturday morning I left for work with the windows open, my shirt collar pulled over my face. When I got back that evening, the parking lot was filled with patrol cars. 2 cruisers, an unmarked black unit, and an ambulance. Yellow tape across Flynn's door. A crime scene tech squatting by the patio with a clipboard. One of the black-suited men that I'd seen before was now standing off to the side, arms crossed, watching the cops work. He wasn't saying anything. I stood at the far edge of the lot until one of the officers noticed me. He walked over, a really tall guy, maybe his mid-40s, looked really tired, and I asked what was going on. "We found somebody deceased in the unit," he said. "You one of the neighbors?" "Yeah, he lived next door to me. I've been smelling something awful all week." "Well, that was probably him," the officer said flatly. "He's been dead at least that long, and we're still trying to confirm ID." That gave me an opening. I started telling him everything: the fires, the SUV visits, the couple in the sports car, the midnight dragging sound. The officer scribbled down some notes, nodding now and again, but never really looked surprised. "We're not treating this as a homicide, at least at this time," he said finally. "There was no signs of forced entry, no external injuries. Coroner thinks it was natural." I must have looked skeptical because he gave me this half shrug. "These things happen," he said. "Weird guy, weird life. Doesn't always mean some kind of foul play." I watched as they zipped up the body bag and loaded it into the ambulance. That night, I sat in my living room with the lights off, staring at that thin wall between my unit and Flynn's. I thought about everything that I'd seen, everything that I'd heard, and just kept coming back to one detail that I hadn't shared. That last time I saw him, after the couple left, I caught a glimpse of something strange through a sliding door. Just a flash or a reflection maybe. But it looked like a metal table bolted to the floor with heavy leather straps hanging off the sides. It wasn't there before. What apartment would come with something like that? They cleared out Flynn's unit by the following Monday. No hazmat suits, no media coverage, just quiet men with gloves and cardboard boxes. Management didn't send out a notice or even acknowledge the death. I only knew he was officially gone when a cleaning crew came by and gutted the place. Ripped up the carpet, pulled the blinds, emptied the fridge. I watched from behind my own curtains that entire time. Nobody took that metal table though, or at least I never saw it come out. It stayed there, square in the center of the room, covered with the tarp. When the crew left for lunch, I slipped out and peeked through the patio door. The straps that I'd seen weren't leather, they were thick canvas, army surplus style, stained with something dark around the buckles. There was a groove in the floor beneath it, almost like scoring from repeated dragging, the kind that you don't get from just one piece of furniture. Flynn had indeed died in that apartment, that much I knew, but nothing about it felt natural at all to me. I'd say a week later, I saw the black SUV again. No police on site this time, no lights, no noise. It pulled up around 5 in the morning and stayed parked for nearly an hour. Nobody went in, nobody came out. Then it just drove off, slow and casual, like it had all the time in the world. I tried looking up Flynn on the internet, but I had no last name to go on. I checked the public records, scanned some arrest reports, even pulled some county death records. Nothing. It was like this guy never existed. The unit stayed empty for months, then eventually a young couple ended up moving in. They hung these fairy lights on the patio, brought a baby home from the hospital, watered plants. Nice people, friendly. But occasionally on warm nights, when they leave the patio door cracked open, I could swear that I hear the same dragging sound through the wall. And I ask myself, what that unsuspecting family might be living on top of. I never thought of myself as the kind of guy who needed to keep an eye on his wife. Not like that. I trusted Mary, I still do. We've been married for 15 years, and I trust her with my life, no hesitation. But when you've got a little money, a nice place, and a neighborhood that's starting to slide, you get practical. You think about what could happen, and you don't wait for it to actually happen. So that's why I ended up installing the cameras. It wasn't just paranoia, it was a response. First, the Palmer kids' bike was stolen right out of their driveway. Then somebody egged the Hannigan's garage. And a few weeks later, somebody keyed the side of my wife's car. It was all dumb, petty stuff, but it added up. You don't work 20 plus years from a top tier job, finally land a decent house with a backyard that you're super proud of, and let it all go to hell. I'm a regional operations manager for a major energy company. We run everything from power grids to emergency shutdowns. I'm used to control, used to systems that work, so I turned our home into one of them. 8 cameras outside, 4 inside, full audio, live access from my phone, even if I'm halfway across the state. It wasn't just for peace of mind. Mary loved it too. She'd wave at the camera when she was watering the garden or make silly faces when she cooked. It was like our private little channel, like we had our own little show and I was the only one who tuned in. Our house was our oasis, Midwestern suburbia at its cleanest and most creative. We had rose bushes that came in every spring like clockwork. Mary tended to them like they were kids. She didn't have to work, didn't want to. She got far more joy out of planting and pruning than she ever did from her old receptionist gig. I was happy to let her stay home. She made the place feel alive. And then there was AJ. He lived 2 houses down. You'd miss him if you weren't looking. Average height, always in cargo shorts and a tucked-in t-shirt, like a middle school gym teacher who never made tenure. He lived with a woman that I assumed was his wife, though I could never say because I never spoke to her. We'd wave now and again, but AJ never really said that much. Always had this squinty-eyed stare like he was sizing you up for a lie he hadn't quite told yet. It was sometime in early May when things started to feel a little off. Not bad, just off. That feeling when your brain picks up on something before you can actually name it. That little itch behind the eyes that tells you something you might be missing. I started to get that feeling during work, especially around mid-morning when Mary would usually pop up on one of the camera feeds. She liked to tease me. Nothing wild, just playful stuff. She'd strike this ridiculous yoga pose right in the middle of the garden and wink at the security cam like she was doing it just for me. Once, she even held up this little whiteboard with the "thinking of you" scribbled in Sharpie, and that was all she was wearing. It had become part of our rhythm. I'd be in meetings, bored stiff, and then boom, there she was, face turned toward the sun, stretching like some kind of sun-kissed statue. So when I got her text that morning, I smiled. Gonna do yoga out back, weather's perfect. Hope you're watching. I opened up the app on my phone. She was already unrolling the mat in the backyard, wearing one of those thin athletic sets, teal and white, her hair pulled up into this messy bun. She took her time stretching, arms high, legs long, and I just watched like I always did, sipping at my coffee while the boardroom droned on and on in the background. Around 20 minutes in, something changed. It wasn't Mary, she was doing her usual flow, eyes closed, totally in the zone. It was the corner of the screen, top left near the fence. There was this flicker of movement. I thought maybe it was a squirrel or one of those stray cats that like to poop in the mulch, but the camera held steady, and when I looked closer, I saw him. AJ. He was crouched near the back fence, tucked into the bushes like he belonged there. At first I really couldn't tell what he was doing, his body was hidden. But then I saw his arm move, slow and deliberate. His face was locked onto Mary. Eyes wide, breathing heavy enough that I could see the rise and fall of his shoulders, and his hand. Jesus Christ. I stood up so fast that I knocked over my coffee. The boardroom noise dropped away like a vacuum seal, and it popped in my ears. Everybody was still around me, and I just couldn't hear them anymore. All I could hear was the blood rushing. I fumbled with my phone and shot my wife a text so not as to panic her. "Hey baby, do me a favor and get inside. I need to test the kitchen camera," is all I said. She saw it immediately and asked me, "Can it wait?" I just told her to go now. She hesitated but finally stepped off the mat and walked inside through the sliding door. I watched AJ freeze. He didn't move, just flattened himself deeper into the bush, like a possum almost, playing dead. I hit the mic button, so now that she could hear me in the kitchen.
"Lock the doors,"
I said.
"Now, and stay on the line with me. In fact, call me right now."
She called instantly, panic rising in her voice.
"What's going on?"
And I told her, all of it. Her mouth dropped as she looked out the window, but stayed calm enough to deadbolt the back door and pull the curtains. Then we called the police. I stayed on the line while she curled up in the bedroom closet, phone pressed to her ear, whispering to me that she was okay. The police showed up pretty quickly, credit to them. 2 squad cars, both silent with no sirens. They moved into the backyard like they'd done it 100 times, and I stayed on the phone with Mary while she was crying quietly in the closet. The camera showed everything. The 2 officers that crept along the fence, hands on their sidearm. One of them reached into the bush and then jerked back like he was touching a live wire. The other officer leaned in and shined a flashlight and nodded. A moment later, they dragged AJ out. He was half dressed, shirt balled up in one hand and pants unzipped, dirt on his face and twigs in his hair. He didn't say a word, just kept his eyes on the grass in front of him while they cuffed him and read him his rights. One of the officers waved at the security camera, then pointed at the back door. Mary let them in, and I told her that they got him. I raced home, breaking every traffic law that I could, and when I got there, the police were wrapping everything up. One of the officers stayed behind and gave us the update. They were charging him with indecent exposure and trespassing, but they wanted the footage too. I handed over the login to the security system. They took screenshots, time-stamped everything. It felt really surreal, like I'd watched somebody else's nightmare and now I was living it. Mary couldn't go into the backyard after that. She couldn't even look out the kitchen window without her hands shaking. We tried therapy and she said it did help, but she still flinched every time the doorbell rang. Even months later, she triple-checked the locks before bed, asked me to take down the cameras, said that it made her feel like she was being watched all the time. I kept them up, not for her, but for me. We followed up the police a few days later, after things had calmed down enough for Mary to breathe without trembling. They were cooperative, and AJ was booked and would likely make bail though, but that restraining order was already in motion. We asked if they ever had issues with him before, and the cop, the same guy who handled the arrest, looked down at his clipboard for a second and then nodded. "Yeah, he's been on our radar before," he said. "Nothing we can really make stick. Public disturbance here and prowling, a couple of wellness checks, but this time it's different, obviously. We got him dead to rights." I wanted to know more, but he wouldn't say much beyond that, just that AJ had some history, and we were lucky the cameras caught what they did. Mary didn't want to hear the details anyway, she just wanted him gone. And, well, he was, within a week. His wife or whoever that was packed up their things in silence and left without a word. No moving truck, no goodbyes, just an old minivan loaded up to the roof. She disappeared in the middle of the night, my ghost trying not to get caught in the sunrise. For a while, things seemed to settle. Mary stopped flinching at small sounds, and she even started weeding the garden again, though she always waited until I was home. The camera stayed up, and I checked them every day like it was a ritual. I told myself it was just to be safe, but here's the part I really don't like to talk about. The footage. After the police left, I kept reviewing it. I couldn't help it. No matter how many times I watched that live feed from the day, I think there might have been 2 people. You can see AJ climb into the backyard, clear as day, and he spends 4 minutes trying to get in position, but about 25 feet down, I swear there is another person already hiding. Neither of us had noticed him, and the cop never discovered him, but there's no actual footage of him entering the property or exiting. So to this day, I really don't know what to make of that. I lived in this dumpy house for a little over 3 years. It was around 30 minutes outside of Rome, Georgia, past the chain grocery stores and bait shops, and past the spots where the road stops pretending to be smooth and just gives up entirely. I had found it on this local classified page, a few months after my divorce. The price was dirt cheap, mostly because nobody sane would live out that far. I think it was one of those old tobacco shacks that got converted into something livable, but livable is being very generous. The floors sagged in the middle. There was a family of something living under the porch, and the window units rattled like they were being possessed. But I guess it was mine, and I didn't really need much more than that. I had a steady job working maintenance at a regional service center, something involving industrial refrigeration systems. Not glamorous, but it paid enough to keep the lights on and put a few beers in my fridge. I personally didn't mind the quiet. After my marriage blew up, quiet really felt like a win. My ex had taken all the good furniture and left the rest, so my living room consisted of a recliner and a milk crate with a lamp on it. I didn't care. I come home from work, make dinner, sat out on the porch when the heat wasn't brutal. It was a simple life, beat up almost, but it was mine. I think my only real problem was next door. Jeremy and his 3 kids lived in this sagging mobile home maybe 40 yards away from my place. No fence, no boundary line, just a stretch of red clay and patchy weeds in between us. They were always loud, always outside, and always dirty. The kids ran around barefoot with no shirts on, screaming at each other like wild animals. They'd throw stuff at birds, try to fish old beer cans out of the ditch, and one of them even pissed on my siding once. Jeremy didn't care. He'd just sit on a folding chair with the beer gut hanging over his waistband, barking at them now and again like a drunk dog. I tried to stay out of their way. They weren't violent, not exactly, but they carried that same kind of energy, like it wouldn't take much to flip a switch and then something would turn ugly. I nodded at Jeremy when I had to, but we never really talked. Didn't seem like a guy who wanted conversation. Didn't really seem like a guy who could hold one, honestly. Still, I guess you do get used to even the worst neighbors, eventually. Until one summer when Jeremy disappeared and I realized just how feral that house next door really was without him. That summer something had shifted. I wasn't paying much attention at first. I had this busted AC unit to keep alive and a boss who liked to remind me how he could replace me anytime if I got too fussy. But even with the noise of my job, I started noticing other things. Jeremy just wasn't around. At first, I didn't think much of it those first few days. People come and go. Sometimes they get lucky and land a job. Sometimes they go to jail. Either way, it ain't polite to ask in a place like this. But by the end of the week, I realized I hadn't heard his voice not even once. none of that normal shouting, no gravelly laugh that sounded like a lawnmower stuck on something wet. His truck hadn't moved, hadn't pulled in or out, but the kids were still out there. I assumed at first they were staying with somebody, an aunt or something, but one afternoon I saw them through the trees, climbing around the side of their trailer almost like raccoons. One of them had a screwdriver and was jabbing it into the siding. The other two were barefoot, filthy and yelling about snakes in the wall. It only got weirder from there. On my way to check the mail, I caught a glimpse of something through their front window. Their place looked worse than usual. Dishes were stacked everywhere. A smell hanging off in the air even from 20 feet out. There was a pot on the stove unattended, something bubbling inside that did not smell like food. The next morning, I watched one of the boys walk across their porch and eating a slice of bread, right out of the bag. No plate, no butter, just a plain piece of white bread, cramming it into his mouth like he hadn't eaten in a day. Just watching them, I could tell they were desperate, actions out of need, not comfort, and I couldn't pretend anymore. That evening, I walked over. I didn't knock, there wasn't a working doorbell, and I wasn't in the mood for any kind of formality. I banged on the screen door until it creaked open on its own. The air inside smelled like mildew, piss, and old dog food. There's no lights on, no TV, just the sound of the kids somewhere in the back of the trailer arguing over something. "Hello? Anybody home?" I called out. A head popped around the corner. It was the oldest kid, 12 or 13, I think. His hair was greasy and stuck to the side of his face, and he didn't have a shirt on. "You the mailman or something?" he asked. "No, I live next door. Where's your dad?" The kid just shrugged. "He been home a few days now." My stomach sank. "Well, who's taking care of you?" He blinked at me like I asked him to solve a math problem. "Ain't nobody, I guess." The other two then came out, the younger ones. Both boys were barefoot, and one of them was holding a spatula for no apparent reason. I asked them all a few more questions when the oldest finally said, "He said he was going to go to town and just never came back." I decided I wasn't going to leave them like that. I spent the next hour inside the trailer. I shouldn't have never gone inside, and I should have never seen it. I invested myself in something that I shouldn't have touched, even with a 10-foot pole. That kitchen was foul. Piles of food wrappers, sticky counters, dried sauce crusted onto a microwave that looked like it hadn't worked in years. The bathroom, Jesus, I'm not even going to describe it to you. Just imagine the worst gas station you've ever seen. Subtract the cleaning crew and let 3 unsupervised kids loose on it for a week. I helped them clean the places that needed it most, so some portions of the house that might actually be livable. I think we worked for around an hour until we ran out of paper towels and disinfectant. I didn't know what else to do, so I told them I was going to make dinner. I went back to my house and grabbed what I had, some frozen chicken, a box of mac and cheese, the biggest salad that I hadn't opened yet, and cooked it all up. It wasn't gourmet, but it was hot and filling. I brought the plates over, sat them on what used to be their coffee table, and they devoured it like animals. "Your dad got a phone?" I asked the oldest while he scraped the last of cheese sauce off the plate. "Sometimes," he mumbled. And that's all I got. After dinner, I helped them pick up a few things, clear some trash, and open a window. I couldn't fix everything, but I wanted them breathing air that didn't smell like rot. They didn't thank me, didn't even say goodbye when I left. I was walking down their front porch steps when I heard the tires. Jeremy's old truck tore into the driveway, dust flying off the wheels like somebody had lit some fireworks under the tires. I turned just in time to see the door swing open and Jeremy come stumbling out. "The hell are you doing?" he roared at me. The kids had come out on the porch behind me. The oldest tried to explain, stammering something about food and how I just helped. Jeremy, though, wasn't hearing any of it. He locked eyes with me like I just pissed on his grave. "You don't come into my damn house," he screamed. "You don't talk to my kids." He closed the distance fast, fist swinging. I barely got a hand up before he grabbed me by the shirt, then shoved me off the steps. I hit the ground hard, head bouncing off a tree root that was jutting out of the dirt. The world blinked for a second and everything slowed down. My ears were ringing and the taste of blood was in the back of my mouth. Then came a boot. He kicked me in the head. Not hard enough to knock me out, but enough to spin everything sideways once more. The kids were screaming and one of them tried to pull him back, crying. I rolled. I got to my knees and stumbled off the driveway like a drunk. I didn't say a word. I didn't swing back. I just walked back to my house, holding my face so the kids didn't have to see me. Inside, I locked the door and called the sheriff. The sheriff showed up about 40 minutes later, just one guy driving this old Ford with a cracked spotlight. I met him on the porch, still holding an ice pack to my face. He looked at the cut above my eye and then asked me to walk him through what had happened. I gave him everything: the missing father, the filthy house, the starving kids, the dinner I cooked them, and then the beatdown. I told him I wasn't trying to get involved. I just couldn't sit there and watch those kids eat bread for dinner and sleep in filth. I expected pushback, maybe some lecture about minding my own business, but to his credit, the sheriff listened. He sighed and looked out towards Jeremy's place. "You said 3 days?" he asked. I nodded. "At least." He scratched something down on a notepad. "I'll have to file a welfare check, talk to the kids, talk to him and see what sticks." "You think that'll be enough?" I asked him, and the sheriff just gave me this look. "It depends on what I find." He got in his car and rolled over to Jeremy's house. I stayed on the porch, watching and waiting. Jeremy didn't come out right away. It took 2 full minutes before the screen door creaked open, and 2 of them just stood face to face. I couldn't hear what was being said, but Jeremy didn't seem to like it. His arms were flailing around and he was pointing off towards my house. He looked more scared than he did angry. Eventually, the sheriff motioned inside and all 4 of them, Jeremy and the kids, went in. They didn't come out for almost an hour. When they did, the boys were crying, holding paper bags full of clothes. The sheriff walked them over to his car himself. Jeremy just stood there on the porch, not yelling anymore, just watching them go. Something in his face looked broken, like a man who'd been found out, a man who knew what was coming. They ended up taking the kids that night. 2 weeks later, Jeremy was arrested, and not just for hitting me, though they tacked that on too, but for a string of child endangerment charges, neglect, and 1 count of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. I don't know the full details, and I really don't want to. But the sheriff told me quietly that this wasn't Jeremy's first time in trouble with the state, just the first time somebody saw enough to make it stick. His trailer sat empty for months after that. I mowed my lawn and fixed my window unit, and tried not to think about the way those kids looked at me when I left their house. It's not like I saved them, more like I showed them what the world looks like when people give a shit. And for them, honestly, I think that's the scariest part. I've worked ranch jobs since I was 17 years old. Done time in Colorado, Texas, Montana, Arizona. If the sun beat down on it and the dust got in your teeth, I probably sweated through a summer there. So when this job opened up in Utah last spring, I didn't even think twice. It was good pay, housing on site, long hours, and that's really the lifestyle. You don't get into this line of work if you want weekends off or time to yourself. You get into it because you like the solitude, the animals, and the work itself. You like knowing every scar on your knuckle came from doing something honest. The Chimer Ranch was about 45 minutes outside this small town called Mighton. Edge of the map kind of place. Mostly cattle, a little agriculture on the side, and run by a husband and wife duo, Bert and Sally Chimer. Folks in town said the Chimers were solid people. Bert was a fourth-generation rancher, salt-of-the-earth kind of guy, and Sally had been running the books and farm sheds since they married back in the 80s. They were known, trusted. I figured I was lucky to get in with them. The bunkhouse was basic but clean. Cinder block walls, old but functional shower, single bed table with a lamp that buzzed. No TV, no Wi-Fi, and that didn't bother me none. I brought books, a radio, and a thermos for instant coffee for those nights that I would work late, which would be often. Out there, the work never really stopped. If you weren't driving fence posts or hauling hay, you were either helping with irrigation or assisting the vet with the heifers. Days bleed into one another out there. By July, I'd settled into a really good rhythm. Wake before dawn, eat standing up, work till your legs screamed, and hope the beer that you had in the fridge was cold by the time you made it back to your bunk. It was a good kind of tired. And that's what made that first visit so strange. It was a Tuesday, and I remember that because we'd just finished branding 30 calves, and I'd spent the rest of the day clearing debris from the west fence line. I didn't roll back into the bunkhouse until just after 10. The sky was black, no wind, one of those heavy summer nights where the heat hangs in like a ghost. I pushed the door open, already working off my boots, but there was Bert, sitting at my table with his hat in his hands. Didn't say a word at first, just nodded like he'd been waiting for me. His eyes were locked in, clear and alert. "Evening, Bert," I said, trying to play it casual, but my heart had kicked up a little bit. He smiled, but I could tell he didn't mean it. "You work hard today?" he asked me. I nodded. "Always do." He then asked me if I believed in fate, then asked me if I'd ever had to bury something that I couldn't name. Strange. We talked for another 10 minutes and then he left without saying goodbye. That night I didn't sleep that much, and not because I was scared exactly, but because something about that visit just didn't sit right in my head. Bert had never come across drunk or high or even unwell. He was calm, really calm, and those questions, those strange sideways things he'd been asking me, they weren't really a conversation, they were something else, something almost practiced. The next few days were business as usual. Sally brought out lunch like always, waving from her four-wheeler, and the other hands didn't mention anything odd to me. I figured maybe Bert was just tired one night. Ranching does wear on a man, and it's not unheard of for somebody to go a little stir-crazy after too many seasons in the saddle, so I tried to let it go. And that was a mistake. It was Friday when it happened again. I'd been working the fence line in the south pasture, replacing a few cracked posts and retensioning some wire. Hotter than hell that day. By the time I showered and rolled back into the bunkhouse, the sun had already been down for an hour. I was looking forward to sitting down and cracking open a beer. The second I opened up the door, though, I froze because there was Bert again. This time he was standing and pacing slow from one end of the bunkhouse to the other. No hat or smile this time. His button-up was soaked through with sweat, even though the night had cooled off. His hair looked wet, like he just dunked his head in a trowel. First thing, looks up at me and says, "You believe in justice?" I didn't answer. I just walked inside and closed the door behind me, set my gloves down slowly. "Everything okay, Bert?" He stopped pacing and nodded once, then shook his head. "No, not really." There was this long pause. I didn't move. I didn't know what to say. "She's poisoning me," he said. "Sally." The words hit me hard. I didn't know what to say. I just stared at him. "I've been sick all season," he went on. His voice was low but sharp. "She thinks I don't know, but I see the look she gives, the way she handles my food. I know when someone's trying to thin you out from the inside." "Have you talked to anybody else about this?" I asked, trying to sound neutral. He laughed, dry and humorless. "What good would that do? You think the sheriff's gonna come out here and arrest her because I got a bellyache?" He stepped closer, really close. "That's why I need your help." I took a step back from him. "Whoa, Bert. Look, I got a plan," he said. "It's clean, no mess. You help me with the timing, that's all. You see anything weird on your end, you let me know and we'll make it look like an accident." I tried to speak, but nothing was coming out. I was completely shocked and frozen. He took another step forward. You're smart, quiet, not like the others. The rest of them, they don't know what's going on, but you do. I can see it in your eyes. You've seen things, been through some shit. That's why I'm asking you. I had to work the moisture in my throat before I could even respond. What are you asking me to do, Bert? His mouth twitched like he was about to grin but didn't. Just watch. Tell me if she does anything suspicious. Help me set the stage. He started pacing again, talking faster and rambling, saying things like, she's got people in town, a cousin on the council. She's waiting for the insurance payout, I know it. She's been plotting this for years. None of what he was saying made any sense to me. It was like listening to static with words inside it. I nodded along and kept my face blank, but just let him run his mouth. Eventually, he quieted down and looked at the clock. I should let you get to sleep. He walked to the door and stopped with one hand on the knob and then looked over his shoulder. Think about what I said. The only one I trust out here. And with that, he left. I waited 10 seconds, then locked the door, pulled the curtain shut and sat down staring at the wall, with my heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest. The next morning, I called the sheriff's office from the gas station up the road, told them I got a situation at the Chimer Ranch that needed immediate attention. I didn't give him the full story over the phone, I just said I thought a crime was about to happen, and they promised to send out a deputy. Then I got in my truck and headed for the main house. The place looked normal enough, porch light on, dogs in the yard, windows glowing warm, but when I pulled up, I saw Bert come out from the side gate, something long and thin tucked into a canvas wrap underneath his arm. He froze when he saw me. What are you doing here? He asked. I stepped out slowly, hands visible and voice calm. Just checking in, I thought maybe we could talk about last night. His eyes narrowed at me. Now? Yeah, now. He looked past me at the road. You drove all the way up here, just for that? I nodded back slowly. Just for that. Bert shook his head and then muttered something and stepped toward me. Then I saw his hand tighten on whatever he was holding. And that's when I pulled my revolver. I didn't point it, just cocked the hammer back with my thumb, loud and deliberate. He stopped cold. Don't, I said to him. We stood there in silence for maybe 10 seconds, only the sound of the wind against the house and the ticking of my truck engine cooling behind me. Sally inside? I asked him. He didn't answer me, just stared back. Sally! There was a pause, then a voice from inside. Yeah? Come out here, please. A moment later, the door creaked open. Sally stepped out with a dish towel in her hand, and she looked confused at first, then scared when she saw Bert and the gun. It's okay, I said to her. Help's coming. And it was. I could hear the sirens on the wind. The cruiser rolled up in a cloud of dust, lights spinning, but no siren. Just the quiet thrum of the engine and the crackle of the radio inside. Two deputies stepped out, one older and one young enough to still look unsure in his badge. I lowered the hammer on my revolver and slowly eased it back down before holding it out, grip first. No shots fired, I said. Nobody's hurt, but this man needs to be searched and taken in. The older deputy took the weapon without a word, and the younger one moved toward Bert, hand hovering near his holster. You want to tell us what's going on here? The older cop asked. I nodded at Bert. He's been asking ranch hands for help killing his wife, and I think he was about to make good on it. Sally gasped and her hand flew to her mouth, and Bert flinched like he'd been slapped. Then, instead of denying it, he just shook his head and laughed, quietly, strange, and broken. I knew it'd be you, he said to me, like we shared some kind of private joke. They found a bolt-action rifle in the wrap that he'd been carrying, along with this spool of wire and a roll of duct tape and a hunting knife with dried something on the blade. That was enough for probable cause. They cuffed him, read him his rights, and packed him into the cruiser without much resistance. He muttered all the way in, something about justice and something about finally being free. Sally stood beside me on the porch, arms crossed over her chest like she was holding herself together with muscle memory. "I knew he was off," she said, "but I didn't think." I didn't respond to her because what could I say? They took her in that night too, but only for her protection. Later, after the statement and paperwork, I learned this wasn't the first time Bert had spun some kind of story like this. Over the last year and a half, he'd brought in half a dozen ranch hands, all temporary from out of state. At least 2 of them had quit suddenly, no word, no call, just packed up and left. Maybe they heard what I heard. Maybe they didn't know what to do with it, and maybe they just got scared, took off. But none of them called the cops. I was the first. He'd been testing people, probing for weakness, looking for somebody willing to cross that line with him. And I really don't think it would have taken that much. Just a nod in the wrong moment, a single, "yeah, sure," is all it would have taken for him. I didn't go back to Chimer Ranch after that, finished the season somewhere else, far away from Utah. I still think about Bert sometimes, sitting there in my bunk like it was his own space, like the door had never even been locked to him. And I think about how long he would have kept asking, if nobody ever said no. 2 years ago on a night in February in Lerner County, Colorado, I was driving to a nightclub. I was going to meet up with some of my guy friends to party because Saturday nights are just always for the boys. We would do this almost every Saturday unless one of us was busy that night. I would have fun every time I went, but to be honest, sometimes I would feel pressure to go. I guess it was just that young guy mentality of not wanting to miss out. That Saturday, I stayed most of the daytime at my grandparents' house, which was not far from where I lived. After that, I went home, and once home, I showered and got dressed in some nicer clothes. After that, I got my socks and fancy shoes on, grabbed my phone, wallet, and keys, and walked out the front door, hopped in the car, and drove away. What I didn't know is this would be the last time ever driving a car. The nearest highway from my house is around 5 minutes away. While on the highway, I saw a police car facing the opposite way on the left lane from where I was driving. Initially, I thought he was just there to give out tickets, typical thing on the interstate, but while I was focusing on that, I wasn't paying attention and I felt the car hit something heavy. Then, slowly but surely, it dawned on me that I had just ran over someone. I slowed the car down and put in a brake, then moved over to the side and put on my hazards. Once my SUV was stopped completely, I had a full-on mental breakdown. I started screaming and crying, thinking that I actually might have just killed somebody, but it wasn't on purpose. I wanted to get out of my car or even drive back to see if that person was okay, but it would be impossible to do because I'd be driving the wrong way and cars would be driving at nearly 80 miles per hour or faster. I didn't want to end up like that person too, so I did the only thing I could do. I called the police and reported the incident to the station. Then I called 911 and connected with an operator and told them what had just happened. I ended up just meeting him at the police station around 10 minutes later. I was freaking out, panicking that whole way there. I went inside and had to fill out this form describing the incident at hand. After that, I handed the form over to a woman at the desk. Then she said the department would be in touch over the next week. I left the station and took out my phone and saw how many unread messages I had and a bunch of missed calls from all of my friends. They were probably waiting for me at the club. I called Bob, one of my friends, and told him that I wasn't coming, and then told him the reason why. Bob was shocked, obviously, and asked if I was okay. I told him I wasn't in my right mind and I needed to stay home for a few days. Bob sounded disappointed, but I think he understood well enough that I needed time for myself. This was obviously a very traumatic event. I got home and immediately just crashed out on my bed. Over the next week, I learned the victim's name was Brent Thompson. He was 28 years old. He got pulled over because the officer had ran his tags and realized that his registration was expired. When he interrogated him, Brent gave him a fake name. And when the officer found out he was lying, he tried to confront Brent. And that's when Brent made the mistake of fleeing. He jumped onto the interstate that I was driving on, and the officer tased him and Brent fell to the ground. Seconds later, I ran Brent over. I never saw him on the ground, nor did I even see the officer on the side lane. It was really dark outside, and the last thing you're expecting to see on the interstate is somebody laying on the road. Sadly, Brent did not survive being hit, and his family filed a lawsuit against the officer and the department. The deputy's name was Lorenzo Lawan. The district attorney determined that his actions were lawful and he was not charged for what he did. I was not charged or fined either. I've never driven a car again due to that traumatic experience. And now, whenever I need to, I just book an Uber or have one of my friends pick me up. Thanks for listening. I was raised on a farm in rural southeast Kansas, where the wildlife consisted of deer, lots of deer, bobcats, coyotes, and even the occasional bear sighting. Also, the most elusive of them all, a mountain lion, also known as cougars, big cats, or even panthers. These predators, at least here, are rarely seen, yet their presence was completely undeniable. Hunting cameras captured fleeting images, injured livestock bore the evidence of their attacks, and on eerie nights, their piercing screams would echo throughout the wilderness. As cattle owners, my family experienced this firsthand. One of our cows was found with a deep, jagged claw mark raked across both sides of her neck, classic sign of a mountain lion. The predator had struck from above and behind, its primal hunting method. This is the story of my own close encounter with the big, elusive cat. My parents' farm sat along a blacktop road near a quiet rural intersection where gravel roads stretched between crop fields, pastures, and scattered homesteads. These low-traveled roads made for peaceful walks and jogs, something that I did regularly. My usual route followed this stretch of road, flanked by tall cornfields, extending for over a block before reaching the first home. After that, the landscape would soon turn off into fields and woodlands, with another house far off in the distance. That second house marked my turnaround point, not necessarily by choice, but because of this aggressive dog that lived there. It would snarl and charge if I got too close, so I always pivoted right before reaching its driveway. On this particular evening, the air was warm, and the corn was beginning its seasonal transformation from lush green to a crisp brown, signaling the coming harvest. As I entered the stretch with the cornfields on both sides, a sudden unease just settled over me, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I continued walking, but my senses were now on high alert. Then, from in the distance, a rustling in the cornfield to my left made me turn my head. At first, I only saw movement, a low slinking shape weaving through the stalks. A dog, maybe? No. As it moved, more of its body became visible. Long, sleek, and powerful. Its short coat shimmered in the fading light. A mountain lion. Adrenaline surged right through me. I was being stalked, exposed, and I'm very vulnerable. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I know better. Running could trigger its predatory response, so instead I fixed my eyes on that house just beyond the field. That was now my new goal. I forced myself to maintain this steady but brisk pace, resisting that urge just to bolt. The cougar continued to stay parallel with me, hidden just within the corn, shadowing my every step. When I finally passed the edge of the field, relief flooded over me. The cat remained inside the cover of the stalks, but my ordeal wasn't over yet. The homeowners were gone, and no phone to borrow, no car to take me home. Turning back was not an option, at least not yet, so I pressed on towards the next house, even knowing the aggressive dog awaited me. When I reached the property, I hesitated. I didn't personally know the owners, and I wasn't eager to trade one danger for another, so instead, I turned around and started to retrace my path. This time, as I approached those cornfields, I walked faster, more intentional, and just as before, that mountain lion reappeared. It continued to move with me, never fully emerging, but never retreating either. I didn't let my pace falter. I focused only on getting past those fields, maintaining that same strategy that kept me safe from before. When I finally cleared that stretch of corn and reached that open road home, I exhaled aloud, and my pulse was still racing. Now, I never take those walks unprepared. I have a cell phone and a small knife, and a lesson learned from the day that I was hunted. I still don't know what was in our drinks that night. I sure as hell don't know what that man intended to do once he got us into our room. All I know is that if that hotel clerk hadn't been paying attention, if I hadn't fought through the fog in my head long enough to speak up, Gordon and I might not have made it back home at all. This took place a few years ago during a work trip in Boston. My husband Gordon and I had flown out there for a tech conference, one of those long, sprawling events that fills up half the hotels in the city and turns the downtown area into a swirling mess of name tags and lanyards. Gordon was presenting on the second day, and I was there mostly just to network, shake hands, and sit through a bunch of panels that all started to sound the same after the first hour. It wasn't a bad trip, all things considered. The city was beautiful that time of year, cool and clear, with that kind of sharp air that wakes you up a little bit more than the coffee will. By the time the third day had rolled around, we were both fried. We'd been walking all over socializing like crazy, trying to cram every bit of usefulness out of this trip before our flight home. That night, after the last round of meetings, we decided to cut loose a little. We stumbled across this bar tucked into the side street just off the side of Tremont. This place called the Griffin or the Griddle, something like that. It had one of those fake speakeasy vibes with the low lighting and a bartender with a handlebar mustache who would make a show out of lighting orange peels on fire. It was exactly the kind of place you'd never find unless you were actually looking for it. While inside, it was packed. We finally found a couple of stools near the back and ordered 2 whiskeys. Gordon joked that this was our reward for surviving this 3 days of buzzwords and lunchboxes. I remember laughing more than I should have at that. We were both just a little loopy from exhaustion. A few other people from the conference had wandered in and out, but we ended up chatting with this group of locals. There were maybe 4 of them, 2 women and 2 men. Friendly enough. One of the guys was tall and lean, with this long face and short dark hair. He had this voice that sounded like somebody who smoked clove cigarettes in college and never really grew out of it. They ended up buying us around and we returned the favor. It felt like a pretty normal night. A rare moment where everything aligned, where good conversations, good drinks, and no obligations that next morning. I think it was around midnight and we said our goodbyes and stepped out into the cool Boston air. Our hotel was only 6 blocks away, and I remember thinking, this trip actually turned out pretty great. That was the last thought that I had before everything started to go sideways. The moment we stepped onto the sidewalk, I knew something was up. My legs felt really heavy, like I was dragging ankle weights. I'd had a few drinks, sure, but nothing that should have made me feel like this. I glanced at Gordon and he was a step ahead, but not walking so much as weaving, like a kite flying in the wind. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked him. He mumbled something back, but I couldn't make it out. And that was the first real jolt of fear. Gordon has never slurred his words. He's a lightweight, yeah, but he knows his limits. We both do. And we weren't anywhere close to them on that night. I caught up and wrapped my arm underneath his just to steady him. That next block felt like a mile. My vision began to smear at the edges. I blinked hard, but that didn't fix it. I couldn't keep my thoughts straight either. It was like trying to read underwater. Everything was blurry and sluggish. My stomach turned and I had to breathe through my nose to keep from puking right there on the sidewalk. "Gotta get back," I said aloud, mostly to myself. Gordon didn't respond. His legs gave out for a second and I caught him underneath his armpits. That's when I heard footsteps behind us, quick and closing the distance. "Hey," a man said. "You two need help?" I turned my head and immediately recognized the man. It was indeed the guy from the bar, the tall one with the high voice. I don't remember his name. Don't think he ever even gave it to us, but he was one of the 4 that we'd been drinking with. I hadn't even seen him since we walked out, and here he was, following us home. He stepped beside me and then slid Gordon's other arm around his shoulder like we were 3 college buddies helping our drunk friend back to the dorm. "Looks like he's down for the count," the man said. "That last round must have hit him harder than expected, huh?" Something the way he said that made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Not the words, just the tone. It was so casual, but with this weird smile underneath, almost like he was enjoying all of this. I looked at him. His eyes didn't really match his face. They were far too calm. Not concerned, not curious, just cold, watching. Like he was already thinking a few steps ahead of this. "Thanks," I said slowly, "but I think I got him." "Nah, I got you," he said. "You don't want to throw your back out, do you? Besides, you two look like you're about to pass out on the street." And he wasn't wrong. I did feel like my knees were made of rubber bands. We shuffled a few more steps and the hotel was finally coming up. I could see the green glow of the awning, but I could also feel the fog in my head starting to thicken. Whatever was in my system was working fast now, fast and hard, and I was sweating cold. "You know," the man said, adjusting Gordon's weight, "it's pretty dangerous out here. Somebody could take advantage of you guys. 2 drunk tourists, no one would bat an eye." I stopped walking and my stomach dropped with it. "The hell did you just say?" I said. He looked at me like I asked him a stupid question. "I said, you two gotta be careful. This city's not as safe as it looks." He smiled, but his eyes didn't. I let go of Gordon's arms and shifted in front of him, blocking the stranger's path. Gordon slumped to the ground like a sack of laundry, and the man didn't even flinch. "Yeah, I think we're good now. You can go." He tilted his head. "You sure?" "Yeah." "You don't look so sure," he said. My heart was thumping hard now. I reached down and grabbed Gordon by the jacket collar, trying to drag him towards the entrance. He groaned, barely even conscious. The man stepped forward again like he hadn't heard a word that I just said. "Look, I'll help you get him to your room. It's the least I can do. We're friends, right?" "No," I said back. "We're not." And that's exactly where I remembered seeing him before. He'd been sitting in the back when we walked into the bar, not with those other 3. He was alone. He joined our group after we were a few drinks in. He was never with them. He was watching us that whole time. Then he waited. He was headhunting in the city. I have no idea how I got the strength, but I hauled Gordon up with both arms and staggered towards that front door of the hotel. That man continued to follow us, just a few steps behind. We stumbled our way into the lobby, and that warmth hit me like a wave. Bright light, clean tile, and the faint smell of lemon polish. A young guy behind the front desk looked up, and his face shifted from bored to alert. "Is everything okay?" he asked me. I couldn't answer him at first. I was too busy breathing and trying not to fall down. Gordon collapsed on the couch near the wall and just let out this low groan. That man just stood behind us. "Oh, we're fine," he said. "We just had too much to drink." I found my voice finally. "He's not with us." The clerk looked at me. I think we're drugged, and this man followed us from the bar." The man laughed, and not a nervous laugh and not a defensive one either, just casual, like this was all some kind of misunderstanding. "Whoa, okay," he said. "Let's not go making any kind of accusations. We've known each other for years. Isn't that right?" He looked at me and winked. My mouth went completely dry. The clerk just frowned. "All right, can I please see everybody's ID?" I nodded and fumbled in my purse and pulled out mine, then reached for Gordon's wallet and started working it out of his pocket. The man stood still, then he took a step backward, Then another. "Sir," the clerk said, "ID, please." But the man didn't respond to him. He turned and quietly walked toward the door. Not running, not yet, just moving with purpose. He was clearly trying to get gone. "Sir?" Then the man bolted. I stood there for a moment just staring at the door as it spun slowly behind him. The city lights outside flickered across the glass. He was gone, vanished into the night like he knew every alley, every turn, almost like he'd done this before. The clerk picked up the phone and called security and then the police, and I stayed by Gordon, who was slumped against the armrest like he aged 30 years in the last 10 minutes. When I touched his face, it was clammy. His eyes fluttered, but he wasn't responding or talking. An ambulance came before the cops did, and they took one look at us and said, "Possibly it was GHB," which hit me like a brick. I've heard of people getting dosed with that garbage, sure, but it was always in some kind of awful story, something that happened to somebody else, or another horror tale that you were told to remind your friends not to leave their drinks unattended, but we were pretty careful, weren't we? The cops came soon not long after, and I told them everything I could. Every detail that I could fight through that haze to remember. The bar, the guy, the drinks, the weird things he was saying to us. They asked for a description. I gave them what I had. Tall, late 30s maybe, dark hair, voice like he chewed glass. I told them he acted like he knew us, insisted that we were old friends. The security camera in the lobby had caught his face, but just barely. Low quality, of course, and grainy. Like everything important in life is somehow when you need it to be, right? I think they ran it through some kind of database, but nothing really popped up. And I asked later if that meant he didn't have a record, but the cop just shrugged and said, "Or it means he's never been caught." Gordon and I spent the night in the hospital, hooked up the fluids and flushed out whatever that was. We were lucky, stupid lucky that night. Another hour, maybe less, and it could have been a very different story. The doctor said whatever we were given metabolized fast. If I hadn't spoken up when I did, well, the rest of that sentence doesn't really need to be said, does it? We flew home the next morning, still groggy and still trying to piece everything together. Gordon had no memory of the man at all, no recollection of him ever even being at the bar or helping us walk. It was like he blinked and woke up in a hospital bed with IVs in both arms. Sometimes we still talk about that night when we can't sleep, and we wonder how long he watched us that night, if he'd picked somebody else before, if he had indeed ever been caught. And more than anything, we wonder what would have happened if I just let him follow us to the room. If the clerk hadn't stepped in, what would we have woken up to, or would we have even woken up at all? But those last words that he said to me still echo in my mind. The thing he said before he ran. "We're old friends, right?"